Dear users, the base-level API key for Candy Sister's API service has expired. There are two subscription options available, the standard monthly package and the pro monthly package. The standard monthly fee is $108, and it's cheaper for annual payment. The pro monthly fee is $268, which allows early access to new models. If you have any questions, please contact customer service, and be sure to renew your subscription to avoid service interruption. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base-level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key, Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6U1. Upgrade standard monthly package price, $108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage, supporting mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Khalid 35 Haiku 30-day validity upgrade Nopes. Okapi. Paco. Komapire will create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6 Uplamid Lauda Logentru annual plan only $90.00 months. Okapi. Paco. Komapire will create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6 Uplamid yearly Autologentru 2. Upgrade pro monthly package price $268.00 month, the highest level package, supporting all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models, 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for Olatist, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top tier, Nano Banana, Dream 4, 0, and other models specialized for figurines, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 35 Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity, early access to the latest models Gemini 3. 0 internal testing model Sandstone upgrade Nopes. Okapi. Paco. Komapire will create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6 Upland Super Autologentru annual plan only $223.33 months. Okapi. Paco. Komapire will create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6 Upland Super yearly Autologentru. Go directly to the store to see more packages. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help. If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service EPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG online customer service. Consult Nopes, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG security notice the renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API. Key payment is securely processed through Stripe upon successful renewal. The service will resume immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 35 Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity, early access to the latest model Gemini 3. 0 internal test model Sandstone upgrade Nopes. Okapi. Paco. Komapire will create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6 Upland Super Autologentru annual plan only $223.33 months. Okapi. Paco. Komapire will create session. API key Sklinkivas Fupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6 Upland Super yearly Autologentru. Go directly to the store to see more packages. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help. If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer support team. Email support. Contact us, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG online customer service. Consult Nopes, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG security notice the renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API. Key the payment process is securely handled by Stripe services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification, your base level A. The PI key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key, SK, Linkiva, Sfupam 35 Mes 9 AKX 6U1. Upgrade, standard monthly plan price, $108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5 DeepSeek. Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5, Haiku valid for 30 days. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90. 00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268. 00 month. The highest tier plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level Nano Banana. Specially designed models like Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support valid for 30 days. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store for more plans. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108. 00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models. Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku valid for 30 days. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90. 00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268. 00 month. The highest tier plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Specific drawing models for Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support. 30 days validity. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 internal test model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. Sfupam 35 UMES 9 AKX. 6 You plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Org need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Org Tango chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Org Tango chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Service will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. Sfupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Claude 3-5. Haiku 30 days validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. Sfupam 35 UMES 9 AKX. 6 You plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. Sfupam 35 UMES 9 AKX. 6 You plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Specific drawing models for Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support. 30 days validity. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 internal test model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. Sfupam 35 UMES 9 AKX. 6 You plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223.33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. Sfupam 35 UMES 9 AKX. 6 You plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Org Tango chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Org Tango chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Service will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notice. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. Sfupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Linkiva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. O copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Linkiva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models. Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, dedicated drawing models like Dream 4, 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2, 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3, 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. O copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Linkiva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223.33 month. HTTPS. O copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Linkiva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Directly visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Aiko here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message was generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, dedicated figure drawing models like Dream 4, 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2, 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Gemini 3, 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. O copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Linkiva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual subscription only 223.33 month. HTTPS. O copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Linkiva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Aiko here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Online support. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Safety notice. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment is securely processed through Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Linkiva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek. Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity period. Upgrade now. HTTPS, OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Middle Auto Login True. Annual subscription only 90.00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Middle Yearly Auto Login True. 2. Upgrade. Pro Monthly Plan Price. 268.00 month highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, dedicated figure drawing models like Dream 4, 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2, 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Gemini 3, 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS, OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Auto Login True. Annual subscription only 223.33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Online support. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwo chat. JPG. Safety notice. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment is securely processed through Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2, 5, DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited usage of Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Middle Auto Login True. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Middle Yearly Auto Login True. 2. Upgrade. Pro Monthly Plan Price. 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4, 0, and other specialized drawing models. Unlimited usage of Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Auto Login True. Annual plan only 223.33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Kiva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store for more plans. https Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. https CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. https CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Service will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message was automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level Nano Banana, dedicated drawing models like Dream 4, 0, Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3, 0 beta the model Sandstone. Upgrade now. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Kiva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Kiva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store for more packages. https Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. https CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. https CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link Kiva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Kiva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Kiva, Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level Nano Banana, dedicated drawing models like Dream 4, 0, Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta the model Sandstone. Upgrade now. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Kiva. Svupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. https copy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Go to the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Aiko here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwa Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwa Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Special drawing models like Dream 4. 0. Unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0. Beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Auto Login True. Annual plan only 223.33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Visit the store for more plans. HTTPS. Tangwa. Aiko here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwa Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwa Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Support for all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Dedicated drawing models like Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0. Beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Lin Kiva, Svupam 35 Mez 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Autologin True. Annual plan only 223. 33-month, HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Lin Kiva, Svupam 35 Mez 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Yearly Autologin True. Go directly to store for more plans. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment is securely processed through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notice. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Lin Kiva. Svupam 35 Mez 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Support for mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests from mainstream models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5. Flash Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity period. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Lin Kiva, Svupam 35 Mez 9 AKX 6 U plan Middle Autologin True. Annual plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Lin Kiva, Svupam 35 Mez 9 AKX 6 U plan Middle Yearly Autologin True. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Support for all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Dedicated drawing models like Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity period. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 Beta Model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Lin Kiva. Svupam 35 Mez 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Autologin True. Annual plan only 223. 33-month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Lin Kiva. Svupam 35 Mez 9 AKX 6 U plan Super Yearly Autologin True. Go directly to store for more plans. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment is securely processed through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Lin Kiva. Svupam 35 Mez 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30 days validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Yearly plan only 90.00 month. HTTPS, OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models. Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Thanks search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Model-specific drawing models like Dream 4. Euro. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support. 30 days validity. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 internal test model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Yearly plan only 223.33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more plans. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Upon successful renewal, the service will resume immediately. This message was automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Specialized drawing models like Dream 4. Euro. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support. 30-day validity period. Early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223.33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer support team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online support. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notice. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity period, upgrade now. HTTPS, OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90. 00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268. 00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-tier Nano Banana, specialized drawing models like Dream 4. 0. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer support team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Online support. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108. 00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90. 00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA, SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268. 00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image generation models. Top-tier Nano Banana, Dream 4, 0, etc. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 internal testing model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. Sfupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Sfupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG, online support. Inquire now, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG, security reminder. The renewal link has been encrypted and is only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will resume immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, special drawing models for Dream 4, 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2, 5 Flash, Claude 3-5, Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models, Gemini 3, 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now, HTTPS, Okapi. Paco, Com API renewal create session, API key SK. Link Eva, Sfupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva, Sfupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer support team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG, online customer service. Consult now, HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tango chat. JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link Eva. Sfupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108. 00 month suitable for moderate usage users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5 DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity period. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Sfupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90. 00 month. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link Eva. Sfupam 35 Umez 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268. 00 month highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, special drawing models for Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. https Tangwa. Aiko here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer support team. Email support. Contact us. https CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. https CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Canny Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for medium usage users. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90.00 month. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top Nano Banana. Special drawing models for Dream 4. 0, etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 internal test model Sandstone. Upgrade now. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. https copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. https Tangwa. Aiko here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. https CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. https CDN. Aiko here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. After successful renewal, the service will resume immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4. 0, etc. for figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3.0 Beta of Model Sandstone. Upgrade now. https OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Auto Login True. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. https OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Go directly to the store to see more packages. https Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. https CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. https CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process is securely handled via Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S. Gemini 2.5 DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2.5 Flash Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. https OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Middle Auto Login True. Annual plan only 90.00 month. https OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Middle Yearly Auto Login True. 2. Upgrade. Pro Monthly Package Price. 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Thanks Search for O Latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana, Dream 4. 0, etc. for figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2.5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Gemini 3.0 Beta Model Sandstone. Upgrade now. https OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Auto Login True. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. https OCopy. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U Plan Super Yearly Auto Login True. Go directly to the store to see more packages. https Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. https CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. https CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process is securely handled via Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Candy Sister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. SK. Link Eva. Svupam 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108. 00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle auto login true. Annual plan only 90. 00 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan middle yearly auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268. 00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Specialized drawing models like Dream 4. 0. Etc. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity, early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Directly visit the store for more plans. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. After successful renewal, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Supports all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banana. Special drawing models like Dream 4. 0. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support, 30-day validity period, early access to the latest models. Gemini 3. 0 beta model Sandstone. Upgrade now. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super auto login true. Annual plan only 223. 33 month. HTTPS. OCopy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key SK. Link EVA. SFUPAM 35 UMES 9 AKX 6 U plan super yearly auto login true. Go to the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Relying on the other party's strong combat power, even if the world situation is turbulent, we will not be involved. Do you understand? Fool with long horns. In the end, the ant still couldn't control her emotions and cursed out loud. I see. After hearing what the ant said, Kaido suddenly realized that there was some truth in what she said. But the key point is, he had just been beaten and was eager to unite with the other party. Isn't that a bit too proactive? If unknown, one might think he had been convinced by Lin Feng. Suddenly, Kaido thought of a brilliant solution that could save his face and achieve the goal of uniting with Lin Feng. Crazy woman, you represent us to talk to Fahai about the alliance. I won't go. I need to recover. Kaido said solemnly, letting the ant go to unite. While he didn't have to take the initiative, if something goes wrong, the other party would bear the responsibility. A win-win situation. Upon hearing this, the phone bug on the other end fell silent. After a while, the ant's voice suddenly rang out. Kaido, are you trying to wash your hands clean? Kaido was taken aback, turned his head to the side, and awkwardly said, I didn't, I just need to recover. The ant sneered. We've been together for so many years. I still don't know what you're like. Wait for me. You must appear for the alliance. After saying that, the ant hung up the phone bug. Beep this crazy woman. Seeing that his scheme was discovered, Kaido's face darkened. He waved his hand and threw the phone bug to his subordinate, then got up and limped towards Onigashima. He didn't lie to the ant. At least the need to recover was true. On the other side, above Zou Island, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the cassock, looking down at the giant figure of the elephant god, and couldn't help but exclaim, so spectacular, even the treasure elephant in the Buddha realm is not so magnificent. After saying that, Lin Feng jumped down from the cassock, and with a few steps, disappeared into the forest. He was on a search for Whitebeard's whereabouts. Chapter 113. The Misunderstanding of the Cat Viper. Landing in the forest, Lin Feng moved through the trees, his spiritual sense infinitely magnified, capturing the aura of living beings. If Kaido was right, there must be news of Whitebeard and others here. Soon, Lin Feng stopped, and, in the distance, a huge severed paw cat was crouching on a rock, looking into the distance with a sad expression. Needless to say, the other party was one of the two leaders of the fur tribe, Cat Viper, who, just as Lin Feng was thinking about whether he could learn about Whitebeard's news, Cat Viper's eyes darkened, and he let out a low growl towards Lin Feng's location. Seeing that he had been discovered, Lin Feng no longer hid and took a few steps to stand in front of Cat Viper. Poor Monk Fa. Before he could finish speaking, Cat Viper launched an attack on Lin Feng, his sharp claws seeming to be able to cut through all objects. Lin Feng's expression darkened, and the Buddha light on his hand shone as he met the attack head-on. Clang! The contact produced a crisp sound of iron clashing. Lin Feng's fist was so hard that Cat Viper's claws couldn't help but tremble. So strong, Cat Viper leaped back, creating distance between them, cautiously staring at him. Lin Feng's strength shocked him. Seeing that the other party was no longer moving, Lin Feng slowly stated his identity. Poor monk Fahai. Not an enemy. Fahai. Cat Viper's face showed a question mark, as the name Fahai seemed so unfamiliar in the isolated fur tribe. What are you doing here? Cat Viper stared at Lin Feng, his vigilance not diminishing in the slightest. I'm here to find Whitebeard. Lin Feng was unaware that the communication among the fur tribe was backward and that they had no understanding of his identity. Looking for Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Cat Viper's eyes darkened, further confirming his belief that Lin Feng was an enemy. Since Whitebeard fought with Kaido and the others, many people have come asking for news about Whitebeard. They aim to prove their strength to rule this sea by taking the head of the world's strongest man. In Cat Viper's view, Lin Feng was also one of them. He was neither the first nor the last. You people only dare to come when Whitebeard is injured. So despicable. Cat Viper sneered at Lin Feng, then let out a howl to the sky, and instantly countless fur tribe members appeared from all directions, surrounding Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng realized that they had most likely misunderstood his identity, and just as he was about to explain, the fur tribe's attack had already arrived. Shameless person. Cat Viper was the first to charge, his remaining sharp claw reaching for Lin Feng. The surrounding fur tribe members either wielded ranged weapons or cold weapons, all attacking Lin Feng. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed deeply, and the cassock instantly appeared around him, blocking all the attacks. He knew that these fur tribe members were friends of Whitebeard, which was why they acted this way. Otherwise, the consequences could be imagined. Lin Feng's actions led to a misunderstanding with the Cat Viper, who thought Lin Feng was afraid to confront them directly. They called Duke Inulan to come and take down this detestable human. Yes. A girl with deer antlers responded to the cat viper's words and then bounded into the depths of the forest to summon another leader of the fur tribe. Duke Inulan, covered by the Kasaya, Lin Feng sighed again, knowing that the other party had completely misunderstood his identity. He then said to the cat viper, "Big cat, I'm really not your enemy. Is there a member of the white beard here? Call him out and you'll see." Oomph. Upon hearing this, the cat viper became even angrier, snorting coldly. "There are members of the white group here, but they are all heavily injured, unable to move at all." In his view, Lin Feng's actions were tantamount to trying to lead the white group members to their deaths. "Despicable person, I won't let you succeed." Yuqian one-sword style, cat smile clash. Swish. The cat viper's claws shot forward like lightning, tearing through the air towards Lin Feng's Kasaya. The immense force left a gash on the Kasaya. Is it still not enough? Watching his full-force attack fail to break through Lin Feng's defense, the cat viper sighed inwardly. The cat smile clash could only be fully displayed in the state of the moon lion. Now, during the day, it couldn't even exert 1/5 of its original power. In contrast, Lin Feng's expression darkened as he saw the gash on the Kasaya. He had been holding back against the big cat because of the white beard, but that didn't mean he was easy to talk to. Since the other party was acting this way, he had nothing more to say. Immediately, Lin Feng withdrew the Kasaya, draping it over himself, and summoned his staff, waving it around. Whoosh! A strong shock wave sent all the fur tribe members flying. Only the slightly stronger cat viper managed to avoid the disaster. So powerful. The strength of Lin Feng left him quite shocked. With just a wave, he had defeated the warriors the fur tribe was proud of. "Big cat, I ask you again, where are the white group members?" Just as the cat viper was still immersed in shock, Lin Feng stepped forward a few paces, instantly arriving in front of him, and said indifferently, "What?" The cat viper shivered, quickly creating distance from Lin Feng, beads of sweat running down his fur. The cat viper hadn't even noticed Lin Feng's movement before he was up close. If the other party attacked, the consequences. Thinking this, the cat viper felt a chill of fear. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out again. "Big cat, I'll ask one last time, where are the white group members?" Lin Feng's voice carried a tone similar to that of a Buddhist guidance, lingering in the cat viper's mind for a long time. "The white group members are." The cat viper fell into a daze, just as he was about to tell Lin Feng the location of the white group members. He suddenly hardened his gaze and fiercely stabbed his claw into his severed arm. In an instant, blood flowed freely. The cat viper used the only clarity he had to strike this blow, bringing himself back to consciousness. "I almost fell for your trick, demon monk." The cat viper gasped for breath. The sharp pain in his arm brought him clarity, but also added a considerable amount of pressure. Decisive. Lin Feng looked at the admiration that surfaced in the cat viper's eyes. There were not many who could go to such lengths for their companions. Then, Lin Feng flicked a ray of Buddha light from his hand, landing on the cat viper's injured arm. "What is this?" Terror appeared on the cat viper's face as he tried to shake off the Buddha light, but found he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. The next moment, something shocking happened. He saw the wound on his severed arm healing at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped. But that wasn't the most shocking part. He discovered that flesh buds were actually beginning to sprout on the old wound of that severed arm. "What did you do?" "Demon monk." The cat viper, fearing a trick, shouted at Lin Feng. "I mean no harm." Lin Feng did not respond to the cat viper's words, but slowly shook his head, looking indifferently at him. Then he said, "I'm a friend of the white beard. If you don't believe me, you can call out the white group members to confirm." "Friend of the white beard?" The cat viper was still somewhat skeptical, but he glanced at the wound on his arm, narrowing his eyes. Reflecting on his encounters with Lin Feng, the cat viper understood that it would be very easy for Lin Feng to kill him given his strength. It wouldn't be worthwhile to deceive him. Yet even so, he still had doubts about Lin Feng's identity. He could only describe Lin Feng's appearance to the white group members to truly identify Lin Feng's identity. Thinking this, the cat viper said to Lin Feng, "Monk, wait here for me." With that, he dove into the depths of the forest, and the other fur tribe members followed suit, disappearing from sight. Chapter 114. Punished for millions of years, alone in the sea. Watching the cat viper leave, Lin Feng found a rock to sit against and waited for the other party to return. Thanks to his spiritual awareness, Lin Feng could tell that the cat viper was not lying. He was genuinely asking him to wait here. Although Lin Feng wanted to search for them himself, his unfamiliar appearance, coupled with the current state of the island, could easily lead to conflict with the fur tribe. It wouldn't be a problem for him, but it would be troublesome if he hurt those fur tribe members. So Lin Feng chose to wait for the cat viper in place. Back already? That was quick. After a while, Lin Feng looked towards the depths of the forest and slowly got up. He didn't expect this big cat to be quite efficient. With that thought, Lin Feng walked in that direction. Just then, a sharp arrow shot out from the forest, aimed directly at Lin Feng's vital points. Huh. Lin Feng frowned, catching the arrow with one hand and casually tossing it aside, then looked in the direction from which the arrow had come. At that moment, the little deer girl, who had been sent by the cat viper to call Duke Inu Lan, bounded out of the forest. Duke Inu Lan, it's right here. The little deer girl shouted behind her. Thank you for your hard work. Duke Inu Lan's massive figure stepped out from behind the little deer, ruffling her hair and saying kindly, Huh. At first glance, Duke Inu Lan noticed Lin Feng not far away and looked at the little deer girl, saying, Is this the enemy you mentioned? Hum. The little deer girl nodded repeatedly as she looked at Lin Feng, then said to him, Outsider, quickly surrender. Our Lord Inu Lan is very strong, and with Lord Cat Viper, you have no hope of winning. As she spoke, the little deer girl paused and started looking around. Suddenly, a look of terror appeared on her face as she pointed at Lin Feng, saying, You, what have you done to Lord Cat Viper? I can't sense his presence at all. Upon hearing this, a shadow fell across Duke Inu Lan's face. Just a moment ago, he had been surprised that he had arrived here, but now he was wondering where Cat Viper had gone. It seemed highly likely that Cat Viper had been taken down by the person in front of him. Little deer, back off. Duke Inu Lan fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and said slowly, Lord Inu Lan, you must avenge Lord Cat Viper. The little deer girl cried as she retreated. I will. A firm look flashed in Duke Inu Lan's eyes. If the person in front of him had indeed taken down Cat Viper, he would risk his life to avenge him. Lin Feng watched all of this with an unsightly expression. He knew that this dog had likely also misunderstood him and needed to explain himself immediately. Just as Lin Feng was about to explain, Duke Inu Lan's voice rang out with intense hostility. Stranger, what have you done to that big cat? Inu Lan took a battle stance, closely watching every move of Lin Feng, with the instinct of a beast telling him that the opponent was not someone to be trifled with. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed lightly and explained that he would go help find the members of the white group. What? Upon hearing this, Inu Lan's expression darkened even further, thinking, could that big cat have betrayed us? The members of the white group were extremely important to them, and any exposure was not allowed. Those invaders who had come with a suspicious attitude to take down the members of the white group had all been repelled. For this, their fur clan had paid a great price. Yet, even so, they had not leaked the whereabouts of the white group members. If it weren't for that cat-ass betrayal, why would the opponent be so certain that the white group members were with them? With this in mind, Inu Lan decided to test Lin Feng by deliberately suggesting that he leave. If Lin Feng left, it would mean that the cat viper had not betrayed them, and it was merely one-sided information from the opponent. But if Lin Feng did not leave, it would indicate a high possibility of betrayal by the cat viper. Stranger, I give you the chance to leave. Inu Lan fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and spoke slowly. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Under the coverage of his spiritual awareness, he could basically guess what Inu Lan was thinking. Such a test was of no use to him. All right, I'll leave. Lin Feng did not want to create unnecessary trouble, turned around, and prepared to find a quiet place to wait for the cat viper's return. He did not want to engage in meaningless battles with Inu Lan and the others. My lord, are we just letting him go? One of the fur clan members next to Inu Lan looked at Lin Feng's departing figure with a gloomy expression. He had heard the words of the young deer just now. That monk was highly suspected of having killed the cat viper's leader. Just letting him leave like this? He was unwilling. Saying this, the fur clan member took up his bow and aimed at Lin Feng's retreating figure. Drawing the bow, fully stringed, he shot in one smooth motion. Before Inu Lan could react, the arrow had already been shot towards Lin Feng. What are you doing? Anger surged on Inu Lan's face. They were still uncertain about the cat viper's life or death, and whether Lin Feng was an enemy. Blindly launching an attack was not good for anyone. Just as he spoke, the arrow had already struck towards Lin Feng's vital point. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He swung his Zen staff towards the direction of the incoming arrow, and in an instant, the arrow was dispersed in midair by a burst of Buddha light. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng looked at Inu Lan and the others, coldly saying, "For the sake of the white-bearded one, this monk did not wish to conflict with you." Saying this, Lin Feng stepped forward, and his aura rapidly rose, becoming quite terrifying, putting immense pressure on Inu Lan and the others. How could this be? The Fur clan member who had shot the arrow was completely dumbfounded. He could not imagine that Lin Feng had such an imposing presence. Under such pressure, he was the first to collapse to the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng's steps did not stop, moving toward the Fur clan with a suffocating aura. "You are bullying too much." That kind of attack, if it hit an ordinary person, they would have died countless times. Repeatedly like this. "Do you think this monk is easy to bully?" The last sentence Lin Feng almost roared, his voice echoing around loudly. Even the Elephant Lord sensed Lin Feng's anger at that moment. His eyes, which had not opened for years, suddenly emitted a bright light. "Moo!" The Elephant Lord's voice was high and deep, an ancient aura coming forth as if reprimanding the Fur clan. "Elephant Lord, Inu Lan So Shop?" Looking towards the direction of the Elephant Lord's voice. After so many years, the Elephant Lord actually made a move at this moment, and his voice contained an emotion of anger towards them, as if helping the monk in front of him. "Who exactly are you?" Inu Lan stared at Lin Feng, muttering to himself, then quickly regained his composure and said, "I apologize, this may be a misunderstanding." Lin Feng ignored him. His anger had dissipated in the Elephant Lord's voice. He could tell that the Elephant Lord was helping him. Moreover, Lin Feng also picked up many different messages from the Elephant Lord's voice. Punished for millions of years, wandering alone in the sea. Chapter 115. The Elephant Lord's Movement. Punished for millions of years. Lin Feng murmured, his tone carrying a hint of sorrow. He knew that the Elephant Lord was punished, which was why he had been wandering the ocean and could not set foot on land. But what exactly did the Elephant Lord do wrong, or who punished him? The world did not know. All they knew was that long ago, the Elephant Lord had been slowly sailing alone in the sea. "I'm sorry, we misunderstood you." Inu Lan led the other Fur clan members to Lin Feng's side and bowed in apology. The Elephant Lord's movement had a huge impact on them. Furthermore, anyone who could be recognized by the Elephant Lord could not possibly be an evil person. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at them indifferently, said nothing, and focused his gaze on the direction of the Elephant Lord's head. Then he leaped and rushed towards there. His intuition told him that the Elephant Lord was hiding a significant secret. "My Lord Inu Lan, what should we do?" Seeing Lin Feng leave, the young deer girl looked at Inu Lan with her innocent big eyes, asking. Inu Lan looked in the direction Lin Feng had left, his expression serious, and said in a deep voice, "Follow him." After saying this, Inu Lan chased after Lin Feng's departing direction. The other Fur clan members followed suit. Soon, Lin Feng arrived above the Elephant Lord's head, and the moment he stepped here, an inexplicable feeling of sadness surrounded him, moving Lin Feng deeply. What kind of person would make you willingly accept punishment? Lin Feng leaned down, placing one hand on the ground, whispering, "Moo." Lin Feng's words provoked a tremor in the Elephant Lord, letting out a long cry that echoed towards the sky. All living beings could feel the sense of desolation spreading around. Is this a promise left from ancient times? Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with tears as he felt a strong sense of cause and effect from the Elephant Lord. It was precisely this cause and effect that allowed Lin Feng to understand the Elephant Lord's feelings at this moment. "Moo!" The Elephant Lord howled, as if responding to Lin Feng. "After so many years, finally someone can understand my feelings." This release made the Elephant Lord feel incredibly free at this moment. "Rest assured, I will help you remove the cause and effect." Lin Feng delved into his mind, communicating with the Elephant Lord. After saying this, a burst of intense Buddha light erupted from Lin Feng's hand, filled with the marks of cause and effect. This was specially prepared by Lin Feng for the Elephant Lord, wanting to use his own Buddha-like cause and effect to completely eliminate the cause and effect within the Elephant Lord. Lin Feng pressed his hand on the Elephant Lord, and in an instant, countless Buddha lights surged towards the Elephant Lord along Lin Feng's hand. Moo! The Elephant Lord trembled all over, letting out a long howl as the cause and effect mark released by Lin Feng intertwined with his own cause and effect. Lin Feng's expression darkened. The scene he had imagined where his cause and effect mark would devour the cause and effect within the Elephant Lord did not occur. Instead, they intertwined within the Elephant Lord. This surprised Lin Feng greatly. Could it be that the person who left the cause and effect within the Elephant Lord was still alive? Lin Feng's eyes trembled as he thought of this possibility. At the same time, deep within the holy land of Mariehua, on a cold throne, a figure sat upright, possessing a pair of blood-red eyes. That blood color bore not a trace of human emotion. Who was touching the things left by my ancestors? The figure's gaze turned towards the distance, slowly speaking, and the focus of his gaze was precisely where the Elephant Lord was located. Interesting. Suddenly, the figure seemed to have discovered something, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if admiring an extremely interesting toy. With a slight squint of his eyes, he murmured, "Unraveling the ancient contract is not an easy task." As he spoke, the figure slowly raised his hand and gently waved it in the direction of the Elephant Master. "The contract will not be broken. The promise always remains." These two sentences seemed to carry a magical power, lingering in the surroundings for a long time. Meanwhile, on the other side at Zhuowu, as the figure uttered these words, the Elephant Master seemed to be stimulated by something, his ancient and unchanging body trembling with distance. Around him, where the fur tribe was located, the surrounding buildings were shaking violently. The animals displayed terrified expressions and scurried around in a panic, as if fearing some incomprehensible entity. "Elephant Master, what's wrong?" On Lin Feng's side, the disturbances around him did not distract his attention. At this moment, he was almost connected to the Elephant Master's mind through the Buddha light. He could clearly sense the other party's emotions. In Lin Feng's perception, the Elephant Master seemed to be stimulated by some indescribable force, causing a tremendous upheaval in his spirit, which led to the previous disturbance. "Moo!" The Elephant Master let out a low roar filled with intense fear, and this time he did not let out a long howl. "Were you afraid of, Elephant Master?" Lin Feng completely calmed his mind and asked the Elephant Master. Hearing the voice, the Elephant Master fell silent, unwilling to respond to Lin Feng's words. It seemed that the object of his fear was extremely terrifying. "Damn it," Lin Feng growled. Logically speaking, his causal imprint should not elicit such a strong reaction from the other party. Someone must have intervened. But without the Elephant Master's words, Lin Feng did not know who it was. "What's going on?" At that moment, the sound of the cat Viper echoed from afar, and behind him, there was a limping figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Marco, Cat Viper. Lin Feng glanced at him, but did not speak. Duke Inlin beside him spoke first. Pointing at Lin Feng, this monk felt the Elephant Master's call. The Elephant Master's call. Upon hearing this, the Cat Viper's eyes revealed an incredulous look. In his understanding, only the past masters of the Land of Harmony could feel the Elephant Master's call. Others definitely could not. That was common knowledge. Seeing the Cat Viper's confusion, Duke Inlin explained the situation in detail. "I see." The Cat Viper looked at Lin Feng. Even if the other party's Buddha light could communicate with the Elephant Master, it was truly unbelievable. "Master." At this time, Marco behind him spoke out, limping towards Lin Feng to pay his respects. "No need for that." Lin Feng looked at Marco, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. He did not expect it to be him in Zhuowu. This surprised Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng stood up. Since the Elephant Master could not communicate at this moment, it would be better to completely treat Marco's injuries. With that thought, Lin Feng's Buddha light surged, and the small causal technique was instantly released towards Marco. Buzz! The Buddha light fell upon Marco's body, and his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The bandages on him slowly fell to the ground. The surrounding members of the fur tribe were all astonished, their mouths agape as they looked at Marco. Reviving the dead, flesh and bones. This could be considered a miracle among miracles. Unlike the fur tribe, Marco had already become accustomed to such miracles. He deeply bowed to Lin Feng, "Master." "Thank you." "No need." Tell me what happened after you encountered Yellow Ape and the others. Also, where's Whitebeard now? Chapter 116. Bad news, Whitebeard captured. Old man. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a look of unwillingness and anger appeared on Marco's face. Old man, they are very likely captured back to the Navy headquarters by Yellow Ape and the others. What? Lin Feng was furious, grabbing Marco by the collar and shouting, "What did you say?" Whitebeard was captured back to the Navy headquarters by Yellow Ape and the others. Are you kidding? We know Whitebeard has strength all too well. If he wants to leave, who can stop him? Just relying on Yellow Ape and Fujitora? Impossible. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said, and this action provoked strong dissatisfaction from the Cat Viper and others. Hey, monk, let go of your hand for Marco. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Saying this, the Cat Viper and Duke Inland drew out their sharp claws, looking ready to act. In their eyes, although Lin Feng and Marco were acquaintances, he shouldn't treat him this way. Get lost. Lin Feng, filled with rage, showed no mercy to the Cat Viper and others. Monk, do you think you're talking to whom? Hearing this, the Cat Viper's eyes turned cold. Lin Feng's attitude had already angered him. Duke Inland beside him was the same, his expression equally cold. Don't be like this, cat and dog. At this moment, Marco's voice arose, trying to mediate. The master is very kind. It's just that he is anxious. Humph. Seeing Marco speak up for him, the Cat Viper and Duke Inland snorted coldly and slowly retracted their claws. Tell me in detail what happened, Marco. Lin Feng also realized he was impulsive, found a rock to sit down, and inquired about Marco. All right. Marco nodded and began to recount all of the Whitebeard pirates' experiences. Originally, the Whitebeard pirates were only looking for Ace, but they did not expect that when they arrived here, Ace and Luffy were already fighting Kaido, along with a group of supernovas. Seeing this, Whitebeard decisively chose to support them. Earlier, the Whitebeard pirates were basically suppressing Kaido and the others, but eventually, with Big Mom's involvement, the situation became increasingly stalemated. It was not until the addition of Yellow Ape and Fujitora that the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates was essentially determined. Subsequently, the Whitebeard pirates fought while retreating, and the entire pirate crew was scattered. Marco and a portion of people ended up lost in Zhuwu. The whereabouts of the other team leaders were unknown. As the captain, Whitebeard had been relentlessly pursued by Yellow Ape and Fujitora, and his whereabouts were unknown. Based on Marco's speculation, Whitebeard was very likely captured by the two. But this was merely speculation. However, this speculation was very likely to come true, because when they parted ways, Whitebeard had already sustained severe injuries. I see. Lin Feng pondered. According to Marco's words, there was indeed a high possibility that Whitebeard would be captured by Yellow Ape and the others. If Whitebeard were in perfect condition, it would be impossible. But if, as Marco said, Whitebeard was already heavily injured, then it would be another matter. Marco, besides you, who else is here? Immediately, Lin Feng came up with a strategy. He needed to gather people first and then asked Marco. The captain's combat strength is only me. The rest are crew members. Marco replied truthfully. Let's go. Take me to the crew. I will treat their injuries first. Lin Feng nodded and said to Marco, Really? Thank you, master. Seeing this, Marco's face lit up with excitement. He was worried about the injuries of his crew, but he did not know how to express it to Lin Feng. After all, the other party had just treated him, and he must have consumed some energy. It was clearly a bit unreasonable to say this now, but if the words came from Lin Feng, it would be a different matter. After speaking, Marco led Lin Feng towards the Fur Tribe's residence. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates were healing their injuries there. Lin Feng closely followed, and as he left, his gaze fell on the Elephant Master, murmuring, Rest assured, I will remove the causality within you. After finishing, he took a deep look at the Elephant Master, turned, and followed Marco away. Marco, does Whitebeard have a Den Mushi? While walking, Lin Feng took out the Den Mushi that Kenpachi had given him earlier for the Whitebeard pirates. Hoping to contact the rest of the crew again, Lin Feng had used this thing several times, but he couldn't get in touch with the people from the White group at all. Over time, Lin Feng almost forgot about it. Just then, he ran into Marco and asked him if the White group had specific contact methods. Best phone bug. Upon hearing this, Marco looked at the phone bug in Lin Feng's hand, and a heavy expression appeared on his face. He was very familiar with this phone bug. It was something that belonged to the flower sword best. Give it to me, master, Marco said after looking at it for a while, extending his hand. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and handed over the phone bug. Marco carefully took the phone bug and started fiddling with it. He dialed a number. Best. After a while, the phone bug was answered, and a weak voice came from the other side. Hello, who is it? The voice was indeed that of Flower Sword Best. It's me, Marco exclaimed excitedly. Best, where are you now? How's Dad? Marco's appearance was fiercely agitated, with bloodshot eyes. In contrast to his excitement, the voice on the phone bug sounded much weaker. Marco, I don't know where Dad is. There were too many Navy soldiers at that time. I was besieged. By the time I realized what was happening, there were corpses of our people everywhere, and Dad and the others had already disappeared. Upon hearing this, both Marco and Lin Feng fell into silence. Best's words struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. Corpses everywhere. Such a description left everyone present feeling a tightness in their chests. Best, where are you now? After a moment, Marco regained his composure and asked hoarsely. I'm in Dressrosa. Best replied. Okay, I understand. Wait for me there. Master and I will be there soon. Marco said in a deep voice. Master? Best's face showed excitement. Is the master by your side? Yes. Marco nodded. At this moment, Lin Feng took over the conversation and said, Best, I'm here. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Best could no longer hold back, and his voice became choked with emotion. Master, you have to save Dad, Best said tremblingly. Earlier, T said anything to avoid putting pressure on Marco. But now that Lin Feng was here, Best could no longer suppress his emotions. Don't worry, I will, Lin Feng said solemnly, then added, You stay there to recover from your injuries. I will hurry to you as fast as possible. Okay, I'll wait for the master. After saying that, Best hung up the phone bug. At this moment, Marco suddenly bowed to Lin Feng and said, Master, Dad's safety depends entirely on you. Saying this, he even knelt down before Lin Feng. No need for that. Lin Feng lifted him up with one hand and said seriously, even if you didn't say it, I would do the same. Thank you, Marco said, his eyes reddening with emotion. All right, first take care of the crew, then head to Dressrosa, Lin Feng said reassuringly. Yes, master. Marco nodded heavily and then walked toward the others to inform them of Best's location. Meanwhile, Lin Feng began to ponder the whereabouts of Whitebeard. During this period, he had been constantly researching information about him. Logically, once Whitebeard was captured by the Navy, news would definitely emerge. Since there had been no movement from the Navy so far, it could be seen that Whitebeard had likely not been captured yet. There was a strong possibility he was recuperating on some unknown island or had been cornered by the Navy somewhere. All of these were possibilities. Whitebeard, you must not be in trouble, Lin Feng thought, his gaze falling into the distance, his eyes carrying a different emotion. In this world, there were very few people Lin Feng trusted and considered friends. Whitebeard was one of them, so Lin Feng hoped nothing would happen to him. Just as he was thinking, a seagull appeared above him and dropped a newspaper, landing not far from Lin Feng. This is, Lin Feng looked at the cover of the newspaper, his face showing something unusual. He reached out to grab the newspaper, pulling it into his hand, and then unfolded it. Once he clearly saw the headline, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. It clearly stated that the 4 Emperor Shanks and the evil ghost Kenpachi had stormed into Marineford, battling against the Kainu, Carp, and others for a day and night, with heavy casualties on both sides. Additionally, there were photos attached of Kenpachi fighting Carp. In the photo, Kenpachi had one hand hanging down, his face showing a bloodthirsty expression, fighting fiercely. Little Bullhead also appeared not far from Kenpachi, surrounded by a storm of lightning. Very eye-catching. Below the photo, there was a line of text that shocked Lin Feng. The Commander Steelbone took action. The evil ghost Kenpachi was severely injured and is now missing. The 4 Emperor Red-Haired Shanks and Hawkeye Mihawk have been captured. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart trembled. It wasn't because Shanks and Hawkeye had been captured, but because of the news about Kenpachi, severely injured and missing. Lin Feng had originally thought that with Kenpachi, Little Bullhead, and Shanks, they could create chaos in Marineford. But unexpectedly, Commander Steelbone would take action. Lin Feng knew that this person had been leading the Navy to confront the powerful figures in the Grand Line since the last era. He was the leader of veterans like Carp and Sengoku, and his strength was unfathomable. I overlooked this. Lin Feng's face turned pale. He truly hadn't expected the other party to act. At this moment, Marco had already settled the remaining members of the white group, and, seeing Lin Feng's solemn expression, couldn't help but ask, "Master, what's wrong?" Without saying a word, Lin Feng handed over the newspaper in his hand. "What is this?" Marco took the newspaper curiously, and his expression instantly froze. Red-haired and Hawkeye captured, Kenpachi severely injured and missing. This news hit Marco's heart hard. "Master, weren't we supposed to wait for everyone to go back before attacking Marineford?" Marco looked at Lin Feng, his voice trembling. "It was a mistake," Lin Feng said in a low voice without further explanation. Indeed, it was Lin Feng's suggestion to let Kenpachi and Shanks attack Marineford. He had originally thought it would deal a heavy blow to the Navy. However, it was unexpected that the other party could still capture the red-haired pirates and Kenpachi, even in the absence of both admirals. Red-haired was captured, and Kenpachi was severely injured. Undoubtedly, all of this was Lin Feng's fault. Marco didn't know what to say, and then asked, "Master, what should we do next?" Lin Feng didn't answer immediately. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "No change in our itinerary. Let's head to Dressrosa first." Marco pondered. He originally thought Lin Feng would go find Kenpachi and the others first. After all, they were Lin Feng's trusted subordinates. It seemed Lin Feng could see through Marco's thoughts as he slowly said, "Don't worry about Kenpachi. I know his strength. Even in a severely injured state, not everyone can defeat him. To kill Kenpachi, at least 2 admirals are needed." Lin Feng's words were filled with confidence, a recognition of Kenpachi's strength. "All right, if that's the case, let's inform everyone first and go find Bista." Upon hearing this, Marco felt relieved, nodded, and walked towards the white pirates, with the others following closely behind. Only Lin Feng was left alone. "Red-haired, I can't believe someone like you could be captured. Is it true?" Lin Feng muttered to himself. The moment he saw the newspaper, he couldn't believe that red-haired would be captured, even if his strength couldn't match Lin Feng's. He belonged to the top tier of fighters. Coupled with the assistance of Mihawk and Beckman, his combat power was not weaker than Kenpachi or the Bull. Since Kenpachi wasn't captured by the Navy, how could the other party fall into their hands? Moreover, the ambiguous relationship between Red-haired and the 5 Elder Stars made Lin Feng feel that something was off. "I hope you were simply captured. Then I would still have a reason to save you," Lin Feng murmured, his gaze falling in the direction of the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, on an unknown island in the Grand Line, it was currently extremely cold. A robust figure covered in wounds leaned against a rock, gasping for air. The icy air filled his lungs, stimulating his entire body. It felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Beside him, the bull looked concerned, continually letting out low growls. "Moo, damn it, can you stop calling? I'm not dead." The figure was Kenpachi, who was grinning and cursing at the bull. "Moo." Surprisingly, the bull not only didn't get angry, but continued to show concern, even with a hint of guilt on its face. Sigh. Seeing this, Kenpachi sighed and patted the bull's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry about it. It's not your fault." Who knew those bastards would pull such a stunt at a critical moment? As he spoke, images of Marineford flashed in Kenpachi's mind. Originally, he and the bull, along with Red-haired and others, were executing Lin Feng's mission smoothly, sweeping away Navy officers of the rank of Admiral and above. However, unexpectedly, those 3 old men and that burly man descended from the sky, causing Kenpachi and the others' front lines to be shattered. Furthermore, when Red-haired saw those old men, he immediately turned on them and launched a sneak attack on the bull. In order to protect the bull, Kenpachi unleashed his full power. But even so, Kenpachi and the bull couldn't withstand the betrayal of Red-haired and the onslaught from the Navy's top fighters. Ultimately, Kenpachi chose to retreat, using Shuanpa to escape with the bull. The injuries he sustained were a result of that retreat. As for the newspaper reporting that Red-haired was captured, it was all nonsense. Moo. The bull's eyes were filled with guilt. He knew that if it weren't for him, Kenpachi would have likely retreated without sustaining such heavy injuries. "Damn it. Can you stop calling? Go find me some food." Chapter 118. Arriving at Dressrosa. Hearing this, the bull dove into the endless white snow to look for food for Kenpachi. Sighed this calf. Watching the bull's departing figure, Kenpachi sighed lightly and then turned his gaze to himself. The injuries on him could only be described with 4 words: extremely miserable. There were burn marks from magma, several cuts from sharp blades, and a wound that almost penetrated to his internal organs. If it were a normal person, they would probably be dead by now, buried 6 feet under. It was only because Kenpachi possessed immense spiritual energy that he could suppress such terrifying injuries. Suddenly, Kenpachi's injuries flared up, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, his gaze drifting far away, filled with concern. Like Lin Feng, he had no one else he could trust in this world. In the past, the only one he could trust was Lin Feng. Now, this not-so-smart bull barely counted as one. "Master, wait for me," Kenpachi murmured, then slowly closed his eyes, preparing to use his spiritual energy to heal his injuries. Since Kenpachi's spiritual energy had little healing properties, it was uncertain how long this healing would take. On the other side, Lin Feng and Marco had already set off towards Dressrosa. Before leaving, Lin Feng specifically communicated with the elephant god. The elephant god still had a lot of causal remnants within him. Although Lin Feng wanted to help, he was powerless because the causal forces within the elephant god were very repulsive to him. "Don't worry, one day, you and I will eradicate the causal forces within you." Lin Feng left this promise to the elephant god. Afterwards, he and Marco left Zou, heading for Dressrosa. Unlike the development of the plot, Dressrosa had not yet completely fallen out of Don Quixote Doflamingo's control. Luffy and Law had only briefly set foot there before going to Wano to confront Kaido with Ace. At that time, Law was unwilling to go, but Luffy promised that after helping Ace defeat Kaido, he would definitely help Law take down Doflamingo. With Luffy's promise, Law finally agreed. However, unexpectedly, this trip almost cost everyone their lives. But that was a story for later. At this moment, Lin Feng was getting very close to Dressrosa and was about to step into this kingdom ruled by the 7 warlords. "Marco, contact Bista and find out the specific location," Lin Feng said to Marco, who immediately responded and took out the Den Den Mushi to contact Bista. Unexpectedly, after several attempts, he couldn't reach the other party. This caused Marco's expression to darken. "What's wrong, Marco?" Lin Feng noticed Marco's unusual demeanor and asked. "It's nothing, master. I just can't reach Bista." "There might be some communication issues," Marco replied, shaking his head. "Is that so?" Lin Feng certainly didn't believe it was just a communication issue, as they had been able to reach Bista earlier. Why couldn't they reach him now? This was somewhat illogical. According to Lin Feng's deduction, something had likely happened to Bista. "Stop trying to contact him. Marco, we are landing immediately," Lin Feng said to Marco, who still hadn't given up on contacting Bista, while he summoned his mantle and leaped onto it, heading towards Dressrosa first. Seeing this, Marco called out to everyone on the ship to catch up with Lin Feng. In an instant, the ship sped across the sea at an incredible speed. As for Lin Feng, he had already arrived at Dressrosa first, landing directly at the high point of the kingdom. After landing, Lin Feng looked around. In his view, finding Bista would be quite simple. He just needed to contact the royal family of this country. Moreover, in Lin Feng's impression, King Riku and Rebecca should be easy to talk to. But what Lin Feng didn't know was that this kingdom had not yet freed itself from Don Quixote's rule. Who goes there? Just as Lin Feng was surveying his surroundings, the elite patrol of the Don Quixote family spotted him, aiming their guns at Lin Feng and growling. Hearing the sound, Lin Feng turned to look and found that the person had a clown emblem on him, causing him to frown. Could it be that the clown was not defeated by Luffy and the others? A question mark appeared in Lin Feng's mind. At this moment, the elite of the Don Quixote family saw that Lin Feng was not speaking and directly opened fire. "Daring to intrude here, no matter who you are, you must face the punishment of death." As soon as the words fell, bright flames spewed from the black gun barrel, and several bullets shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not moved at all, slowly raising his hand and gently pointing at the incoming bullets. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. It was as if time had stopped. Those bullets actually halted in front of Lin Feng, unable to advance even a tiny bit. What? The other party was terrified, their face filled with fear. They had never encountered such a thing before. Trembling, they asked, "Who are you?" "Me?" Lin Feng lightly replied, then calmly said, "You are not worthy to know my name. Call Doflamingo out to see me." Upon hearing Lin Feng directly call out their boss's name. The fear in the other party's heart intensified. In their eyes, Lin Feng was either a friend of Doflamingo or an enemy. Moreover, he was one of the extremely powerful ones. Thinking this, the person's attitude became polite, and they said to Lin Feng, "Please wait. I will call our boss out right away." They then walked towards the building behind them. But at that moment, a figure appeared in front of them, accompanied by a rebellious tone. "Rix, who scared you like this?" Hearing the voice, Rix stopped and looked up, his eyes suddenly narrowing. "And Master Mark." Indeed, the person who suddenly appeared was one of Doflamingo's trusted subordinates, Mark, who was the first to discover Lin Feng. Rix then pointed at Lin Feng in the courtyard and trembled as he said to Mark, "Master Mark, do you know this person?" "Who?" Mark replied casually, glancing towards the courtyard, and was nearly scared out of his wits. "You." Mark pointed at Lin Feng, his eyelids twitching, a chill rising from his toes to his heart. He felt a cold dread in his heart. What to do? How could he appear here? He must be here to seek revenge. After all, I offended him back then. Mark shouted in his heart, his previous arrogance completely replaced by utter fear. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed something unusual and glanced in Mark's direction. Just a glance nearly scared Mark into a faint. "It's over. He noticed me. What to do? I'm dead for sure." Mark's mind was shaken, and he stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. "Master Mark, what's wrong with you?" Rix, not knowing Mark's state, hurriedly asked. But at this point, Mark had no time to pay attention to him. Gritting his teeth, he turned and ran towards where Doflamingo was. At the same time, he thought that as long as he notified Doflamingo first, his life should be saved. But just as he took a step, Lin Feng's voice sounded behind him. Filled with curiosity, "Have I seen you somewhere before?" As soon as this was said, Mark's body seemed to be under a paralysis spell, frozen in place as cold sweat poured down his forehead in sheets. "You must be mistaken. I have never left here since I was young. How could you have seen me?" Faced with Lin Feng's doubt, Mark squeezed out a clumsy lie through clenched teeth. But what he didn't know was that Lin Feng possessed divine consciousness and could see through his lies at a glance. "Is that so?" A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He did not expect to encounter this old friend here. Yes, I have no reason to lie," Mark replied tremblingly, his teeth chattering in front of Lin Feng. Hee. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Then a coldness crept onto his face as he snorted. "You dare to lie in front of me? You really don't take me seriously." Great Buddha's wrath. Upon hearing the familiar phrase, Mark rolled his eyes and fainted. Ugh. Lin Feng was taken aback. He only intended to scare him a little. He didn't expect him to actually faint. His psychological quality was truly concerning. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed lightly and was about to head into the high-rise building. Just then, a voice rang out from beneath Lin Feng, extremely piercing. "You dare to touch our family members and still want to leave? Who gave you the courage?" Chapter 119, Dialogue with Doflamingo Alliance? Courage? Lin Feng laughed loudly. No one had ever spoken to him in such a tone in this world. Then, Lin Feng raised his foot and suddenly stomped down on the ground. Boom! 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 The ground around him instantly collapsed, along with the building above him. The power of Lin Feng's kick was simply terrifying. "How dare you act so recklessly here?" The earlier voice rang out again. Although the tone was still rude, anyone could hear the fear contained within. He was greatly shocked by Lin Feng's kick. Reckless? Lin Feng smiled again, waving his hand and tightly gripping his staff, then tossing it down into the crack without even looking. Whoosh! The staff shot down like a beam of light, and soon terrifying voices emanated from below. What is this? The other party's face was filled with shock. Despite exerting all their strength to activate their devil fruit ability, they could not stop the staff's speed. On the contrary, the Buddha light on the staff made them feel cold. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from underground, flipping the surrounding earth over. This commotion shocked everyone in Dressrosa. What is going on? What happened in the palace? Is an enemy attack? It can't be. Our king has the title of warlord. Yeah. Which blind pirate dares to provoke our king? Amidst the discussions, a loud shout rang out. Everyone don't panic. This is just the king testing a new type of weapon. It will return to normal after a while. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's emotions were calmed down, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. I was wondering who would dare to stir up trouble here. Yeah, our king is Doflamingo. They all turned to look at the palace. And after a while, they returned to their own business, as if nothing had happened. However, the person who had just calmed the crowd did not have it so easy, because he knew that this was not a test of some so-called weapon at all. The palace was truly under attack. The reason he said this was entirely at the behest of the executives, prioritizing the need to soothe the public. Meanwhile, at the palace, Lin Feng stood in the courtyard, looking down at the abyss below, a glint of light flashing from the ground, tightly gripped in his hand. It was the staff. Moreover, the staff was stained with large patches of blood, looking quite gruesome. Pika is only this capable, really too weak. Lin Feng shook his head slightly as he looked at the abyss beneath him. He had long known the identity of the other party. Although he did not know why Doflamingo had not been defeated by Luffy and the others, out of curiosity, he wanted to test Pika's combat power. But unexpectedly, the other party was so easy to defeat. Just a single strike with the staff caused the other party to lose their combat ability. It was indeed a bit disappointing. The original story did not portray them as this weak, right? Lin Feng secretly complained, but he didn't know that, with his combat power, let alone Pika. Even if someone like Kizaru came, they would definitely not fare well after receiving a hit from his Zen staff. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from above Lin Feng. Demon Monk Fahai, what wind blew you here to injure my subordinate? As he spoke, a figure fell from the sky, wearing sunglasses and a unique outfit, making it easy to identify him. Heavenly Yasha, Don Quixote Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo was cautiously staring at Lin Feng, cold sweat unconsciously dripping from his forehead. Clown! Lin Feng looked at Doflamingo and whispered. He was not surprised by the other party's appearance. Having already made it to Doflamingo's doorstep, it would have been unexpected if Doflamingo, as the main character, hadn't shown up. I mean no harm, I just want to ask you something, Lin Feng said, but combined with the bloodstains on his Zen staff, it didn't quite align with his words. Oh, just asking something? Doflamingo's eyelids twitched. You incapacitated my top combatant just to ask a question. That has quite a high price. Although Doflamingo was furious inside, he didn't show it. He knew that Lin Feng's combat power was not something he could contend with. If he forced a confrontation, the underground kingdom he had built would cease to exist. Go ahead, what can I help you with? Doflamingo stared fixedly at Lin Feng, slowly squeezing out those words from his teeth. Lin Feng sensed Doflamingo's anger, but remained unperturbed. This is your territory. Help me find someone. Who? Captain Whitebeard, Vista. Vista? Doflamingo's pupils constricted. With his celestial dragon background, he was well aware of the Navy's major movements. The two admirals were currently hunting down Whitebeard and his crew worldwide. However, Doflamingo was surprised that Whitebeard's crew had come to his territory, and he had received no news about it. As expected of the Whitebeard pirates, even a captain has such concealment abilities, Doflamingo thought to himself, then said to Lin Feng, Fahai, I will help you with your matter, but I have one condition. Condition? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. There were very few people in the world who dared to propose conditions to him. It was indeed interesting that Doflamingo had the audacity to propose one. Speak, Lin Feng said slowly, wanting to hear what condition the other party would put forward. Alliance. Doflamingo said something shocking, leaving Lin Feng stunned. Alliance? With me? Lin Feng was perplexed. Forming an alliance with him would only invite targeting from the Navy. Did Doflamingo have a screw loose? Otherwise, why would he propose such a condition? Lin Feng confirmed again, you want to ally with me? I didn't mishear, right, clown? You didn't mishear. Doflamingo replied seriously, his intuition telling him that Lin Feng's combat power had reached an astonishing level. Of course, Doflamingo was also taking a gamble. Based on the snippets he had heard from the Celestial Dragons, he was betting on Lin Feng's strength. If he was right, then allying with Lin Feng would help him fulfill his ambition of unifying the underground world. Why? Tell me the reason for wanting to ally with me. Lin Feng asked curiously. So far, no one had voluntarily approached him for an alliance. Doflamingo was the first, and he wanted to know what the other party was thinking. It's simple. Doflamingo spread his hands and spoke eloquently. Fahai's strength is unparalleled across the seas. You fought against numerous admirals and the fleet admiral during the Marineford War. Then, you broke into the Holy Land with the evil ghost Kenpachi, causing the 5 elders to lose 2 of their members. With someone like you, who would T1 ally? In a world where being weak is a sin, allying with such a person is beneficial in every way. As he spoke, Doflamingo added, and only you can help me achieve my goals. Goals? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Yes, the goal of unifying the underground world. Doflamingo said frantically, his eyes bursting with brilliance beneath his sunglasses. Once he had Lin Feng's support, his ambition to unify the underground world would be within reach. At that point, what Kaido? What four emperors? In Doflamingo's eyes, they would all be insignificant. As he thought about this, a vision of unifying the underground world appeared in Doflamingo's mind. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out, like a bucket of cold water poured over Doflamingo. What benefits would it bring me to ally with you? Lin Feng looked at Doflamingo with interest. He understood that Doflamingo had learned about his strength from the celestial dragons. He wanted to use his power to unify the underground world. But in Lin Feng's view, what benefits would agreeing to the other party's conditions bring him? Being a mere support for Doflamingo was not what Lin Feng wanted. Before Doflamingo could respond, Lin Feng continued, "Don't tell me it's about helping me find Vista. Even without your help, I can find him. I just came to ask you to avoid unnecessary trouble." Hearing this, Doflamingo didn't know what to say and was somewhat at a loss for words. Indeed, he could gain powerful support from Lin Feng. But what could he offer in return? Not to mention favors. In Doflamingo's worldview, favors were the least valuable thing. They were less substantial than a berry. Thinking this over, Doflamingo looked at Lin Feng and said slowly, "I can help you infiltrate the Holy Land. If you plan to deal with the celestial dragons, I will be a great help. How about it?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect Doflamingo to bring up the celestial dragons, a childhood trauma, to negotiate conditions with him. Before Lin Feng could react, Doflamingo continued, "Fahai, as far as I know, you're already at odds with the five elders, and a battle with those guys from the Holy Land is inevitable. Moreover, recently, your subordinates had a conflict with the Navy at Marineford and returned in defeat. Do you really think it was because of Shanks being captured?" Doflamingo's expression was mocking, with madness in his eyes, as if he was speaking about a truth that the world had imprisoned. "What did you say?" Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of Doflamingo, his glowing hand gripping the other's throat. Cough, cough. Doflamingo was choked by Lin Feng's strength and coughed several times. However, he didn't seem to care, instead gaining a clearer understanding of Lin Feng's combat power. There were very few people in the world who could bind him in such a short time. "Gulf, Fahai, don't be agitated. What I said is real and can be verified." Doflamingo coughed again, forcing out those words. His voice was light, but it sounded like thunder to Lin Feng. Lin Feng never expected that Shanks would betray him. Although the other party might have some connection to the five elders, it was merely a connection. Lin Feng had not paid much attention to it, especially after hearing the conversation between Shanks and Mihawk outside. Lin Feng was even more certain that Shanks wouldn't betray him, which was why he let Kenpachi accompany him to the Navy headquarters. But unexpectedly, this guy actually betrayed him at a critical moment. The anger in Lin Feng's heart was completely ignited. "Tell me everything you know, Doflamingo," Lin Feng said coldly, wanting to know the full reason behind Shanks' betrayal. Cough, cough. "Fahai, let me go first. This way of talking is a bit inappropriate." Doflamingo coughed twice and said with a smile, "Oomph." Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly exerted force, and in an instant, Doflamingo's head exploded. However, contrary to expectations, there was no scene of blood and flesh flying. Instead, it transformed into countless threads in Lin Feng's hands, dispersing into the air. Next, Lin Feng's gaze fell on a certain spot in the palace, his eyes filled with coldness. "Brother Ming, if you don't come out now, your true self will be next." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from within the palace, followed by Brother Ming's distinctive laughter. "Hee, as expected of Fahai. You can actually see through my clone." Brother Ming's true self walked out of the palace and looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression, his eyes showing a hint of horror. After this round of probing, Brother Ming was even more certain of his intention to ally with Lin Feng. Decisive, ruthless, and loyal. Such a person is undoubtedly an excellent candidate for the alliance. "No more nonsense. If you keep talking, your true self will be dead," Lin Feng said coldly. He didn't have time to waste on Brother Ming. He urgently wanted to know why the red-haired one had defected. It seems that the betrayal of the red-haired one means a lot to you, Fahai. Brother Ming chuckled, but his voice suddenly stopped. At that moment, Lin Feng had already appeared in front of him, the staff filled with Buddhist light pressed against Brother Ming's throat, the killing intent surging all over him. Brother Ming believed that if he said one more unnecessary word, he would surely die on the spot. I said, "Don't be agitated, Fahai," Brother Ming said nervously, then quickly changed the subject, bringing the conversation back to the red-haired one. In the Battle of Marineford, the three elders appeared. Then the red-haired one and your subordinate. That evil spirit Kenpachi started a fierce battle. But for some reason, during the fight, the red-haired one turned his attention directly towards Kenpachi. At that time, Kenpachi was fighting against the Kainu, Carp, and others, and was caught off guard and seriously injured. As for what happened next, the newspapers said Kenpachi went missing. It seems he mostly escaped from Marineford. After speaking, Brother Ming saw that Lin Feng was lost in thought and cautiously moved the staff away from his throat. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't make any moves, he instantly felt relieved. At this moment, the other cadres all gathered around Brother Ming, and Baby 5 even stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "Young master, are you okay?" Brother Ming tilted his head to look at her, his expression dark, jokingly saying, "It would be fine with that deadly thing pressed against them." But out of consideration for his companion, Brother Ming still chose to reply, "I'm fine. You all go down first, and by the way, dig out Pika. I want to have a private chat with Fahai." "Young master, Fahai is too dangerous. How can you be alone with him?" Baby 5 said quickly, but was interrupted by Brother Ming. "Get lost." Hearing this, Baby 5's small face instantly filled with tears, covering her mouth as she choked out, "Woo, I'm not needed anymore. Young master doesn't want me." Sigh. Seeing this, Brother Ming didn't know what to say and could only give Tori Bowl a look. The latter understood and directly pulled Baby 5 away. Then he had Senior dig out Pika and finally left the courtyard with the cadres. After they left, the atmosphere in the courtyard became silent again. Lin Feng stood still, seemingly deep in thought in Brother Ming's eyes. But in reality, after hearing what Brother Ming said, he immediately calmed his mind and entered the Golden Bowl world. He asked Godin and Zigwen, wanting to dig out everything about the red-haired one from them. Initially, Lin Feng thought the red-haired one was not to be feared, but now it seemed that he must have reached some kind of agreement with the elders. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defect during the attack on Marineford. Lin Feng was confident that he could instill fear in the red-haired one comparable to what the elders could do. But the fact that the red-haired one chose to defect at that time indicated that there must be a hidden agenda. Chapter 121, Secrets. The true identity of the red-haired one. The relationship between the red-haired one and us. In response to Lin Feng's inquiry, Godin's expression was indescribably wonderful. That's right. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Godin, his face slightly cold. What exactly is his relationship with you that would make him defect, even at the risk of offending me? This. Godin cautiously glanced at Lin Feng, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng didn't rush to force him to reveal everything about the red-haired one, but instead spoke to himself. The reason for the God Valley War probably isn't just as simple as Rock's kidnapping the Celestial Dragons. Compared to kidnapping the Celestial Dragons, the defilement of the Celestial Dragons should be even more serious, right? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Godin and Zigwen's pupils shook violently, their fists clenching uncontrollably, revealing the extent of their inner tension. But they managed to hide this tension well, showing no signs. However, under Lin Feng's perception, all of it was in vain. Lin Feng sensed their intense, emotional fluctuations, glanced at them, and continued, "A female celestial dragon who was abused by Rox later gave birth to a baby. This child was raised as a hidden pawn by the world government and then sent to Roger's ship for training." At this point, Lin Feng looked at Godin and Zigwen, who were now drenched in sweat, their eyes revealing fear. Lin Feng slowly leaned down, staring at them and saying, "I suppose I don't need to say what's next." "Fahai." Godin raised his head to look at Lin Feng, the latter's words completely shattering his last silence. Then Godin sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Since you already know, why ask us? Is it to slap our faces?" "No." Lin Feng slowly shook his head, the gloom on his face completely disappearing. "In fact, These are just Lin Feng's speculations. He knew that Godin would never simply reveal the red-haired one's matters. Although he didn't know who was orchestrating this grand scheme, it was certain that the red-haired one played a very important role in it. Therefore, Lin Feng shared all his speculations based on the information he received from Whitebeard, along with his own guesses. If these words didn't elicit any emotional fluctuations from Godin and the others, then it could be concluded that they were unaware of the red-haired one's true identity or what he was executing. Thus, there was no need to waste time on the following conversation. Ultimately, this was also a gamble for Lin Feng. He was betting that Godin and Zigwen knew the identity of the red-haired one. Even if they didn't speak, their emotional fluctuations couldn't deceive anyone. Godin, you are a smart person, much better than that one over there who can only solve problems with his fists. Lin Feng pointed at Zigwen in the distance and said to Godin, and someone like you should value the preciousness of life even more. What do you want to ask? Godin was unsettled by Lin Feng's words. Since the latter could guess the identity of the red-haired one, he could certainly infer their relationship with him. But Lin Feng was unwilling to speak, which was a torment for Godin. Nothing much, since the identity of the red-haired one has been confirmed. Then what he does is not surprising. Lin Feng said with a smile, but anyone could detect the terrifying killing intent hidden beneath his smile. It was a kind of killing intent that was repressed to the extreme. Once it erupted, it would unleash boundless fury. Stay here, and I'll come and check on you from time to time. After obtaining the information he sought, Lin Feng said lightly to Godin and Zigwen, then withdrew from the Golden Bowl world. Outside, as soon as Lin Feng's mind returned to his body, he found Brother Ming surrounded by Marco and others. The Cat Viper and Dogstorm were firmly restricting Brother Ming from both sides. All the cadres of Brother Ming's family had also appeared, and the tension between both sides was palpable, looking as if a battle was about to break out at any moment. Marco, I just want to cooperate with Mr. Fahai, and I have no other malicious intent. Besides, I truly don't know the whereabouts of Vista. If you don't believe me, you can ask Fahai. Minggu stared at Marco, his voice cold and suppressing his anger. He was originally waiting for Lin Feng's response in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Marco led dozens of people directly into the courtyard from outside the palace, shouting for him to hand over Vista. Until today, Minggu had just learned about Vista's situation from Lin Feng. It would be strange if he could hand someone over. Ask the master? Marco laughed angrily. It was better not to mention Lin Feng, but once he did, his anger intensified even more. Upon arriving here, Marco saw Lin Feng standing in the courtyard at first glance. He quickly approached to greet Lin Feng. But due to Lin Feng's mind being immersed in the world of the Golden Bowl, he completely ignored Marco, causing Marco to become flustered. He thought Lin Feng had been affected by Minggu. Heavenly Nightshade, you want me to ask the master? Marco glared at Minggu with anger, directly transforming into his phoenix form. Instantly, the atmosphere around them became extremely tense. Both the cadres and the members of the Cat Viper and White group all stiffened, swords drawn. Everyone knew that their combat powers were not far apart. If a fight broke out, the worst outcome could likely be mutual destruction. However, Marco and the others' goal was to find Whitebeard, while Ming Ji's goal was to form an alliance with Lin Feng. If they fought, it would benefit no one. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice came from behind Marco. No need to be nervous. Everyone put down what you have. Master. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Marco was overjoyed. The blue flames on his body instantly extinguishing, returning to normal. Ming Ji's people also breathed a sigh of relief. When Lin Feng glanced at Marco, smiled, and then looked at Ming Gu not far away. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Ming Gu grinned and said with some anticipation, Fahai, have you thought about my proposal? Lin Feng nodded and then said, I can cooperate with you. As soon as these words were spoken, Marco, standing beside Lin Feng, frowned. He was well aware of who Don Quixote da Flamingo was, ambitious and wild, seemingly unafraid to do anything. He truly didn't know what the master was thinking by cooperating with such a person. Marco was worried for Lin Feng, but he didn't voice these concerns. You know the choice, Fahai. Unlike Marco's expression, a look of ecstasy appeared on Ming Ji's face, but he hadn't been happy for long before Lin Feng interrupted him. Don't be too quick to celebrate. I haven't finished speaking. Lin Feng said slowly. I have a condition. Condition? Speak. Chapter 122, Cooperation Reached. Minggu was eager to cooperate with Lin Feng, and in his heart, he decided that no matter what conditions the other party proposed, as long as they weren't too excessive, he would agree to them all. However, Lin Feng's next words immediately plunged Minggu into silence. Help me investigate the 5 elders and their behind-the-scenes figures, and also help me find Whitebeard and Kenpachi and others. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Minggu, his gaze calm and serious. As long as you agree to these, I will cooperate with you. This, Minggu touched the corner of his mouth. The conditions Lin Feng proposed indeed put him in a difficult position. After all, he was currently a king of a nation, and with the celestial dragons backing him, the government turned a blind eye to his affairs. But if Minggu were to touch matters concerning the 5 elders, there was no doubt he would face their wrath. Furthermore, if the matter were to be exposed, the black forces he had painstakingly created would surely be uprooted by the government. Just this point made Minggu very apprehensive. Thinking this over, Minggu looked at Lin Feng, his voice unusually serious. Fahai, can you guarantee that my forces won't be eliminated by those government officials? Lin Feng remained silent. He had not yet gained any substantial benefits from Minggu, so he couldn't answer this question. Moreover, this cooperation was proposed by Minggu. Lin Feng merely stated conditions. Whether or not they could cooperate was not something he was overly concerned about. He only regarded Minggu as a potential ace. If this ace proved effective, he would naturally protect him. But right now, it was too early to make any promises. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Minggu knew he hadn't offered any substantial cooperative benefits yet. The current cooperation was merely one-sided on Ming Ji's part. Minggu, think it over carefully. Once you've made up your mind, crush it, and I will naturally know. Lin Feng saw Ming Ji's conflicted expression and took off a Buddhist bead from his neck, scattering its spiritual power and throwing it to Minggu. After speaking, Lin Feng led Marco and the others toward the city to search for Vista's whereabouts. As for why he didn't ask Minggu for help, Lin Feng felt that their cooperation had not yet been established. Proposing that the other party assist him would seem somewhat premature. Minggu caught the Buddhist bead, his eyes trembling. He was someone who could clearly sense the residual power on the bead. Has it already become this powerful? Fahai. Minggu looked at Lin Feng's departing figure, his heart shaken. The urge to cooperate with Lin Feng intensified once more, but was still suppressed because he knew that once he boarded Lin Feng's pirate ship, it would mean becoming enemies with the world. Although Minggu was fearless, he still wasn't prepared to face the world as an enemy. Doflamingo. At this moment, Treble spoke up beside him. Fahai is extremely dangerous. If we really cooperate with him, I feel an unprecedented pressure from him. Cooperating with such a person is even more cautious than with Kaido, if we're not careful. Treble didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood the implication. A slight misstep could lead to their doom. The cadres fell into silence, all eyes on Minggu. Although the risks of cooperating with Lin Feng were immense, they were all determined to follow Ming Ji's decision. As long as Minggu gave the word, even if it was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, they would charge forward without hesitation. This is the cohesion of a team. Minggu also understood what was on the cadres' minds and finally sighed deeply. If I decide to cooperate with Fahai, what will you do? Everything follows the young master's arrangements. The cadres replied in unison, their tone filled with strong respect. Good. Minggu nodded, his gaze falling in the distance towards Mariehua. Celestial dragons, you may be surprised. The outcasts you once scoffed at may now be the ones to bring you down from your pedestal. I really want to see the expressions on your faces then. A strange glimmer flickered in Ming Ji's eyes as he slowly walked in the direction Lin Feng had left, with the cadres following closely behind. At this point, Minggu had made his decision. Master, I actually don't quite agree with our cooperation with the Joker, Marco said solemnly to Lin Feng. As a member of the White Group, he was well aware of what a dangerous character the other party was. Oh, Lin Feng mused, tell me, why not cooperate with the Joker? Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Marco said with a serious look in his eyes. You might be unfamiliar with the surname Don Quixote. This surname belongs to one of the 20 royal families that originally created the world government, and Don Quixote Doflamingo is the one abandoned by this royal family. In other words, Doflamingo himself is a celestial dragon, As Marco spoke, his tone became increasingly grave. Master, if we cooperate with Doflamingo, it's hard to imagine whether he would disclose our whereabouts to the world government. After all, he has countless connections with those people. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a shock in their hearts. Although Doflamingo's identity wasn't a secret, it was only known to a few of the most powerful figures at sea. The ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates and people like the snake did not know. Marco, are you serious? The snake said with a shocked expression. Yes. Marco nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, Master, Doflamingo's identity is too sensitive. We really need to think carefully about cooperating with him. Seeing Marco so cautious, Lin Feng returned a gentle smile and said, I know all about these matters. You can rest assured about cooperating with Doflamingo. I can assure you that once he collaborates with me, or forms an alliance, he will definitely not betray us. Although I can't fully explain it to you, I can tell you that Doflamingo's hatred for those celestial dragons in Mariewa has exceeded all limits. Hey, Marco was puzzled. As a celestial dragon himself, why would Doflamingo have such intense hatred for those guys in Mariewa? Exactly. Lin Feng nodded and was about to explain when suddenly his brow furrowed as if sensing something. He turned his head to look behind him and saw Doflamingo appearing there. Have you thought it through? Lin Feng smiled. Yes. Doflamingo nodded heavily, then took a deep breath and said, his voice emotionless, Fahai, I agree to your conditions, but in exchange, you must guarantee that when things are exposed, you will protect us from being eliminated by the people from Mariewa. Is that all? Lin Feng said lightly. Yes. Doflamingo said solemnly, emphasizing that he valued family more than ambition. All right, it's a deal. Chapter 123. Shocked by the news of Whitebeard. Good. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. He knew that Lin Feng and the world government would eventually have a great war, and that this war was not far off. The reason Doflamingo agreed to Lin Feng's conditions was that he was also gambling, betting on who would win between Lin Feng and the world government. If Lin Feng won, the world situation would undergo tremendous changes, and Doflamingo himself would become one of the first wave riders of this era. I will hurry to gather information about Whitebeard, and I will inform you immediately once I have news. As he spoke, Doflamingo threw out a delicate den mushi, which bore his unique mark. This thing can prevent the Navy from eavesdropping. We will use this to communicate in the future. With that, Doflamingo turned to leave. Watching Doflamingo's departing figure, Lin Feng knew deep down that he was truly determined to cooperate with him. Finding Whitebeard and Zoro, just this matter alone, was not something ordinary people could accomplish. Whitebeard was being pursued by the Navy, and his life or death was unknown. The conflict between pirates and the Navy had reached a critical point. At this time, Lin Feng believed that there were no more than a handful of people who would dare to handle such matters. Moreover, Lin Feng had even proposed a condition that was almost impossible to fulfill, to investigate the person behind the 5 elders. Such a thing, if there was even the slightest mistake, would lead to Doflamingo and his forces being subjected to the world government's furious retaliation. Even the identity of the celestial dragon would not withstand the anger of the world government. Master, can we trust him? Marco had his own calculations. In his view, Doflamingo agreeing to cooperate with Lin Feng at this time must have some important demand. Otherwise, who would gamble their life on the future? However, Marco did not know what this demand was. Trustworthy. Lin Feng looked at Doflamingo's departing back and slowly nodded. He was aware that Doflamingo's ambition and pursuit were to become one of the tide riders of this changing era. Let's go. We've been here long enough. Vista should come to us soon. Lin Feng said to Marco, then slowly walked towards the palace exit. Marco and the others immediately followed. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng had said, Vista had been waiting for them at the palace exit for a long time. However, at this moment, Vista did not look well. His arm was wrapped in bandages, and 2 famous swords were left hanging alone at his waist without their sheaths, looking very desolate. Vista! Marco was the first to spot him and shouted, rushing to Vista's side. After looking over Vista's injuries, his face sank. He noticed that Vista had several new wounds since they last parted. I will make the Navy pay for this. Marco's expression was cold as he clenched his fists and spoke angrily. Marco! Seeing his companion worry for him, Vista felt uneasy in his heart, but it was already a blessing to escape under the Navy's encirclement. At this moment, Lin Feng walked up to Vista and first examined his injuries. Then he slowly said, "Let's go. There are too many people here. Let's change to another place." Soon, Lin Feng led everyone to the northern coast of the island. Then, a ray of Buddhist light appeared in his hand and was directed towards Vista, who had not yet completely stabilized. Instantly, Vista felt an unprecedented sensation throughout his body. In an instant, both old and new injuries were recovering at an astonishing pace. "Master, this is—" Soon, Vista's injuries healed, and the bandages on his arm fell away. He looked at his perfectly restored hands in disbelief. "Minor causality technique," Lin Feng said with a faint smile, relieved that Vista's injuries weren't too severe, which was why he could recover so quickly. "Thank you, Master." Vista bowed slightly to Lin Feng, his eyes filled with genuine gratitude. "No need for that," Lin Feng said calmly, then asked Vista, "When did you part with Whitebeard?" "I don't know." Vista shook his head, a guilty expression on his face as he explained, "At that time, we were all scattered. The Navy's strength was simply too strong, and they even had a new type of weapon. It was a black round object, similar to a grenade, but not quite. Its explosive power was comparable to a full-strength strike from an admiral." As he spoke, a trace of fear flashed in Vista's eyes. Even his beard trembled, showing that this weapon had left a significant shadow on him. A black round object, comparable to an admiral's full-strength strike? Lin Feng pondered. It was truly unfathomable for the Navy to possess such a weapon. Could that guy Vegapunk have developed a nuclear warhead? It shouldn't be. Lin Feng shook his head. If they had developed a nuclear warhead, the world situation would have long been dominated solely by the Navy, and there would be no need to worry about the four emperors at all. But even if it wasn't a nuclear warhead, such a weapon was still a threat to him. Well, might not be a problem, but if 50 or 60 were launched at him together, that would be equivalent to 50 or 60 full-strength strikes from admirals. The power of that, not to mention Lin Feng, even a true Arhut would have to avoid its edge. Thinking, Lin Feng asked, "Vista, does this weapon have any drawbacks?" Vista fell into memories, and then an awkward expression appeared on his face. "Master, at that time we were all caught off guard and didn't pay attention. This is tough," Lin Feng whispered, then cast an inquiring glance at Marco, wanting to see if the other party knew the drawbacks of such a weapon. Marco shook his head, looking embarrassed. "Master, I was one of the first to be scattered. I can't describe that kind of weapon." At this moment, a look of recollection appeared in Vista's eyes, as if he thought of something, and said to Lin Feng, "Master, I remember now. That kind of weapon has a brief delay before it triggers, and it is not directional. It can only be wielded by someone with great strength." "Oh." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This information was very valuable to him. A brief delay and not directional. This made things easier. A glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He was worried that this thing was directional. If it were the case, Whitebeard would have probably been dead by now. They wouldn't even need to rescue him. They could just erect a monument. Biru. At this moment, an unusual sound rang out, and Lin Feng looked down at his chest, where the snail phone given by Mingo was. So soon there is news about Whitebeard? Lin Feng's face lit up with joy as he took out the snail phone and answered, "Hello. Is this Fahai?" The voice of Minggu came from the other end of the snail phone, but his tone was somewhat heavy. "It's me." Lin Feng's eyelids jumped. He sensed a very bad signal from Ming Ji's tone. The joint execution of Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace will take place on the 10th in Road Town. Ming Ji's words exploded like a bomb in everyone's hearts. What? How could Dad and Ace? Marco couldn't believe it. His emotions were particularly agitated as he rushed to the snail phone and shouted at Mingo, "Are you trying to trick us, Tian Yacha? I have no reason to deceive you." Ming Ji's voice was cold. His mood was not much different from Marco's at that moment. Of course, it wasn't excitement, but shock. The source of the news? Compared to Marco and the others, Lin Feng remained relatively calm, wanting to identify the truth of the matter first. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Huashan Xiao. Chapter 124, Action, the Power of the Buddhist Beads. Huashan Xiao. Lin Feng was taken aback and replied, "You must be mistaken. Isn't that person called Huashishin?" Minggu on the other end of the snail phone was also stunned for a moment. Then a rare awkwardness appeared on his face. "What's called isn't important. What's important is that Whitebeard is about to be executed. Anyway, I've told you the situation. As for what to do, I'm not getting involved. Also, remember your cooperation with me. I believe I will need your help soon. After saying that, Mingu hurriedly hung up the snail phone. Although it was a secure snail phone, caution was still necessary. After all, even a slight leak from their conversation could shock others. Master, Dad. He is about to be executed. What should we do? Marco's face was filled with worry. Whitebeard was about to be executed, and given their side's combat power, it would be extremely difficult to rescue him. Don't worry. Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. If I didn't know the execution location, it would be one thing. Now that I know, I won't let Whitebeard be executed by the Navy just like that. All right, since we know the execution location, let's head to Road Town and let the news of Whitebeard's impending execution leak out along the way. This way, the scattered members of the Whitebeard pirates will also arrive one after another, saving us the trouble of searching for them one by one. Okay, Marco Nadif, feeling that Lin Feng's plan was correct. Once the team leaders knew that Dad was going to be executed, they would definitely rush to Road Town at all costs. Yes, Lin Feng nodded and added, also, our target shouldn't be too large. We should split into smaller teams. Split into teams? As soon as this was said, everyone was taken aback. At this critical moment, splitting up would only give a Navy a chance to pick them off one by one, right? Don't worry. Seeing the concerns of the crowd, Lin Feng explained, the execution of Whitebeard is a big deal. The Navy will definitely be extremely cautious. At this time, it wouldn't be realistic for them to split their forces to engage us. Besides, without half of their elite forces deployed, do you think they can eliminate me? Lin Feng spoke with confidence, his words revealing pride in his own combat power. True. Everyone nodded, agreeing that Lin Feng was right. At this moment, they should be worried about the Navy, not themselves. In other words, the Navy was in the open while they were in the dark. Splitting up would indeed have many benefits for them. Since there are no objections, I'll divide the teams. Saying this, Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed at the Fur Tribe and others. Big Cat and Big Dog, you two will go with Bista. Humph. Upon hearing Lin Feng refer to them this way, Cat Viper and Dogstorm both looked visibly displeased but did not explode in anger, merely letting out a cold snort. All right, Master, Bista responded. Then, Lin Feng looked at Marco and said, you have a larger responsibility. Larger responsibility? Marco was confused. How could splitting up mean he had a larger responsibility? Then, Lin Feng explained, Marco, you need to be in the open. Not only do you have to spread the news about Whitebeard's execution, but you also need to receive the scattered team leaders. This, Marco's heart sank. If arranged this way, it would completely expose him to the Navy's view. Once they had ill intentions, his life could be in danger. Although it was very dangerous, his bond with Whitebeard surpassed this risk. Okay, I will do it, Marco replied solemnly. For Dad, I would risk my life. Don't be too nervous. I won't let anything happen to you. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Lin Feng said slowly, then took off the string of Buddhist beads from his neck, completely separating the beads one by one. Take this. Lin Feng handed Marco a handful of beads, 5 in total, each empowered with his Buddhist energy. If you encounter an emergency, just throw them out to fight. This, Marco took the beads and examined them carefully. He couldn't see how they could have much power, but out of trust in Lin Feng, he replied, I understand, Master. Marco, do you not believe in my magical artifacts? Lin Feng smiled at him, his spiritual sense capturing Marco's thoughts. No. How could I not believe in you, Master? Hearing that, Marco quickly waved his hands. Still don't believe it. Lin Feng sighed, then picked up one of the beads and said to everyone, watch closely. After speaking, Lin Feng threw the bead towards the distant sea surface. Whoosh! The bead shot through the sky like a laser, and the moment it hit the surface of the sea, it caused a tremendous wave. The originally calm sea was lifted high by an inexplicable force. The violent explosion triggered a tsunami that submerged a nearby small island. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with horror in their eyes. What the hell is this? One bead matched Dad's full power strike? Amidst everyone's shock, Lin Feng's face revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. It was somewhat different from what he had expected. It was like this. Without pouring in all his Buddhist power, the power would definitely be a bit smaller. Everyone was dumbfounded, momentarily unsure how to respond to this. This is called a bit less power? In the blink of an eye, an island was destroyed. That's not small power, all right? The most shocking thing is Bista. Such beads are not on the same level as the weapons used by the Navy. If this kind of thing could be mass-produced, Bista can't imagine what the consequences would be. In the future, there might be a group of people on the sea holding beads and bombarding everything. Master, how many times can these beads be used? Marco cautiously asked as he recovered from his shock. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "For me, there is no limit, but for you all." Saying this, Lin Feng extended his hand a maximum of 3 times. After 3 times, the power of the beads should be consumed completely. But be careful, don't lose the beads. They are hard to come by. 3. Marco's face showed shock. He didn't hear the rest of Lin Feng's words. He only remembered the magical number 3. 3 chances to attack, each time with that kind of power. In other words, can it be understood that each of them can exert at least the power of a Yonko level 3 times? Master, give me a few more. I want to turn Marine Ford into rubble. Thinking of this, Marco said excitedly. With these, he wouldn't be afraid to walk around. No. Lin Feng slowly shook his head, dispelling Marco's thoughts. The beads only have a 5-day effect and won't last until you reach Marine Ford. Also, I used it just now, which is why it was so powerful. If you use it, you can at most exert the peak of an Admiral level or even lower power. Chapter 125, Buried. Is that so? Hearing Lin Feng say this, Marco's face showed a bit of disappointment. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled, looked around at everyone, and said, "All right, no more nonsense. I have 108 beads here, excluding the captain level. Each person can have 5. It shouldn't be a problem for everyone to have one. Marco, you go distribute them." Saying this, Lin Feng handed all the beads to Marco for him to distribute. Soon, the White Squad and the Fur Tribe and others each received at least 1 bead. At this moment, the voice of the Cat Viper sounded beside Lin Feng, with a hint of anger in his tone. "Hey, Fahai, why did Dog storm and I only get 1? Do you look down on our strength?" Lin Feng turned to look and glanced at the Cat Viper, saying, "Your combat power is too unstable. I'm afraid it would be a waste to give you more." You. Hearing this, the Cat Viper was furious and wanted to refute Lin Feng's words, but didn't know where to start. What the other party said was the truth. Without the Moonlion State, their combat power was much lower than that of an ordinary captain. Not to mention, compared to elite fighters like Marco and Bista, the gap was significant. Thinking of this, the Cat Viper stood there angrily, glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored him. He didn't have much to do with the other party. If it weren't for Marco's face, Lin Feng wouldn't even bother to give him the beads. Has everyone been assigned? Then let's act separately, Lin Feng said to everyone. After finishing, he waved his hand to summon the Kasaya and stepped onto it. Master, are you leaving? Seeing this, Marco asked Lin Feng, worried that he would venture alone into Logtown. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. Lin Feng smiled, his gaze falling into the distance. With Whitebeard's safety resolved, the Navy won't do anything to them for a while. I'm now going to look for the whereabouts of Kenpachi. As soon as these words came out, Marco's face instantly filled with shame. Indeed, Lin Feng had been helping them search for their father, and there had been no news about Kenpachi's fate. In that case, Master, please be careful on your way. We will wait for you in Lowtown. Saying this, Marco bowed deeply to Lin Feng, expressing his gratitude. The members of the White Squad behind him did the same. Haha, there's no need for that between us. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, lifting Marco and the others up, then riding the Kasaya toward the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Marco and the others' sight. Watching the direction Lin Feng left, Marco sighed lightly, then looked at everyone and said, "Let us not waste the Master's efforts. Let us head to Lowtown separately." Yes, everyone from the White Squad responded in unison. After parting ways with Marco, Lin Feng flew rapidly on the Kasaya at a height of several dozen meters above sea level. "Kenpachi, little bullhead, how are you both doing now?" Lin Feng whispered, his gaze locked onto a location. Long before he parted ways with Kenpachi and the others, he had left a trace of Buddhist power within Little Bullhead and Kenpachi. This was to facilitate locating them. However, for some unknown reason, this trace of Buddhist power had been intermittently disconnected from Lin Feng. Just now, Lin Feng had finally sensed the exact location of Little Bullhead and Kenpachi. It was not very far from Lin Feng, probably at a certain place on the border between the Calm Belt and Reverse Mountain. Wait for me, Kenpachi, little bullhead, Lin Feng whispered, and the speed of the Kasaya increased another notch as it swiftly headed toward where little bullhead and the others were. Nameless Island. In a cave, Kenpachi lay flat on the ground, covered with straw, his eyes tightly closed. Little bullhead stood guard beside him, never leaving his side. For many days, Kenpachi had been in a deep sleep, and little bullhead had been guarding him like this. Not far from little bullhead, there was a deep pit, and above the pit, there was a wooden sign. The writing on it looked like a chaotic scrawl. There's no need to say, it was written by little bullhead. He was anxiously watching over Kenpachi. If it weren't for the fact that Kenpachi was still breathing, little bullhead would have wanted to bury him. Moo! Worry appeared on little bullhead's face, and Lin Feng's figure flashed in his mind, making him miss him greatly. Didn't he know when Kenpachi would wake up? Nor did he know if Lin Feng could find them in the vast sea. Gurgle, gurgle. A discordant sound broke the sad atmosphere. Little bullhead looked at his stomach. He had gone out to find food for several days. Since the last time he went out to find food and returned to find Kenpachi in a deep sleep, he had been watching over him without leaving even a step. Moo! Little bullhead fell into silence, looking at the unconscious Kenpachi, then at his own belly. He really wanted to go out to find food, but he was a bit worried about Kenpachi. After struggling for a while, little bullhead could no longer endure his hunger. Gritting his teeth, he dragged Kenpachi into the pit he had prepared earlier. He buried him completely, leaving only his head outside to ensure Kenpachi wouldn't suffocate. Then, he used his lightning power to ignite the straw, forming a bonfire to keep the cave warm. After that, little bullhead slowly walked out of the cave, glancing back with a worried look at Kenpachi lying in the pit. Moo, wait for me to come back. Don't die. Little bullhead thought to himself, then took big strides and dove into the white snow to search for food. However, not long after little bullhead left, several figures emerged from the snow. They were wrapped in heavy fur coats and held sharp bows and arrows, with a certain pirate cruise emblem on them. However, the snowstorm was too strong to see clearly. One of them spotted the cave where Kenpachi was, and a flash of joy crossed his eyes. He said to the people behind him, "Everyone, there's a place to rest here. Let us quickly go inside and take shelter until the blizzard passes, then continue searching." Good, the others responded, and then a group quickly ran toward the cave where Kenpachi was. Hey, there's even a bonfire here. It seems someone has been living here. The earliest people to enter the cave discovered the fire pit left by the Minotaur and reminded their companions, if the owner of the cave comes back, everyone should be a bit more amiable and avoid conflict. Don't worry, Margaret, we will. A relatively robust figure replied in a deep voice that was hard to tell if it was male or female. All right, everyone take a rest. Margaret nodded and said to the group. However, her mind recalled the serious expression of the snake mistress when they left 9 serpents. Margaret, Daisy, and Purple Fanflower. You 3 each lead a team to go abroad and find news about the Whitebeard. Once discovered, report back to me immediately. Yes, Margaret sighed inwardly, wondering why the snake mistress placed such importance on Whitebeard. At that moment, a sharp scream echoed throughout the cave. Ah, a ghost! Upon hearing this, everyone immediately went on high alert, looking in the direction of the sound. What happened, Guilona? Margaret asked gravely. There's a ghost. Guilona trembled as she pointed towards the depths of the cave. Chapter 126. Conflict. Lin Feng arrives. There, Margaret whispered, slowly taking down her snake bow and knocking 3 arrows on it, her expression heavy. She walked cautiously towards where Jianba was buried. The other members of the 9 serpents followed suit, readying their bows. Lower your weapons, Margaret said softly, as she sensed an extremely strong danger signal with her observation haki. The group fell silent, all crouching low and following closely behind Margaret. This is when Margaret saw Jianba. Her eyes suddenly widened. She realized that the dangerous aura was emanating from Jianba. This person was extremely powerful. That was Margaret's first impression upon seeing Jianba. Although Jianba was currently in a deep sleep, Margaret still felt a palpitation of fear. Extremely dangerous, not to be trifled with. Every cell in Margaret's body screamed this in her heart, freezing her in place. What's wrong, Margaret? The 9 serpents members behind her asked. They did not possess Margaret's sharp senses and could not detect the extremely dangerous aura from Jianba. Retreat, leave this place. Margaret made an instant judgment. Although she did not know why the person in the pit was like this, she felt that if he were to erupt, they would definitely be completely wiped out. No one would survive. Margaret, what is going on? The others asked, seeing Margaret's unusual behavior. Just listen to me, retreat. Without the time to explain, Margaret roared and led all the 9 Serpents personnel out of the cave, her face showing the expression of someone who had survived a disaster. What is going on? It was only when they completely exited the cave that everyone saw the expression on Margaret's face, and their hearts trembled involuntarily. Go, we can't stay here. Margaret's gaze fell deep into the cave, fear flashing in her eyes. As she said this, she was about to lead the 9 serpent warriors away. But at that moment, the Minotaur who had gone out to forage returned, holding the corpse of an unknown creature. It seemed he was back to roast it in the cave. Moo? The Minotaur immediately spotted the 9 serpents members surrounding the cave, and a thunderous spark flickered in his eyes, appearing directly at the entrance in the next instant. Margaret and the others tensed up in shock. Hey, what kind of creature is this? Could it be a pet or companion of the person in the cave? It looks a lot like the jailer beast that pushed into the city. Could it be from the Navy? The 9 serpents members gazed at the Minotaur, their minds racing. Moo! At the same time, the Minotaur cautiously stared at them. If it were his usual temperament, he would have attacked directly. However, after the battle at Marineford, he had become much more cautious. Margaret sensed the powerful strength emanating from the Minotaur, which is why she did not act rashly. In her view, this Minotaur had strength comparable to the person in the cave. The 2 sides faced off at the cave entrance, neither daring to act recklessly. What should we do, Margaret? During the standoff, Gualona tilted her head and asked Margaret. She was naturally timid, and with the heavy snowstorm, she was already exhausted. Wait, don't act rashly. Margaret replied in a low voice, keeping her eyes fixed on the Minotaur, her palms sweating from nervousness. Just as she spoke, a sharp arrow whizzed past her face, shooting towards the Minotaur. Who? Margaret's heart trembled as she shouted at the others behind her, only to see a young girl not far away looking at her with teary eyes. My hand slipped. The girl's voice was very low, almost crying for being too nervous. Fortunately, the arrow she shot did not hit the Minotaur, but pierced through the corpse in the Minotaur's hands. However, this also provoked the Minotaur's anger. He glanced at the pierced corpse and let out a low growl. A small storm slowly formed above his head, with thunder crackling around it. Everyone be careful, the opponent is about to attack. Seeing this, Margaret quickly shouted to the others while nocking an arrow, keeping a tight watch on the Minotaur. Moo! The Minotaur let out a low roar, and the small storm immediately broke free from above his head, flying towards Margaret and the others. Scatter! Second formation. Seeing the storm coming, Margaret reacted immediately, and the 9 serpents members quickly dispersed upon hearing her command. In the next instant, the 9 serpents members formed their formation. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows rained down on the Minotaur, overwhelming. Moreover, each arrow was wrapped in armament hockey, with power comparable to small artillery shells on normal warships, which was astonishing. But all these attacks seemed so fragile in front of the Minotaur's storm. The storm swept through as if it were a fleeting shadow, destroying all those arrows. And without losing power, it surged towards Margaret and the others. How could this be? Shock appeared on Margaret's delicate face. She realized the Minotaur was powerful, but she never expected it to be this strong. A simple confrontation had left them utterly defenseless. Are we all going to die here? Lady Snake Mistress, Margaret has really let you down. As the storm drew nearer, Margaret slowly closed her eyes, her mind flashing back to the moment they left 9 Serpent Island. But as time passed, the expected feeling of being swept away by the storm did not come. Margaret's heart was filled with questions, and she cautiously opened her eyes to look at the Minotaur. To her surprise, a man had appeared in front of the Minotaur at some point. The originally fierce Minotaur was kneeling before him, tears glistening in its eyes, looking extremely aggrieved. This scene shocked Margaret. Who could make the Minotaur show such an expression? Not only her, but the 9 Serpents members were also nearly dropping their jaws, staring blankly at the Minotaur crying in that man's arms. Don't cry, I'm here now. The man was Lin Feng, gently stroking the Minotaur, having followed the guidance of the Buddha's light to this place, discovering the conflict between the 9 serpents and the Minotaur. Out of respect for the snake mistress, Lin Feng waved his hand to disperse the storm, thus saving Margaret and the others. Hey, Margaret, why does this person look so familiar to me? I feel the same. The 9 serpents members whispered among themselves about Lin Feng's identity. Finally, I don't know who let out a gasp, and I remembered he is Fahai, that demon monk Fahai. As soon as this was said, the whole place was stunned. Margaret and the members of the 9 snakes all swallowed hard, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. A wave of dizziness flashed through their minds. Who is Fahai? It is believed that there is no one on the Grand Line who doesn't know him. Chapter 127. Bring me back to life. He fought alone against 3 generals and 1 commander, and battled with a legendary naval hero at Marineford. Although the world government intended to cover this up, no matter how much they tried to conceal it, powerful factions like the 9 Snakes still had some understanding of everything Lin Feng had done. Suddenly, Margaret seemed to think of something. A newspaper she had seen some time ago flashed through her mind. The content was precisely about the Marineford battle. I wondered why this bull-headed man looked so familiar. It turns out, Margaret stared at the little bull-headed figure kneeling in front of Lin Feng, her eyes revealing something unusual. Then her gaze fell deep into the cave. She already knew the identity of the person in the pit. It was the infamous Kenpachi Zaraki, who had previously occupied the headlines of the newspaper. In an instant, Margaret understood the relationship between Lin Feng, the little bull-headed figure, and Kenpachi. It turned out that the mastermind behind the attack on Marineford was Fahai. Margaret murmured. This news was indeed explosive for her. People outside were still researching the reason behind the alliance between Red-Haired and the demon. Now it seemed the source of the reason was obvious. It was undoubtedly orchestrated by Lin Feng. At this moment, Margaret felt a tremor in her heart. She didn't know whether Lin Feng would silence them all after learning these things. In an instant, cold sweat soaked through her thick fur coat, and her mind raced with thoughts on how to escape the current predicament. All right, I'm here now, don't cry. Lin Feng gently comforted the little bull-headed figure, his expression soft. Moo, moo. The little bull-headed figure cried out several times, as if venting the grievances and sadness it had suffered during this time. All right, take me to see Kenpachi. Lin Feng patted the little bull-headed figure and said slowly, since the little bull-headed figure is fine, Kenpachi should also be okay. Moo. The little bull-headed figure excitedly called out and walked into the cave. It was clear that Kenpachi was right there. Lin Feng smiled and followed the little bull-headed figure into the cave. When they reached the cave's edge, Lin Feng glanced at Margaret and the others, who noticed Lin Feng's gaze and were startled, not daring to breathe. Go back and tell Snake Princess that I will visit soon. After saying this, without caring about the expressions on Margaret and the others' faces, he stepped into the cave. The moment Lin Feng entered the cave, Margaret and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. But then came an unprecedented pressure. Fahai was going to visit 9 Snake Island. This was not a good thing for them, the 9 Snakes. Moreover, they didn't know why Lin Feng wanted to go to the 9 Snakes. Was it with malicious intent? Or was there some action? They couldn't figure it out. Margaret, what should we do? The others looked at Margaret, asking for her opinion. Margaret also couldn't understand why Lin Feng did this. She sighed and looked towards the cave with a serious expression. Let's go. There is only one thing we need to do now. That is to go back immediately and inform Lady Snake. After saying this, Margaret led everyone through the wind and snow, embarking on the journey back to 9 Snakes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng in the cave looked quite strange. He looked at Kenpachi, who was buried with only his head sticking out, and for a moment didn't know what to say. You buried him? Lin Feng turned his head and cast an inquiring look at the little bull-headed figure. Moo. Hearing this, a proud look suddenly appeared on the little bull-headed figure's face, as if saying, see, I buried him well, he can breathe, and he won't die. Perfect. Lin Feng could feel the little bull-headed figure's emotions, and his expression became even stranger. He sighed and said, not bad. I guess Kenpachi will be able to praise you well when he wakes up. Lin Feng emphasized the word praise heavily. But evidently, the little bull-headed figure didn't catch the meaning, still beaming with pride and mooing incessantly. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile to himself, estimating that after Kenpachi woke up, the little bull-headed figure would take the brunt of it. After that, Lin Feng signaled the little bull-headed figure to be quiet and carefully checked on Kenpachi. A strand of Buddhist light flowed from Lin Feng's fingertips into Kenpachi's body. In the next moment, Lin Feng's face turned ashen. Under the Buddhist light, Kenpachi's injuries were laid bare before him. Kenpachi's current physical state could only be described as riddled with wounds. He had countless gunshot wounds and an uncountable number of cuts and stabs. Moreover, there were several fatal penetrating wounds, one of which was particularly horrifying, going straight through Kenpachi's lower abdomen and close to his lungs. Such injuries would probably be enough to send any other person to the underworld twice. Only someone like Kenpachi, with an extraordinary physique and the backing of spiritual power not belonging to this world, could barely survive. 5 elders, red-haired. I will make you pay. Lin Feng growled. He had anticipated that Kenpachi's injuries would be severe, but he didn't expect them to be this severe. At this time, the little bull-headed figure beside him also sensed Lin Feng's fury, and a look of sadness appeared on his face. Lin Feng exhaled, trying to calm the anger in his heart, using the minor causality technique to its utmost. Instantly, the cave was filled with countless Buddhist lights. Even the entire small island exhibited unusual phenomena. Bring him back to life, Kenpachi. Lin Feng roared, pushing the minor causality technique to its limit, using it at any cost. In fact, Lin Feng initially wanted to use the major causality technique, but the Buddhist power contained in the major causality technique was too violent. Kenpachi's current state would be hard-pressed to withstand it. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. The minor causality technique was outputting at any cost, and the cave continued to shine with Buddhist light. Kenpachi's injuries finally began to improve. Suddenly, he coughed violently. Then his characteristic voice came through. Why is it so hot? Bull calf, are you trying to cremate me? Kenpachi's voice was very weak, but to Lin Feng's ears, it sounded like heavenly music. Kenpachi, Lin Feng shouted, instantly increasing the Buddhist power, continuously outputting the major causality technique. Master, hearing Lin Feng's call, Kenpachi slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Don't speak yet. Let me treat your injuries first. Lin Feng shouted. Upon hearing this, Kenpachi slowly closed his eyes, feeling the sensation of being healed by the Buddhist light within his body. Soon, after Lin Feng used the major causality technique at any cost, Kenpachi's internal injuries were basically healed. However, Lin Feng still couldn't rest easy. He didn't stop until he had drained all the Buddhist power from his body. It's done. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. The continuous use of the causality technique had taken a huge toll on him. At this point, the Buddhist power within him was already depleted. In contrast, Kenpachi looked very lively. The first thing he did after coming out of the pit was to give the little bull-headed figure a severe beating. Bull calf, I knew you had bad intentions. You even buried me in a pit. You could have just cremated me, turning me into a pile of ash to feed the fish, Kenpachi said while beating, but still felt unsatisfied, finally moving his hands and feet to beat the little bull-headed figure until it couldn't take it anymore before he felt relieved. Chapter 128, Why Worry? Grandma. Seeing Kenpachi like this, the little bull-headed figure not only didn't fight back, but also, unusually, didn't get angry. It just let Kenpachi hit it, tears welling up in its eyes. The little bull-headed figure knew that most of Kenpachi's injuries were caused by itself. If I had escaped alone from Marineford back then, there definitely wouldn't be such a situation. Thinking about this, the little bull head hugged Kenpachi tightly, tears streaming down uncontrollably, and mooed continuously. This left Kenpachi at a loss, pushing the little bull head away with force while cursing. Are you a little brat who doesn't learn properly? Stay away from me. I have no such preferences. But as he pushed, Kenpachi's hand suddenly stopped moving. He felt the little bull head's emotions at that moment and smiled, saying, Don't be sad. I'm back alive, aren't I? Red-haired and those Navy bastards are just waiting for my revenge. Hearing this, the little bull head quickly agreed, his eyes firm, mooing. Seeing them like this, Lin Feng's gloomy expression lifted and a smile appeared on his face. Kenpachi, tell me more about the battle at Marineford. How did Red-haired betray us? Yes, master. Kenpachi slowly recounted everything that happened at Marineford, as well as the reasons behind Red-Haired's betrayal. Lin Feng listened quietly, his brain racing. Kenpachi spoke for a long time, becoming increasingly agitated. Master, that red-haired guy must be connected to those old bastards. Otherwise, why would he choose to betray us when the enemy appeared? Kenpachi's face was filled with anger. A teammate betraying them at a critical moment on the battlefield caused severe consequences. Anyone would be furious about it. Listening to Kenpachi's words, Lin Feng's attention was not on this, but rather puzzled about how the opponent knew the term old bastards. Master, now you're here too. Let us take care of those Navy guys and that red-haired bastard together. Don't you think so, little bullhead? Kenpachi said angrily, interacting with the little bullhead at the end. Moo moo. The little bullhead nodded repeatedly, his eyes becoming resolute, affirming Kenpachi's words. Revenge must be taken. Master? Kenpachi, feeling his emotions from earlier, came back to himself and noticed Lin Feng was lost in thought, seemingly pondering something. He quickly said, Lin Feng snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and said, You're right. Revenge must be taken, but what is it, Master? Kenpachi asked. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed lightly and continued. While you were seriously injured, Whitebeard and the others were captured by the Navy and are about to be executed in Lowtown. Huh? Kenpachi was stunned. He was very clear about Whitebeard's combat power. It was unbelievable that such a person would be captured. Seeing Kenpachi's shocked expression, Lin Feng added, If I calculate the time, it should be in 4 days. 4 days. Kenpachi fell silent. Then his eyes turned cold, grinning. Master, what are we waiting for? Let's go rescue Whitebeard and take them down. This time, we must make the Navy and those old bastards pay the price. Moo moo. The little bullhead raised both hands beside him, gesturing about something. Kenpachi understood what the little bullhead was saying and gritted his teeth, right? And that red-haired guy too. Seeing Kenpachi's excited expression, Lin Feng's anger was also stirred up. But now was not the best time to rescue Whitebeard. Before rescuing Whitebeard, Lin Feng had to make thorough preparations. He couldn't let the scene at Marine Ford repeat itself. Thinking this, a cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Then, he handed Kenpachi 2 din-din mushies and said, Take this. What's this? Kenpachi took the din-din mushies, a puzzled expression on his face. Lin Feng explained, The black one is a din-din mushie for a direct line of contact with a partner of mine. Just contact him if there's anything. As for the white one, it's for contacting Marco and the others. Kenpachi caught Lin Feng's implication, pausing for a moment. Master, are you going to? Lin Feng's actions were signaling Kenpachi that he might be about to undertake something significant. Lin Feng slowly spoke. There's no rush on rescuing Whitebeard. We still have 4 days. Right now, I need to prepare a gift for the Navy. A gift? Kenpachi exclaimed. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. A big gift. One that the Navy cannot refuse. As he spoke, Lin Feng slowly stood up, preparing to get a big gift ready for the Navy. Kenpachi had already noticed that Lin Feng was going to act alone and quickly expressed his desire to accompany him. But Lin Feng refused. You and the little bullhead go to Marco. We'll meet in Lowtown later. Without waiting for Kenpachi's response, Lin Feng turned and left the cave, summoning his cloak and disappearing into the sky in an instant. Moo! The little bullhead watched Lin Feng's departing figure, looking reluctant. Kenpachi patted the little bullhead on the shoulder and sighed. All right, stop mooing. Let's go. Listen to the master and head to Marco's place. Moo! The little bullhead nodded in response. With that, the two of them left, leaving only the remnants of the fire in the cave as evidence of their existence. After parting with Kenpachi, Lin Feng headed towards Amazon Lily. This was the first part of the gift he prepared for the Navy. Amazon Lily, inside the Snake Princess Palace. The Snake Princess sat on the throne, her pretty face showing no sadness or joy, silently listening to the report from Marguerite below. When it was mentioned that Lin Feng was coming to their place, the Snake Princess's face visibly twitched, but she concealed it well. Fahai is coming to our 9 snakes? The Snake Princess asked, trying to calm her inner emotions, when specifically. Is there a set time? No, Lady Snake Princess. He just said he would come, but didn't specify a time, only saying he would visit after a while. Marguerite replied honestly. The Snake Princess nodded. All right, I understand. You all go back and rest. Yes, Lady Snake Princess. Marguerite and the others bowed to the Snake Princess and slowly exited the palace. After they left, Granny Za stepped out from behind the throne, leaning on her snake staff. Snake Princess, Fahai is coming. We must be cautious. He is quite a terrifying presence. Granny Za said seriously, showing that he had grasped a lot of information about Lin Feng. But what she didn't know was that Fahai was actually the rotten Would-Buy Zai, who had connections with him earlier. If Granny Za knew, she would definitely be shocked to the point of dropping her staff. I know. The Snake Princess glanced at Granny Za, slowly saying, her tone still as cold as ever. You. Seeing the Snake Princess's attitude, Granny Za felt a headache. She was worried that the Snake Princess's temperament would provoke the other party, thus bringing disaster to the 9 snakes. Chapter 129. The Snake Princess's concerns. Just then, a voice sounded. This monk, Fahai, has come to pay a visit. Immediately after, Lin Feng's figure appeared in the palace, meeting the Snake Princess's gaze from afar. Fahai. Granny Za's face showed shock. She never expected that just after mentioning Lin Feng, the other party would appear in the 9 snakes. Sonia and Marie beside her also displayed shock. However, unlike Granny Za's shock, there was a hint of something different in their gazes towards Lin Feng, and their emotions became excited. The Snake Princess on the throne was the same. In comparison, her emotional fluctuations were even greater than theirs. The 3 sisters of the Snake Princess had long known that Fahai was by Zai. During the 2 years Lin Feng was missing, they had been searching, ultimately thinking of using the Navy as a breakthrough point. Breaking away from a usual indifference towards the world government, she actively participated in the 7 warlords meeting and fully cooperated with the Navy on various matters. Efforts do not betray the diligent, as the Snake Princess finally learned this secret from a major general. Fahai, what brings you here? The Snake Princess raised her head and looked at Lin Feng, who was trying hard to suppress his emotions. In her eyes, the figure of Lin Feng standing there gradually overlapped with that of a decayed wood. Lin Feng obviously still did not know that the Snake Princess had learned his secret. He only sensed through his spiritual awareness that the other party's emotions were extremely unstable. However, even so, Lin Feng did not think about the possibility of his identity being discovered by her. Instead, he smiled and said, I came here to discuss a collaboration with you. Collaboration? Upon hearing the word, the Snake Princess's delicate face instantly turned icy, thinking to herself, how could I care so much about you? And you still pretend with me now? Just wait and see how I deal with you. The Snake Princess thought inwardly, but on the surface, she appeared very natural, lazily leaning on the throne, displaying her captivating curves, and said lazily, go ahead, how does the esteemed monk Fahai plan to collaborate with me? Lin Feng felt that the Snake Princess's demeanor now seemed to have an intention of seducing him, whether it was an illusion or something else. Cough, cough. Lin Feng cleared his throat to calm his emotions and expressed his intention. You also know that I have enmity with the Navy. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Snake Princess. What does that have to do with me? The Snake Princess's pearly teeth slightly showed as her sky-blue eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. This completely flustered Lin Feng. Big brother, I am Fahai. The Fahai fear by the world. Can you please speak to me with some respect? Suddenly, Lin Feng thought, could it be that the Snake Princess knows about his other identity? It's very possible. Lin Feng secretly nodded. If his identity had not been leaked, how would this little girl dare speak to him like this? I am now Fahai, the Fahai who can unleash great power. Thinking this, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face, and his figure instantly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Snake Princess. How bold! Do you think our 9 snakes are just any place? This scene nearly scared the nearby Granny Za to death, but due to the dignity of the 9 snakes, she still mustered her courage to shout at Lin Feng. Granny Za. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lin Feng tilted his head and smiled at Granny Za. This smile left Granny Za completely bewildered. She did not understand why Lin Feng was smiling at her. Or was it a devil smile? A proclamation of death? Just as Granny Za was thinking, the Sonia sisters suddenly helped her walk outside. Let go of me, are you crazy? The Snake Princess will be in danger. Granny Za struggled, her frail body bursting with unusual strength, almost breaking free from Sonia's grip. Sonia quickly increased her strength, firmly holding Granny Za and comforted her, Granny Jia. It's fine. How could it be fine? The other party is Fahai. That demon monk, Fahai. At this moment, Granny Jia could not take in Sonia's words, shouting, "What will happen to the 9 snakes if something happens to the snake princess? Have you thought about the consequences?" Sigh. Seeing this, Sonia sighed and then exchanged glances with Mary. She leaned down and whispered something in Granny Jia's ear. Instantly, Granny Jia stopped struggling, her eyes filled with shock, her hair standing on end. She looked at the Sonia sisters in disbelief and trembled. You really mean it?" "Yes." Sonia nodded. "Of course it's true. Otherwise, how can we trust the princess?" Mary echoed. "Yeah, Granny Jia. How can we lie to you?" Hearing what the Sonia sisters said, Granny Jia's emotions finally stabilized, allowing them to help her leave. As they were leaving, Granny Jia turned back cautiously to take a look at Lin Feng and the snake princess, her eyes carrying a different meaning. A thought involuntarily crossed her mind. Can a monk get married? After Granny Jia and the others left, the empty palace was left with just Lin Feng and the snake princess. Lin Feng leaned one hand on the throne's handle, almost touching the snake princess's delicate fingers. Startled, she quickly withdrew, like a frightened kitten, completely losing the demeanor of a national leader. "Fahai, mind your identity. I'm a 7 warlord," the snake princess said coldly, trying to calm her emotions. Although her tone was firm, facing Lin Feng's gaze, the snake princess's momentum inexplicably diminished by half. "7 warlord?" Lin Feng said playfully. "What? Not resigning? You?" At these words, the snake princess's mind buzzed, and her eyes immediately turned red. Indeed, it was him. Only 5 people in the world knew about her plan to resign as a 7 warlord. After confirming Lin Feng's identity, the snake princess's emotions could no longer be contained. But she was still concerned about Lin Feng's disappearance for 2 years. She said in a sulky manner, "What are you talking about? I can't understand." "Can't understand?" Lin Feng had a playful expression on his face, his spiritual awareness telling him that the snake princess's emotional fluctuations were very high. "This little girl is still pretending with me. Who doesn't know how to play hard to get?" Lin Feng thought, stepping back to create distance from the snake princess. Then, he said seriously, "I might have remembered it wrong. I'm sorry for saying something presumptuous. Farewell." After saying that, Lin Feng turned and walked towards the palace exit without looking back. Now, the snake princess panicked and hurriedly called out to Lin Feng. "Clarify what you mean by remembering it wrong." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Feng turned back, looking at the snake princess with a playful expression, and said, "The Buddha says it cannot be spoken." "You." The snake princess, furious, realized that Lin Feng was aware of her identity and was deliberately trying to provoke her. "Me?" Lin Feng pretended to be innocent. "What is wrong with me? I've been doing just fine." Seeing Lin Feng's attitude, the snake princess could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She cried out, "Go away, just leave. Never come to see me again." Lin Feng was taken aback. He had been a recluse since his previous life. How could he withstand a woman's tears? Looking at the snake princess, who was crying like a flower in the rain, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Chapter 130. The Snake Princess's Feelings. "What are you standing there for? Go." The snake princess yelled at Lin Feng, crying. This shout released all the longing and grievances she had felt for Lin Feng over the past 2 years. If it weren't for searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts, she would not have resigned for being a 7 warlord. If it weren't for looking for Lin Feng, how could she smile at those smelly men? She had put in so much effort, only to hear him say leave. Anyone would be sad in her position. Lin Feng looked at the snake princess, who was almost crying herself into a collapse on the throne, and felt a pang in his heart. In his spiritual awareness, he was fully aware of the emotions she harbored. He didn't expect that he held such weight in the snake princess's heart. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed deeply and walked towards the snake princess. With each step he took, his form began to change. By the time he reached the snake princess, he had transformed into the appearance of Sumu Bai Zai. "I'm sorry for making you worry," Lin Feng said softly, gazing at the snake princess's delicate face. "You." The snake princess looked at the person who had appeared countless times in her dreams and could no longer hold back. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. "Where have you been? Do you know how hard I've searched for you? I thought you had died in Mariewa." "Woo-woo." The Snake Princess became increasingly emotional as she hugged Lin Feng tightly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Seeing her like this softened Lin Feng's heart. He gently stroked her jade-like back and said softly, "I'm back, so please don't cry." His tone was so gentle that even he couldn't believe it. Damn it. I've been a nerd for over 30 years. Is this really me? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Snake Princess gradually calmed down, though her face was still wet with tears. She held on to Lin Feng tightly, afraid he might disappear again. You won't leave, right? The Snake Princess looked up at Lin Feng with her stunningly beautiful face and sky-blue eyes, momentarily captivating him. He instinctively wanted to agree. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, he remembered that old man with the white beard was still waiting for him to save him. And he quickly changed his mind, no? Seeing Lin Feng's response, the Snake Princess pouted, looking annoyed. I knew you would say that. Men really are all the same. Lin Feng was surprised by her reaction. Speaking of which, this girl wasn't like this with Luffy. Why did she change when it came to him? While pondering, Lin Feng noticed a small notebook in the corner of the throne, boldly labeled Male Strategies. In an instant, Lin Feng realized everything. So, the Snake Princess's actions were all based on that little notebook. I thought she seemed like a different person. Lin Feng chuckled to himself. It seemed the Snake Princess really put in a lot of effort with him. Meanwhile, the Snake Princess was still clinging tightly to Lin Feng. But her mind was secretly thinking, this isn't what the manual said. Why didn't he agree to me? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Or does he have someone else outside? Thinking this, the Snake Princess cautiously glanced at Lin Feng, only to meet his half-smiling expression. Oh no, am I exposed? The Snake Princess felt very uncomfortable under Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng looked at her, raising his eyebrows slightly, signaling her to look behind him. What? The Snake Princess was confused and followed Lin Feng's gaze, her face suddenly turning red, almost wanting to find a hole to hide in. She saw her own little Male Strategies notebook. In an instant, the Snake Princess quickly pulled her hand away from Lin Feng and turned to hug the notebook to her chest. Then, 2 blushes appeared on her beautiful face as she nervously said to Lin Feng that don't misunderstand, it's not mine, it's Mary's stuff. A couple of days ago, Mary was searching everywhere for it. It turns out it was with me. I need to hurry and return it to her, ahaha. As she spoke, the Snake Princess awkwardly laughed and then cautiously looked at Lin Feng. However, she found Lin Feng's expression unchanged. Seeing this, the Snake Princess realized she had failed to cover up her embarrassment, and her little face turned completely red. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng found it very amusing. Indeed, love can affect a person's intelligence. All right, Lin Feng slowly spoke. I received your feelings, but now is not the time to discuss this. What? The Snake Princess was stunned, thinking Lin Feng had rejected her, freezing in place. What to do? Does this count as a confession failure? Will he look down on me? What to do? What to do? The Snake Princess's heart was in chaos, not knowing what to do. Watching her, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said nothing. He knew the Snake Princess was just a love-struck fool. He waited for her to think for a while before returning to normal. Just as Lin Feng thought, the Snake Princess had a mental brainstorm for a while, recalling what was written in the Male Strategies notebook. Clenching her little fist, she turned to Lin Feng and said, So, you mean you were rejecting my feelings? No. Lin Feng slowly shook his head and pulled the Snake Princess closer, feeling Lin Feng's breath close and distant. The Snake Princess's face turned even redder, and her thoughts became chaotic. What are you going to do? I like you, but isn't this moving too fast? Besides, we're in the palace, and Mary and the others are still outside. Lin Feng's actions led the Snake Princess to misunderstand completely, and she spoke incoherently. Hee. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled faintly, gently pinching the Snake Princess's nose, and then set her on the throne. The Snake Princess thought Lin Feng was going to do something, and her face turned so red it seemed ready to explode, with a puff of white smoke rising from her head. This isn't appropriate. Mary and the others are still outside. The Snake Princess's voice was trembling, and in the end, she didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. Her heart racing uncontrollably. Was her first time going to be here? The Snake Princess thought shyly, but what Lin Feng said next left her completely at a loss. After placing the Snake Princess on the throne, Lin Feng spoke gently. It's cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. Drink more hot water. Drink more hot water? The snake princess was dumbfounded, feeling that even in such a situation, all she goes a line about drinking more hot water? I drink your sister. But that wasn't the end. After saying that, Lin Feng directly stated his intentions. The Navy is going to execute Whitebeard in Lowtown. All the major forces will be present. You warlords will definitely be summoned. What does that have to do with me? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the snake princess replied angrily, her lips almost pouting to the sky. Of course it has to do with you. Lin Feng said calmly, I will go back to rescue Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, the snake princess's heart tightened. Although Lin Feng had just treated her that way, she was still worried about him. The snake princess wasn't a fool. Lin Feng had rejected her for a reason. Now that he said this, she realized what the reason was. Rescuing Whitebeard was undoubtedly a life-or-death situation. Historically, there had only been one execution of someone at Whitebeard's level, the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger. Moreover, Roger had voluntarily surrendered, which allowed the execution to proceed smoothly. But now, since the Navy was going to execute Whitebeard, they would definitely be fully prepared to deal with Lin Feng and the pirates under Whitebeard. Is it because you want to rescue Whitebeard that you didn't respond to me? The snake princess gazed at Lin Feng, her teeth slightly biting her lip. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed, realizing that the snake princess was right. His earlier actions meant exactly that. After all, rescuing Whitebeard was very dangerous. Lin Feng didn't have full confidence that he would survive. That's why he didn't give the snake princess a definitive answer. Sometimes, being ambiguous was better for both of them. Chapter 131, Offering. Lin Feng's sigh echoed in the palace, and that gentle sigh struck the snake princess's heart like a heavy bell. She knew that Lin Feng's sigh was an acknowledgement of her words. I understand. The snake princess tried to calm her emotions and said to Lin Feng, What do you need me to do? Snake princess. Lin Feng gazed deeply at her, feeling a mix of emotions. But unexpectedly, the snake princess suddenly smiled, and in an instant, the entire palace seemed to be enveloped in her stunning smile. No need to be like this. Anyway, you didn't clearly reject me, which means I still have a chance. Once I rescue Whitebeard, I'll stick to you every day, and you won't even have a chance to reject me. Humph. As she spoke, the snake princess gave a light hum, paired with her extraordinary beauty, almost making Lin Feng spit blood. Ahem, you were right. Lin Feng coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment, then quickly changed the topic, saying, The news about Whitebeard's execution will surely be relayed to you by the Navy soon. I will accept the Navy's invitation. Before Lin Feng could finish, Snake Princess nodded and added, So what's next? You didn't come to find me just for these matters, right? Of course not. Lin Feng smiled and handed over his weapon, Simbinstra, slowly saying, Once you arrive at Lowtown, find an opportunity to give this to Whitebeard. Are you crazy? Snake Princess looked at Lin Feng in disbelief as he handed her his weapon. She understood that without his weapon, Lin Feng would lose a significant portion of his strength. I'm Ifine. Lin Feng smiled and said, Just make sure to give Simbinzakura to Whitebeard, and he will know what to do. All right, Fine. Seeing Lin Feng's determination, Snake Princess stopped insisting, nodded, and took Simbinzakura, playing with it while exclaiming, What a beautiful sword. With a buzz, Simbinzakura was drawn from its sheath, held in Snake Princess's hand, and then her pretty face showed a strange expression. You can't be asking me to give such a large sword directly to Whitebeard, right? That's just too conspicuous. Snake Princess organized her words and said, Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled lightly and pointed at Simbinzakura in Snake Princess's hand. Pop! Ripples appeared in the air, and Simbinzakura slowly transformed into a flurry of cherry blossom petals, quietly resting in Snake Princess's jade hand. What is this? Snake Princess was taken aback, having never seen a sword transform into petals before. Carefully poking at the petals with her finger, she expressed curiosity. Isn't it a bit too wasteful to give this to Whitebeard? With reluctance on her face, Snake Princess looked at Lin Feng and said, Can you give it to me instead? Consider it a token of affection. The latter part of her sentence went unspoken, but it was clearly implied. Lin Feng decisively refused, his face stern and unyielding, saying no. If you don't give it to Whitebeard, the next plan can't be executed. Seeing Lin Feng's firm stance, Snake Princess huffed, looking at the petals in her hand, and said, "If you won't give it, you don't need to make so many excuses." However, despite saying this, Snake Princess carefully tucked the petals away. Then she looked at Lin Feng with a sly gleam in her eyes, stepping closer to him and saying with a hint of mischief, "Since I am going through all this trouble to help you, do I get a reward?" "A reward?" Lin Feng was taken aback, not having thought about what reward to give Snake Princess. After thinking for a moment, he took off a hairpin from his head and handed it to her. "This is all I have on me right now, if you don't mind." "I don't mind." Before he could finish, the hairpin was snatched from Lin Feng's hand by Snake Princess, who was overjoyed and began to play with it. "This counts as a token of affection, right?" Snake Princess thought to herself, unable to help but fantasize. Then, as if recalling something, she suddenly made a bold move. "Lin Feng." Snake Princess called out to him. "Hmm?" Lin Feng instinctively looked up, and suddenly, he felt a sensation on his lips. In an instant, Lin Feng froze in place. Meanwhile, Snake Princess had somehow returned to her throne, curled up like a kitten, evoking a protective instinct in him. Snake Princess shyly glanced at Lin Feng, recalling the words from the Male Manipulation Manual. Male Manipulation Manual. Third rule: you must carve your own mark in the other person's heart. "Why just did? Counts as leaving a mark, right?" Snake Princess thought, carefully peeking at Lin Feng, who was still in a daze. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was completely stunned, looking in disbelief at Snake Princess, who was curled up on the throne like a kitten. "Did I just get kissed against my will? My first kiss, no less." As he thought this, Lin Feng inexplicably extended his tongue and licked his lips where she had kissed him. He then smacked his lips and, almost unconsciously, said, "It's a bit sweet." As soon as these words came out, a blush instantly appeared on Snake Princess's face, and Lin Feng's remark nearly made her feel utterly embarrassed. Covering her face with her hands, her heart raced as if it would leap out of her chest. Is this what falling in love feels like? Snake Princess thought, unable to look Lin Feng in the eye, only peeking at him through the gaps between her fingers. At that moment, Lin Feng also realized that his previous actions had been a bit out of line, causing his face to involuntarily turn red. The atmosphere in the palace suddenly became awkward. It was so awkward that Lin Feng felt like he was experiencing a hallucination, and a familiar tune from his past life echoed in his mind. Summer, summer. Quietly passing by, leaving small secrets. Bury it deep, can't tell you. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat, shaking off those messy thoughts, and said to Snake Princess on the throne, I'm leaving now. Don't forget about Whitebeard." After speaking, without waiting for Snake Princess's response, he immediately used his Shuanpa, maximizing his spiritual energy, and disappeared from the palace. Lin Feng's departure made Snake Princess burst into giggles. She could tell that not only was she shy, but Lin Feng was likely just as embarrassed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted that way. Once she confirmed that Lin Feng had completely left, Snake Princess slowly rose from the throne, speaking to herself with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "So cute. No wonder I have my eye on him. After Whitebeard's matter is settled, I will definitely do everything I can to get him. Lin Feng, you can't escape my grasp." With that, Snake Princess carefully picked up the Male Manipulation Manual like a treasure and began to study it thoroughly, more convinced than ever of the contents based on Lin Feng's reaction. Chapter 132. Throwing oneself into someone's arms. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was speeding across the sea, using his Shuanpa to nearly its maximum power. Like a flash of white light, he zipped across the vast ocean. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally stopped, looking back to see that the silhouette of Nine Snake Island had long vanished before he changed direction. Phew, women really aren't to be underestimated. Lin Feng sighed deeply, honestly admitting that when it came to women like Snake Princess, he had no idea how to handle them. There was no way around it. Lin Feng had been a recluse in his past life, and when it came to women, he was practically clueless. With a sigh, Lin Feng gazed towards Nine Snake Island, hoping that Snake Princess would fulfill her promise and deliver Senbenzakura to Whitebeard. This was a crucial part of Lin Feng's plan to rescue Whitebeard. Senbenzakura was known as the most well-rounded defensive Zanpakuto. Once Snake Princess handed it over to Whitebeard, combined with Lin Feng's activation, even if the Navy executed their plans early, Lin Feng was confident he could ensure the safety of Whitebeard and his crew. With that thought, Lin Feng fixed his gaze on a spot in the ocean. Next, it was time to prepare a grand gift for the Navy. Lin Feng murmured softly, and his immense spiritual energy erupted once more as he sped off toward a certain location. New World, Wano Country. After Big Mom and Kaido discussed their strategies, they left Onigashima and settled down to recuperate in their own territory. Mama, here's today's dessert, please enjoy. Spilaro entered with a large plate of cake, wobbling slightly as he presented it to Big Mom. Although it was a bit difficult to carry, Spilaro's face was still beaming with a happy smile ever since he heard Big Mom's warm words. Spiro's attitude towards Big Mom, along with his siblings, gradually transformed from fear to affection. You've worked hard, Spiro. Big Mom grinned widely as she took the plate, and although it was a smile, her demeanor was certainly not something that ordinary people could compliment. Only Spiro and the others, who had grown accustomed to her, could call out without fear. Quite good. Soon, Big Mom finished the cake and praised it. Really, Mom? Spiro replied, saying that he made the cake with his family, thinking it wouldn't taste too good. But he didn't expect Big Mom to give such a compliment, which surprised him. Really, although the taste of this cake is quite ordinary, I can feel your deep love in it. It's very good, Big Mom said with a smile. This statement almost brought Spiro to tears with excitement. This is what family is, Spiro shouted in his heart, recalling the various moments of Big Mom from the past. That dictatorial queen had finally disappeared for good. Now, the nation was truly a harmonious big family. Mom, Spiro cried as he stepped forward to hug Big Mom, saying that as long as she liked it, they would make it for her every day. Hearing this, Big Mom was taken aback, and her expression suddenly became troubled. There's no need to make cake every day. Once a month is enough. Why? Spiro looked up at Big Mom in confusion. It's not tasty, Big Mom reluctantly replied. I once. Spiro didn't know what to say, thinking to himself that he had been moved for nothing since she had just said she felt the love in it. Although he thought this way, Spiro knew in his heart that Big Mom could still eat such a poorly made cake. It showed that she had indeed changed. Changed for the better. For a moment, Spiro didn't know whether to thank the monk from back then or to be angry with him. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, Big Mom's expression changed, and an overwhelming aura surged from her body as her gaze fell into the distance. What's wrong, Mom? Spiro asked, not understanding, and his heart began to tremble uncontrollably, fearing that Big Mom would revert to her old dictatorial self. It's nothing. Just go be with Katakuri and the others, and don't come out without my permission. Big Mom shook her head and said softly. After saying that, Zeus beneath her hurriedly carried her away. What is this? Watching Big Mom like this, Spiro was momentarily stunned, but he still remembered her words as she left. In an instant, he rushed towards a location where Katakuri was. At the edge of the nation, Lin Feng looked at the approaching shadow with a smile on his face. She really came. It was worth the effort to use my spiritual power to send a message. Who are you? Big Mom, stepping on Zeus and holding Napoleon tightly in her hand, coldly stared at Lin Feng. Just now, she received a message from the other party, and although she didn't know what kind of ability it was, Big Mom quickly arrived here. Also, the words in the message compelled her to come. The other party actually mentioned that she used to be a member of the Rocks Pirates. This matter was known to only a few people. Who exactly are you? Big Mom coldly stared at Lin Feng, her tone extremely icy, revealing an unabashed killing intent. As long as Lin Feng's answer did not satisfy her, he would surely face a thunderous attack. Me? Lin Feng pointed to himself and smiled lightly. It's really forgetful. I just came a few days ago, and you've already forgotten me? Huh. Upon hearing this, Big Mom's eyes suddenly narrowed. Only Fahai had come a few days ago. Could it be that the other party is Fahai? No. From the aura and the pressure she felt, the other party was definitely not the same person as Fahai. Thinking of this, Big Mom scanned Lin Feng from head to toe, her killing intent no longer concealed. Speak. Who exactly are you? The moment her voice fell, Big Mom was already in a fighting stance, holding Napoleon in her hand, ready to strike. Seeing Big Mom like this, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. The only downside to changing roles is that he had to explain himself to everyone. He then said, I really am Fahai. A few days ago, I came to inquire about Whitebeard and happened to beat you up. Only a few people know about this. It should prove my identity, right? You really are Fahai. Upon hearing this, Big Mom stared closely at Lin Feng, a look of suspicion still on her face. This is troublesome. Lin Feng sighed. Due to the system's reason, he still couldn't switch to Fahai. He could only add, after beating you, I went to Kaido and I broke one of his horns. No one knows about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Lin Feng said slowly. Just as his voice fell, Big Mom's robust body suddenly lunged at Lin Feng. Her eyes turned heart-shaped as she shouted at him. Darling, I can finally see you again. Faced with this scene, Lin Feng's hair stood on end in an instant. He pushed his instant step to its maximum limit. No, it should have exceeded the limit, and madly rushed into the distance. Chapter 133. I want to marry you. What are you going to do? Big Mom suddenly said this, nearly scaring Lin Feng into convulsions. He looked at Big Mom in fear and stammered. What are you doing? Big Mom, seeing that she had missed, looked towards Lin Feng with a rare shyness on her face. A powerful man like you is only worthy of me. Since you've come today, let's get married right away. Get married? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He never expected Big Mom would say such a thing to him. For a moment, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. What is going on? How did she fall for me? Does she have a persecution complex? Thinking this, Lin Feng replied tremblingly, monks cannot get married. I can't agree to that. Monks? Big Mom laughed heartily, looking Lin Feng up and down with a playful expression. I don't see any signs of a monk on you. Come on, let's get married. Stop dawdling. Accept my love. Saying this, Big Mom lunged at Lin Feng again, with Zeus beneath her echoing, Marry Mom, and you will be happy. Get the hell out of here. I don't want your happiness. Lin Feng's face instantly darkened as he dodged Big Mom's embrace while cursing loudly. But just as Lin Feng's voice fell, he received a warning from the system in his mind. Beep, beep, beep. Friendly reminder. Please do not act against the character's personality you are portraying. Damn it. Lin Feng cursed in his heart. This damn system only shows up when it's annoying, never when it's needed. At this moment, Big Mom lunged at Lin Feng again, excitement on her face. Let's get married, Fahai. I can't hold back anymore. Lin Feng growled. He initially wanted to seek cooperation from Big Mom, thinking of facing her with a more peaceful attitude. But now that was no longer allowed. If he didn't resist, he would likely spend the rest of his life being held in the embrace of a giant woman weighing nearly 2 tons and towering several feet tall. Lin Feng certainly wouldn't agree to such a result. I still have the Snake Princess. Lin Feng thought to himself compared to her. Even though the Snake Princess is a bit pretentious, she is still much better than Big Mom. It's really a case of not knowing until you compare, and then you get shocked. In an instant, Lin Feng made a move, clasping his hands together and unleashing the maximum power of the red fire cannon at Big Mom. Boom! 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 The red cannon erupted with dazzling light, striking Auntie solidly and causing her to stagger. Fahai, are you really so unwilling to accept my love? Auntie trembled as she stood up from Zeus, gazing affectionately at Lin Feng. I can't. Faced with Auntie's heartfelt confession, Lin Feng nearly choked. Not to mention her appearance, she could be my grandmother at her age. She has countless children beneath her knees. How could she dare to pursue a young man like me? Although he thought this way, Lin Feng didn't say it out loud due to the need for cooperation. Instead, he looked seriously at Annie and said, being friends is fine, but marriage. I'm sorry. We really aren't suited for each other. Not suited. Hearing this, Auntie was taken aback, sadness appearing on her face as she looked at Lin Feng, realizing that it was indeed my foolish infatuation. A man like you is something I can never have. Seeing Auntie's expression, Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, we can be friends. We can cooperate, but marriage is really out of the question. As he spoke, Lin Feng paused, wanting to completely extinguish Annie's hopes, and added, because I already have someone I love. Someone you love. Upon hearing this, Auntie's eyes suddenly narrowed, and the bloodthirsty impulse deep within her was instantly awakened by these words. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was unaware. He just wanted Annie to give up on the idea of marriage, and continued, yes, I have someone I love, and it won't be long before I marry her. Marry her. Lin Feng's words stirred Auntie's inner turmoil even further. Auntie slowly raised her head, looking at Lin Feng, her eyes now blood red, just a hair's breadth away from going berserk. But evidently, Lin Feng did not notice Annie's current state, and thought that she had listened to him and given up on the idea of marriage. Yes, I will marry her. And when the time comes, I will invite you. As he spoke, Lin Feng's voice suddenly stopped, and he looked at Auntie, his pupils shrinking. A strong sense of crisis surged from the depths of Lin Feng's heart. In the next moment, countless bolts of thunder fell from the sky, rushing toward Lin Feng. Damn! Lin Feng shouted, quickly leaping away, and at the moment he left, the thunder descended, countless bolts striking the spot where Lin Feng had just been. In the next instant, the sea's surface erupted into waves, with numerous explosions echoing. Many creatures in the ocean surfaced, their bodies charred yellow. It seemed they had been killed by the power of the thunder. But that wasn't the end. The moment Lin Feng landed, Annie swung Napoleon toward him. Napoleon was covered with scorching flames, as if it intended to incinerate everything in the world. Seeing this, Lin Feng instantly reacted, moving his hands in front of his chest, casting binding and destruction spells in succession. Destruction Way 93, 10,000 tons destruction. Binding Way 87, 9 heavens light array. 10,000 tons destruction, as the name suggests. Possesses the power of 10,000 tons, difficult for ordinary people to break. Under Lin Feng's urging, it hurled toward Napoleon. Auntie's Napoleon nearly slipped from her grip under the force of 10,000 tons destruction. Furthermore, as 10,000 tons destruction was unleashed, the 9 heavens light array simultaneously covered Annie. Countless rays of light, bearing an irresistible momentum, instantly enveloped Auntie completely. This was a binding technique second only to the soul black coffin, capable of sealing most terrifying powers in the soul society. Countless light arrays surrounded Auntie's limbs, instantly restricting her movements. Looking at Auntie, who was bound by him, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Achieving this without a Zanpakuto was already his limit. Fahai, let me go. I want to marry you. Annie shouted madly, her massive form struggling in midair. The Conqueror's haki descended at this moment, launching an attack on Lin Feng's mind. The impact of the Conqueror's haki jolted Lin Feng's spirit. This was truly far beyond his expectations. He never imagined that Auntie in this state could unleash a Conqueror's haki that made him tremble. The 4 emperors are indeed the 4 emperors. Without the 1,000 cherry blossoms, was it still too much to handle? Seeing Auntie on the verge of breaking free from the binding, Lin Feng thought to himself, and then his eyes narrowed. Was he left with no choice but to use that? Chapter 134. Do you think blackfish is for throwing seeds? Marry me, Fahai. Annie shouted, struggling, and the 9 heavens light array on her body became unstable. Marry. Annie looked at Lin Feng, then grabbed the 9 heavens light array on her body, as if she was about to tear it apart at any moment. It seems I have no choice. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he raised his hands to gently outline the activation array of the soul black coffin in midair. Everything in this world will come to an end, and the destination of life will be illusory. Binding Way 92, soul black coffin. Buzz. As Lin Feng's activation incantation fell, a pitch-black coffin slowly appeared behind him. It was a soul black coffin. I'm sorry, but you need to go in and calm down for a bit. Lin Feng stared at Annie, who was about to break free from the 9 heavens light array, and suddenly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Annie. Bang! Lin Feng kicked hard at Auntie, intending to send her into the soul black coffin. But when he actually made contact, Lin Feng realized he was wrong. Gravely wrong. Auntie in her berserk state felt as solid as iron. Lin Feng felt a jolt in his foot, nearly losing sensation. Damn! Is she that hard to deal with in her berserk state? Lin Feng's eyes shrank, and Annie was drawn to his movement, turning to look at Lin Feng. Fahai, let's get married. Auntie grinned widely, staring intently at Lin Feng, her expression insane. The extent of her struggle against the binding increased, as if she could break free from the 9 heavens light array at any moment. This is bad. What should I do? Seeing Annie like this, Lin Feng's heart sank. Without the 1,000 cherry blossoms, if he got entangled with Annie, he could already imagine the outcome. It would definitely not be good. Furthermore, there was a strong possibility that she would take him back to the world government for a wedding or something. What to do? Should I just leave? For the first time, Lin Feng entertained the thought of retreating, then glanced at the frenzied auntie, letting out a deep sigh in his heart. I can only do it this way for now. I'll talk to her again when she returns to normal. With that in mind, Lin Feng turned to leave. But at that moment, a familiar, ethereal voice rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Activating current role-specific task. Unyielding spirit. Task description. Kubo Shinji is deeply devoted to one person and can only accept or reject the love of one woman. Task objective. Clearly refuse or agree to Annie's proposal in the identity of Kubo Shinji. Completion reward. Role-playing progress increased to 80% and all other tasks reset. Note, this task has no time limit, cannot be refused or abandoned, and must fully express one's intentions to complete the task. The system's voice faded away in an instant, leaving Lin Feng standing there, stunned and at a loss. Looking at the task panel that materialized in his mind after a long while, Lin Feng slowly uttered a classic phrase. System, are you trying to kill me? Warning, warning, do not deviate from the character's personality. Please maintain your dignity, host. The system's warning tone echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Then it returned to silence. Damn! Lin Feng cursed wildly in his heart. The task assigned by the system had completely shattered his dreams of being surrounded by women. Only accepting the affection of one woman? Damn it! Why didn't you issue this task back when he was at 9 Snakes? If it had been issued then, wouldn't he have unlocked the next character template by now? Did he really have to engage in a battle of wits and courage with this old hag? No. The current situation couldn't be called a battle of wits and courage. It should be called being forced into marriage. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the Nine Heavens light array on the old hag's body was actually torn apart by her. This scene made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. This is possible. Lin Feng stared at the old hag in disbelief. Her state was truly terrifying. She was able to rip apart the Nine Heavens light array. It should be known that even the top-level Ajuchas in the Hollow World would be bound for a long time if caught in such a binding technique. Let alone Lin Feng, who had several times the power. Logically speaking, the Nine Heavens light array shouldn't be this weak. Lin Feng thought. But what he didn't know was that the Nine Heavens light array, as a top-tier binding technique, was actually developed to restrict souls and Ajuchas. When used on ordinary beings, its power would be greatly reduced. Fahai, you can't escape. Come back and marry me. The old hag continued to struggle and looked at Lin Feng, her eyes revealing a kind of frantic madness that was quite terrifying. Damn! Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine under the old hag's gaze, and instinctively wanted to flee, but when he thought of the task issued by the system, his feet stopped moving. Would it be better to refuse? It shouldn't be that hard. Lin Feng muttered to himself, then looked at the old hag, his heart suddenly tightening. He was genuinely afraid that if she heard his refusal, she would be stimulated and go berserk again. What to do it or not to do it? Lin Feng pondered, then gritted his teeth, thinking that he had Shuanpa for speed. If she went berserk, he could just leave. Once the old hag entered that unconscious state, her speed should be unable to keep up with him. With that thought, Lin Feng decided, darkening his face as he approached the old hag directly. The old hag, still struggling, looked at Lin Feng with even more madness in her eyes. Armament Haki unconsciously activated. She reached for the remaining pieces of the Nine Heavens light array on her body. While grabbing, she shouted at Lin Feng, Fahai, wait for me. Once I get out, we'll get married. A powerful man like you can't waste your bloodline. We'll have 100 or 80 children, letting our bloodline spread throughout the entire Grand Line. Facing the old hag's grandiose words, Lin Feng felt a pain in his kidneys. 100 or 80 children. Even a pig in a production team doesn't give birth that much. Do you think this is a black fish spawning? 100 or 80. I want to give you 100 or 80 knives? Okay. Lin Feng's expression darkened. The old hag's words were truly shattering his worldview. He cleared his throat, tried to calm his mood, and then raised his head to shout at the old hag, Charlotte Linlin. What about Fahai? Did you agree? Hearing this, the old hag looked at Lin Feng, her face filled with madness, mixed with anticipation. I agree to your sister. Lin Feng cursed in his heart but didn't say it out loud. Instead, he said seriously, you are a good person, but... Then Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, sorry, you're not my type. I hope you can find someone better. facing Lin Feng's 3 kind words. The old hag stood there like a statue, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 135, A Reliable System, Increasing Strength. Seeing the old hag standing there like a statue, and with the system showing no reaction, Lin Feng was unsure if he had completed the task after saying all that, or if there would be any follow-up. According to the system's usual behavior, Lin Feng didn't expect it to be that simple. But at that moment, to Lin Feng's surprise, the ethereal voice of the system rang in his mind again. Congratulations to the host for completing the exclusive character task. Reward. Acting degree increased to 80. All other tasks reset. Ding. The host's current character acting progress reached 80, unlocking the next character template. Obtained 1 draw opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving more than 2 achievements. Reward. Lifting the restriction on character switching. Listening to the numerous prompt sounds from the system in his mind, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Is that it? I just completed 1 character task. Why so many rewards? Is there a trick? Lin Feng thought, and as his mind turned, changes began to occur in his body. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from within him. No way. Lin Feng was shocked. He only had the thought of wanting to become Fahai, but unexpectedly, he really transformed into Fahai. The system's enhancement didn't happen at all. Unlimited switching. Lin Feng silently thought, and then a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. This thing would significantly enhance his combat power and mobility. Just imagine, Lin Feng in his Byakuya form battling someone. Originally surrounded by Senbenzakura, suddenly, a Zen staff would descend from the sky, striking heavily towards the enemy. This feeling is quite exhilarating. System, you finally did something right. Lin Feng sighed, but suddenly another prompt sound rang out. Detected that the weapon of Byakuya is not on the host, whether to retain it after switching characters. Lin Feng was taken aback, suddenly slapping his thigh. He had forgotten that his Senbenzakura was currently in the hands of Snake Princess, to ensure the other party's safety when he was in Log Town. What to do? Would switching characters affect Senbenzakura? Lin Feng pondered. If Senbenzakura was taken back by the system, he couldn't guarantee the safety of Whitebeard and the others. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, the system's enhancement sound rang out again. Retain? Lin Feng was stunned, and a strange light burst forth in his eyes. He was too nervous just now and didn't hear the system's words clearly, thinking the system was going to take back Senbenzakura. But now it seemed that the system was giving him a choice, not taking it back. Retain. Immediately, Lin Feng chose to retain, and in the next moment, the system's voice sounded. The host switches to the character of Fahai, retaining the Byakuya weapon Senbenzakura. Senbenzakura falls into a deep slumber, waiting for the host to switch to the Byakuya character before automatically awakening. After speaking, the system's voice vanished, leaving only Lin Feng's excited expression. I've hit the jackpot. Now I'm completely rich. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and for a moment, he couldn't express the joy in his heart, dancing around in place. But before Lin Feng could enjoy his happiness, a black shadow attacked him from behind. The speed was incredibly fast. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed at that moment. In his Fahai persona, he felt no fear of anyone and countered the black shadow with a strike. Boom! Upon contact, an explosion formed in the air, causing ripples in the sea below. The old hag? After a brief exchange, Lin Feng recognized the attacker, his face filled with disbelief. That black shadow was indeed the old hag, and at this moment, for some unknown reason, the old hag's eyes were vacant, and her body had slimmed down significantly. She was no longer in that frenzied state, but had entered an unknown state where her attack power was extremely strong. Moreover, her strength was vastly different from when Lin Feng had fought her earlier. How could this be? Lin Feng cautiously stared at the old lady, marveling at her current state, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could excessive stimulation really trigger her potential? The old lady's condition made Lin Feng's heart race. He didn't know that her current state was a result of extreme collapse. The overwhelming stimulation had activated her body's protective system, plunging her into unconsciousness. It could be said that the attacks and actions she was performing now were purely instinctual. Before Lin Feng could gather his thoughts, the old lady's attack came again. Flames wrapped around her hands as she gripped Napoleon tightly and swung it down towards Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, gripping his staff to meet her long blade head-on. Clang! The sound of the staff colliding with Napoleon rang out, surprisingly not shattering into pieces. This left Lin Feng utterly astonished. Moreover, the force from Napoleon transferred through the staff, causing Lin Feng's hands to go numb. Such a simple strike was unexpectedly more powerful than before. Lin Feng assessed in his heart. In this state, the old lady was practically born for destruction, truly deserving of the title of natural destroyer. Whoosh! Before Lin Feng could regain his composure, the old lady suddenly withdrew Napoleon and sent her other fist, covered in hockey, crashing towards him. Humph! Seeing this, Lin Feng let out a cold snort, and at that moment, the King of Light avatar instantly appeared behind him. He reached out a hand to grab the incoming fist. The avatar contained boundless Buddhist power, seizing the old lady's fist and lifting her up. The old lady's robust figure was no different from that of a child in front of the avatar, suspended in midair. The old lady tried to struggle. The King of Light avatar quickly extended all its arms, firmly restraining her. No matter how much she struggled, it was futile. Lin Feng looked at the old lady floating above him, slowly closed his eyes, and pressed his palms together in front of his chest. The Buddhist Ka mantra. Hum. As Lin Feng spoke, it was as if thousands of deities were chanting from within him. At that moment, whether it was the birds soaring in the sky or the fish swimming in the sea, they all turned to look at Lin Feng, their eyes filled with reverence as they listened to the chants of the deities. The old lady, trapped by the avatar, gradually regained her consciousness under the influence of the chanting. What is this? Clarity appeared in the old lady's eyes as she completely broke free from her unconscious state. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the Buddhist Ka mantra would be ineffective on her. Now it seemed to be quite effective. At that moment, the old lady also noticed her current state and glanced at the King of Light avatar that was restraining her. Then she focused her gaze on Lin Feng below. Fahai, what is happening to me? The old lady asked Lin Feng, recalling that she seemed to have proposed to him, only to have been rejected afterward. Then she couldn't remember anything else. It's nothing. Lin Feng slowly shook his head. I'll tell you once we reach the land of nations. Saying this, Lin Feng summoned his Kasaya and headed towards the direction of the land of nations. Chapter 136. The Old Lady's Conditions. Okay. The old lady seemed a bit confused, responding blankly as she followed Lin Feng towards the land of nations. Soon, the two arrived at Cake Island. Spiro, along with Katakuri and others, stood at a high point. Seeing the old lady return unharmed, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Manga. Spiro's face was filled with excitement. He was genuinely afraid something would happen to the old lady. The old lady nodded, saying nothing, as she was still affected by the calming spell. Her condition not very good. Fahai. Katakuri stared at Lin Feng cautiously. He didn't know why the other party had appeared here. Lin Feng, on the other hand, returned a faint smile. He had a good impression of Katakuri. Why has Mama become like this? Katakuri quietly asked as he walked up to Lin Feng. He could see that the old lady's current state was not good. In the world, there were not many who could influence the old lady, and the person in front of him could be considered one of them. Moreover, the old lady had previously insisted on marrying Fahai, leading Katakuri to believe that the old lady had angered him, resulting in her current condition. It's nothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled lightly, not providing Katakuri with too much explanation. Katakuri's eyes narrowed, his tone becoming resolute. Don't do anything that would harm Mama. If I find out, even if it costs me my life, I will make you pay the price. Oh, Lin Feng's expression turned playful. He hadn't expected Katakuri to have such determination. Lin Feng lifted his head, staring at Katakuri's face, and said calmly, Are you sure? Facing Lin Feng's gaze, Katakuri's words faltered. Under Lin Feng's indifferent demeanor, he felt an overwhelming pressure. This pressure seemed as if it would tear him apart. Haha, relax. Just when Katakuri was about to succumb to the pressure, Lin Feng chuckled lightly, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, I'm here only for cooperation. I won't do anything to your queen. After saying this, Lin Feng walked past Katakuri and approached Spiro. Let's go. Take me inside to have a look. I didn't get to appreciate it properly last time. Okay. Spiro was momentarily stunned, his body becoming stiff as he responded, then blankly led Lin Feng into the interior of Cake Island. Meanwhile, Katakuri knelt on the ground, staring at Lin Feng with a heavy expression. Fahai, what do you really want to do? He knew Lin Feng wouldn't come to their land of nations just for a visit. There must be some ulterior motive, and this motive could very likely change their future path. Upon entering the interior of Cake Island, Lin Feng was immediately amazed by the decorations. Luxurious and warm. The feeling here was something that could not be conveyed through a screen. Not bad. It seems you all have a high taste in life. Lin Feng praised as he looked around. Not bad, not bad. As the son of one of the four emperors, Spiro nodded repeatedly at Lin Feng's words, as if he were a servant. At this moment, the old lady also began to recover from the influence of the calming spell. She reflected on the sequence of events and, feeling ashamed, approached Lin Feng to apologize. Fahai, I'm sorry for not being able to control my emotions. Upon hearing this, Spiro and the others looked as if they were about to have their eyes pop out. Mama is actually apologizing? Is the end of the world coming? How could this be? Even if Lin Feng's strength suppressed Mama, it shouldn't be necessary to this extent. You are one of the four emperors. Spiro's heart cried out, clearly shocked by the fact that Mama was apologizing. In fact, it wasn't just him. Other family members also wore expressions of disbelief. Lin Feng, however, responded with a calm smile. It's fine. No need to take it to heart. Hearing this, the old lady nodded earnestly, happy that Lin Feng accepted her apology. Then, she asked Lin Feng, why did you come to see me? Despite her odd temperament, it must be said that as one of the four emperors, the old lady had a very keen sense. Her intuition told her that Lin Feng must have some purpose for coming here. Seeing this, Lin Feng shrugged and slowly said, Cooperation. Cooperation? The old lady pondered for a moment before asking, what specifically? To rescue Whitebeard. Lin Feng's gaze was piercing as he spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding air fell silent. Let one of the four emperors save another four emperor? Are you joking? Not taking the opportunity to divide Whitebeard's territory is already giving him a lot of face. You actually want us to save this old man? Everyone thought to themselves. Sparrow felt the same way. In his view, regardless of the angle, saving Whitebeard would bring them nothing but harm. It was obvious that they could never agree to such a thing. But to their surprise, Big Mom didn't even ask before agreeing. All right, Win? Huh. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and rushed forward to dissuade her. Mom, you need to think twice. The execution of Whitebeard is a huge matter. Once we get involved, we will definitely face the Navy's furious retaliation. This won't benefit us at all. It wasn't just the others. Sparrow also urged, Mom, Whitebeard is a remnant of the era. His execution is inevitable. Rescuing him would only strain our relationship with the Navy further. You really need to think this through. By the end, Sparrow was almost shouting, cold sweat pouring down his face. At that moment, he couldn't care less about the pressure from Lin Feng. Protecting their own power was the priority. Lin Feng observed everything but didn't express any opinion. Cooperation was inherently a two-way street. Forcing one side wouldn't yield good results. Listening to Sparrow and the others, Big Mom fell into deep thought. She wasn't just thinking for herself. She was the mastermind of a powerful faction. She had to consider her family. After a moment of contemplation, Big Mom looked at Lin Feng, her expression unusual. Fahai, if I agree, what can you bring me? What do you want? Lin Feng didn't answer her question, but instead asked in return. An ally, not just a collaborator, Big Mom said seriously. This caused an uproar in the room. The dignified four emperors actually want an ally? Had the world become so dangerous that even the four emperors needed to band together? Before everyone could react, Big Mom continued. Not just me, but also that guy Kaido. You need to be our most steadfast ally. When one side is in trouble, the other comes to aid. Just like Whitebeard now. Chapter 137, Kaido's Windfall. An ally? Lin Feng didn't expect that what he needed to give up was only this much. But upon reflection, he felt that Big Mom's request was not simple. If he really became friends with her and Kaido, if one of them were to find themselves in a situation like Whitebeard's, he would have to go to their aid. Because they were friends. In this light, Lin Feng's potential sacrifices were significant. The others hadn't yet grasped the meaning behind Big Mom's words. They thought to themselves that Lin Feng had just picked up a big bargain, mobilizing their power with just a word a lie. Only Sparrow caught the underlying meaning of Big Mom's words. Like Whitebeard, Sparrow pondered, then suddenly an unusual light burst forth in his eyes. At that moment, he understood Big Mom's intentions. She was preparing for their future. With the chaos in the world, even an old-school four-emperor like Whitebeard was captured and publicly executed by the Navy. This didn't mean that Whitebeard was weak. On the contrary, compared to them, Whitebeard was much stronger. It could be said that he was one of the biggest powers among the four emperors. Yet, even such a power was captured by the Navy. This indicated that the Navy's ambitions were far from over. They could very well execute Whitebeard and then target any of the remaining four emperors. With Red-Haired captured and Whitebeard executed, only they and Kaido would remain. The Navy's next target would be either them or Kaido. In this light, forming an alliance with Lin Feng would be beneficial for them without any drawbacks. I support Mom's decision, Sparrow said, voicing his support for Big Mom under the confused expressions of the others. Sparrow, you weren't threatened, were you? Don't be fooled by Fahai's strength. If he tries to threaten us here, we will never cooperate with him. Yes, we can't cooperate with Fahai, even if it kills us. Hearing the voices of opposition, Sparrow's face turned dark. He silently cursed this group of fools who couldn't see the bigger picture. Just as he was about to explode, Big Mom's voice rang out. Kids, quiet down. As soon as she said this, everyone instantly fell silent, showing the respect Big Mom commanded in their hearts. Sorry, Fahai. Big Mom apologized to Lin Feng for the rudeness of the others. It's nothing. Lin Feng waved his hand, saying lightly. He was still contemplating the conditions Big Mom had presented. Allies and collaborators were not the same. Collaborators like Mingu were mutually beneficial, an equal exchange. But being an ally came with an undeniable responsibility. Agreeing to Big Mom's conditions would mean taking on that responsibility. Fahai, don't feel pressured. My only condition is this. If you agree, you will gain the friendship of 2 four emperors. Listening to Big Mom's words, Lin Feng remained silent. After a moment of thought, he looked at her. Can you represent Kaido? Yes, I can. Big Mom nodded, then pulled out a Den Mushi and dialed it in front of Lin Feng. Beep, beep. After a few rings, the Den Mushi was answered, and Kaido's rough voice came through. Hey, old lady, what's the matter? Why are you calling me at this time? Kaido, Fahai is here with me. Big Mom's first sentence introduced Lin Feng, and instantly, the Den Mushi fell silent. After a while, Kaido's voice came back, sounding much more cautious than before. What is Fahai doing with you? Is it about that matter you mentioned earlier? Yes. Big Mom nodded and continued. This is a serious matter. We can't discuss it over the Den Mushi. You need to come over quickly so we can talk in detail. Huh? Kaido, in front of the Den Mushi, unconsciously touched his broken horn, feeling the rough texture on the cross-section, and cautiously said, Can't we just say it like this? Kaido truly had some fear of Lin Feng. The scene of his horn being broken was still vivid in his mind, and now asking him to meet Lin Feng made him feel uncomfortable. If that's the case, Big Mom was infuriated, her voice growing colder. If you think you can evade the government's intelligence system, then fine. But I can guarantee that as soon as we finish this call, there will be no less than 2 admirals waiting to ambush you at your island. Do you believe me? Hearing Big Mom's words, Kaido fell silent. He had seen the government's intelligence system in action. Among the 6 he controlled, there was a Navy spy. It was clear that the Navy's intelligence was indeed pervasive. All right, fine, I'll come. Weighing the pros and cons, Kaido reluctantly agreed. Good. Big Mom nodded, then said, You better bring your elite crew with you. What? Upon hearing this, Kaido was unwilling. You want my whole crew to come? What? Are you planning to join forces with Fahai to wipe me out? Seeing that Kaido was silent, Lin Feng's voice timely sounded. Kaido, I won't make a move against you. You can rest assured. Huh? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Kaido's tension eased by half. But before he could relax, Lin Feng continued. But the premise is that you must bring all your elites, otherwise, you can only hope that the dragon can grow its horns by itself. It should be possible. After all, it's a dragon, right? Lin Feng smiled, and his words almost scared the sweat out of Kaido. This demon monk wants to make a move on my other horn. No way. Absolutely not. Kaido shouted in his heart, instantly making a decision, and hurriedly said, "I will come to you right now, immediately." After speaking, Kaido hung up the phone bug, and a furious roar echoed across Onigashima. "Everyone leave a few to guard, and all personnel mobilize. Target, Whole Cake Island." As soon as these words came out, the three calamities under Kaido all exchanged glances, not knowing what their boss was thinking. Is he planning to go to war with that crazy woman? I don't know. He shouldn't. After all, Kaido has some feelings for that crazy woman. While the three calamities were talking, a black shadow rushed in from the doorway. It was Kaido. Seeing the three calamities, Kaido's face showed some anger as he shouted at them. "Did you not hear what I said? Hurry up and go." After speaking, he rushed towards the Beast Pirate's ship, docked on the outskirts of Onigashima. The three calamities, confused, looked at each other and quickly got up to follow. On Cake Island, Kaido's reaction greatly exceeded their expectations. When did this guy become so decisive? Big Mom pondered, then looked at Lin Feng strangely, realizing that Kaido's behavior was likely due to him. Chapter 138. The Undercurrent Swells. "Don't look at me like that. I haven't done anything to Kaido." Feeling Big Mom's inhuman gaze, Lin Feng hurriedly explained. Big Mom said nothing in response, but her expression became even weirder. Although Lin Feng tried to explain, Big Mom didn't believe him at all. What kind of person is Kaido? Back in the Rocks Pirates, his crazy personality was extremely rebellious even towards Captain Rocks. As for Whitebeard, Shiki, and John, Kaido didn't take them seriously either. But now he treats Lin Feng this way. Just this point is very unusual. He must have been frightened by Fahai. Big Mom secretly concluded, combining this with her previous conversation with Kaido. On Kaido's side, although they acted quickly, they were still noticed by the Navy and government spies stationed around Onigashima. "Quick, notify Admiral Kizaru. The Yonko Kaido has moved. According to the route, he is likely heading towards Whole Cake Island." Whole Cake Island. Is Kaido forming an alliance with Big Mom? This event is too big. Notify the Admiral. The hidden Navy spies watched the Beast Pirate's ship rushing away, their hairs standing on end. They knew that a terrifying era was likely about to arrive. At the new Marine Ford, Admiral Akinu's face remained as gloomy as ever, his eyes radiating a kind of obsession with justice. "Admiral Sakazuki, what do you think of this matter?" Kizaru handed the recently received information to Akainu, his tone still lazy, as if nothing could attract his attention. "Kaido." Akainu's eyes narrowed sharply as he processed the information. At this moment, Kaido was heading to Big Mom's territory. No matter the reason, the Navy must pay close attention. "You and Fujitora go take a trip, investigate Kaido's intentions, and be careful not to let him notice," Akainu said in a deep voice. "Understood, Admiral." Kizaru nodded and turned to walk outside, disappearing in a few blinks. Just then, Akainu's eyes fell on the table, where there was a decision document regarding the execution of Whitebeard. The document prominently featured 3 red names marked for emphasis. The 3 names were Demon Monk Fahai, Edward Newgate, Golgat Diaz. "No matter what you all plan to do, Whitebeard must be executed, and Roger will also be eliminated." And Demon Monk Fahai. As he spoke, the document suddenly ignited, quickly turning to ashes that scattered around. The burning smell combined with the scent of ashes filled the office with a chilling atmosphere that lingered for a long time. On the other side, Kaido's actions also drew the attention of major forces around the world. They didn't know what the Yonko was planning to do as the time for Whitebeard's execution approached. He wouldn't be thinking of forming an alliance with that crazy woman, would he? Some big shots who knew Kaido's past began to communicate. That shouldn't be. Kaido and Lin are both Yonko. The possibility of an alliance is slim. Someone shook their head. In my opinion, there must have been a conflict between them. Conflict? What kind of conflict could arise between them? The treasure of rocks. That person replied. As soon as this was said, it stirred up a huge wave of discussion. There's a possibility. Everyone responded, and then communication ceased. Although Kaido might conflict with Big Mom over Rock's treasure, they still needed to be wary of the uncertain factor of a potential Yonko alliance. If they successfully joined forces, the craziest combination on the Grand Line would be born. Once the 2 Yonko teamed up, aside from the Marine headquarters, no other force could balance them. The world situation would be reshuffled once again. At Blackbeard's base, Hive Island, After losing the ability to seize Whitebeard, Blackbeard and his crew had been lying low on this island. Captain, Kaido has left Onigashima and is headed to Whole Cake Island. Whitebeard is also set to be publicly executed. Should we accelerate our plans? Lafitte looked at Blackbeard, who was standing nearby, and said slowly. At this moment, Blackbeard had changed significantly compared to 2 years ago. Like in the original story, he had grown a beard and tied it into several small braids. There's no rush with the plan. Teach looked at Lafitte, his eyes carrying a chilling brilliance. There's still some time before Whitebeard's execution. We need to prepare more before that. We can't let the Marineford War happen again. Yes, Captain, Lafitte replied. Just then, Shiryu and others walked in from outside and looked at Teach. Teach, we've waited 2 years. It's time to give us results. The people behind him, including Des Bones and the Warlord, all chimed in. Teach, you need to give us an answer today. Otherwise, I'll pull you down from the captain's position. Facing their words, Teach's expression remained unchanged as his cold gaze swept over them. He knew that Shiryu and the others were forcing him. Over the past 2 years, due to the defeat in the Marineford War, he hadn't perfected the abilities of the dark fruit. He had been simulating the extraction of others' powers. In fact, Teach was confident he could extract the devil fruit abilities from others. However, Shiryu and the others were unwilling to be guinea pigs. Thus, their agreement had not been reached. It seemed that today he either had to give them a response, or the Blackbeard pirates might fall apart at this moment. You all are a bit anxious. The plan is still being perfected. When I obtain Whitebeard's corpse, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Teach said in a deep voice. Whitebeard's corpse. Shiryu smiled. A cold smile. Dicky, do you mean for us to stir up trouble in Rogue Town again? To help you retrieve the corpse of Admiral Whitebeard from the Navy? The more he spoke, the colder Shiryu's expression became, until his face was completely covered in frost. Dicky, I promise, as long as we can get Whitebeard's corpse. Dicky slowly opened his mouth, decisively stating, then I will definitely give you a satisfactory result. Dicky, are you joking with us? At this moment, the regent's voice sounded, looking at Dicky with an unfriendly expression. According to your words, without Whitebeard's corpse, our previous waiting would all be in vain. Bastard, who gave you the courage to speak to the captain like that? Before Dicky could respond, Bosch's, who had just walked in, angrily shouted at the regent. The atmosphere became tense. Chapter 139, Dicky's Plan. Everyone calmed down. Seeing the situation, Lafayette quickly stepped in to mediate. Everyone think about it. Whitebeard is about to be executed by the Navy. This means our plan has already reached halfway. Once Whitebeard is dead, the Navy and that group of Marco will definitely fight, and then we can act just to seize the corpse. The Navy will definitely not care. We just need to be wary of Marco and his group. Then when the captain takes Whitebeard's powers, we will leap to become the pinnacle of the Grand Line. Doesn't that result make you all excited? Lafayette's tone was calm, but anyone could hear the expectation in his voice. Indeed, after the Marineford War, they had been lying in wait for an opportunity, a chance to rise completely. This opportunity must be seized. All right. After hearing Lafayette's words, the coldness on Shiryu's face eased, and he looked up at Dicky and said, then we will wait for you to take Whitebeard's powers, but if you fail. He didn't finish his sentence, but turned to leave with the regent and others. However, everyone present understood Shiryu's meaning. If they failed, they would likely disband completely. Shiryu has turned against us. Watching Shiryu's departing figure, a faint killing intent appeared in Dicky's eyes. Seeing Dicky's murderous intent, Lafayette quickly said in a low voice, Captain, hold on. Let's wait until we get Whitebeard's corpse. Hearing this, Dicky remained silent, pondering something before slowly nodding his head. He then said, Lafayette, pay attention to any news about Fahai. I have a feeling he will definitely become a major obstacle in our quest to seize Whitebeard's corpse. Fahai. Hearing Lin Feng's name, Lafayette and the others' expressions all changed, recalling various events from the Marineford War. At that time, they had been completely powerless against Lin Feng. It was precisely because of Lin Feng that their attempt to seize Whitebeard's powers had been stalled until now. Rest assured, Captain, I will inform you immediately about any news regarding Fahai. This time, we cannot let him ruin our plan. Good. Dicky nodded, then sighed. Everyone go down. I want to be alone for a while. Upon hearing this, Lafayette and the others all left the room, leaving Dicky alone in the entire house. At this moment, his expression was almost mad. This time, no one can stop me from seizing Whitebeard's powers. No one. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind him. With distinctive small glasses and a cold aura, the identity of the newcomer was none other than one of the former Navy's top combat powers, Admiral Akiji. Akiji. Dicky was not surprised by Akiji's appearance. After the Fleet Admiral's power struggle 2 years ago, the other party had suddenly visited and had been hiding with him since. Alala, I see you haven't given up on seizing Whitebeard's powers. Akiji spoke lightly, and a layer of frost instantly descended upon the room. Dicky did not respond to Akiji's words, but glanced at him and said flatly, "Withdraw your powers, or else they might accidentally become mine." Alala, Auskari. Blackbeard Dicky. Akiji said this, but showed no sign of fear. Ha! Dicky smiled faintly, not caring about Akiji's attitude, his lips curling up in a strange arc. So, you came here to assist me in obtaining Whitebeard's powers? Don't involve me in your matters. Akiji waved his hands repeatedly, indicating he did not want to get involved. Hee. Seeing this, Dicky changed his expression, sneering, Akiji, everyone in the world knows you'll join my ranks. If my plan goes awry, do you think you can remain uninvolved? Upon hearing this, Akiji fell into silence. Indeed, Dicky spoke the truth. If Blackbeard's plan went awry, he would inevitably be implicated. What a hassle. Then I'll just leave the Blackbeard pirates now. After a moment of thought, Akiji said this and turned to leave. It was clear that he did not want to participate in Dicky's plan. Dicky also knew that if the other party left, he might never return. Wait. Suddenly, Dicky called out to Akiji. You want to keep me here? Akiji slowly turned back, one hand already forming ice. Relax, as long as you haven't left this room. We are still comrades, right? Attacking a comrade is not the pirate way. Dicky said slowly, but these words sounded so sarcastic coming from him. After all, he had obtained his fruit powers by killing his own comrades on the same ship. Seeing that Dicky had no intention of attacking, Akiji dissipated his powers and asked, "Then what is it?" To his surprise, Dicky grinned and said to Akiji, "Help me with something. Consider it a repayment for the free food and drink you've had here for so long. Once this is done, you and I will have nothing to do with each other, and I will announce your departure from the Blackbeard Pirates. What do you say?" Looking at Dicky's strange expression, Akiji raised an eyebrow, curiosity rising in his heart, and said lightly, "What is it?" Dicky beckoned Akiji over. "Come here, I'll tell you." Akiji frowned, stepping in front of Dicky. With his strength, he was not worried about the other party attempting to ambush him. Then Dicky leaned in and whispered in Akiji's ear. "This matter is." His voice was very soft, but it sounded like thunder in Akiji's ears. "Are you sure?" After hearing this, Akiji stared at Dicky, incredulously saying, "Sure, this is something only you can do. Go." Dicky grinned, appearing eerily in the quiet room. At this moment, in a certain area of the Grand Line, a concealed ship, disguised, was rapidly sailing towards the direction of the world government. There were very few people on board. Aside from some basic personnel, only 2 remained. But don't underestimate these 2. Any faction would not overlook them, because they represented the absolute combat power of the Navy. Kizaru and Fujitora. "We should be almost there," Fujitora said, holding a bowl of noodles, sitting in a position near the bow of the ship, talking to himself. At that moment, Kizaru's voice sounded, still sounding lazy. "Almost there, up ahead, is the territory governed by that crazy woman." Upon hearing this, Fujitora said nothing, instead carefully eating the noodles in his bowl, afraid to drop even a single strand. "Hey, at least reply to me. Don't be so aloof." Fujitora's attitude made Kizaru a bit uncomfortable. They had executed multiple missions together, but their communication could be counted on one hand. Sometimes Kizaru wondered if Fujitora had some psychological barrier that made him unwilling to communicate with others. Chapter 140, You Really Are My Master. All right, you can eat your noodles first. Seeing that Fujitora still ignored him after speaking, Kizaru sighed and walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant scenery. Perhaps this would ease his awkward mood a little. Report. At that moment, a Navy officer respectfully approached Kizaru, holding a den mushi, and said, "Mr. Kizaru, Admiral Akainu is calling." "Akainu is calling?" Kizaru murmured, raising his hand to take the den mushi. He didn't know why Akainu was calling him at this time. Hello. Hello, this is Kizaru. After picking up the den mushi, Kizaru habitually greeted him, his tone as lazy as ever. Ah! The voice on the other end paused for a moment before saying, Is this Kizaru? This is Akainu. I know you're Admiral Akainu. I just didn't know why you're looking for me at this time, Kizaru said. Akiji has moved, Akainu said slowly, and with just one sentence. He pulled Kizaru's mind from laziness to tension. What did you say? That guy Akiji has acted? Yeah. Akainu nodded and said, You and I both know that the so-called Admiral competition is just a cover. 2 years ago, that guy took the initiative to challenge me for the Admiral position, stating that the loser would go undercover with Blackbeard. Although I don't know why he cares so much about Blackbeard. He probably has his own reasons. That guy Akiji. Listening to this, Kizaru's expression became strange. He only knew Akiji was going undercover, but he really didn't know where he was going. He originally thought it would be under a certain Yonko, but he didn't expect it to be with Blackbeard. Is the other party, just the defeated side of the Marineford War, so important to Akiji, to the extent of infiltrating their forces under the guise of defeat? While he was thinking, Akainu's voice sounded again. This time, Akiji has been entrusted by Blackbeard to go to the land of Wano. Although I don't know why Kaido wants to ally with him at this time, I thought I should inform you in advance, so that when you meet Akiji, you two won't end up fighting. Okay, I understand. Kizaru nodded, then glanced at Fujitora, who was still eating noodles in the distance, with deep meaning in his eyes. He then quietly asked Akainu, Should I inform Fujitora about this news? Upon hearing this, Akainu fell silent. Fujitora's sense of justice was entirely different from his. Because of this, he hadn't shared some of the higher-ups' decisions and hidden matters with him. The situation with Akiji was the same. After a long silence, Akainu slowly spoke. Let's not say anything for now. If Fujitora senses something and asks, just give him a vague answer. Ah! Kizaru was taken aback. Saying something vague sounded easy, but Fujitora was a powerful figure who had refined his observation haki to the extreme. Do you really think he wouldn't notice when being vague in front of someone like him? Although he thought this way, Kizaru didn't voice it and instead nodded, I understand. Akainu said in a deep voice, That's all for these matters, nothing else. Just be cautious in your actions. With that, Akainu was about to hang up the den mushi, but just as he was about to do so, he seemed to think of something and added, by the way, just understand Kaido's intentions and avoid conflict with him. The current situation is complicated, with Whitebeard's execution looming. We need to guard against the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates on one hand while being wary of law on the other. We don't have time to focus on other matters. After finishing, Akainu hung up the den mushi. Kizaru also handed the den mushi back to the Navy officer who had approached him earlier, and his mind was in turmoil as he looked out at the distant sea, muttering to himself, 2 years, and we were actually meeting at this time, Akiji. On the other side, just as Kizaru hung up the communication with Akainu, Kaido and his group had already entered the territory of Wano. Dozens of pirate ships were sailing majestically on the sea. Those who didn't know would think they were coming to start a war. Only Kaido himself knew that he was forced to pull out all his resources. Boss, we have 10 minutes left until we reach Whole Cake Island, said Queen, one of the calamities standing behind Kaido. Kaido nodded, although he appeared calm on the surface. Internally, he was extremely tense. That crazy monk wouldn't really break off my other horn, would he? Kaido thought as he instinctively touched the broken horn on his head. The rough texture sent a chill down Kaido's spine, murmuring, It shouldn't be. I pulled out all my resources, plus there's that crazy woman negotiating in between. They can't be that reckless. Kaido's mannerisms appeared quite bizarre in Queen's eyes. Since they left Onigashima, Kaido would unconsciously touch the horn on his head every now and then. This abnormal behavior left Queen dumbfounded. He couldn't help but think, does Kaido want to polish that broken horn? Feeling Queen's strange gaze, Kaido's face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. He shouted at him, What are you looking at? Never seen someone commemorate a broken horn before. Kaido's words almost broke Queen's defenses. He forced himself to suppress his laughter and said, No, I've never seen it. Boss is truly impressive. Saying this, he gave Kaido a thumbs up. Cough, cough. Kaido also heard the underlying meaning in Queen's words and coughed to cover his embarrassment. Just know it. Pass the order, Head towards that crazy woman's lair at full speed. Yes, Queen responded loudly. Then, the Beast Pirates' fleet accelerated again, swiftly heading towards Whole Cake Island. Their speed so fast, it seemed as if they were flying just above the sea surface. On the other side, at Whole Cake Island, Lin Feng was still unaware that due to a call from Big Mom, the attention of the entire Grand Line had shifted to Wano. At this moment, he was leaning back on a soft sofa, enjoying delicious desserts. Originally, Big Mom wanted to hold a banquet, but Lin Feng refused. The reason was that banquets mainly consisted of meat and wine, and as a monk, it was inappropriate for him to indulge. Thus, Big Mom had to change the banquet into a small tea party. The people of Whole Cake Island were gathered around a large round table, enjoying delicious desserts. Come on, Law, try this, Big Mom said with a smile, handing a piece of cake to Lin Feng, her actions quite intimate. In her view, even if Lin Feng rejected her proposal, friends should still act like friends. Lin Feng was taken aback by Big Mom's sudden gesture, inwardly shouting, "Granny, you really are my master, can you let me go?" Although he thought this in his heart, Lin Feng didn't show it on his face, partly worried that Big Mom would get triggered and enter her rampaging state, and partly wanted to give her some face. I could do it myself. Lin Feng awkwardly smiled, saying as he took the piece of cake from Big Mom's hand and slowly brought it to his mouth. Chapter 141, Mutual Testing, Confrontation of the Two Emperors. The moment the cake entered his mouth, Lin Feng was stunned. The cake seemed to transform into a flowing liquid, slowly sliding down into his stomach. The cake wasn't overly sweet. Instead, it had a special milky fragrance lingering in Lin Feng's mouth. This feeling is absolutely wonderful. And for a moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire Big Mom from the bottom of his heart. To be honest, if we only talk about eating, she definitely belongs to the top tier of the One Piece world. But that's just from the perspective of food. How about it? Fahai, are you surprised? Big Mom looked at Lin Feng, who was in a state of ecstasy, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Great! Lin Feng gave a thumbs up, generously offering his praise. This is the best dessert I've ever had in my life. Thank you. Haha! Seeing Lin Feng's compliments, Big Mom couldn't stop smiling, and her laughter echoed loudly. The onlookers, including Spiro and others, showed strange expressions. It had been a long time since they had seen Big Mom this happy. They couldn't remember. Here, try this piece. Big Mom cheerfully handed another dessert to Lin Feng. It was a donut, wrapped in a thin layer of chocolate. The rich chocolate aroma wafted through the air, and just by looking at it, one couldn't help but swallow. One could only imagine how it would taste once it entered the mouth. Okay, Lin Feng smiled and took it, enjoying every bite. With a crunch, he bit off half of the donut, and the rich chocolate flavor burst in his mouth, leaving a lingering taste. The flavor is really good. Lin Feng sighed and couldn't help but compliment. Your chef is really impressive to make such desserts. Indeed, Big Mom's face radiated pride when mentioning her chef, who she had hired at a high price from the so-called culinary island. Just then, a chaotic noise came from the outskirts of the island. Everyone looked over there. Except for Lin Feng and Big Mom, everyone else showed a hint of tension because they all knew that the man had arrived. The Beast King, known as the strongest creature in the world, Kaido, had come. Suddenly, a giant dragon rushed in from the outskirts of the island, the massive dragon face instilling fear in everyone. Crazy lady, I'm here. After transforming into a dragon, Kaido looked down at everyone on the island, his expression extremely flamboyant, combined with his unique dragon form. He cast a faint layer of fear over everyone. Of course, this did not include Lin Feng, Big Mom, and the three commanders. At this moment, Big Mom was still immersed in the joy brought by the dessert, but Kaido's arrival immediately made her face show displeasure. Hey, Kaido, with your antics, can I take it as a provocation? Big Mom looked up at Kaido in midair, her expression filled with anger. Haha, crazy lady, so what if I provoke you? Let's have a fight. Kaido responded sharply, clearly not taking Big Mom's stern tone seriously. Oh, Kaido, have you forgotten who gave you such great favors back then? Big Mom sneered and immediately pulled out Napoleon, stepping on Zeus to attack Kaido in midair. Wangwa! Big Mom launched a powerful attack, and Napoleon drew a dazzling strike in the air, sending a powerful blow towards Kaido. Crazy lady! Kaido roared, exhaling a dragon breath, to counter the incoming Wonghua. Instantly, a small mushroom cloud appeared above Cake Island as the two attacks collided, causing shockwaves that made the entire island tremble. The people on the island were horrified. Aren't they here to talk about an alliance? Why are they fighting already? Spiro watched Big Mom and Kaido battling fiercely in the air, wanting to help but unsure how to intervene. Calm down, Spiro. At that moment, Katakuri's voice rang out, placing a hand on Spiro's shoulder, which eased his mind. Katakuri. Spiro glanced at him and then said, Kaido is coming in strong. Should we help Mom? Katakuri shook his head slowly without speaking. Not helping. Spiro's face darkened, and he brushed off Katakuri's hand. Speaking with anger, Katakuri, you need to understand, if something happens to Mom, our pirate crew is done for. Despite Spiro's attitude, Katakuri remained silent. Just as Spiro was about to say something more, Katakuri slowly raised his hand and pointed towards Lin Feng. Spiro looked in the direction he was pointing and found Lin Feng watching the fierce battle in midair with great interest, showing no signs of worry. On the contrary, he seemed to be looking forward to something. Spiro didn't understand why Katakuri was pointing at Lin Feng and asked, What do you mean? Katakuri was taken aback. He had expressed himself so clearly, yet his older brother didn't understand. He sighed and explained, Spiro, seeing Mom and Kaido fighting, Fahai can still remain so calm proves that Mom and Kaido aren't really fighting. It's likely just a way for acquaintances to greet each other. Spiro was puzzled, looking at the two in midair who were still battling fiercely, with cold sweat appearing on their faces. They were fighting so intensely, and it was just a greeting? What a joke. How familiar do you have to be to use Wonghua as a greeting? Although he thought this in his heart, for the sake of his older brother's dignity, Spiro pretended to understand and sighed. That makes sense. Looking closely at Mom's fighting style, it seems she really isn't using her full strength. They must be reminiscing. The relationships among pirates are indeed forged through fighting, Spiro said to himself, increasingly convinced of his analysis. Sigh. Seeing Spiro express himself this way, Katakuri knew he still didn't get it, but he didn't mind. After all, Mom wasn't in danger, and whether he understood or not didn't matter. In midair, after several exchanges between Big Mom and Kaido, neither side gained an advantage, and the battle came to a halt. Crazy lady, your combat power is impressive. It seems having so many kids hasn't diminished your strength. Kaido teased, staring at Big Mom. Big Mom's eyes narrowed. Kaido's words displeased her. Then, as if she discovered something, she smiled slyly and said, I can't compare to you. Your strength is so high that you can't even see the broken horn on your head. Otherwise, how could one be broken? Was it broken by someone? Big Mom's sharp retort struck at Kaido's core, causing his face to alternate between green and red. Kaido instantly returned to human form, touching the broken horn on his head and snorting, what do you know? This is called aesthetics. Aesthetics? Big Mom stifled a laugh. Isn't that the aesthetic created by Fahai? The emphasis on created was very heavy. Kaido was momentarily at a loss for words. Then, as if he thought of something, his expression turned serious as he said to Big Mom, Crazy lady, let's get serious. Are you really going to cooperate with Fahai? Chapter 142. The Reincarnation of Heavenly Punishment. Alliance established. Of course, Big Mom replied immediately, her face showing determination in the current environment. Only Fahai can provide us with great security. This is the trend of the times. Big Mom's tone was resolute, carrying an undeniable attitude. Seeing this, Kaido's face fell, and he smacked his lips, saying the trend of the times. He didn't deny Big Mom's words, but deep down, he just didn't want to ally with Lin Feng. So, do you have an opinion? Big Mom glanced at Kaido and noticed that he seemed to be somewhat opposed to the alliance. A bit. Kaido touched the cross-section of his broken horn and said in a deep voice, Madwoman, how can you be sure that, after allying with Law, he won't do anything detrimental to us? You must understand, in this sea, there are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. How can you ensure that Law will safeguard our interests? What Kaido said was painful, but also true. In the world of pirates, there are no eternal allies. The law of the jungle is the only rule for survival. Hearing this, Big Mom's expression froze for a moment as she looked down at Law, her face becoming awkward. Indeed, she did not have enough confidence to guarantee that Lin Feng wouldn't act against their interests. The pirate world is not a game. Once you die, there is no second chance. If Lin Feng did something to put them in danger, then death would be final. There will be no room for a comeback. What's wrong? No confidence? Seeing Big Mom's silence, Kaido pressed on, then spread his hands and said, "Look, even you don't have that kind of confidence in law. How can I agree to the alliance?" As he spoke, Kaido's tone changed, growing colder as he stared at Big Mom. Lin, we are pirates, not playing house. I have to be responsible for my crew, and you have to be responsible for your family. Do you understand, Lin? Big Mom was at a loss for words in response to Kaido's questions. She wanted to argue back, but didn't know how to start. In the end, she could only feign strength and say, "No, I believe law won't do anything to harm us. At least not before rescuing Whitebeard." Heh! Hearing Big Mom's words, Kaido sneered, a mocking look in his eyes as he said to her, "You just said, not before rescuing Whitebeard. What about after? How can you guarantee that law won't act against us then? Just because of your 1,000-pound weight? Or because of your often violent temper? What do you think you have that law would value?" Kaido's words were sharp, pressing Big Mom step by step, giving her no time to react. Big Mom didn't know how to respond, standing dazed on Zeus without saying a word. "See, I told you, I hit the nail on the head." Observing this, Kaido smiled and was about to say something more. But at that moment, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Kaido, if you don't want the alliance, just leave. Don't try to sow discord among my allies." Lin Feng's tone was calm, but Kaido sensed an endless killing intent within. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on Kaido's back, soaking him completely. "I wasn't sowing discord. I was just speaking the truth." Kaido's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng's sudden appearance put immense psychological pressure on him. "Truth?" Lin Feng laughed coldly and stared directly at Kaido, saying, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You said so much just to withdraw from the alliance I proposed. But you're too afraid to tell me directly and can only look for a breakthrough through Lin. If you leave like this, I can't act against you because Lin spoke up." Lin Feng said with a smile that was neither a smile, revealing Kaido's innermost thoughts. Hearing Lin Feng's words, fear appeared in Kaido's eyes, his heart trembling as he realized the other party knew everything he was thinking. Could it be that Law's strength had reached a point where he could see through people's hearts? While Kaido was still in shock, Lin Feng slowly raised his hands, pressing them together in front of his chest, and began to chant in a mysterious tone. "Heavenly gods and Buddhas bear witness. Disciple Law forms an alliance with Charlotte Lin and Kaido. As long as they do not harm the disciple will not abandon them. Until death." With each word Lin Feng spoke, the surrounding environment underwent a tremendous change. Countless rays of light descended from the empty clouds, and for a moment, the entire sky above Cake Island was filled with the murmurs of heavenly gods and demons. This scene left everyone present in shock. The murmurs of the heavenly gods, combined with the sky full of light, could only be described as a miracle. But that wasn't all. With a loud ringing of a bell, the clouds in the sky actually condensed into a Buddha statue, emitting a sound of Dharma. Perfect. Just a single word echoed in everyone's hearts, as if the gods and Buddhas were speaking directly to them. As the sound of the Buddha echoed, Lin Feng shouted, leading the heavenly gods' decree, "Reincarnation, heavenly punishment, seal." Buzz. 3 colorless rays of Buddhist light shot down from the myriad of rays, landing on the heads of Lin Feng, Big Mom, and Kaido. In an instant, both Big Mom and Kaido felt as if they had formed an inexplicable connection with Lin Feng. Their favorability towards Lin Feng increased significantly, and even Kaido, who had always feared Lin Feng, looked at him with softer eyes. He felt that this connection with Lin Feng would only be severed upon death. Trust in Lin Feng rose to a considerable height in an instant. This trust had no reason, as if they were destined to believe in Lin Feng throughout their lives. "All right, now our alliance has no flaws." After completing all this, Lin Feng looked at Kaido and Big Mom and slowly spoke. "Reincarnation, heavenly punishment. The ultimate restriction spell of Buddhism. Its effect is to solidify our mutual trust. Those affected by this spell, if they do anything harmful to their allies, will be punished by the supreme power of the heavenly gods and Buddhas, falling into reincarnation for eternity." What exactly did you do?" Kaido stared at Lin Feng, confusion written on his face. At this moment, he felt less fear towards Lin Feng and instead wanted to be friendly. Just this point made Kaido extremely terrified. What kind of ability had this monk used to change his thoughts? Nothing, just to solidify the alliance among the three of us. Lin Feng replied lightly, then explained, just remember, if anyone among us does anything harmful to any party, they will face the punishment of the gods and Buddhas. The punishment of the gods and Buddhas. Kaido murmured. Though he didn't understand, he still refrained from asking what the punishment entailed. Just hearing those words made it clear that it was a terrifying punishment. All right, the alliance has been formed. Let us go to the island and properly discuss what comes next. Lin Feng said lightly, then slowly descended onto Cake Island. Chapter 143. The Wise One? A name that fits. Seeing this, Big Mom and Kaido followed suit. Meanwhile, at the center of Cake Island, Queen and other members of the Beast Pirates had also arrived here. Due to Kaido transforming into a giant dragon, they couldn't catch up, which is why they arrived at this time. However, as soon as they reached here, Queen was stunned by the reincarnation heavenly punishment that Lin Feng had used. What is this? The gods and Buddhas are all involved. Are you planning to dominate the world? Queen stared intently at Lin Feng, who was slowly descending from the sky, not daring to breathe too loudly. The events occurring in the sky were far beyond Queen's comprehension. Lin Feng noticed Queen's gaze, and because the alliance had been formed, he was in a very good mood and smiled at Queen. Lin Feng thought his smile was very friendly, but in Queen's eyes, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. Why is Lost smiling at me? A chill ran through Queen as he wondered why Lin Feng was smiling at him, and he began to overthink. Is this the legendary final smile? It seems kind, but in reality, it's just delivering a death notice to me. The more Quinn thought about it, the more anxious he became. He had no connection to Fahai, so why was he giving him that kind of smile? No, it was no longer suitable to stay here. He must inform the boss and evacuate the entire crew. Quinn thought to himself. At that moment, he noticed Kaido descending from the sky, and instantly, Quinn felt as if he had found a savior, rushing to Kaido's side. With a tense expression, he said to Kaido, "Boss, it's not safe here. We should leave quickly." Leave? Kaido was taken aback. He had just formed an alliance with Big Mom and Lin Feng, and they hadn't even determined the direction of their development before leaving. Where to? You can go, but I'm not leaving. Kaido looked at Quinn strangely and asked, "What's wrong? Have you encountered a problem? Problem? Difficulties?" Quinn was taken aback and stammered, well, sort of, "Oh." Hearing this, Kaido looked at Quinn with interest and said, "Tell me. I'm curious about what kind of problem could trouble my chief advisor." Quinn's face stiffened, nearly crying. What time was it? He then decisively grabbed Kaido's arm and pulled him towards the outskirts of Cake Island, saying, "Boss, let's leave first, and I'll tell you afterward, okay?" Seeing Quinn like this, Kaido became even more interested. Just as he was about to ask something, Quinn's movements froze, and he stared directly behind him. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice also rang out behind Kaido. "Kaido, gather your key crew members, preferably a few smart ones, to discuss the matter of rescuing Whitebeard." As he spoke, Lin Feng walked up to Kaido, glanced at Quinn, and said lightly, "Bring him along too. I remember he's one of your 3 disasters, right?" "Haha, good memory." Kaido laughed heartily, patted Quinn's shoulder, and said proudly, "This guy is recognized as our crew's big brain. I consult him on almost all important decisions. His intelligence is definitely sufficient." Saying this, Kaido gave a thumbs up, showing his confidence in Quinn's intelligence. Big brain? Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't heard that term in a long time. Suppressing a smile, Lin Feng looked Quinn up and down, observing his robust and wise appearance, and then patted Quinn's shoulder. Sighing, "Not bad, big brain, the name fits the person." Yes. Quinn felt the strength on his shoulder and Lin Feng's words, nodding repeatedly in agreement. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But before he could figure it out, the other disasters were already approaching. "Boss Kaido." Jin and Jack greeted Kaido in a deep voice while nodding to acknowledge him. They were loyal to Kaido, so they held little reverence for Lin Feng, only some fear of his strength. Fortunately, they had formed an alliance now, so they thought Lin Feng wouldn't attack them. That's why Jin and Jack acted this way. Lin Feng didn't say anything, finding it normal. He smiled and said, "Everyone's here. Let's go inside and discuss in detail." With that, He walked toward the castle, not far away. Seeing this, Kaido and Quinn followed. Inside the castle, Big Mom was using her soul fruit ability to give life to all objects, making the interior lively and colorful. The atmosphere was electrifying. Everyone, the alliance of the two emperors is officially formed today. Let's celebrate. Big Mom stood at the highest point, holding a large wine glass and shouting down to everyone. Her emotions very excited. The formal alliance with Lin Feng and Kaido represented a brand new beginning. If conditions allowed, their future path would lead to the unification of the Grand Line. Just thinking about this made Big Mom feel thrilled. But this was just Big Mom's one-sided thought. At that moment, Lin Feng and Kaido entered the castle. Looking at the carefully arranged surroundings, Lin Feng revealed a genuine smile. With the help of Big Mom and Kaido, rescuing Whitebeard was just around the corner. Fahai. Big Mom spotted Lin Feng and jumped down from the highest point. The impact of her massive body made the entire castle tremble. It's time to celebrate, Fahai. Let's drink together. After landing, Big Mom quickly walked up to Lin Feng, her face beaming with warmth. Lin Feng nodded, politely refusing Big Mom's kindness. I can't drink. You guys enjoy yourselves first, and come find me later. After saying this, Lin Feng found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. He knew that in such an environment, Big Mom and Kaido needed to create this lively atmosphere. Lin Feng couldn't intervene because a banquet was a traditional event among pirates during significant occasions. No, to be precise, it was a tradition in the world of One Piece. Seeing that Lin Feng had no intention of joining the banquet, Big Mom and Kaido said nothing. They exchanged a glance, the corners of their mouths curving into a meaningful arc. Crazy lady. Shall we have a drink? Kaido looked at Big Mom with interest, pulling out a large wine glass from somewhere. The meaning was very clear. Who is afraid of who? Seeing this, Big Mom directly brought out 2 barrels of wine. Placing them between the two, raising an eyebrow, drinking from a cup. Isn't exciting enough. Let us use this. Okay, Kaido responded, immediately lifting 1 barrel and pouring it into his mouth. Big Mom also refused to be outdone, grabbing the other barrel and chugging it down. With the 2 captains leading the way, the members of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates also joined in the drinking contest. The 2 great forces were like one family at that moment, putting aside their differences. Watching the revelry from the corner, Lin Feng's face showed a relaxed expression. At that moment, he truly felt confident that he could rescue Whitebeard. Without the support of Big Mom and Kaido, it would have been extremely difficult for him, along with Kenpachi and Marco, to rescue Whitebeard. Then, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the direction of Log Town, whispering softly, "Wait for me, Whitebeard." Chapter 144. So-called justice. While Cake Island was immersed in the festive banquet, Kizaru and Fujitora had already reached the center point of the nation, just a few nautical miles away from Cake Island. It seems the alliance of the 2 emperors is truly going to be formed. How terrifying. Kizaru stood at the bow of the ship, using a telescope to observe the celebratory atmosphere of Cake Island and the Beast Pirate ships docked at the island's edge. His expression heavy. He knew that such an unprecedented alliance would pose a significant threat to the Navy headquarters. 2 emperors. Fujitora beside him also wore a serious expression. Although he couldn't see what Kizaru saw, his keen observation haki could sense many things, such as Kizaru's current emotions. What should we do next, Kizaru? Fujitora asked Kizaru. Since the alliance of the 2 emperors had already been established as marine admirals, should they attack the 2 emperors or return to the Navy headquarters? Unlike Kizaru, Fujitora had already formed an answer in his heart as he asked. As he spoke, Fujitora slowly drew his long blade, adopting a posture that suggested he wanted to attack Cake Island. This startled Kizaru, who hurriedly said, Hey, Fujitora, you're not really thinking of launching an attack on the 2 emperors now, are you? What? Is that not allowed? Fujitora tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. As a marine, attacking pirates was a matter of course. Besides, the opponents are also the 4 emperors. Once such a force is eliminated, it will be extremely beneficial for both the Navy and the civilians. Kizaru was momentarily taken aback, looking speechlessly at his stubborn, blind elder brother in front of him. He explained that the execution of Whitebeard is imminent. If we clash with Kaido and the others now, both of us will be injured, and who will guard Log Town then? This. Fujitora was stunned. He hadn't really thought about this matter. He slowly sheathed his sword, looking apologetic as he said, "I'm sorry. It was my oversight. I didn't think it through." Indeed, attacking Kaido and the others now seems less important compared to executing Whitebeard. Seeing Fujitora change his mind, Kizaru let out a long sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you understand. Let's go. We should report back to the Navy headquarters now." With that, Kizaru directed the sailors on the ship to turn the warship around and head towards the new Navy headquarters. But just then, a figure on the sea caught Kizaru's attention. "What is that?" Kizaru was taken aback and picked up his binoculars to look. The sight through the binoculars instantly made Kizaru tense up. So he encountered him after all. Kizaru's expression darkened as he looked at the figure reflected in the binoculars, squeezing out a name from his mouth. Akiji. Indeed, the figure in the binoculars was the former Admiral leisurely riding a bicycle on the sea, known as Akiji Kazan. However, his current identity should be that of an undercover agent for the Navy. Oh, the Navy. When Kizaru noticed Akiji, he also discovered Kizaru. Looking at the familiar warship with the word justice emblazoned on it, Akiji sighed inwardly, wishing he could greet his old friend. Although he thought this in his heart, Akiji knew he could not do so. His identity was quite sensitive at this moment. The fact that he was an undercover agent must not be known to outsiders, especially since this was the territory of the four emperors. If someone with ulterior motives saw him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Akiji shifted his gaze from the warship to the distant Cake Island. His purpose for coming here was basically the same as Kizaru's, to investigate the truth behind the alliance of the two emperors. Of course, besides this, there was another matter that was also a main task assigned to him by Blackbeard, to win over the two emperors. This statement sounds simple, but it is quite difficult to accomplish. To win over such royal figures, one must offer benefits that can shake their very spirits. What Blackbeard aims to do is to use the ability granted by the Devil Fruit to have Kaido and Big Mom help him seize Whitebeard's corpse. Blackbeard is confident that no one can resist the power brought by the Devil Fruit, not even the four emperors. However, finding candidates for this alliance has become a challenge. Basis and Lafitte are his trusted aides, and Blackbeard does not want them to get involved in danger. As for Shiryu and his group, while they are strong, they have not yet pledged loyalty. After thinking it over, Akiji seemed to be the most suitable for this task. He is powerful and still a fallen admiral of the Navy. Even if he encounters danger, he can basically retreat unharmed. It's quite tricky. Akiji gazed in the direction of Cake Island, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind. Winning over the two emperors is definitely not as simple as it sounds. What he needs to do is not merely to persuade them. It appears to be an alliance, but in reality, he is to use Blackbeard's name to probe Kaido and Big Mom's trump cards, and then relay this information to the Navy. A gamble indeed, Akiji murmured, then rode his bicycle towards Cake Island. Watching Akiji's retreating figure, Kizaru stood at the stern of the ship, as if in a different world. Even though he knew about Akiji's undercover status, he still felt worried for him. "Be careful, Akiji," Kizaru sighed inwardly, and then slowly made his way to the resting area. But at that moment, Kizaru noticed that Fujitora, that old fellow, had left the warship at some point and was now standing alone on a small boat, facing Cake Island. Instantly, a very bad feeling surged in Kizaru's heart, and he hurriedly shouted at Fujitora, "Fujitora, what are you doing?" Feeling Kizaru's voice, Fujitora did not turn back, but slowly drew his long sword, pointing the tip directly at the island, not far away. Then Fujitora spoke, his voice not loud, but it reached Kizaru clearly. "The threat of the two emperor alliance to the world is too great. I cannot stand idly by. Although I cannot see, I still want to do something for those weak people in my own way. Bastard, what are you trying to do?" Hearing Fujitora's words, Kizaru realized that he was most likely trying to take action against Kaido and the others. His body instantly transformed into a flash of light, rushing towards him to stop him at the first opportunity. After all, Akiji had just headed towards Cake Island. If Fujitora acted now, not knowing Akiji's true identity, he would definitely clash with him. The consequences would be unimaginable. Kizaru was almost going crazy, but he was still a step too slow. Just as he reached the small boat to stop Fujitora, the sword in Fujitora's hand was already covered by his Devil Fruit ability. Then, Fujitora suddenly raised the sword above his head and brought it down heavily towards Cake Island. Buzz. Countless ring-shaped energy waves followed Fujitora's movement and soared into the sky. Watching this scene, Kizaru's expression changed. Shedding his usual laziness, terror appeared in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Following his gaze, he looked up at the sky, where a massive meteor was rapidly falling from the depths of the clouds. Its speed was so fast that it was igniting as it entered the atmosphere. The meteor was extraordinarily large, more than twice the size of Cake Island, and its target was precisely Cake Island. Chapter 145, Crisis. Super large meteor. Kizaru stared blankly at the sky, then turned his head to look at Fujitora speechlessly. He really couldn't understand why he would do such a thing. He had explained clearly that this was not the time to go to war with the two emperors. Why couldn't this old fellow understand? Kizaru was furious, just about to explode at Fujitora, but unexpectedly, Fujitora spoke first. "I'm sorry. Allow me to be willful just this once." Fujitora's voice carried sincere regret, leaving Kizaru unsure of how to respond. "You." Kizaru pointed at Fujitora, wanted to say something, but in the end, he helplessly lowered his hand, leaped onto the warship, and shouted to the sailors on the deck, "All personnel, pay attention. Leave the sea area as quickly as possible." Faced with the sudden command, the Navy personnel were unsure of what was happening, but they could tell from Kizaru's tone that the situation was serious. They complied, returning to their respective posts and doing their utmost to steer the warship away from the area. The warship sped across the sea, gliding as if it were skimming the surface at an incredible speed. Kizaru stood at the stern, watching Cake Island gradually disappear from view, letting out a deep sigh. Then, he picked up the Din Mushi and dialed the marshal's office. He wanted to report this matter to Akainu. Beep, beep, beep. The Din Mushi rang several times, but no one answered. Kizaru's expression grew heavier, and in the end, he tossed the Din Mushi aside, looking back at the now invisible Cake Island. He sighed inwardly. "Akiji, you must survive." Meanwhile, the people on Cake Island were still immersed in the joy of the banquet. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom's Pirates were all drinking and looking rosy. Even Queen, who had always been wary of Lin Feng, was now red-faced and dazed from drinking with Spelldo. "Burp, I tell you, there's nothing I can't research on this sea," Queen said, burping, as he put his arm around Spelldo's shoulder, looking rosy. He really? I must take a look when I get the chance." Spiro smiled and replied, equally tipsy. "Ha ha ha, good." Quinn laughed heartily in agreement, then raised his glass to clink with Spiro's. "Cheers." He then downed the drink in one go. "Cheers," Spiro echoed, also downing his drink. However, his glass was much smaller than Quinn's. What blast! Seeing Spiro's enthusiasm, a satisfied look appeared on Quinn's face. Just as he was about to continue tasting wine with him, he found the barrel empty. "Oh, where's the wine?" Quinn immediately became unhappy. How could the drinking stop at this time? Seeing this, Spiro patted Quinn's shoulder and said, There is, I'll go get it, plenty of wine." Saying this, he wobbled towards the room where the fine wine was stored. Behind him came Quinn's lewd laughter. "Haha, good, I'll wait for you." Spiro staggered along the balcony, which was the only way to the wine storage room. "Phew, today's drinking is really enjoyable, huh? What's that?" Spiro exhaled, stopped to appreciate the beautiful sky, hoping to sober up a bit, but noticed something speeding through the clouds towards Cake Island. "What the heck is that?" Spiro rubbed his eyes, not knowing what it was. When he saw it clearly, an incredible expression appeared on his face. "What the hell is this?" Spiro exclaimed in horror. The thing in the sky was none other than the meteorite summoned with all of Fujitora's might. However, it was still quite far from Cake Island, so not everyone could feel it yet. "No, I need to notify Mom right away." Spiro reacted immediately. The impact of the meteorite sobered him up significantly. He ran towards the castle. As soon as Spiro returned to the castle, Quinn spotted him and smiled. "Wow, you got the wine back quickly, really impressive speed. Come on, let us continue." As he said this, Quinn moved his massive body towards Spiro. But at this moment, Spiro had no mood to drink. He found Big Mom in the crowd and hurriedly walked up to her, his face heavy. "Mom, something big has happened." "Huh?" Big Mom glanced at Spiro, originally wanting to tease him, but she saw something different in his eyes. She immediately sobered up and cautiously asked, "What happened, Spiro?" "This." Spiro didn't know how to describe the meteorite and sighed, "Mom, please come with me." Saying this, Spiro walked towards the balcony. Seeing this, Big Mom raised an eyebrow. She didn't think Spiro would disturb her over trivial matters, so she followed him. Just as the two were walking towards the balcony, Lin Feng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the castle sky. No, to be precise, he looked at the incoming meteorite. Fujitora? Lin Feng muttered to himself. In the entire pirate world, only he could unleash such inhuman abilities. No one else. Otherwise, Fujitora wouldn't have been exceptionally promoted to an admiral. It's worth noting that even the fastest promoted Akiji climbed up step by step from a low-ranking position and only became an admiral in his 40s. But from what Lin Feng understood, Fujitora was definitely not the impulsive type to use such a tactic to attack Cake Island. Could it be that the Navy has noticed my arrival to form an alliance? What is that? Just as Lin Feng was thinking, Big Mom's voice came from the balcony, laced with an unprecedented hint of fear. "What is wrong, crazy woman?" Hearing Big Mom's voice, Kaido groggily walked over to her, initially intending to tease her. But when Kaido saw the enormous meteorite hovering above Cake Island, his expression suddenly changed. He looked shocked. "What the hell is that thing?" Kaido turned to Big Mom, wanting an explanation. He knew that if such a large meteorite struck Cake Island, not only the island but the entire sea would be devastated by the impact. All living beings would perish, and the entire sea would ultimately be left barren. There's no time. Hearing Kaido's voice, Lin Feng stood up and walked out of the castle. The moment he stepped out, he looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing sharply. The meteorite was even larger than he sensed. It was over twice the size of Cake Island. If this meteorite collided with the ground, let alone the nations, the entire sea and even the Grand Line would be affected. Without time to think further, Lin Feng summoned his Kasaya and then activated the him.W, King of Light, manifestation to its limit, materializing behind him and charging towards the meteorite. At the edge of Cake Island, Akiji watched the meteorite falling from the sky, breaking into a cold sweat. "Navy, what are you trying to do?" Chapter 146. On the balcony, Big Mom and Kaido, who were pondering how to deal with the meteorite, saw a dark shadow rushing towards the meteorite from the ground, which made them puzzled. "What is that?" Big Mom and Kaido looked towards the shadow, and when they saw it clearly, shock appeared on their faces as they exclaimed in unison, "Fahai." After speaking, the two looked at each other, seeing some decisions in each other's eyes. Swish! In an instant, Big Mom and Kaido also rushed towards the meteorite, their speed rivaling Lin Feng's. "You guys?" Feeling the aura approaching from behind, Lin Feng turned around and was stunned to see Kaido in dragon form and Big Mom riding Zeus. He was about to say something when Big Mom spoke first. "Fahai, with a meteorite of this scale, even you can't handle it alone, right? How about us two joining in?" Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, Big Mom swung Napoleon at the meteorite. At the same time, Kaido transformed into his half-dragon form and swung his Kanabo towards the meteorite. Vgu. Thunderous 8 trigrams. With the enhancement of Thunderous 8 trigrams, the attack power of Wigu was greatly increased, piercing through the clouds and crashing towards the meteorite. The attacks of the two emperors intertwined, and it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Just from the momentum, it was evident. "Break for me." Kaido laughed maniacally, his face showing a hint of madness. Big Mom beside him also showed anticipation, eager to see how their attacks would shatter the meteorite. Boom! The reinforced Wigu slammed into the meteorite. A burst of black light erupted from the center of the attack. The immense power halted the meteorite's advance, shattering a significant portion of it into countless fragments that fell all around. The booming sounds continued. This thing is nothing special, just looks impressive but is useless." Seeing their attack had some effect, Kaido laughed heartily, thinking they had stopped the meteorite. Too early to celebrate. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Kaido and Big Mom's techniques indeed had an effect, but it merely slowed the meteorite's advance. It didn't eradicate the threat at all. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Kaido's smile froze, and he looked up, realizing that their attacks had only reduced a portion of the meteorite. There was still a body, close to twice the size of the island, that remained unresolved. Damn it! Kaido's expression darkened, cursing loudly, then shouted at Big Mom, "Crazy woman. Keep going. I refuse to believe we can't smash this thing." Saying this, he swung his kanabo, gearing up for another attack, with Conqueror's haki swirling around him, creating an imposing aura. The nearby ant saw this and nodded, swinging Napoleon in her hand, while concentrating the power of the other two homais into the blade, preparing to deliver the strongest strike. Just as the two were about to launch their attack together, Lin Feng's voice rang out, filled with helplessness. Hey, stop. Huh? What's wrong? Hearing the voice, the ant and Kaido turned to Lin Feng, their eyes filled with confusion. They were about to destroy the meteorite, and, at that moment, Fahai was blocking them. What was he trying to do? Seeing their confusion, Lin Feng explained, pointing to the meteorite in the sky. Your attacks can indeed destroy it, but the shockwave from the explosion and the scattered debris would be enough to destroy Cake Island as well. While you're focused on destroying the meteorite, you need to consider the safety of the crew on Cake Island. Listening to Lin Feng's explanation, the ant and Kaido both lowered their weapons, looking at each other. Indeed, Lin Feng was speaking the truth. Destroying the meteorite was simple, but ensuring the safety of Cake Island while doing so was something they couldn't manage, at least not with their current methods. What do we do then? Just leave it like this? Kaido glanced at the approaching meteorite and spoke. Is there a better way than just destroying the meteorite, even if it affects Cake Island? If we don't deal with this thing in time, not only Cake Island, but the surrounding seas will also be destroyed by the huge shockwave it brings. I'll handle it. Sensing Kaido's intentions, Lin Feng said calmly. The Zen staff instantly appeared in his hand, emanating an unmatched aura. Then he addressed Kaido and the ant. I will use all my strength to destroy the meteorite. You and Ling Ling need to pay attention to clearing the scattered debris to ensure the safety of Cake Island. After saying this, Lin Feng charged towards the meteorite, his speed shocking both emperors. Can he handle it? Kaido muttered, watching Lin Feng's swift figure. Humph. Do you think someone who could pin you down on the ground would be unable to deal with this? The ant snorted, recalling the details of how Lin Feng had once subdued Kaido. Hearing this, Kaido's expression soured. Hey, crazy woman, can we not dig up people's past? Enough talk. You go that way, and I'll go this way to deal with the scattered debris. The ant coldly huffed, then dashed towards the west side of Cake Island. Sigh. Women are hard to deal with. Kaido sighed and headed in the opposite direction. At this moment, Lin Feng had already closed in to within 100 meters of the meteorite. He could feel the intense heat generated by the friction between the meteorite and the atmosphere. The scorching temperature made his clothes sizzle and smoke. Tricky. Lin Feng's expression darkened, and the Buddha power within him erupted. The King of Light avatar stepped out of the void, creating ripples in space with its movement. Following that, Lin Feng held the Zen staff horizontally across his chest and whispered, Great Might Heavenly Dragon, World-Honored Earth Store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Permitha. With each chant, the King of Light avatar became more focused, and by the time he uttered the last phrase, the avatar's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A ray of light shot from its eyes, containing an authority that seemed to penetrate the soul. Great Wheel King avatar, condense. Great Wheel King seal, form. Lin Feng shouted, and at that moment, the King of Light avatar seemed to gain its own consciousness. It crossed its arms in front of its chest, mimicking Lin Feng's action. Thousands of Buddha sounds resonated from the King of Light avatar. Suddenly, the avatar's hands took on a glass-like appearance, reaching into the void to grasp, and a massive square seal coalesced from the emptiness. In front of it appeared a large swastika. This was the treasured artifact of the King of Light avatar, the Great Wheel King seal. As soon as the swastika seal appeared, Lin Feng's eyes filled with madness as he roared at the descending meteorite. Break for me. With Lin Feng's roar, the Great Wheel King seal was thrown forward, crashing down on the meteorite. The seal's momentum was astonishing, as if it had broken the shackles of time, heavily striking the meteorite. Chapter 147. Aftermath silent and unnoticed. When the Great Wheel King seal struck the meteorite, It erupted in dazzling white light. In an instant, everyone on the island felt as if they had gone blind, only able to see a blank white. The ant felt it, and so did Kaido. The island Spyro and Queen felt it as well. Damn it, what is that Fahai guy doing? What is going on? Is it the end of the world? What is this white light? I can't see anything. Everyone on the island fell into panic, as the penetrating white light caused them to temporarily lose their vision. Meanwhile, in mid-air, the enormous meteorite disintegrated horrifically upon contact with the king's seal. The power of the seal penetrated the meteorite's interior, erupting from within and destroying it. At this moment, the ant also emerged from her temporary blindness and shouted to Kaido in the distance, "Handle the debris. Don't order me around, crazy woman." Kaido roared, his gaze fixed tightly on the sky, clearly displeased with being directed. Is it not completely shattered? Lin Feng observed the now fragmented meteorite, realizing it hadn't completely broken apart as he had imagined. Instead, it had turned into countless fragments, still heading towards Cake Island. Some of the larger pieces were as big as half of Cake Island. If they landed, they would still cause a disaster. Damn it, what were those Navy guys thinking? Lin Feng felt furious, unable to understand why the Navy suddenly attacked Cake Island. Did they discover their whereabouts and want to take them both down? Very likely. Lost in thought, the shattered meteorite began to fall. Seeing this, Lin Feng snorted coldly, swung the Zen staff, and struck the falling meteorite. "Shatter for me," Lin Feng shouted, and one end of the Zen staff expanded infinitely, smashing the falling meteorites into tiny fragments, turning into ashes. Not only him, but the ant and Kaido also continued to strike the falling meteorites. Each hit cleared a large area, yet countless small pieces still crashed onto Cake Island. Instantly, smoke billowed. Some buildings were destroyed, and the heat from the meteorites ignited everything. Almost half of Cake Island turned into a vast sea of flames. What is going on? Spyro stood on the balcony, looking at the devastated environment below, shouting. Some of the buildings were ones he had helped construct. At that moment, his heart was bleeding. Shouting won't help, put out the fire. At this time, Katakuri was relatively calm. He said to Spyro and then leaped down from the castle, rushing towards the ruined buildings to rescue them. Damn it, who is that guy trying to mess with us? If I find out, I will kill him. Spyro cursed and charged down, trying to minimize the damage to Cake Island. Not just him, nearly everyone from Big Mom's crew rushed into the city to assist. Brother Quinn, should we help? Drought Jack looked at Big Mom's subordinates rushing to rescue and, not very bright, asked Quinn. Help, Quinn replied firmly. Why wouldn't we help? We are a brotherhood. Saying this, Quinn moved his massive body towards the sea of fire. Seeing this, Jack hurriedly followed. Seeing the two of them act, Jean also sighed, flapping his massive wings and diving into the sea of fire, trying to extinguish the flames with speed. In midair, looking at his island being destroyed by meteors, Big Mom was on the verge of madness, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins as she roared. Who is it? Who has nothing better to do than to throw meteors at me? I will find them and skin them alive, stripping away 100 years of their lifespan. Watching Big Mom go insane, Kaido flew over from a distance and said to her, Crazy woman, have you lost your mind from anger? What? Do you want to take my wrath? Big Mom shot him a glare, saying, No, I didn't say that. Kaido waved his hand, looking innocent, then asked her, Don't you want to know who attacked you? Do you know who it is? Upon hearing this, Big Mom's voice turned cold as she stared directly at Kaido. Of course. Kaido nodded proudly and said, Understanding the enemy's information is the most basic lesson for pirates. Don't think that just because you're one of the 4 emperors, no one dares to touch you. People nowadays are quite crazy. Speak. Kaido wanted to say more, but Big Mom interrupted. Hurry up. Who is it? Just as Kaido was about to answer, Lin Feng's voice came from behind him. Admiral Fujitora. Admiral? Big Mom was suspicious. Why would an admiral attack her stronghold at this time? Is it not enough for them to deal with Whitebeard? Now, they turn their attention to her. Are they trying to execute Whitebeard while also wiping out the remaining 4 emperors? Hey, Fahai. No need to steal my words. That's not a good habit. Kaido glared at Lin Feng, clearly displeased that he interrupted him. Sorry. Lin Feng nodded, expressing his apology, then said to both of them, Since the Navy can strike us at this moment, it means they are aware of the alliance, and are prepared to go to war with the four emperors. It's possible they will launch another attack, right after executing Whitebeard. Attack us? Kaido smiled, a look of disdain on his face, and said, let them come. I can take on 2 admirals by myself. 1 against 2? Lin Feng shook his head and smiled faintly. Just dealing with this meteor has cost us a lot of effort. With admirals of such strength, do you really think you could take on 2? Do you even believe that yourself? Kaido was speechless, realizing that if he really faced 2 admirals, even he would find it quite challenging. After all, the Navy's peak combat strength is no joke. Those guys are very powerful in battle. Then I can handle 1, right? I can definitely overpower a single admiral, Kaido said, imagining the outcome of fighting against a Navy admiral. He was absolutely confident he could defeat or even kill 1. If you can't even take down 1 admiral, you don't deserve to be called the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Lin Feng showed no mercy to Kaido, saying flatly. He continued, since the Navy has declared war on us, we have no need to hold back. What do we do? Big Mom looked at Lin Feng, clearly unhappy that her headquarters had been destroyed. Chapter 148, Target. Road Town set sail. What do we do? Lin Feng smiled, a fierce glint in his eyes, of course. We fight back. How can you accept Cake Island being destroyed like this? All right, fight back. Big Mom was stirred by Lin Feng's words, gritting her teeth and saying, I'll gather my subordinates to attack the Navy headquarters right now. I want them to pay double for the losses of Cake Island. As she spoke, Big Mom was about to call her crew, but Lin Feng stopped her. No rush. First, let's settle Cake Island, then head to the East Sea. To the East Sea? Kaido looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Their base had been destroyed by the Navy. What was the point of going to the East Sea now? First, we save Whitebeard. Once we have him on our side, we can attack the Navy headquarters, Lin Feng explained. Save Whitebeard. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Big Mom and Kaido instinctively wanted to refuse, but they understood that Lin Feng's goal in forming an alliance with them was to rescue Whitebeard. After a moment of contemplation, they gritted their teeth and said, we can save Whitebeard, but after rescuing him, he must join our alliance. The sea doesn't need other powers. Of course. Lin Feng nodded, saying that after saving Whitebeard, he intended to have him join the alliance. He believed that once Whitebeard agreed to join, they would become the greatest force in the Grand Line. At that point, they could directly challenge the world government. However, all of this depended on Whitebeard's agreement. All right. Big Mom and Kaido exchanged glances and responded, then shouted to the crew, still putting out fires below, gather all combatants. Destination, EC, set sail. Yes, Mama. The crew responded. You little ones, follow the crazy woman's ship. Yes, Captain. Kaido also issued orders, and thus, the 2 ships sailed side by side across the sea towards Road Town in the East Sea. Lingling, where's Fahai? After setting sail, Kaido suddenly realized he hadn't seen Lin Feng and asked Big Mom. He said he would catch up with us later. Big Mom replied truthfully. Catch up with us. Kaido was taken aback, confused about what was going on. You were the one who suggested heading to the East Sea, and now that we've left, you're not coming? Are you joking with me? Kaido, feeling quite displeased, shouted at his crew, Target East Blue, full speed ahead. Yes, Captain. The crew replied. What are you doing? Aren't you waiting for Fahai? Big Mom couldn't help but ask as Kaido's ship accelerated. Wait for what? Let that bald guy fly to East Blue by himself. I don't have time to wait for him, Kaido replied, and then his ship sped away, quickly disappearing from Big Mom's sight. That guy Kaido. Hearing Kaido's words, Big Mom shook her head, recalling how he had always been like this since he was young, putting on one face in front of people and another behind their backs. Because of this, Rocks had beaten Kaido quite a bit in the past. Who would have thought that decades later, he would still be the same? Truly, a dog can't change its eating habits. Mama, are we waiting for Fahai? Spyro asked after hearing the conversation between Big Mom and Kaido. No need. Big Mom shook her head. Fahai's speed isn't necessarily slower than ours. Is that really okay? Spyro was a bit worried, wondering if not waiting for Lin Feng would provoke his anger. Sensing Spyro's concerns, Big Mom showed a hint of anger and coldly said, You weren't like this before, Spyro. After that, she shouted at the crew on the ship, full speed ahead. Let's catch up to that bastard Kaido. Yes, Mama. On Cake Island. The main fighting force on the island had already left, leaving only some miscellaneous soldiers affiliated with Big Mom's power. At one end of the island, Lin Feng slowly descended from the sky, standing on a rock where Akiji was hiding, with a playful expression. Did you come out on your own? Or should I go invite you? Lin Feng said. Former Marine Admiral Akiji. Though Lin Feng's voice was not loud, Akiji, hidden under the rock, could hear it clearly. Sigh. Akiji sighed and slowly moved the rock off his head, stepping out. Upon seeing Lin Feng's playful expression, Akiji felt puzzled. For someone like him, if he wanted to hide with all his might, even the four emperors might not be able to discover him. How did this monk in front of him find him? That was quite strange. What do you want from me? Akiji asked directly, not inquiring how Lin Feng had discovered him. He knew Lin Feng must have noticed him long ago, but chose not to reveal his presence while Kaido and the others were around, instead waiting until they left to find him. This operation left Akiji somewhat perplexed about Lin Feng's intentions. Chapter 149. I don't want to be a monk, yet don't be nervous. Lin Feng smiled at Akiji, noting that his attire was just like what he had seen in his past life, except that he was missing the penguin that could nap in the water. Huh. Akiji chuckled dryly, not speaking, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. Not nervous? How can I not be nervous? As a former Marine Admiral, Akiji knew far more than some factions. For instance, 2 of the Gorosei had disappeared, which was likely related to the person in front of him. Although he couldn't be sure if Lin Feng had eliminated the 2 Gorosei, there was definitely a close connection between the 2 events. The Gorosei, the pinnacle of power in Mary Geos. If someone like that could be taken down by you, how can I not be nervous? Sensing Akiji's emotional fluctuations, Lin Feng paid no mind, jumping down from the rock and walking in front of Akiji, sizing him up. What are you doing? Akiji looked at Lin Feng, feeling a very unpleasant sensation. How should he put it? Akiji felt as if Lin Feng's gaze was sizing him up like livestock. It's fine. No need to be nervous. Lin Feng continued with the same line, circling around Akiji and smacking his lips. It's quite surprising that someone like you was let go by the Navy. There wouldn't be some hidden deal going on, would there? Lin Feng said with a smile. This remark made Akiji break out in a cold sweat. What? Akiji's eyes narrowed. How did the other party find out? Could his undercover identity have been exposed? No way. Akiji thought to himself, believing he had mastered the essence of being an undercover agent. In front of outsiders, he would never show any signs. Plus, the injuries he sustained from fighting Akainu ensured that no one would suspect his identity. He looked like nothing more than a loser in a power struggle. Had the other party noticed some subtle clue, or what? For a moment, Akiji fell into deep thought. But unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng possessed a keen perception that allowed him to observe certain things about a person from their emotions. Lies were as flimsy as paper in front of Lin Feng. All right, don't be nervous. I don't plan to do anything to you. Looking at the serious Akiji, Lin Feng said, then continued to ask, you were sent by Blackbeard, right? Yeah. Akiji nodded, not surprised that Lin Feng knew about his involvement with Blackbeard. This wasn't a secret. Anyone with a mind would have some knowledge of it. After all, the former Marine Admiral status was there, and no one would be indifferent to his every move. What did he send you to do? Let me guess. Lin Feng scratched his chin as if deep in thought, then looked at Akiji with amusement. That guy Teach has always been very ambitious. He probably wants you to negotiate cooperation with Big Mom. What? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Akiji's eyes widened, filled with shock. How did the other party know about this? But after a moment's thought, Akiji calmed down again. Being sent by Blackbeard meant it was a big deal. Coupled with the execution of Whitebeard, it was easy to associate that Blackbeard had sent him to discuss cooperation. In the current complex situation, even the strong had times when they huddled together for warmth, which wasn't surprising. Ignoring Akiji's shock, Lin Feng continued, taking advantage of Whitebeard's impending execution to pull in the 4 emperors. Nice idea. Lin Feng nodded, but there was a cold gleam in his eyes. Others might not know Blackbeard's intentions, but he was well aware. That bastard sent Akiji to try to unite Big Mom and Kaido, offering certain rewards to have them seize Whitebeard's corpse in Logtown. At that point, Blackbeard would be able to acquire Whitebeard's powers. What a beautiful thought, but unfortunately, he had already allied with the 2 emperors. Otherwise, if he had been just a little slower, perhaps Blackbeard could have succeeded. Blackbeard was indeed a troublemaker, with a cold glint in his eyes. Lin Feng decided that after rescuing Whitebeard, he would take care of that guy as well. Consider it a small revenge for Whitebeard. Thinking this, Lin Feng looked at Akiji, a former high-ranking Marine admiral who, one way or another, had gotten mixed up with Blackbeard. There had to be some hidden reason or something shameful behind it. Akiji. Huh. Akiji looked up and found Lin Feng looking at him strangely, making him feel uneasy. What do you want? Akiji's voice trembled slightly. It wasn't just a pretense. He genuinely felt a bit of fear towards Lin Feng deep down. He knew he was no match for Lin Feng. Perhaps he could escape if he fought desperately, but that would be too costly. Always laid back, he didn't want to take such risks. It's fine. Lin Feng grinned at Akiji, his eyes narrowing into a line, and said something shocking. No matter who you mix with, you might as well mix with me. What? Akiji couldn't believe it. The other party actually dared to recruit him, a former Marine admiral. Is he not afraid that he is an undercover agent for the Navy? Didn't hear it clearly? Let me say it again. Kizaru's reaction made Lin Feng frown. He cleared his throat and said, rather than mixing with Blackbeard, you might as well mix with me. At least, I'll look much better than Doflamingo. Working with a handsome person will surely make your mood different, right? How about it? Think about it. Kizaru was bewildered by Lin Feng's fresh and unconventional logic. What does it mean that working with a handsome person will make your mood different? That sounds so awkward. How about it? Think about it. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at Kizaru. Thank you for your kind offer, but I still think it's better to be with Blackbeard. Kizaru decisively rejected Lin Feng's invitation, secretly thinking that at least Doflamingo wouldn't say such strange things. Lin Feng's gaze instantly changed after being rejected. He stared at Kizaru and coldly said, Are you saying you'd rather be with Doflamingo than with me? What do I lack compared to that idiot? Lin Feng felt insulted. No matter how you looked at it, Doflamingo didn't seem more amiable than him. Anyone should be able to judge between him and Doflamingo. What qualifications does that guy have to compare with him? Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something he had overlooked. He looked at Kizaru strangely and said, You don't think I mean for you to join me as a monk, do you? Kizaru was stunned. He really thought about organizing a speech to find an excuse for himself. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he shivered and repeatedly nodded. Right. I haven't settled down yet. I don't want to ruin my future so early. Kizaru emphasized the word future tightly. Any man could hear the meaning in those words. Lin Feng was taken aback, suddenly slapped his forehead and cursed Kizaru in his heart. Damn it. Why didn't you say that earlier? You only said it after I did. Am I digging my own grave here? Damn it. Chapter 150. Kizaru joins the Crisis of the White Team. On Cake Island, in a certain ruin, Lin Feng and Kizaru stared at each other, holding their ground for a long time. The reason they were at a standstill was simple. Lin Feng wanted to recruit Kizaru for his own use, while Kizaru was hesitant because he didn't know what Lin Feng was up to, so he didn't relent. Looking at the upright Kizaru in front of him, Lin Feng was really tired of wasting time, slowly saying, What do you need to agree to join me? Just name a condition. Kizaru glanced at Lin Feng, a look of helplessness on his face. No conditions, I really don't want to be a monk. You. Seeing Kizaru stubbornly refusing to budge on the monk issue, Lin Feng was speechless. I've told you 800 times. Mixing with me doesn't mean you have to be a monk. What's wrong with you? Can't you understand? Lin Feng's words didn't have much effect on Kizaru. His expression remained unchanged as he said, Fahai, why are you wasting time with me? Just tell me what you like about me, and I can change it. What do you mean? Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth and stared at Kizaru. I like that you're alive. Do you want to change that? Kizaru was left speechless, feeling quite aggrieved. His face turned a shade of blue and white, feeling very helpless. Lin Feng didn't care if Kizaru felt aggrieved and bluntly stated, Let me be clear. If you don't join me today, you won't be able to leave this place. Lin Feng's tone was very firm, and with his monk's attire, he gave off a vibe of a rogue monk. Sigh. Kizaru sighed deeply, faced with Lin Feng's strange attitude. He knew he was most likely going to be forced into submission. He couldn't beat him or run away, so there was no other choice but to join. After thinking it over, Kizaru reluctantly nodded, agreeing to Lin Feng. He knew that if he didn't agree now, who knows what this rogue monk would do. You agreed? Seeing Kizaru nod, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Kizaru didn't confirm, but asked, If I don't agree, will you let me go? No. Lin Feng shook his head like a rattle drum. Then that's settled. Consider it my agreement. Kizaru said helplessly. Good. Lin Feng responded excitedly. He had his reasons for bringing Kizaru under his wing. As a former Marine Admiral, Kizaru surely knew a lot. He would also understand some secrets of the Marine High Command. What Lin Feng wanted to do was to pry some information about the Marine high-ups from Kizaru. As for the two elders under him, that's irrelevant. As the saying goes, a general in command does not obey military orders. No matter how much the elders knew, it couldn't compare to what a frontline admiral understood. Although Kizaru couldn't fully trust him yet, after all, his actions could be seen as coercive, and there wasn't any substantial interest between him and Kizaru. But Lin Feng believed that it wouldn't be long before he could learn some useful information from Kizaru. Thinking about it, Lin Feng's heart was filled with joy. A former Marine admiral. If he attacks the Marine headquarters in the future, it would surely be much easier. Next, where should we go? Just then, Kizaru's voice rang out. He looked at Lin Feng, who was standing still and occasionally chuckling in a creepy manner, making him quite uncomfortable. Huh? Lin Feng came back to his senses, realizing he had lost his composure, and cleared his throat, saying, "You don't need to worry about that. Just follow me." Saying this, Lin Feng summoned his cassock, stepped onto it, and gestured for Kizaru to come up as well. Is it safe? Kizaru looked at the cassock, which seemed like it could be blown away by a strong wind at any moment, and expressed his distrust. Just come on. I guarantee you'll be fine. Lin Feng patted his chest and assured him. All right. Seeing Lin Feng's assurance, Kizaru reluctantly stepped onto the cassock. Hold on tight. Lin Feng glanced at Kizaru and said. Just as Kizaru was confused, the cassock suddenly rose to a certain height and then sped off into the distance. It was incredibly fast. On the other side, while Lin Feng forcibly pulled Kizaru onto his ship, the white team found themselves in a predicament. Damn it! Who leaked our information? Marco, surrounded by azure flames, glared at the distant enemies and roared. Captain, should we retreat? A team member suggested to Marco, and this was the thought of everyone. Retreat. What about Jozu? Anguish and anger appeared on Marco's face as he fixed his gaze on a certain building not far away. There was a figure very robust, binding Diamond Jozu with ropes. Earlier, Marco and the others had followed the information given by Doflamingo to search for Jozu, but unexpectedly encountered an attack from unknown enemies. It was a fighting method completely different from this world, rendering their devil fruit abilities entirely ineffective. Powerful and dangerous. Marco had never encountered such enemies in his life. If he had to describe them, they were like walking sea prism stones, completely countering their abilities. Let's go. Vista, covered in blood, rushed out from a distance, shouting at Marco. What about Jozu? Marco repeated, his palms squeezing the prayer beads until they were wet. He intended to use the prayer beads that Lin Feng had given him. But this thing had too much lethality. If used recklessly, even if it drove the enemy back, it could endanger Jozu. So that's why Marco hasn't taken action yet. Hearing Marco's words, Vista also felt uneasy. Indeed, they could leave, but that would mean abandoning Jaws. No way. As a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, they cannot leave a comrade behind. Just as he was thinking, a shadow rushed out from a distance and slashed towards Marco and Vista. Swish! The long sword unleashed a slash that spanned several meters, its power unmatched, and its momentum comparable to Mihawk's. Are you challenging me to a sword fight? Vista quickly reacted, expertly wielding his swordsmanship to meet the slash. Flower Sword. Vista unleashed his signature move, causing petals to dance around, and the sword shadows filled the air, making it impossible to distinguish which one was real. Boom! Countless flower swords directly split the incoming slash, and the divided attack struck the ground on either side, creating deep, bottomless gashes. I blocked it, Vista murmured to himself, and just then, a chilling laughter echoed from afar. Hee, is this the power of the flower sword? Not bad. Who? Marco and the others were shocked. It was embarrassing that after fighting for so long, they still hadn't seen the true face of their attacker, causing them to feel anxious. It's the 1st Division Captain, the Phoenix Marco, isn't it? The eerie voice resounded from all directions, laced with disdain. Get out here, stop hiding. Marco was furious. The flames of the Phoenix surged outwards. Chapter 151, Number 7. The severely injured Marco. Is this all you've got? Facing the flames of the Phoenix. The eerie voice sounded again, its tone still filled with disdain. It seemed Marco's attack didn't meet this person's expectations, which made him quite displeased. Oomph. In response to the taunt, Marco snorted coldly, the wings of the phoenix slicing through the air. In his half-beast form, the phoenix soared into the sky, folding its wings of blue flames before suddenly spreading them wide. Instantly, countless blue flames poured down like cannonballs, striking the ground. Boom! 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 The blue flames engulfed the area, casting everything in a sky-blue hue. The flames of the phoenix shot into the clouds, as if trying to burn everything to ashes. The surrounding heat waves surged higher and higher, making it difficult for ordinary people to even breathe. Hee, is this all the Phoenix Marco can do? The eerie voice repeated its question, unchanged in tone, as if Marco's attack had no effect on him whatsoever. Vista, let us go. Seeing this, Marco didn't linger, grabbing Vista beside him and rushing away. That last attack had taken almost all of his strength. The opponent was still in such a state, the disparity was evident. Marco knew that if they stayed here any longer, he and Vista would likely end up here. Marco, the beads. Vista looked at Marco, wanted to use the beads given by Lin Feng. No. Marco shook his head. The power of the beads was too great. If used here, it would definitely involve Jaws. The opponent was currently unconscious, lacking even the most basic defensive abilities. If the beads were detonated, Jaws would be the one suffering the worst consequences. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, they must not use the beads. The second in command of the White-Beard Pirates, and he is only capable of running away. What a pathetic guy who even abandons his comrades. The eerie voice sounded behind Marco, provoking his mindset. Damn! Hearing this, Marco's forehead bulged with veins, his body suddenly stopping as if he intended to fight the opponent to the death. Hold on, Marco. Seeing this, Vista quickly reminded him not to fall for the opponent's provocation, to retreat first, and regroup with the master before coming back to rescue Jaws. I know, Marco said in a deep voice, almost grinding his teeth, showing that his mental state had reached a critical point. Suddenly, Marco's speed reached its limit, the blue wings piercing the sky as he dove into the thick clouds with Vista. Trying to escape? The eerie voice sounded again, filled with mockery. At the moment its voice fell, a shadow sprang from the ground, shooting towards the direction Marco was fleeing. Instantly, Marco's angry voice echoed from within the clouds. Get lost! Whoosh! The blue flames exploded in the clouds, sending the shadow flying. The shadow emerged from the clouds. It was a branch, specifically a willow branch. The willow branch slowly retracted towards the ground, with a hint of blood on its tip. No need to guess whose it was. You're not doing so well either. Marco. The owner of the eerie voice walked out from the flames, the willow branch slowly retracting into his hand, the bloody end sinking into it. We will meet again. That day 1 TB far off. The owner of the eerie voice squinted at the clouds, his tone chilling. Just then, a heavy voice sounded from behind him, carrying a hint of reproach. Number 7, you've gone a bit too far. Why didn't you kill the opponent on the spot? Number 3. The man referred to as number 7 slowly turned around to face the speaker, a fleeting coldness crossing his face as he said blandly, our target was never Marco. What is wrong with letting him go? Oomph. Hearing the discontent in number 7's tone, the heavy-voiced man snorted coldly. Don't show me your old pirate demeanor. Don't forget what your identity is now. Identity? What identity? Number 7 let out a self-deprecating laugh. We're just dogs under that, Lord. Have you ever seen a dog with an identity? You. Number 3 was momentarily taken aback by his words, about to explode with anger, but seemingly remembering something. He forcibly suppressed his rage and said coldly, handle Jaws' situation. Clean it up properly. Don't let anyone notice anything. After saying that, number 3 turned and left, leaving number 7 standing alone with a cold expression. It's just that I got to that Lord a step earlier. What is there to show off? He sneered, turning and vanishing from sight. Above the clouds, Marco's face was unnaturally flushed, a result of the attack from number 3. He had been suppressing his internal injuries, which led to blood rushing to his head. Marco, hang in there. We'll be on the ship soon. Vista shouted at him, hanging on to Marco's feet, his face filled with concern. Cough, cough, I know. Marco coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes crimson, But even so, he continued to push through. I see it. We're almost there. At that moment, Vista shouted excitedly as he saw a pirate ship docked at the shore of a nearby island, with Cat Viper and Dogstorm aboard. I see it. Marco glanced blearily, gathering all his strength as he dove towards the pirate ship. Boom! Marco and Vista crashed heavily onto the ship, but fortunately, Marco activated his ability just before landing. Otherwise, that impact alone would have been enough to sink the ship. Doctor, hurry and treat Marco. As soon as they landed on the ship, Vista yelled to everyone. All right, everyone responded, and a ship doctor quickly rushed out from the crowd to Marco's side to prepare treatment. What happened? Cat Viper and Dogstorm approached Vista, concern etched on their faces. It's complicated. Right now, the priority is to find a master and regroup before Old Man is executed. Vista sighed, looking for Fahai. Where can we find him now? The Cat Viper said, whenever Lin Feng is mentioned, I don't know why my temper flares up. It might be due to how he was treated differently back in Dressrosa, so I have some opinions about him. Rogue Town, Vista said in a deep voice. Although we can't contact the master, I'm sure he will arrive in Rogue Town ahead of us to prepare for the rescue of Old Man. So we can definitely find a master in Rogue Town. All right. Hearing this, the Cat Viper and Inu Arisher didn't ask more questions, and after responding, they directed their furry tribe to set sail toward Rogue Town. Chapter 152. The frantic Akiji, just as the Whitebeard crew was heading to Rogue Town, Lin Feng encountered big trouble. It wasn't an enemy attack, but rather a problem with Lin Feng himself. The system actually prompted him at this moment to quickly start playing as the third character to enhance the power of Byakuya. Can something go wrong if I don't act? Lin Feng thought, but the system's response confirmed it. It informed Lin Feng that if he didn't quickly start playing as the third character, it would indirectly affect the combat strength of the other characters, reducing it by at least 10%. This meant that Fahai and Byakuya's combat strength would start to decrease from a tenth and gradually decline. This scared Lin Feng. Playing as Byakuya was fine. It wouldn't significantly affect Lin Feng's original strength. But if he stubbornly refused to start the third character play, Fahai's power would drop, which would cause Lin Feng considerable trouble. Can't I just not act? Lin Feng weakly protested, but the system responded with an extremely firm attitude. You have 3 days. If the host does not start playing the third character within 3 days, the combat strength reduction will begin. Ugh. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed, cursing his broken system countless times in his heart. At this moment, he truly experienced what it felt like to be forced to drink water when a cow didn't want to. He thought Akiji must have felt similar at this time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Akiji, his eyes filled with a sense of empathy. This glance made Akiji's hair stand on end, his scalp tingling. A sense of fear surged from the depths of his heart. He remembered that monks at sea had some bad habits. Akiji recalled being sent to eliminate a cult led by monks when he was still a vice admiral. The monks there were quite flamboyant. That scene was something Akiji still dared not recall. It took him a lifetime to heal from just a few minutes. Thinking this, Akiji quickly turned his head, afraid of becoming the protagonist of his memories. Lin Feng was unaware of Akiji's thoughts and instead began to calculate how to rescue Whitebeard ahead of time. 3 days later was when Whitebeard's execution would begin. If Lin Feng started playing the character then, his strength would surely decline. It was better to start now. Whether he opened it now or later, it was still going to be opened. Damn, this broken system. Lin Feng cursed and decided to start playing the third character once they reached Rogue Town. With that in mind, Lin Feng stole a glance at Akiji, who was sitting in the corner of his robe. He was too worried about the other party making any moves against him. Instead, he was concerned that Akiji might expose his third identity. After all, Akiji still hadn't fully committed and didn't completely trust him. Conversely, Lin Feng didn't trust Akiji much either. He needed to think of a way to control Akiji. Otherwise, he posed a slight threat to him. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a glint of wisdom. Soon, he came up with a method to control Akiji. Whoosh! The robe suddenly accelerated, startling Akiji in the corner, almost causing him to topple over. Under normal circumstances, Akiji wouldn't be this flustered, but he was filled with images of eliminating the cult. That kind of impact was something any normal man couldn't withstand. Steady yourself. Your strength is declining quite severely. Admiral, Lin Feng joked, curious about Akiji's state. And no problem. Akiji forced a smile, pretending nothing was wrong. But he didn't dare to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Really? Lin Feng smiled lightly and accelerated again, causing the robe to reach an unbelievable speed. It was almost comparable to an airplane from his previous life. The strong wind stung their cheeks and made their ears buzz. Fortunately, both Lin Feng and Akiji were strong. If it were someone else, they would probably have been swept into the sea by the wind. Soon, under Lin Feng's reckless acceleration, two massive ships began to appear in their view, chasing each other. They were none other than Big Mom and Kaido, who had set off a step ahead of Lin Feng. The two giant ships engaged in a racing chase, and, at the moment, it was clear that Big Mom's ship was slower than Kaido's. This was unavoidable. After all, Kaido's ship had the tech-savvy queen aboard, thanks to his modifications. The Beast pirate ship was among the fastest of all known pirate ships, with only a few able to rival it. Kaido, don't let me catch up to you, or I'll break off your other horn. Big Mom, aboard the Thousand Sunny, watched in frustration as she couldn't catch up to Kaido and his crew, clenching her teeth. She had bet with Kaido on who would reach Rogue Town first, and the blockade was her islands. Originally, Big Mom was confident in the speed of her pirate ship, but she didn't expect that the seemingly foolish queen had actually installed a flame booster on Kaido's ship. The energy source was Kaido's dragon breath, making it extremely fast. Seeing this, Big Mom was furious and activated her soul fruit powers, almost propelling her ship forward with the waves. But even with this, she still couldn't catch up to Kaido, causing her to curse loudly. Haha, Lin, if you want to catch up to me, do in your next life. Kaido stood at the stern of the ship, in a half-beast form, a smug smile on his face. In his hand was a long funnel-shaped container, and he occasionally spat dragon breath into it. Each time he did, the speed of the beast pirate ship increased a notch. This was the main reason Big Mom and her crew couldn't catch up. Damn it. Watching Kaido's smug expression, Big Mom grew even angrier, stomping her feet. However, her stomping was unlike anyone else's. With just one stomp, the Thousand Sunny almost couldn't withstand it and nearly capsized. Frightened, Spiro quickly comforted her. Calm down, Mama. Our ship can't handle your anger. Oomph. Hearing Spiro's advice, Big Mom's expression gradually softened. It was evident that she was quite concerned about the safety of her children. Even if that bastard wins this time, I can't lose next time, Big Mom said in a low voice, her anger slowly dissipating. Seeing Big Mom's mood lightening, Spiro quickly chimed in, absolutely, Mama. Next time, they have a taste of their own medicine. Saying this, he waved to a cadre not far away. The other person walked over, carrying a large platter covered with a lid. What is this? Before Big Mom could ask, Spiro preemptively said, top-tier ingredients paired with top-tier craftsmanship. This is the perfect cake we specially prepared for you, Mama. With that, Spiro lifted the lid, revealing a delicious cake inside. Mama, please enjoy the love from your children. Chapter 153. Throwing the Admiral onto the Emperor's ship. Wow. Annie looked at the cake on the plate and exclaimed with excitement, her eyes sparkling like little stars. It seems that apart from having children, enjoying delicious desserts is her only hobby. Thank you, my lovely children. Auntie suppressed the urge to devour the cake in one bite and said to Spellrow, Huh. Seeing that Annie's attention was completely captivated by the cake, Spellrow secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, It's what we should do. Please enjoy, Mom. Annie nodded and, without any utensils, began to eat with her hands. Delicious. The cake was smooth and melted in her mouth like delicate liquid, making Auntie feel as if she was floating in the clouds. One bite, then another. Annie completely entered the stage of being a foodie, crazily enjoying the cake in front of her. In the distance, Kaido noticed that Auntie's ship showed no intention of chasing them, and he couldn't help but be curious. Annie's competitive spirit has always been strong, and Kaido knew this, so he found it strange. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was behind the singing song, also felt curious. Auntie's shouting was loud, and he heard her words clearly. He initially thought the opponent would use some incredible means to catch up, but unexpectedly, they had stopped halfway. This made Lin Feng curious. Suddenly, the Kasaya accelerated again, swiftly heading toward the singing song. In Lin Feng's words, it was like entering fifth gear. Even though he was mentally prepared, The sudden acceleration still caught Akiji by surprise. Looking at the Kasaya beneath him, he was greatly shocked and couldn't help but wonder if this thing had a limit to its duration. If not, that would be terrifying. In this state, it would only take a few days to circle the Grand Line. From another perspective, it meant that Fahai was capable of threatening all forces on the Grand Line. If that were the case, it would be beyond terrifying. Akiji stared at Lin Feng, wanting to ask, but not daring to. After all, such matters were his own trump card. Asking rashly could easily provoke Lin Feng's displeasure. Is there something? Sensing Akiji's gaze, Lin Feng took a moment to look at him and asked. No, nothing. Akiji pretended to be calm, but the sweat in his palms betrayed him. Lin Feng glanced at Akiji's hand and turned back without saying anything. Soon, Lin Feng caught up with Andy's captain, and the Kasaya slowly descended onto the deck. Fahai. Seeing Lin Feng arrive so quickly, Auntie, who was in the midst of enjoying herself, took a moment to call out to Lin Feng and signaled for him to join in the cake. No thanks. Lin Feng shook his head, and at that moment, Spellrow's voice came out, cold in tone. What are you doing here? He was not targeting Lin Feng, but Akiji behind him. It was hard to believe that a former Marine admiral had stepped onto a Yonko's ship. As he spoke, dozens of ministers surrounded Akiji. The first to step forward was Katakuri, holding a trident and staring coldly at Akiji. Conqueror's haki surrounded the tip of the trident, exuding an astonishing aura. Akiji was not to be outdone either. Cold air emanated from his body. He might not be able to defeat Lin Feng, but that didn't mean he couldn't wrestle with a Yonko. Moreover, Akiji was confident that if Lin Feng didn't intervene, he could easily destroy Auntie's ship and leave the place. Yonko. In Akiji's eyes, such a title was only frightening to children. It didn't work on him. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the ship became tense. Sensing this subtle tension, Lin Feng slowly spoke up. Everyone, don't be nervous, we're all on the same side. Same side? Katakuri's eyes narrowed, looking at Lin Feng with confusion. When did he turn a former Marine admiral into one of their own? The speed of this transition was too fast. Although he thought this, Katakuri and the others did not move an inch, still maintaining a combat-ready stance. The reason was simple. Auntie had not given the order. Although Mom was allied with Lin Feng and Kaido, it didn't mean they had to listen to Lin Feng. In their eyes, the one who led them was still Andy, not Kaido, let alone Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng understood what Katakuri and the others were thinking and frowned at Andy, who was still eating cake, saying, Are you done? When you're finished, come out and say something. You kids are a bit stubborn. Huh. At that moment, Annie swallowed the last piece of cake, her face radiating happiness. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she took a few steps toward him, her face still savoring the cake. I have to say, this cake is one of the most delicious I've ever had. It carries the deep feelings of the children from the sea. Lin Feng looked at Annie, who was in ecstasy, speechless, saying, Don't savor it yet. You need to talk to your stubborn kids first. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Andy's expression returned to normal as she looked at Akiji, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes, then raised her hand to signal Katakuri and the others. With Auntie's permission, Katakuri and Spellrow and the others finally relaxed their combat stance, but their eyes remained fixed on Akiji, filled with hostility. When he was a Marine admiral, their companions had been captured by Akiji. Some had even been imprisoned in an underwater prison. They were only lucky to have escaped from the underwater prison due to the intervention of people like Doflamingo. Of course, that's a story for another time. Annie looked at Lin Feng and then at Akiji, curious about how these two came to be together. Coincidence? Annie didn't believe in coincidences. Everything was done intentionally. Akiji, you little brat, how did you end up with Fahai? Auntie squinted her eyes at Akiji, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Pirates have a natural enmity towards Marines. If it weren't for Lin Feng's face, Annie would have attacked long ago. When facing enemy forces, they would just fight without reason. Feeling the chill in Auntie's tone, Akiji frowned, wondering how they ended up together. Images of his earlier encounter with Lin Feng flashed in Akiji's mind. What should he say? Should he say he was coerced and bribed? Akiji couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, he used to be a high-level Marine combat force, and he had to maintain his dignity. Just as Akiji didn't know how to respond, Lin Feng's voice slowly emerged. It's fate. Fate? Annie wore a mocking expression. She had never believed in fate. Looking at Akiji, she was 90 sure he had been threatened by Lin Feng. Otherwise, how could he be traveling with him and come to the Yonko's ship? Only someone with nothing better to do would do such a thing. Just as Auntie was about to continue questioning, Lin Feng interrupted her, pointing at Akiji and saying, "I'll leave this guy to you. He will accompany you to Lobetown." What? Before Auntie could respond, Spellrow and the others looked at Akiji in shock, unsure of what to say. A former Marine admiral just left on their ship like this? You can rest assured, but I can't. Fahai, this is a bit too much. Who knows if Akiji still has contact with Marine headquarters? If he does, aren't you placing a ticking time bomb on our ship? I can't agree to that. Spellrow mustered his courage to say, and everyone nodded in agreement. Spellrow's words reflected their thoughts. Having a former Marine admiral on board posed too great a threat. Looking at Spellrow and the others' expressions, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Indeed, just leaving Akiji on their ship was somewhat abrupt. But Lin Feng couldn't think of a better place to accommodate him. Just as Lin Feng was in a dilemma, Auntie's voice rang out. "It's fine, just throw the ice block brat here. A mere admiral can't stir up much of a storm on my ship." A mere admiral? Can't stir up much of a storm? Hearing Big Mom's words, Akiji's mouth twitched. No matter how you put it, an admiral is still a top-tier combat force. And here, it's reduced to a mere admiral? This is really looking down on people. Just wait until Fozen leaves. I'll make sure to wreck your ship. Akiji thought to himself, feeling quite dissatisfied with Big Mom's words. He was planning to give the other party a lesson once Lin Feng left. But just then, a massive figure descended from the sky, and a rough voice broke Akiji's calculations. "Lingling, it's lively here. Oh, it's the ice block brat." The speaker was Kaido, who had come over to join the fun after observing the situation with the telescope. However, he hadn't seen Akiji and was quite surprised to find him here. But this surprise quickly faded. The battle-loving Kaido immediately issued a challenge to Akiji. "Ice block brat, come fight with me." As he spoke, Kaido instantly transformed partially into his beast form, brandishing his kanabo and glaring at Akiji with a desire for battle in his eyes. Undoubtedly, he wanted to have a fight with Akiji. Akiji was stared at by Kaido and remained silent. Just a moment ago, he was confident that he could create havoc on Big Mom's ship after Lin Feng left. But now, Kaido's appearance had completely overturned that thought. The other party was one of the strongest beings on land, sea, and air. Even he wouldn't have it easy against him. Moreover, Kaido had a particularly deadly flaw. This guy could fly. That's right, fly. Such an ability was undoubtedly one of the most dangerous capabilities on the vast sea. It is well known that devil fruit users cannot fall into the sea. Once he faced Kaido, being thrown into the sea would mean certain defeat. "Don't be nervous, Kaido. We're on the same side." Seeing the atmosphere was off, Lin Feng stepped forward and said to Kaido. He could sense the other party's combative nature. Although Lin Feng was also very interested in experiencing a battle with the Emperor, it wasn't the right time. What he needed to do now was to control Akiji and head to a place where no one was around to unlock the next character. On the same side, Kaido licked his bloody lips, staring at Akiji with a menacing look, his battle intent still strong. He wouldn't change his long-held views on the Navy just because Lin Feng said so. Akiji was on their side? Don't joke. Even if he left the Navy, the title of Admiral would follow him for life. It was a mark he could never shake off. Seeing that Kaido still hadn't reverted from his beast form, Lin Feng sighed. As expected, it seemed it would take some force to get these guys to accept Akiji. He thought that if he didn't intimidate Kaido and the others a bit, they might end up fighting Akiji after he left. All right. Lin Feng's voice was deep, and the sound resonated in everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble. "I say he's on our side, so he is. We'll discuss everything when we reach Road Town." Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone quieted down significantly, although they still held some hostility towards Akiji. However, it wasn't as obvious, and their hostility was concealed deep within. Kaido also reverted from his beast form, standing with his kanabo beside him. "You and Lingling keep an eye on Akiji. I have some matters to attend to. Let's meet in Road Town afterward," Lin Feng said to Kaido, then summoned his Kasaya, sitting on it and disappearing into the boundless sea. After Lin Feng left, the atmosphere on the ship became subtle again. "Ice block brat, how did you end up with Fozen? Tell me." Kaido looked Akiji up and down, curiosity in his eyes. "Fate. Akiji replied coldly, and after saying that, he ignored the two emperors, sitting down casually and pretending to doze off. Big Mom laughed out loud upon hearing Akiji's words, which were exactly like her earlier question. Funny? Hearing Big Mom's laughter, Kaido shot her an odd glance. He didn't find Akiji's response amusing. On the contrary, Kaido actually believed in the concept of fate. Almost all the members of his pirate crew were connected by fate. After leaving Big Mom's ship, Lin Feng found a relatively remote island to land on, preparing to unlock the third character. As usual, he calmed his mind and opened the system panel. He clicked on the lottery section. Swish, swish, swish. Countless figures flashed through Lin Feng's mind. What would he get this time? Looking at the countless figures flashing in his mind, it would be a lie to say he wasn't looking forward to it. It would be best to get something like the Heavenly Emperor or Fire God, allowing him to sweep through the Grand Line. Lin Feng muttered to himself, revealing his immense ambition. Swish, swish, swish. Finally, a figure stopped in Lin Feng's mind. This is... Lin Feng looked at the figure in his mind with an indescribable expression. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the third character. System restrictions lifted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unscrupulous Taoist.The. Do you wish to start the roleplay? Ding! Given that the host is opening the roleplay for the third time, the initial roleplay progress increases. Ding! The system's voice rang in Lin Feng's ears in quick succession, leaving him bewildered. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss just to unlock a character? Lin Feng was speechless. After a while, the system's prompts finally subsided. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the character section, looking at Duanda's name with a look of entanglement. If he started role-playing now, it would be a bit early. But Lin Feng was very curious about the character Duanda. In the ancient era, one of the 9 heavenly lords, his combat power was unparalleled. He just didn't know what kind of power he could display in his hands. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. Now that the system restrictions are gone, I should save Whitebeard first before studying anything else. Lin Feng whispered, closing the system panel, summoning his Kasaya, and heading towards Rogue Town. Chapitre 155, Danger approche. In Mariewa, the Holy Land, in a spacious room deep underground in the highest building. This place has already penetrated the Red Earth continent, making it difficult for ordinary people to enter. Even Agora CEI and others must undergo multiple checks to enter. Above the room, on a throne, a figure indistinguishable between male and female sat, their eyes radiating a chilling intent. Below the throne, several figures knelt on one knee, reporting to the person on the throne. Upon closer inspection, the figures who had previously targeted Marco and the others, number 3 and number 7, were among them. In terms of order, number 3 was in the front row, while number 7 was in the back. Did you fail to eliminate the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates? The person on the throne spoke with a tone of suppressed anger, their sharp gaze sweeping over everyone as if it could penetrate their hearts. Lordum, it was my incompetence, and I am willing to bear all the blame. One figure stepped forward, speaking in a trembling voice, clearly showing their fear of the person on the throne. Bear it alone? Im chuckled lightly, their voice ambiguous, filled with amusement. You want to bear it? Then with a cold tone, they said, everything you have is given by me. What can you use to bear it? I deserve to die. As soon as this was said, everyone present, including number 3 and number 7, trembled in fear, their sweat soaking through their clothes. One person, under immense pressure, finally spoke up. Lordum, the execution of Whitebeard and the Straw Hat is imminent. Fahai and the remnants of the White Group will surely find a way to rescue Whitebeard. We are willing to go and completely eliminate them. Oh, hearing his words, Im chuckled lightly, slowly standing from the throne and scanning the crowd below. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. According to the latest news, Fahai has collaborated with Kaido and Big Mom, preparing to head to Logtown to rescue Whitebeard. Among you, there are certainly those who are familiar with Kaido and the others, and you know very well how strong they are. Coupled with the tricky Fahai, how confident are you that you can annihilate them completely? In response to Im's question, the earlier speaker stood up. One of his hands resembled old sands, though the color was slightly different. He respectfully bowed to him and said, My lord, allow me to say something bold, not to mention that brat Kaido. Even if rocks were to revive, he would not be our opponent. Really? Im raised an eyebrow, looking indifferently at him, and suddenly laughed, since you have that confidence. Then take numbers 3 to 7 and head to Logtown. Yes. The man responded in a deep voice. Go. Im waved his hand lightly. I will not let you down, my lord. The man replied respectfully, then left with 5 shadows. The others remained in the same position, kneeling on one knee, motionless. Im glanced at the departing figures, turned around, and returned to his throne, his eyes holding a different meaning. Don't let me down, Silverhook John. His voice was soft, yet it lingered in the empty room for a long time. On Lin Feng's side, after unlocking the 3rd character, he was on his way to Logtown on his Kasaya. What is that? In the distance, Lin Feng saw a pirate ship racing across the sea, its speed far exceeding that of ordinary warships. Moreover, it seemed that their destination was also the East Sea, which piqued his curiosity. Let's take a look. Lin Feng increased the speed of his Kasaya and sped towards the pirate ship. Unbeknownst to him, the ship was carrying members of the White Group. On the deck, Vista looked at Marco, who was still in a coma, his expression dark. It had been almost a day since Marco was injured and fell unconscious. Given Marco's physique and the recovery abilities of the Phoenix, he should have recovered by now. Remembering the past, even after sustaining severe injuries, Marco could rely on his abilities and physique to bounce back within a day. But now, a day had passed, and Marco was still in a coma. This abnormality made Vista take it seriously. Sigh. Vista sighed deeply, looking at the unconscious Marco. It was false not to feel heartache. But he had no power to change the situation. This was even harder than killing him. Is there no sign of him waking up? The cat viper walked over to Vista, glanced at the unconscious Marco, and asked. Yeah. Vista nodded. Thinking that Marco had not woken up in a day was very unusual. It seemed they could only find the master and let him use that miraculous ability to treat him. But he didn't know if the master was in Logtown. If he wasn't there and Marco's condition worsened, what would they do? The more Vista spoke, the more agitated he became, and his eyes reddened. Seeing Vista's distressed expression, the cat viper didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. He gently patted Vista's shoulder and turned to leave. At this time, giving Vista a quiet space was much better than offering comfort. Marco, you must hold on. Once we find the master, everything will be all right. Vista said softly to Marco, not caring whether he could hear it, as if saying so could help him maintain hope within. Just then, a familiar voice sounded beside Vista. What happened? Who could injure the horse to this extent? The speaker was Lin Feng, who had caught up with them. As soon as he arrived, he saw Vista on the deck and Marco, who was unconscious in front of him. Master. Vista turned his head, tears almost spilling from his eyes. It was truly a stroke of luck that the heavens had not completely abandoned them. Lin Feng had appeared at this moment. Without time to explain Marco's condition, Vista hurriedly said to Lin Feng, his voice choked with emotion, Master, please save Marco. Sensing Vista's urgency, Lin Feng comforted him. It's okay. I'm here. Marco will be fine. Saying this, Lin Feng walked to Marco's side, and a beam of Buddha light burst from his fingertips, touching Marco. What? As the Buddha light entered Marco's body, Lin Feng's eyes filled with astonishment. Marco's continuous unconsciousness was not due to heavy injuries. Instead, a small tree had taken root inside Marco, continuously absorbing his cellular vitality and life energy. This was what had kept Marco in a coma. But that was not the main issue. The main issue was that Lin Feng had never seen such a method before. Who made Marco like this? Lin Feng asked, wanting to clarify the enemy's information. I don't know. Vista shook his head in shame and slowly recounted the events. He and Marco hadn't even seen the enemy clearly. They were just caught by a willow branch and ended up like this. Chapter 156. Suspected Emperor-level combat power. A willow branch. Lin Feng looked at Marco, pondering. After all, he was a Vice Admiral-level combatant. To be defeated by a willow branch. It seemed the pirate world was even more dangerous than he had previously known. Thinking this, Lin Feng used the minor causality technique, showering Marco with a large amount of Buddha light, gradually dissolving the small tree within him. At this time, at a certain point on the top of the Red Land, surrounded by clouds that were hard for ordinary people to enter. Yet, astonishingly, several figures rushed down from the top of the Red Land, seemingly walking on the rock walls. If an ordinary person saw this, their shock would be immeasurable. As the group rushed, one person's speed suddenly slowed down, his eyes carrying a different expression as he looked into the distance. To be able to dispel my parasitic tree. Not simple at all. Number 7. What you dawdling for? Just as this person was distracted, the leader called out to him in a low voice, clearly urging him to hurry up. Nothing, I'll speed up. Number 7 replied, glancing deeply into the distance, then quickly caught up with the others, disappearing into the clouds. On the other side at the white group. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He never expected that simply clearing a small seedling would consume so much of his Buddha power. More than 10 uses of the minor causality technique nearly left him depleted. Is it done? Vista looked at the still unconscious Marco and asked Lin Feng. Almost. The main factor has been eliminated. In half an hour at most, Marco will wake up. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and explained to Vista. That's good, that's good. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Vista let out a long sigh of relief. He was worried that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to heal Marco. In his mind, if Lin Feng couldn't save Marco, then there would be no one who could. Seeing Lin Feng provide an answer, the stone that had been hanging over Vista's heart finally landed. Now tell me in detail, what kind of enemy did you encounter to end up like this? Lin Feng sat cross-legged and once again inquired Vista. Lin Feng always felt like he had missed something from the other party's previous words. Vista nodded and didn't mind Lin Feng asking again, recounting all the information he knew in detail. We received news from Minggu that Jaws was being held on island. After Marco learned about it, he took me and more than a dozen crew members to storm that island. At first, everything went smoothly with no mishaps. But just when we were about to rescue Jaws, something unexpected happened. At this point, Lin Feng could clearly sense the fear that emerged from the depths of Vista's eyes. This made him tremble involuntarily. What kind of enemy could instill fear in a veteran crew member like Vista, who had seen it all? It's important to note that he had experienced the likes of Rox, Roger, and the Golden Lion. An opponent capable of making Vista feel fear must be extremely formidable. Go on, Lin Feng said softly, his voice carrying a hint of a calming aura, stabilizing Vista's emotions. Upon hearing this, Vista's emotions indeed eased somewhat, but the fear in his eyes remained as he looked at Lin Feng and trembled, saying, Master, do you know what helplessness feels like? What do you mean? Lin Feng replied, narrowing his eyes at Vista, as he had already noticed that Vista's emotional fluctuations were growing stronger. Even the calming aura was ineffective. It was the first time I felt helpless in battle. It was an overwhelming pressure from absolute strength. Marco and I didn't even see what the enemy looked like before we were forced from the island to the outskirts, with more than a dozen crew members falling one after another. In the end, when Marco used his abilities to fly me away, the enemy merely whispered something, and then a willow branch shot up from the ground, attacking Marco and me. In just one strike, Marco was severely injured, and he could only force himself to escape with me. After saying this, Vista stared blankly at the ground, looking as if he was still haunted by the experience. It was clear that the mysterious enemy had left him with a significant psychological scar. One strike. After listening to Vista's words, Lin Feng was also taken aback. If the enemy could injure Marco with just one strike, conservatively estimating, their combat power must be at least on par with, or even higher than that of Carp. However, what puzzled Lin Feng was that such combat power, if it were an enemy, would have long since been sent to attack their side. Why did it only show up now? How many of them were there? Lin Feng asked. How many? Vista pondered, recalling, and finally, a bit shamefacedly said, I'm not sure. It seemed to be just one person. Could it be the elusive Green Bull? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. If it was just one person, it would be easier to speculate. The ability to use willow branches to attack enemies, combined with unmatched combat power. Lin Feng only knew of that unseen Marine Admiral. Green Bull. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, a violent cough pulled him back to reality. Following the sound, Marco slowly opened his eyes and sat up. How are you? Feeling better? Vista immediately rushed to Marco's side with concern. It's nothing. Marco shook his head, glancing at Lin Feng with a smile, with the master here. How could such a minor injury be a problem? That's good to hear. Lin Feng chuckled. Marco's recovery time was beyond his expectations. It was clear that besides the small causality technique, the Phoenix's ability also played a significant role. Then Lin Feng asked Marco, I was just discussing the strength of the person who injured you with Bista. Do you have anything to add? For instance, their identity, or if you have any impression of them. Listening to Lin Feng, Marco shook his head. No, I have no memory of this person. But one thing is certain, their combat power has reached a terrifying level. As he spoke, Marco looked down at his chest. Although after Lin Feng's treatment, it was hard to tell, before that, there was a terrifying scar that almost pierced through him. The instigator of that scar was the unseen enemy. It was precisely because of this horrific injury that he had fallen into a coma. Terrifying, Lin Feng reflected on Marco's words. There were very few people on the sea who could elicit such an evaluation from him. How does it compare to Whitebeard at his peak? Lin Feng suddenly asked, staring at Marco, waiting for his response. Compared to Old Man's undefeated period, Marco pondered, recalling the enemy's strength, and ultimately gave an answer that even he found shocking. Umpa. Although he was very reluctant, Marco still provided such an answer. Even Bista, who was nearby, was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had thought that Marco had been defeated due to his protection, but it seemed that was not the case at all. From Marco's words, it looked like even if the enemy was alone, he might still face defeat against the unknown opponent. On par, Lin Feng's eyes trembled. If what Marco said was true, then the one who attacked him could not possibly be Green Bull. Even if that person had peak Admiral-level strength, they would not reach Whitebeard's prime. But even so, when they went to rescue Whitebeard, it would be enough for Lin Feng and the others to handle. After all, at least one suspected Emperor-level combatant would have to be added. At that time, the combat strength between Lin Feng's side and the Marine headquarters would no longer be balanced. Sengoku, Carp, and the three old-timers, along with Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and one Green Bull. Plus that rebellious little brat Shanks and Mihawk. And then there was that sneaky traitor Blackbeard. Finally, there would be more than one suspected Emperor-level combatant. Thinking about this, Lin Feng felt overwhelmed. How nice it would be if Whitebeard were a few decades younger. Lin Feng muttered to himself, and suddenly, it seemed he thought of something and laughed out loud. How could I not have thought of this? I've wasted so much time in the pirate world. Lin Feng's laughter puzzled Bista and Marco, who looked at each other in confusion, thinking Lin Feng had been stimulated, and they asked with concern, Master, what's wrong? It's nothing. Nothing. I've just wasted this time for nothing. Lin Feng waved his hand and said to Marco, I will be away for a while. I will return before Whitebeard's execution. After saying that, Lin Feng leaped up, jumped on his robe, and flew off into the distance, taking the Den Mushi that could contact Mingo with him, leaving Marco and the others stunned in place. Bista, do you think the master was stimulated? Marco asked, looking at Lin Feng's disappearing figure. I don't know. Bista also looked bewildered. They'd been having a good conversation just now. So what was with this sudden outburst? Forget it. The master must have his own plans. Let's wait for him in Lowtown. In the end, Marco couldn't guess Lin Feng's intentions and sighed, ordering the ship to speed up. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was communicating with Ming Gu using the Den Mushi. Doflamingo, this news must be accurate. I don't want to see Marco's situation repeat. Lin Feng's tone was slightly cold, shocking Doflamingo to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. He had heard about Marco's situation and didn't expect the information he provided to almost lead to the other party's demise. Now, that Lin Feng was calling, Doflamingo thought he was being called to account. Unexpectedly, I just wanted to find someone's location. Fahai, I have no intention of betraying our cooperation. Everything before was just a coincidence. Please believe me. Doflamingo explained in a deep voice. I certainly believe you, Lin Feng said. He knew that Marco's incident was not caused by the other party. Otherwise, Lin Feng should be having tea in Dressrosa right now. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Doflamingo let out a long sigh of relief, then said, Rest assured, this information is accurate, but what I don't understand is, with Whitebeard's execution imminent, why would you want to find this small character at this time? Don't you think it's a waste of time? Mind your own business, Lin Feng said in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of coldness, which immediately silenced Doflamingo. By the way, I have good news for you. I have allied with Kaido. After saying this, Lin Feng hung up the snail phone and put it in his pocket. On the other side, after hearing Lin Feng's words, Doflamingo's face showed ecstasy, murmuring to himself, he actually allied with that monster. It seems my choice back then was not wrong. As he spoke, a glint of excitement flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, and then he took out a snail phone with horns on its head and placed it on the table. Soon, the call was connected, and a rough voice came through. I didn't expect you to dare to contact me at this time. Are you thinking of compensating me for my losses? Hearing this voice, Doflamingo's expression suddenly froze, a hint of fear surfacing in his heart. He then suppressed the fear within him and spoke to the snail phone in a deep voice. I heard you allied with Fahai. I am also his partner. As soon as these words came out, there was silence on the other end of the snail phone, and after a long while a sentence came out, state your purpose. Clown. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's heart settled, his eyes behind the sunglasses squinting into a slit, slowly saying, my purpose is very simple. Doflamingo's voice was soft yet penetrating, slowly saying something that echoed in the room. On the other side, Lin Feng was unaware that Doflamingo had contacted Kaido. At this moment, he had a look of ecstasy on his face, flying towards the location Doflamingo had obtained. The speed was astonishing. Jewelry Bonnie, how could I not think of you? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. Many people may not know this name, but Bonnie has another nickname, the Big Eater, one of the 11 supernovas, with a bounty of 140 million berries. Of course, this bounty was only the amount from 2 years ago. Lin Feng didn't know what her current bounty was. But that wasn't the point. The point was, if Lin Feng's idea could be realized, the Big Eater Bonnie would become one of the most powerful tools on the Grand Line. It should be in this direction. I can't fly off course, Lin Feng whispered, calming the excitement in his heart, flying towards Bonnie's location. Grand Line, Island of Gluttony. The Bonnie pirates were resting here. After 2 years, Jewelry Bonnie finally gathered her scattered companions. This was the happiest day for her in 2 years. However, at the same time, the happy Bonnie received some bad news. Captain, are we really going to Mariewa? That's the Holy Land. A holy land guarded by admirals. With our strength, going there would be like sending ourselves to death. Beside Bonnie, a big, burly man earnestly persuaded his captain. He didn't understand why Bonnie, in such a happy mood today, wanted to lead them into Mariewa. Do you think you could just go to a place like that? Even though the big man kept persuading her, Bonnie seemed to be possessed by something, saying in a deep voice, I'm sorry, my friends, but I have reasons that compel me to go to the Holy Land. Captain, the big man wanted to say something else, but at that moment, a gentle voice rang out above them. Excuse me, are you the Bonnie pirates down there? Chapter 158. No agreement you are? Hearing Lin Feng's voice, the Bonnie pirates looked up into the sky, instantly frozen in place, their pupils filled with unbelievable fear. Fahai, the leader, Bonnie, could hardly believe her eyes. What was such a big shot doing here? Did someone on her ship provoke him? Thinking this, Bonnie was the first to speak, slowly addressing Lin Feng, her eyes filled with strong vigilance. We are the Bonnie pirates, and we don't know. Before she could finish, Lin Feng jumped down from the sky and landed in front of Bonnie, looking her up and down, confirming that she was indeed the person he remembered, his eyes bursting with intense excitement. You are Jewelry Bonnie, known as the Big Eater, right? Bonnie was clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's attitude. At a loss for words, she nodded. I am. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng vigorously swung his fist, expressing his joy. I didn't get the wrong person. Then, under Bonnie's terrified expression, he firmly grasped her shoulder, staring at her intently. Bonnie, tell me, do you have the ability to change your age? Kind of. Bonnie was a bit dazed at the moment, instinctively replying. That's great. Hearing her words, Lin Feng couldn't hide his joy, and after trying to calm his emotions, he said, I am here to formally invite you to cooperate with me. Cooperate? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bonnie furrowed her brows, a bit confused. Why would the ruthless Fahai, who could give the Navy a headache, want to cooperate with her? Did he take a liking to her looks? Thinking this, Bonnie shook her head. No, Fahai is a monk. He shouldn't be like that. But if it's not for her looks, then why? Suddenly, a glint of inspiration flashed in Bonnie's eyes, combining Lin Feng's earlier words. She thought of the reason for his invitation to cooperate. Devil fruit ability. Yes, it must be that way. He might have something that requires her ability to solve, which is why he invited her to cooperate. Looking at Lin Feng's eager expression, Bonnie became more convinced of her guess. At the same time, a bold idea emerged in her mind. Since Fahai needs me, can I? A strong and kind figure flashed through Bonnie's mind. Seeing Bonnie lost in thought, Lin Feng thought she was struggling with whether to join him, and hurriedly said seriously, Bonnie, feel free to state any demands, as long as you can cooperate with me. It's fine. Any demands? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Bonnie snapped out of her reverie, staring intently at Lin Feng, saying seriously, anything. Lin Feng boldly patted his chest and promised, as long as it's not an unreasonable request like destroying the world. Anything will do. Good, Bonnie responded, while thinking to herself, with Fahai's backing, my chances of success in the rescue plan will definitely increase significantly. Then, Bonnie said to Lin Feng, Fahai, we are both smart people, so let's not beat around the bush. I have only one request, and only if you can agree to it can I give you everything, including my abilities. Bonnie's tone was firm, her eyes filled with an unusual expression, but her words left Lin Feng puzzled. I'm only here for your ability. What do I need everything from you for? Besides, your appetite is so big, I can't afford it. Lin Feng looked at Bonnie, not knowing why such a thought popped into his head, then shook his head, dismissing it, and said strangely, your everything is too heavy. I can't bear it. Just use your ability to cooperate with me. Once the words came out, Bonnie's expression instantly turned unnatural. She thought Lin Feng was hinting at her weight. It is well known that women take discussions about weight and body image extremely seriously. Are you saying I'm too heavy? Bonnie squinted at Lin Feng, her tone clearly displeased. Lin Feng was taken aback. What he meant was not that at all. Besides, weren't they supposed to discuss the so-called requirements? How to get a weight? That's not what I meant, Lin Feng explained, then said, besides, shouldn't our focus be on discussing the requirements? You make a request, I solve it, and then you cooperate with me. It's that simple. How did it turn into a discussion about weight? Bonnie was stunned, realizing she had misunderstood. Then she reacted, her face showing embarrassment as she apologized. After organizing her thoughts, she told Lin Feng her request, Fahai, I want to go to Mary Geo's to rescue someone. As long as you can help me get there, I'll agree to anything. Rescue someone? Mary Geo's? Lin Feng was momentarily lost in thought before suddenly slapping his thigh as he remembered. According to the original timeline of One Piece, this should be the time when the World Conference was starting. One major event that occurred was Sabo and others going to Mary Geo's to rescue Kuma. Although he hadn't paid much attention, the other party should also be present at that time, and there seemed to be some connection with Kuma. This made Lin Feng's thoughts much clearer. Bonnie wanted to go to Mary Geo's to rescue someone was most likely about Kuma. Rescuing someone was not a big deal. But at this critical moment, if he were to go to Mary Geo's, if he were caught by those old men, the rescue operation for Whitebeard might be delayed. Unlike Kuma, who had been transformed by Vegapunk, even as a slave, his life was not as precious. However, if the rescue of Whitebeard was delayed, the Navy's execution would not wait for anyone. Thinking this over, Lin Feng fell into a dilemma. What? The great Fahai can't even fulfill such a small request? Noticing Lin Feng's hesitation, Bonnie's heart raced, fearing that Lin Feng wouldn't agree. She provoked him, what's the matter? Hearing this, Lin Feng looked up at Bonnie. He understood what she meant, but the focus now wasn't whether he dared to go, but rather the fact that he couldn't go. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed heavily and said to Bonnie, can we put the rescue aside for now? Once you help me solve the current issue, I swear I will definitely help you rescue someone from Mary Geo's. Without waiting for Bonnie to refuse, Lin Feng continued, looking seriously at her, please believe me, I promise. A promise. Bonnie looked at Lin Feng, trying to decipher the meaning behind his words, but she couldn't figure it out. However, that wasn't the point. Since Lin Feng refused her request, she didn't need to agree to his. Worst case, she could go alone to rescue Kuma. After all, it was just before Whitebeard's execution, and Mary Geo's would definitely deploy some of their forces to reinforce the defenses of Rogue Town. If she was careful, she should be able to help Kuma escape. Thinking this, Bonnie gave Lin Feng a deep look, her eyes cold. Since you can't fulfill my request, then there's no need for our cooperation. Goodbye. With that, Bonnie turned and walked towards her companions, signaling them to leave with her. Chapter 159, Deception and More Deceptionness. Watching Bonnie walk away, Lin Feng never expected her attitude to be so resolute, just like that, saying they wouldn't cooperate. After all, he was Fahai, one of the top powers on the Grand Line. Could he not get a little respect? Oh wait, Lin Feng called out to Bonnie, feeling he needed to talk to her again. In his opinion, her ability was the most crucial part of rescuing Whitebeard. With her help, many issues could be avoided. What? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Bonnie stopped and tilted her head to look at him. Have you agreed? No. Lin Feng forced a smile, about to say something, but Bonnie turned her back and slowly said 2 words, no need. Then, without looking back, she walked towards her companions. You gotta be kidding. Seeing Bonnie's attitude, Lin Feng nearly lost his temper and wanted to curse. But thinking that he still needed something from her, he suppressed his anger. Sigh, this is tough. Lin Feng looked at Bonnie's back and sighed. This girl was quite unyielding. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something, a glimmer of light bursting in his eyes. He stepped in front of Bonnie in an instant, so quickly that everyone gasped. This speed is incredible. What's going on? Is Fahai going to attack her captain? The few men, led by a burly man, suddenly turned serious and rushed toward Bonnie. Although they all knew they were no match for Lin Feng, they couldn't just stand by while their captain was threatened. That would be against the pirates' way. Captain, get out of here. We'll hold off Fahai. Quickly, Captain Bonnie. Our ship is on the north side of the island. Go. They stood between Bonnie and Lin Feng, speaking in low voices, looking as if they were ready to sacrifice themselves. Seeing Bonnie hesitate for too long, they urged her, Captain, what are you waiting for? Run. It's fine. Bonnie shook her head and said slowly, don't be nervous. I don't feel any killing intent from Fahai. Then Bonnie looked at Lin Feng and said, Fahai, I made myself very clear. Since you can't fulfill my request, there's no need for our cooperation. This stubborn child. Seeing Bonnie's unapproachable demeanor, Lin Feng sighed and didn't respond to her words. Instead, he countered, do you really think with your current strength you can rescue someone from Mary Geos? Bonnie was caught off guard by Lin Feng's question. Indeed, she didn't have 100% confidence in rescuing Kuma. But even if she had only a 1% chance, she still had her reasons to go. You don't need to worry about it. Bonnie shot Lin Feng a cold glance and said, it's nothing, please leave. I don't want to have anything to do with someone like you. Saying that, Bonnie walked around and passed by Lin Feng with her crew. Just then, Lin Feng's voice rang out, tinged with amusement. What if I said I have 100% confidence in helping you rescue someone? What? Hearing this, Bonnie stopped, turned around, and stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe his words. To take someone from Mary Geos, even you, Fahai, couldn't have 100% confidence, right? That was a place known as the Holy Land. The dangers there were not just the Marine admirals. There were even more terrifying people. Ignoring Bonnie's shock, Lin Feng said lightly, I can have 100% confidence in rescuing someone, but the premise is that you must first help me with something. Seizing on Bonnie's needs, Lin Feng took the initiative. Initially, he was the one who needed Bonnie's help, but now the roles had reversed. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Bonnie didn't immediately agree. She wasn't a fool. What if she helped Lin Feng first, and then he didn't help her? By then, Bonnie wouldn't even have a place to cry. But when it came to rescuing Kuma, she was still tempted and asked, how can I trust you? Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. He had already thought of what to say, but was interrupted by Bonnie. Don't give me any so-called promises as a form of flattery. In a world of pirates, promises are useless. After saying this, Bonnie looked at Lin Feng and asked again, how can I trust you? This girl really? Lin Feng was speechless. He initially wanted to give her a promise, but she had directly shut down that line of conversation. With no other option, Lin Feng could only rack his brains to come up with a way to make her believe him. Got it. A glint of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he reached into his own robe. Soon, an object appeared in his hand, which he handed to Bonnie, saying, this is my most precious item, representing the identity of the abbot of Jinshan Temple. I will leave it with you to gain your trust. Is that acceptable? This object was the golden bowl that imprisoned the 5 elders. It was also the most impressive thing Lin Feng could produce. As for whether it was as precious as Lin Feng claimed, that was up for interpretation. Moreover, without Lin Feng personally opening it, the 5 elders couldn't come out at all. Additionally, the golden bowl still retained Lin Feng's residual Buddhist power, allowing him to locate Bonnie's position in real time after handing it over. It seemed harmless to Lin Feng. Bonnie hesitated. She recognized the value of the golden bowl in Lin Feng's hand, but she did not take it. Instead, she countered, Are you sure you want to use this item to exchange for my trust? Yes. Lin Feng nodded heavily and began to fabricate a story. Although this golden bowl was given to me by my master before he passed away, I think it's worth it to exchange it for your trust. Upon hearing this, Bonnie's expression froze. Lin Feng's words had a significant impact on her. According to her thinking, she had initially wanted Lin Feng to give her some berries or other items as collateral. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng directly produced a golden bowl and claimed it was a relic from his master. This left Bonnie at a loss. Although she was a pirate, she still held a certain respect for items left behind by the deceased, which contained significant meaning. Fahai actually took out this item to gain my trust. It seems I can still trust him. Bonnie thought to herself, just as she was about to tell Lin Feng to keep the golden bowl safe. She believed him. But at that moment, Lin Feng directly shoved the golden bowl into her hands, saying, "This will be entrusted to you. Please keep it safe for the monk." Bonnie looked at the golden bowl that appeared in her hands and was momentarily at a loss for words. As for Lin Feng, he initially thought that Bonnie was hesitant to take the golden bowl because she had figured something out, so he had pushed it into her hands. Now seeing that Bonnie accepted the golden bowl without saying anything or showing much reaction, he finally felt relieved and said to Bonnie, "The golden bowl has been accepted. Once I finish my matters, I will definitely help you rescue the people from Mariehua." Chapter 160. A piece of rags listening to Lin Feng's sincere words and looking at the golden bowl in her hands, Bonnie sighed and chose to trust Lin Feng. "All right, since that's the case, I agree to cooperate with you." "Great." Seeing Bonnie agree, Lin Feng joined his hands together and expressed his gratitude. "However, I must say this beforehand. If I help you and you go back on your word, I will throw your master's relic to the deepest part of the Grand Line, so you'll never find it again." Bonnie bared her little tiger teeth, looking quite amusing. It felt less like a threat and more like she was being playful. "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person," Lin Feng assured her. That's good to know." Bonnie huffed, symbolically waving her fist, then turned to her crew and said, "You all saw that. Are you coming with me or not?" Faced with Bonnie's choice, the crew members were in a dilemma. If they went, they feared their lack of strength would slow Lin Feng and Bonnie down. If they didn't go, it would seem disloyal, as if they were cowardly. Lin Feng saw through the crew's thoughts and stepped forward to say to Bonnie, "The matters I need to attend to are too dangerous. It's best if you go alone with me. It would be difficult to act with them." Upon hearing this, the crew's favorability towards Lin Feng skyrocketed as they all looked at Bonnie, waiting for her decision. In that case, Bonnie pondered, glancing at Lin Feng and then at her crew, and immediately made a decision, saying, "You all stay here and wait for me to return after I finish my business." Upon hearing this, the crew members felt as if they had been pardoned, yet each still showed a reluctant expression. Some even looked at Bonnie with indignation, saying, "Captain Bonnie, you're going to do something so dangerous alone. We're worried." "Yes, take us with you. We may not have other abilities, but at least we can block bullets for you." Some clung to Bonnie's legs, declaring heroically. Watching their performances, Lin Feng secretly gave a thumbs up. They were really good actors. He wouldn't watch this year's Oscars without them. "Do you really want to come with me?" Unlike Lin Feng, the crew's actions clearly touched Bonnie, and she said to them, Seeing Bonnie's reaction, everyone was baffled. This was not the script they had imagined. According to their expectations, Bonnie should be tearfully bidding them farewell, but instead, she asked such a question. Now they were at a loss. How to respond? Go. No way. That would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Not going? Then all their drama would be in vain. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lin Feng's voice rang out. "They've already been sad enough. Just let them stay here without giving them a choice." Lin Feng persuaded Bonnie, then quietly said, "Moreover, the things I need to do are indeed very dangerous. Even if your crew goes, they won't be able to help, and there's the risk of losing their lives." Upon hearing this, Bonnie looked at her crew. All their faces were filled with sadness. This sight moved her deeply. "Listen up, everyone. I am issuing a captain's order here. Stay put and wait for me to come back." After saying this, Bonnie suppressed her reluctance, lowered her head, and walked toward the distance. She didn't dare to look at her crew, fearing that she would soften and retract her order. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly followed. The crew members were stunned for a moment, exchanging glances, and then someone started the earlier tragic calls again. "Captain Bonnie, take us with you. I want to block bullets for you." Captain. Such words echoed one after another, forming a strange sight. Hearing the crew's words, Bonnie walked even faster, and in the blink of an eye, she and Lin Feng disappeared from everyone's sight. Once the two completely vanished from view, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Strong, not bad. How come I didn't notice you had acting talent? Get lost. You're saying that while you were crying like it was real. Haha. On the outskirts of the island, Bonnie was still unaware of her crew's situation. She held back her reluctance and walked to the shore, looking at the boundless ocean. Her mood finally lightened a bit. Everyone, wait for me to come back. Bonnie exhaled and murmured, then looked at Lin Feng and said, let us go. I know you have the ability to fly. Lin Feng was taken aback by Bonnie's words. The transition was too quick for him. Just a moment ago, she seemed so reluctant, and now it was as if nothing had happened. Indeed, women are quite fickle. Thinking this, Lin Feng summoned the Kasaya and stepped onto it, then gestured to Bonnie. Can such a rag fly? Bonnie walked over, looked around, and couldn't help but sigh. What are you talking about? Although he knew the other party was surprised, Lin Feng still felt a bit displeased. What rag? This is my ancestral Kasaya. Bonnie looked at Lin Feng and said, isn't this just a rag? Am I wrong? Humph. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Then with a thought, the Kasaya slowly rose. Let me show you what a rag really is. Whoosh. The Kasaya suddenly accelerated, heading towards Rogtown at an incredible speed, startling Bonnie into exclamations. So fast, even a warship can't compare. Bonnie exclaimed, her gaze towards the Kasaya changing from disdain to greed. Then, as if thinking of something, Bonnie leaned in closer to Lin Feng and said mysteriously, Fahai, let's discuss something. What is it? Lin Feng looked at Bonnie oddly, not knowing what she wanted to discuss at this time. You can leave the Kasaya with me, and I won't take the golden bowl. Saying this, Bonnie took out the golden bowl and handed it over. Compared to the round golden bowl, Bonnie preferred to have something that could fly. Even though this thing is just a rag, it is practical. Such a convenient rag is simply a must-have for robbery and murder. With this thing, she could go wherever she wanted. Don't say the Navy, even the world government couldn't stop her. Seeing Bonnie's thoughts, Lin Feng flatly refused, saying even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. Only I can control this Kasaya. I don't believe it. Bonnie pouted and said, I haven't seen you use any fruit abilities. Anyone can use this rag. It's a Kasaya. Lin Feng emphasized, then said, I have no need to lie to you. If you can't use it, you just can't. Stingy monk. Seeing Lin Feng insist, Bonnie didn't say anything more, but sat cross-legged on the Kasaya, looking at the sea below as if lost in thought. Lin Feng glanced at Bonnie, said nothing, and fully urged the Kasaya towards Rogtown. Chapter 161. The Navy's pre-war meeting. While Lin Feng was carrying Bonnie towards Rogtown, Kaido and Big Mom had already arrived near Rogtown. Among them, they listened to Quinn's advice and collectively changed their outfits to avoid being discovered. Boss, is this the place where that Roger guy was executed? Quinn stood on an island surrounding Rogtown, looking at the execution platform in the center with a deep voice. In his low tone, he was still wearing a set of dinosaur-themed clothing, which looked quite amusing given Quinn's figure. Kaido nodded, also gazing at the execution platform. To be honest, this was his first time here, because over 20 years ago, when Roger was executed, Kaido was not present. He was busy conquering territories in the New World. Like him, Big Mom had never been to this place either. She had only seen it in the newspaper. It's really a pity that a man like Roger died in such a place, Big Mom said with a slightly mournful tone. No one understands Roger's strength better than their generation. To sum it up in one sentence, he was extraordinarily strong. At his peak, Roger alone could match the rocks pirates had on. In fact, before the God Valley incident, they had several altercations with Roger. But each time, Roger managed to turn danger into safety. Times have changed. If that guy Roger knew he had created the great pirate era, he would probably wake up laughing from his grave. Kaido said solemnly, with a tone of reminiscence. Even he, known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, had no pride in front of Roger. Big Mom chuckled, looking at the distant execution platform with a strange expression. What would Roger think if he knew that that old man Whitebeard was executed in the same place? Hearing this, the members of the two emperors' crew exchanged glances. You really dare to say that? Aren't we here to rescue Whitebeard? We haven't even started the rescue, and you're already cursing. Isn't that a bit bad? Although they thought this way, no one spoke up, because they knew that even if Big Mom didn't want to rescue Whitebeard, she would be compelled to do so. After all, the man orchestrating all of this had yet to appear. Demonmonk, Fahai. There are still 48 hours until the execution. We have plenty of time. Let's act when that Fahai guy arrives. Okay. After a brief conversation, the two emperors turned and walked deeper into the island. Ice Block Kid, I advise you not to do anything weird. Otherwise, you know the consequences. As they walked, Kaido said to Aokiji, his threat clear. I'm no longer a member of the Navy. I have no need to do anything meaningless. Aokiji glanced deeply at Kaido and replied, Oh. Kaido looked at Aokiji for a moment, said nothing, and walked with Big Mom into the depths of the island. Aokiji said nothing more, took a look in the direction of Rog Town, and sighed inwardly. Akainu, Fahai has already formed an alliance with the two emperors. How are you going to resolve this battle? Thinking this, Aokiji retracted his gaze and caught up with Kaido and Big Mom, disappearing into the depths of the island. At the same time that Kaido and Big Mom arrived here at the Navy headquarters in Sabaody Archipelago, a small meeting regarding the sudden situation in Rog Town was taking place in the office of the Fleet Admiral. The relatively small office was packed with people, with the lowest military rank being that of a Rear Admiral. Lower-ranked Navy officers were not qualified to participate in this meeting, indicating the Navy headquarters' determination regarding Whitebeard's execution. Kizaru, Fujitora, Green Bull, you three are responsible for internal security. If any pirates attack the execution platform, it will be up to you to handle it. Akainu looked at the three figures below and said with a serious tone, Rest assured, Fleet Admiral, we will ensure the plaza's safety. Kizaru's tone remained lazy but carried a hint of seriousness. Good. Akainu nodded and then turned his gaze to the two figures standing at the door of the meeting room. Are you two participating in this war? Everyone looked towards the door, their expressions serious. The two at the door were none other than Sengoku and Garp, two elder figures of the Navy. Sakazuki, don't say meaningless things. This concerns the survival of the Navy headquarters. How can we possibly stand by? Sengoku stared at Akainu and slowly spoke, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. In contrast, Garp, who usually talked a lot, had become much quieter, staring at the ground with a flicker of brilliance in his eyes, as if he were contemplating something. Since you're participating, then the task of ensuring the port's safety will be assigned to you and Garp. Akainu said solemnly. Compared to the plaza, the periphery is the main battlefield. Rogtown structure is different from the Navy headquarters. There is no so-called inner bay, and to attack the execution platform, they can only enter from one place. That is the port on the outskirts of Rogtown. But in truth, Akainu had other intentions in having Sengoku and Garp guard the port. Hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku's expression darkened, and he sneered, Is this starting to divide internal forces now? Akainu's move was quite clever. If he and Garp refused, they would lose their eligibility to participate in the battle. But if they agreed, they would face a direct assault from Fahai and others. When facing the formidable and bottomless power of Fahai, his best outcome with Garp would merely be a defeated retreat. It may seem insignificant, but if he and Garp are defeated or forced to retreat, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to their reputation in the Navy. At that time, Akainu could use this momentum to force them into a glorious exit from the front line or even the second line, consolidating all power within the Navy for himself. Thinking of this, Sengoku glanced at Garp beside him. Ever since the battle at Marineford, Garp seemed like a different person. His personality had changed drastically. If Sengoku weren't certain of Garp's aura, he would have thought someone had taken his mind. Old friend, what happened to you? Sengoku sighed inwardly. Compared to the execution of Whitebeard, he was more concerned about Garp's state. Seeing that Sengoku had no further actions, Akainu continued to explain the detailed battle plans. Besides the ports guarded by Sengoku and Garp, there was another location that needed to be guarded to prevent a pirate ambush. Saying this, Akainu took out a document, which prominently displayed the current members of the 7 warlords. Doflamingo, Mihawk, Boa, Hancock. These three were the only remaining warlords, and he was responsible for directly guarding the execution platform. Upon hearing this, the Navy generals were unsettled. Letting pirates guard pirates? What kind of joke is this? Marshal, I oppose. The first to stand up was the mole, questioning Akainu's decision. Although the 7 warlords have been incorporated into our ranks, they were still pirates, after all. Don't you think it's ridiculous to let pirates guard pirates? Marshal, do you have doubts about my decision? Akainu stared at the mole, speaking flatly. Indeed, facing Akainu's cold gaze. The mole did not back down and replied in a deep voice. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office reached a freezing point. Chapter 162, Surround and Beat. Letting pirates guard pirates is indeed somewhat inappropriate. After all, pirates are pirates. Not necessarily. With Akainu directly overseeing the execution platform, those pirates are merely helping to guard it and should not cause any issues. What kind of logic is that? Pirates are still pirates. Even if they are incorporated, they are still pirates and not trustworthy. In response to Akainu's decision, people in the conference room began to discuss quietly, with the majority supporting the mole. The reason was simple. After all, pirates are pirates and not trustworthy. Hearing the discussions, Akainu spoke lightly. So you all think the same way? Pirates are not trustworthy? Exactly. Fire Fist stepped forward and said, Marshal, pirates are indeed pirates and untrustworthy. At least I don't trust them. Huh. In response to Fire Fist's words, Akainu chuckled lightly. In fact, he didn't want the 7 warlords guarding the execution platform either, but this order was not given by him. It was from higher up. The Supreme Commander Kong and the 5 elders. Their intention was to deliberately place Hancock and Doflamingo in this position, and after the battle begins, let Mihawk deal with them. Mihawk had already joined the world government alongside red-haired Shanks and could be trusted, and Mihawk's pledge to the government was to eliminate Doflamingo and Hancock. Only less than 6 people, including Akainu, knew about this plan. After all, eliminating the 7 warlords could not be taken lightly. Akainu was merely a scapegoat in this scenario. He surveyed the crowd and said solemnly, Pirates are indeed not trustworthy, but the 7 warlords are different. They are qualified to earn our trust. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They did not understand how someone who was always extreme against evil could say such a thing. Marshal, what exactly are you? Everyone looked at Akainu in confusion. All right, it's decided. If anyone has an opinion, you are welcome to bring it up, but whether or not to adopt it is my business. After saying this, Akainu declared the meeting adjourned, slowly standing up from his seat and turning to leave the conference room, leaving a group of Navy generals looking at each other in confusion. Kizaru and Fujitora also left, as they were not very concerned about Akainu's decision. In Kizaru's eyes, only Lin Feng was the main threat in this battle. As for the others, they were not worth mentioning. Seeing Kizaru and Fujitora leave, the always napping Green Bull yawned, scanned the crowd, and mumbled, Is it over? I'm leaving. After saying this, he left the conference room under the surprised gazes of everyone. Only Green Bull could nap during such a meeting. No, there was also Carp before. After leaving the conference room, Akainu walked down the corridor of the Navy headquarters, turned a few corners, and arrived in front of a secret door, slowly pushing it open. The room was large. 5 figures were seated in their respective places, looking at Akainu. Have you handled it, Sakazuki? A bald elder spoke, his voice hoarse. He was one of the 5 elders. You old men really gave me a troublesome task. Akainu didn't respond to his words, but complained instead, then turned his gaze to one of the individuals. Stubbly beard, along with a head of crimson hair and 3 scars near his eyes. His identity was obvious. It was none other than one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. And sitting next to him was Mihawk, who was about to execute his pledge. Akainu, I apologize for the trouble regarding Mihawk. Red-haired looked at Akainu, offering an apology. Hearing red-haired's words, Akainu snorted coldly and chose to ignore it. If it weren't for the pressure from the 5 elders and Kong, he wouldn't help them. As for pirates, according to his way of thinking, it would be best to eliminate them all. There is no need to incorporate them in this way. What pledge? Sooner or later, I will eliminate all pirates. Akainu thought to himself. The plan had been finalized, and the next step was regarding Fahai. The bald elder's voice rang out again, looking at Akainu and asking, What do you think about how to deal with Fahai? Akainu snorted coldly and succinctly replied, You all know how powerful Fahai is without me saying. My battle plan is to surround and beat him. First, let Sengoku and Carp wear him down, and when Fahai and the others attack the square, We will unleash all our strength to surround and beat him. As he spoke, a cold light flickered in Akainu's eyes. No matter how strong Fahai is, he is just one person. We can exhaust him to death. Is that it? Listening to Akainu's words, the bald elder expressed his speechlessness. Simply surrounding and beating him is considered a plan? You really have a dull head. Yes, that's it. Akainu did not catch the bald elder's underlying meaning and stated firmly, if we can't deal with even one Fahai, then there's no need for the Navy headquarters or the world government to exist. That works. The bearded elder nodded. Though it was somewhat crude, it was still the most effective method at the moment. He then said solemnly, let us do it this way. Lure Fahai to the square and carry out a siege to completely eliminate him. Good. Let us do it like that. The other two elders thought for a moment, had no objections, and agreed. Perhaps in a battle against Fahai, surrounding him was not the simplest method, but it was indeed the most effective. As long as he was human, there would be a time when he would run out of strength, unless Fahai was a monster. Sakazuki, do it as you wish. By then, not only us, but that Lord's guards will also arrive at Logtown. With his force joining, Fahai will undoubtedly die. The bald elder said in a deep voice, his eyes cold, as if he could already see Lin Feng's tragic death. However, Akainu's attention was not on this. But he murmured to himself, that Lord's guards? Suddenly, a strange light burst forth in his eyes. Just as the bald five elders said, if this power truly joins in and they act together, then by that time, not to mention Fahai, even if Rox, Roger, and some legendary figures were all resurrected, they would definitely not be their opponents. Well, since that's the case, I will pass on the plan. After speaking, Akainu turned and left the room, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Red-haired, what do you think of Akainu's plan? After taking Akainu away, the bald five elders asked Red-haired. It's feasible. Red-haired nodded, then smiled and replied, of course, I mean it's feasible only if that Lord's guards take action. Oh, the bald five elders caught the subtlety in Red-haired's words, as if he was saying that without that Lord's guards intervention, Akainu's plan would surely fail. Chapter 163, Kaji's Decision. So what do you suggest we do about Fahai? The bald five elders asked, looking at Red-haired with great interest, wanting him to propose a relatively good solution. Red-haired raised his head to meet his gaze, and instead of directly answering the bald five elders, he began to narrate his understanding of Lin Feng. I have fought against Fahai, and as you can see, his power far exceeds ordinary comprehension. Against such a person, a simple siege would have no effect at all. Are you saying that Akainu's countermeasure is not viable? Hearing Red-haired's words, the bald five elders frowned. No. Red-haired slowly shook his head and said, it's not like that. Akainu's method is viable. But there is one prerequisite, that Lord's guards. If there is no intervention from that Lord's guards, our chances of winning this war are almost zero. Red-hair believes there is a significant flaw in Akainu's handling method. The most critical issue is the excessive reliance on that Lord's guards. If they do show up, that's fine. But if they're delayed or simply do not come, their chances of victory against Lin Feng will be greatly diminished. You need not worry about that. The guards have already arrived in Rogatown and are lying in wait in the town. The bald five elders slowly replied, after catching the implication in Red-haired's words. Then I have nothing more to say. Upon hearing this, Red-haired smiled and said, although the guards are powerful, we cannot place all our hopes on them. After all, we are facing Fahai. After speaking, Red-haired nodded to the five elders and left with Mihawk through another secret door. Watching Red-haired's back, the bald five elders' expression became serious. The last remark seemed to carry some implication. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. The combined military strength of the Navy, along with the five elders and the guards, if they were still defeated by Fahai and others, it could only mean that the world is about to change its master. On the other side, apart from Lin Feng and the world government's actions, the other major forces also turned their attention to Rogatown. The Germa 66 War Kingdom Fortress was slowly moving across the sea, with Sanji, Zoro, and others gathered here. Except for Luffy, the captain, almost all the Straw Hat crew were present. Deep within the fortress, in the main hall, Kaji, the king of Germa 66, sat on the throne, looking down at Sanji and others with a serious expression. Have you thought it through? Are you really going to Rogatown? Kaji slowly spoke, naturally exuding a dominating aura from his long-held position. Don't say anything meaningless. We must rescue Luffy, even if it costs us our lives. Sanji below said coldly, with a frosty tone. He had no good feelings for this adoptive father, if it weren't for the latter's initiative to help rescue Luffy. Sanji would never return to this place. Kaji's eyes darkened as he listened to Sanji's words. Others might not know, but he was very clear about the consequences if the battle at Rogatown broke out. The primary issue would be the disruption of the world's military balance, and secondly, the fragile structure. Since you have made up your mind, I won't say anything more. This time, Germa will do its utmost to help you, as a way to repay the favor from Cake Island. After this battle, you and Germa will have no further ties. After speaking, Kaji stood up, looking at the powerful photo behind him, his expression gloomy. He knew he was gambling, risking the entire Germa. If they won the battle, that would be fine, but if they failed, they would face a devastating blow. The world government would never allow a force like his to continue existing. Watching Kaji's somewhat desolate figure, Sanji, who had no good feelings for this adoptive father, couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Kaji sensed Sanji's gaze and slowly turned around, glancing at Sanji and the Straw Hat crew, saying, "All right, there are 48 hours left until the execution of that Straw Hat kid. This may be your last moments, so enjoy them." After speaking, Kaji turned and left the room, with Vinsmoke's siblings following silently behind. Reiju was among them, and as she was leaving, she winked at Sanji and said, "Sanji and everyone from the Straw Hat crew, don't feel too much pressure. Alongside your captain, Whitebeard will also be executed. As a former Yonko, there will surely be many people coming to rescue Whitebeard, and perhaps your captain will be rescued as well." Hearing this, Sanji looked at Reiju without speaking. He knew she was trying to comfort him, because even with some of Whitebeard's subordinates' help, breaking into Rogatown to rescue Luffy would still be quite difficult. Thinking about this, Sanji forced a smile at Reiju and said, "Thank you. Rest well." Reiju nodded, turned, and left the room. After she left, the atmosphere in the room fell into silence once again. It was Usopp who broke the uncomfortable atmosphere, forcing a smile and saying, "Everyone, just like she said, let's take a good rest. There are still 48 hours until the execution, right? Surely, someone will help us." "Yeah, Luffy's father is Dragon. They will definitely come back to rescue Luffy, right, Robin?" Nami added with a dry laugh. Hearing this, Robin glanced at Nami, her expression heavy. She had been in contact with Dragon since learning that Luffy was to be executed, but for some reason, he had not responded yet. She didn't know what had happened, or if. Although she thought this, Robin did not say the truth, and instead smiled and said, "Yes, Sabo and the others are already on their way. I believe they will soon arrive at Rogatown." Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew all looked at Robin. As a longtime partner, they understood Robin very well. She always liked to twirl her hair when she was lying. Just now, while Robin was speaking, her right hand had casually brushed aside her bangs. Although Robin might not be aware of it, the Straw Hat crew noticed it clearly. But despite this, they did not expose Robin's lie. They knew it was out of kindness. "Let's all rest for now. Everything is unknown before the battle begins." At this moment, Zoro stood up and said solemnly, taking off his weapon and lying down to sleep. "Green algae head." Sanji muttered softly upon seeing this. He knew Zoro was trying to ease everyone's tension. With Zoro leading the way, everyone began to rest, knowing that worrying at this time would not help. Just as Zoro said, everything is unknown before the great battle begins. It would be better to rest well. But at that moment, a strange yet curious voice sounded from the window. "Who are you? Straw Hat Pirates?" Chapter 164. Encountering the Straw Hat Crew. Who? Hearing the sound, the members of the Straw Hat Crew were shocked. They were completely unaware before the noise occurred. Zoro immediately prepared for battle, assuming a three-sword style stance and focusing intently on the windowsill. His instincts told him that the owner of the voice was extremely powerful. Sanji stood beside Zoro, cold sweat appearing on his forehead as he also sensed the strength of the other party, the feeling being quite vivid due to his observation haki. In Sanji's eyes, it seemed as if a ferocious beast was hiding at the windowsill. "So it really is you." Seeing the group take on a battle stance, the owner of the voice spoke with a hint of delight. As he spoke, a foot stepped in from the windowsill, and then the entire person stood in the room, smiling at the Straw Hat crew. "Who are you?" The Straw Hat crew focused their eyes, shocked and incredulous, exclaiming Fahai. Indeed, the owner of the voice was Lin Feng. He had been controlling the Kasaya, soaring through the air, but due to the high speed, his Buddhist power had become somewhat insufficient. Just as he was about to take a break, he suddenly spotted the Germa war fortress. He intended to land there, but unexpectedly found the Straw Hat crew was also present. "It's me," Lin Feng replied with a smile, glancing around at the Straw Hat crew, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. After being in the pirate world for so long, he finally saw the main character group. Although Lin Feng had imagined countless scenarios of meeting the Straw Hat crew, he never expected it to be here. "Fahai, what are you doing here?" Facing Lin Feng's sudden appearance, the Straw Hat crew's wariness did not lessen at all. In their view, such a powerful figure, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the four emperors, must have a reason for appearing suddenly. "Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by," Lin Feng said with a smile, his voice gentle, which unconsciously eased the group's wariness a bit. But just then, an inappropriate voice sounded from behind Lin Feng. "Monk, I'm hungry." Bonnie walked in from the windowsill, rubbing her rumbling stomach. Seeing this, the expressions of the Straw Hat crew became strange. They even brought a beautiful girl. It seemed Fahai was a bit inappropriate. No, don't get me wrong. We're just in a cooperative relationship," Lin Feng awkwardly explained in response to everyone's gazes. "Beautiful lady, what would you like to eat?" At this moment, Sanji's old habit kicked in. He spun around to Bonnie's side, his eyes turning into hearts. Who is this pervert?" Bonnie said with some disdain, having not experienced Sanji's enthusiasm before. "A perverted cook," Zoro said, and at this time, he also remembered Bonnie's identity. The one who stopped him from attacking the celestial dragon in Sabaody. Scanning Bonnie from top to bottom, Zoro felt a bit puzzled. How could she change so much in just 2 years? Could it be that the structure of women is different from that of men? As he thought about it, Zoro's expression became even more strange, and he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you supposed to be a child? Who are you?" Bonnie glanced at Zoro, recalling the moment she stopped him and blurted out, "The idiot who wanted to chop the celestial dragon in Sabaody." Upon hearing this, Zoro's face darkened. Being called an idiot was somewhat uncomfortable, and besides, at that time, he didn't know the other party was a celestial dragon. Seeing everyone getting familiar, Lin Feng slowly asked, "What are you doing here?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Straw Hat crew was taken aback, thinking to themselves, "Isn't it you who appearing here? That seems a bit strange." Although they thought this way, Robin stepped forward and truthfully said, "We are planning to rescue Luffy." "Rescue Luffy?" Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't know that Luffy was facing execution with Whitebeard, and a question mark unconsciously rose in his heart. What happened to this guy? How could someone who is a son of the plane need rescuing? "Yes." Robin nodded. 2 days later, the Navy will publicly execute Whitebeard and Luffy in Logtown. Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked and stared at Robin, somewhat uncertain as he said, "Isn't the execution only for Whitebeard? Why is Luffy involved too? You didn't know?" Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Robin was slightly taken aback, then explained, "Luffy was captured by the Navy along with Whitebeard, and there were many others." As she spoke, Robin took out a newspaper and handed it to Lin Feng. The giant head of Whitebeard almost occupied the entire page, accompanied by a slogan, "The strongest man will be executed." Not written. Lin Feng looked at Robin, who gestured for him to look further down. Lin Feng turned his head to continue reading, and he saw more text below Whitebeard's head. As the times change, the two brothers of the worst era will be executed together. Along with it was a picture of Luffy and Ace, which, compared to Whitebeard's dominating image, appeared so small. Seeing this, Lin Feng was a bit dumbfounded. It turned out that it wasn't just Whitebeard who was being executed, but they also planned to take out Luffy and Ace as well. The Navy really dared to do this. Weren't they afraid of Garp going berserk? Thinking about this, Lin Feng returned the newspaper to Robin and said, "How much power do you have prepared for rescuing Luffy? Has Dragon contacted you? As Luffy's father, he would definitely come to take a look since his son is about to be executed." In response to Lin Feng's words, the Straw Hat crew fell into silence. How much power they had prepared sounded so harsh to their ears. "Currently, it's just us, plus Germa," Robin said truthfully. "Just you guys?" Lin Feng's expression was awkward. It wasn't that he looked down on the Straw Hat crew, but with their current strength, it was a fantasy to think they could rescue Luffy. Yeah, Robin nodded. Dragon is still trying to contact others, but it's just us for now. I know our strength is lacking a bit, but even if we have to fight with all our might, we will rescue Luffy. As soon as this was said, the Straw Hat crew echoed in unison. That goes without saying. Yes, we must rescue Luffy. With our super strength, we can definitely save Luffy. Yoho, even if I die, I will fight with all my strength. Although I'm already dead, yo. Looking at the excited group, Lin Feng didn't say anything. He didn't doubt their determination to rescue Luffy. But if they relied solely on these people, it was still a bit too naive. How about this? Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and sighed, join us. And together we will rescue Luffy and Whitebeard. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, looking at Lin Feng and Bonnie, utterly speechless. Join you? Just two people, and you want us to join? Are you kidding? Seeing the doubt from the Straw Hat crew, Lin Feng explained, I'm going to rescue Whitebeard. In a sense, my goal is the same as yours. Although right now, you only see me and Bonnie, my allies have likely already arrived around Logtown. Chapter 165. It's all a misunderstanding, allies? Around Logtown? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Robin frowned. She felt that his allies must be extraordinary. Just from Lin Feng's name alone, one could tell. She just didn't know who this so-called ally would be. Who is your ally? Robin asked decisively, perhaps due to her personality. She didn't want to pin her hopes on someone with an unknown identity. Allies, huh? Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng rubbed his chin, thinking to himself. If he revealed that his allies were two of the four emperors, he wondered if the Straw Hat crew would explode. Is there something difficult to say? Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Robin asked again, looking at him curiously. There's nothing difficult about it. It's just that my allies are not very visible. You'll know when we get to Rogue Town. By the way, Luffy is going to be executed. Is Rayleigh not coming? Lin Feng casually said a few words and looked at Nami next to him, shifting the topic to Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh hasn't contacted us. Nami scratched her head. But thinking about it, Mr. Rayleigh should come. After all, just like you said, he is Luffy's master, so there is no reason for him not to come. As Nami said this, Robin, who was beside her, was staring intently at Lin Feng, covering her face and remaining silent. She could see that he was intentionally shifting the topic, which made Robin curious about who Lin Feng's allies were. Indeed, there is no reason not to come. Lin Feng noticed Robin's gaze and turned his head to look aside. At that moment, Gaji and others rushed in through the door. They received a tip-off from the guards that an unidentified person was entering the castle through the window. Gaji was afraid that it was a spy from the Navy, which is why he hurried over. Who dares to intrude here? Gaji, holding a high-tech electric spear, scanned the surroundings with a deep voice. Yuji and Reiju stood on either side, looking vigilant. Suddenly, Reiju seemed to see something terrifying, her pupils dilating as she looked towards Lin Feng's direction. You are? Fahai. Fahai. As soon as these words came out, Gaji's expression changed instantly. Following Reiju's gaze, he was shocked. Fahai, what are you doing here? Gaji immediately positioned the electric spear in front of him, warily staring at Lin Feng, unsure why someone like Lin Feng would come here. Could it be that he wants to steal their bloodline genetic technology? Thinking this, Gaji became even more anxious and signaled to Yuji, who understood the cue and instantly disappeared from his spot, charging towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! A punch filled with technological energy came crashing towards Lin Feng. Yuji didn't care about anything else. In his mind, as long as he received Gaji's orders, he would attack without hesitation, even if the target was a celestial dragon. Hey, what are you doing, Yuji? Seeing that things are going poorly, Sanji shouted, kicking towards Yuji with a kick filled with blazing sunlight. Although Sanji reacted quickly, it was still too late. The moment he kicked, Yuji's fist had already descended towards Lin Feng's face. Crushing blow. Quickly dodge. That guy's power is huge. Sanji warned, seeing that he couldn't save Lin Feng in time. Lin Feng did not pay attention to Sanji's warning. Instead, he watched as the fist slammed into his face. Boom! With a punch, the air seemed to vibrate, showing how powerful Yuji's attack was. Ha, you're dead now. Yuji laughed arrogantly, but what happened next confused him. You're still a bit naive. Let someone else come. Lin Feng extended a finger and, in Yuji's shocked expression, pushed his fist away, speaking slowly. What? Yuji was horrified, jumping back several meters to create distance from Lin Feng. Gaji stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. Even he would take Yuji's full power seriously. Yet Lin Feng blocked it with just a finger and seemed to have not exerted any effort. Just how strong is this guy? Gaji was alarmed because he believed that even if Lin Feng was strong, he couldn't be strong to the point of being unresistible. But Yuji's attack shattered that notion. In Gaji's eyes now, Lin Feng was not just strong, he was extremely strong. Conservatively speaking, he was strong beyond measure. In contrast, Lin Feng looked at Gaji and Yuji with indifference and said, "Why is that?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gaji trembled all over, realizing that he was being asked. He forced a smile and awkwardly replied, "It was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? Lin Feng looked at Gaji coldly. Although he might have intruded into Gaji's castle, which made Gaji unhappy, there was no need to start with a lethal attack. Just now, if it had been someone else, they would probably have been killed instantly by Yuji's punch. Even if it were Bonnie, she would have been severely injured by that blow. Only he could withstand it. To act this way, and then say it was a misunderstanding? Where in the world does such a good thing exist? Seeing Lin Feng's gaze growing colder, Sanji, who was standing next to Bonnie, quickly said, "Mr. Fahai, it was a misunderstanding, please don't be angry." Although Sanji wanted to distance himself from the Vinsmoke family, at this critical moment, if Gaji and the others were injured by Lin Feng or something unexpected happened, they would lose one ally in rescuing Luffy. That was a result Sanji did not want to see. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Sanji without speaking, and the room fell into a dead silence. The Straw Hat crew and Gaji's group all felt tense, fearing Lin Feng might do something drastic. "Are you sure it's a misunderstanding?" After a while, Lin Feng slowly spoke, his tone questioning. He was giving Sanji a way out at this moment. Lin Feng did not want to escalate the situation too badly. After all, rescuing Whitebeard was already enough to worry about. Lin Feng didn't want to waste time on meaningless matters. It was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Seeing Lin Feng relent, Sanji breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, I believe you." Lin Feng nodded, not saying anything more, finding a comfortable spot to sit down, and began to cultivate his inner Buddhist energy. Who? Not far away, Gaji let out a long breath, looking at Sanji, who he viewed as an imperfect creation, and began to find him more agreeable. In contrast, Yuji was glaring at Lin Feng with a face full of anger, his eyes almost shooting fire. If it weren't for Reiju holding him back, he probably would have lunged at Lin Feng by now. Sigh. Seeing this, Gaji sighed deeply for the second time over his bloodline genetic technology. A creation like Yuji, which had almost lost human emotion, indeed had significant drawbacks. After that, Gaji looked at Lin Feng and slightly bowed, saying, "Mr. Fahai, please rest well, and call me if you need anything." After saying that, he left with a furious Yuji. Chapter 166. Dialogue in the underground prison after Gaji left. The room fell silent again. Everyone was unsure how to break this awkward silence. It was not until Bonnie's stomach growled that the atmosphere broke. Bonnie looked at Lin Feng, who was meditating, and complained, "Monk, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, let them prepare something." Lin Feng replied without opening his eyes, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Feng's response. Bonnie huffed and said to Sanji, "Hey, I remember you're the cook of the Straw Hat crew, right? Go prepare food for me." Sanji was taken aback for a moment. Then a habitual heart-shaped look appeared in his eyes as he said to Bonnie, "Wait for me, my beautiful lady." He then turned around in circles and went outside to prepare food. Idiot cook. Zoro rolled his eyes, looking down on Sanji's behavior. But he couldn't scold him either. Who doesn't he have a hobby? Being a gentleman to women was Sanji's hobby. On the other side, Robin had been observing Lin Feng, speculating about who his so-called allies were. This greatly intrigued Robin. After all, considering Lin Feng's reputation in the Grand Line, ordinary pirates or forces would definitely not catch his eye. Among the allies, the lowest would have to be at the level of a warlord. Who could it be? Robin whispered to herself, already having a rough idea of the direction in her mind, but she couldn't be certain. As for Lin Feng, the earlier incident hadn't stirred a single ripple in his heart. He was currently focused on one thing, whether it was possible to gather all his fighting strength and still face defeat. This was Lin Feng's primary concern. Of course, he wanted to save Whitebeard, but if he didn't have a considerable degree of confidence, Lin Feng would rather go alone to rescue him than risk the lives of those behind him. Garp, Sengoku Akainu, Kizaru Fujitora, Green Bull. Names flashed through Lin Feng's mind, each representing the peak fighting power of the Navy, along with the rebellious red-haired Shanks and Mihawk, and the three elders from Mary Geos. In Lin Feng's view, this battle wouldn't be easy. He had to catch the Navy off guard first, then allow Kaido and others to storm the execution platform. Lin Feng was planning the rescue in his mind, based on the comparison of fighting power. If the Navy were to come out in full force, his side would definitely be at a slight disadvantage, but just a slight one. Lin Feng felt he could still make up for such a gap in fighting strength. What he feared was that the people from Mary Geos might use some unknown tactics. Will you intervene in this battle? Lin Feng whispered in his heart. Apart from the elders, he had always been wary of him, the king of the celestial dragons, a figure rarely mentioned in the original work. Although Oda hadn't elaborated much, Lin Feng, being in the world of pirates, was well aware that, given the development of the situation, it would undoubtedly become his ultimate enemy. Ironically, Lin Feng didn't even know what him looked like until now. He only knew that the other party was deep within Mary Geos. He was completely unaware of Im's abilities, fighting power, or even gender. Perhaps after this battle, he could unveil the mysterious veil surrounding him. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the Red Land, where he could already see its vague outline through the window. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng was contemplating how to rescue Whitebeard, deep within the new Navy headquarters, in the prison beneath Marineford, a robust figure was locked away in the deepest part, covered in sea stone. It was evident that this was an extremely powerful ability user. Otherwise, so much precious sea stone wouldn't be used to restrain him. Uncle, I'm starving. In the adjacent cell, a man wearing a straw hat lay helplessly on the ground, calling out weakly. Kuaha, Straw Hat Kid. Making it this far is already impressive. The robust figure laughed, his signature laughter revealing his identity. The great pirate, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The person across from him was none other than the son of the dimension, Luffy. Uncle Whitebeard, I don't care, I'm about to starve to death, Luffy complained, wailing. Despite being in prison, it didn't affect him much. Luffy's greatest enemy had always been hunger. Just then, a cold voice came from the adjacent cell, slightly scolding, "Shut up. Luffy, what time is it? Missing a few meals won't do anything." "Ah, Ace, I've already missed 27 meals." Luffy replied helplessly. In his mind, he needed to eat 9 meals a day, so being locked up for this long meant missing 27 meals. Sigh. Seeing this, Ace also sighed. Even he was starting to struggle. It had been 3 days since those guys captured them, and they had gone hungry for 3 straight days. Speaking of which, shouldn't we get a full meal before dying? 3 days without food or water, do you think we're turtles? Whitebeard turned his head to Ace, a smile on his face, and said, "Don't sigh, Ace. We will be rescued. Trust me." Old man. Upon hearing this, Ace looked at Whitebeard, realizing that he misunderstood his sigh. Ace wasn't sighing out of despair, but out of hunger. Like Luffy, he was also struggling to endure, but he couldn't let his pride down to explain, because in front of Luffy, he had to be a strong older brother. Old man, what do you think Marco and the others are doing now? Are they also captured by the Navy? Ace slowly asked Whitebeard. I don't know. Whitebeard shook his head and then smiled. They shouldn't be. Marco is smart and won't be easily caught by the Navy. I hope so. Ace forced a smile. Even in this situation, he was still worried about Marco. He should focus on how to escape from this damned prison first. Just as he was about to say something, heavy footsteps echoed from a distance. The sound was loud and resonant, each step hitting the ground like a heavy hammer. This sound also caught Whitebeard's attention. Who are you? As the owner of the footsteps got closer, a gleam of light burst from Whitebeard's eyes. The newcomer was wrapped in a cloak emblazoned with the Navy's insignia, which almost covered half of his body. But that wasn't the main point. The crucial part was that the face beneath the cloak flashed in Whitebeard's sight, causing his eyes to narrow sharply. He didn't expect the identity of a newcomer. The person stopped in front of Whitebeard's cell, slowly raised his head, revealing a shock of red hair, and spoke in a calm tone, "Yo, Whitebeard, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard burst into laughter, a loud laugh that echoed throughout the prison and lingered for a long time. After laughing enough, Whitebeard looked at the visitor, grinning. I also didn't expect we would meet in this way. Red Hair Brat. Chapter 167. Past events inside the prison. Whitebeard's voice was deep, and his icy tone seemed to freeze the entire prison. Yet the red-haired man, standing in front of him, ignored Whitebeard's aura, wearing a faint smile as he looked at Whitebeard. I also didn't expect that our next meeting would be under such circumstances. Why not just be a legend? Why always meddle in young people's affairs? Red-haired said casually, his expression unusual. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and he didn't say anything. He never expected that the little brat he had painstakingly protected would actually side with the government. He couldn't help but wonder what expression Rox would have if he were alive and saw his bloodline siding with the Navy, which he had always despised. After a long pause, Whitebeard slowly spoke, staring at Red-haired. What would a man like you join the government for? Don't tell me it's for some so-called trend. A person like you wouldn't use such a low excuse. Haha, it's still Whitebeard after all. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Red-haired chuckled lightly and said, Newgate, do you know my background? What? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was stunned. He had gone to great lengths to hide the secret of Red-haired's background. How could the other party know? Could it be that Law told him? No way. Law isn't the type to spill secrets. Plus, he had made a promise to not reveal Red-haired's background. Whitebeard was lost in thought, unable to figure out who had told Red-haired about his background. It seems you really know something. Seeing Whitebeard's reaction, Red-haired smiled lightly and moved closer to the cell, pressing his face against the iron bars, staring intently at Whitebeard. What are you talking about? Whitebeard avoided Red-haired's gaze, refusing to make eye contact. The bloodline of Rox couldn't be made public, even if Red-hair had figured something out. He couldn't say it. There were too many entanglements involved. Even a little leak is enough to shake the world. Are you still hiding something from me now, Whitebeard? Seeing Whitebeard evade the topic, Shanks spoke sharply. His tone was filled with anger, and a powerful aura surrounded him, even warping the iron bars. I'm not hiding anything. I simply don't know. Whitebeard raised his head to look at Shanks and said slowly, I'll say it again. I don't know your origins. Shanks laughed, a different kind of madness in his smile this time. Edward Newgate, captain of the Rox Pirates 1st Division. What on earth could make you keep a secret until now? I'm very curious. Shanks stared at Whitebeard and shouted, Is it because of those disgraceful things that bastard Rox did? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard said nothing, looked at Shanks, and sighed. Since you already know, why ask me? Why ask you? Shanks' eyes held a hint of brutality. That was an easy thing to say. You think a simple sentence can absolve you of responsibility? On the eve of the God Valley War, my mother died in labor. Don't tell me you don't know about this. Everyone connected to Rox deserves to die, including you. Shanks yelled at Whitebeard, venting his anger. Whitebeard did not refute him, allowing Shanks to release his fury. His thoughts drifted back to the God Valley War. Newgate, I admit I'm not a good person, but my ambition cannot be extinguished. Help me take the child away. Rox stood at the peak, facing countless Navy soldiers, and as he spoke, he glanced at Whitebeard behind him, revealing a faint smile. Just consider it the captain's last order. After saying this, he charged towards the peak period Garp and Roger, disappearing into the vast crowd. At that time, Whitebeard, who had not yet gone bald, looked at the baby in his hands and chose to leave, disappearing from God Valley later. Fearing that Shanks would be discovered by someone with ill intentions, he left him where the Roger pirates passed. He believed that with Roger's character, he would not neglect a baby. Sure enough, Roger took in the young Shanks. Years later, a trainee with iconic red hair appeared on Roger's ship. At that time, Whitebeard finally felt relieved. The thought of raising Ace to become the next Pirate King also stemmed from the gratitude of Roger unknowingly helping him raise Shanks. After a moment, Shanks vented his emotions, tidied his clothes, and returned to his usual expression, saying lightly, Oh, I forgot to tell you, Im has already sent the guards to Logtown. By then, even if the sea god wants to rescue you, it will be impossible. After saying this, Shanks ignored Whitebeard's expression and turned to leave. Shanks, is it you? But at that moment, Luffy's excited voice rang out, filled with disbelief, staring intently at Shanks. Oh, Luffy. Hearing this, Shanks turned to look at Luffy, his face displaying the same smile as always. However, beneath that smile lay different meanings. Shanks, are you here to rescue us? Luffy, still unclear about the current situation. Thought Shanks had come to save him and the others, his face filled with hope. Luffy, you are still so innocent. Shanks slowly walked to the door of the prison where Luffy was held, looking at the boy who had taken on the pirate path because of him, smiling. His gaze fell on the straw hat on Luffy's head, and he said softly, "Take good care of that straw hat. I will come to get it." After saying this, Shanks walked away without looking back, disappearing from Luffy and the other's sight. "Shanks, you will rescue us, right?" Luffy did not catch the hidden meaning in Shanks' words, his expression unchanged as he murmured. However, Ace beside him wore a serious expression. Although he could not clearly hear the conversation between Shanks and Whitebeard due to Shanks' haki, he could see some clues from Whitebeard's expression. He determined that Shanks was definitely not there to rescue them, and that there was a high possibility he was there with malicious intent. "Dad, what happened between you and Shanks?" Ace shouted at Whitebeard, wanting an answer from him, but the result of his shout left Ace disappointed. Whitebeard merely glanced at Ace and turned his head, falling into silence. Seeing this, Ace's heart sank, further confirming that Shanks was now an enemy. However, what puzzled him was why a man like Shanks would want to be their enemy. Chapter 168, Crossing the Red Line. Isn't he just a trainee on that detestable old man's ship? Logically, he should be helping people like us. Just this point left Ace unable to understand. What exactly are your intentions, Shanks? Ace narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Ace, I'm hungry. Why didn't Shanks bring meat? At this moment, Luffy's voice broke Ace's train of thought. You idiot. Ace was so exasperated by Luffy's carefree attitude that he couldn't muster any anger. Even now, this guy was still thinking about meat. Unbelievable. I want meat, Ace, I want meat. Luffy, oblivious to Ace's worries, dragged his tired body towards Ace, hoping he could come up with a solution. Hold on. If you can't endure this little pain, how can you become the Pirate King? Ace growled, trying to provoke Luffy with the title of Pirate King. This tactic worked. When Luffy heard this, he fell silent, hugging his stomach with a look of endurance, mumbling, I want to be the Pirate King. This little difficulty won't stop me. Sigh. Seeing Luffy like this, Ace sighed, completely losing his temper. Having such a brother is truly something. Ace smiled helplessly, his gaze falling on the prison where Whitebeard was. He was still troubled by the earlier conversation between Shanks and Whitebeard. What could have caused both sides to become like this? Ace couldn't figure it out and didn't quite understand. On the other side, above the prison in the Navy headquarters residential area, Sengoku looked at Garp, who had been sitting silently on the sofa, with an indescribably heavy heart. Ever since he returned from Impel Down, he had become this way. He wouldn't even look at the sun Bei handed to him. He had completely changed. If it weren't for the unchanged aura, Sengoku would almost think Garp had been impersonated by someone else. Old buddy, your grandson is going to be executed with Whitebeard. I hope he doesn't do anything foolish. Sengoku placed a cup of tea in front of Garp, softly comforting him. Garp said nothing but looked at the teacup, not caring whether it was hot or not, and gulped it down. Hey, that was just brewed. Aren't you afraid of burning yourself? This scene shocked Sengoku, who hurriedly snatched the teacup from Garp's hand. But it was too late. The tea in the cup had already been finished by Garp. You. Sengoku stared blankly at Garp, unsure of what to say. Garp's behavior was truly perplexing. Garp, do you have something on your mind? Talk to me. Sengoku made a new cup of tea and placed it in front of Garp, speaking slowly. This time, Garp finally spoke, his voice hoarse, suddenly blurting out, Sengoku, I'm no longer myself. What? Zhangguo was shocked and looked at Garp in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the other party would say such things. What do you mean by I'm almost not myself anymore? What exactly are you trying to express, Garp? Zhangguo grabbed Garp's collar and spoke in a deep voice, wanted to understand Garp's meaning. Garp ignored Zhangguo's grasp on his collar, looking at him calmly with a faint smile on his face. Zhangguo, if one day you find that I've changed, please kill me. After saying this, without waiting for Zhangguo to react, he broke free from Zhangguo's grip and walked towards the door. Please kill me, Zhangguo muttered in confusion. Just as he regained his composure, Garp had already left. What exactly are you trying to express, old friend? Zhangguo looked in the direction Garp had left, sighing internally. Although he didn't understand the meaning behind Garp's words, the usually sharp Zhangguo sensed something was amiss from Garp's few words. He felt that Garp had been caught up in a huge conspiracy. Moreover, the person orchestrating this conspiracy had a terrifying identity. Terrifying enough that Karp was afraid to even mention their name to him. Who on earth could make you so fearful? Zhangguo whispered, his mind racing with thoughts. At this moment, he realized that what he had to face might not only be the execution of Whitebeard. There must be a horrifying conspiracy involved, one that could shake the world's political landscape. At the same time, over at Lin Feng's side, the Germa 66 war fortress had reached the bottom of the Red Earth continent. The towering Red Earth continent obstructed their route to Logtown. As long as they crossed Reverse Mountain, they would arrive at Logtown. Kaji sat in the room, looking at the red mountain before him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and cross it, Sanji urged, as he did not believe that a mere Red Earth continent could hinder Kaji's progress. Kaji nodded slightly, glancing subtly at Lin Feng, then issued an order to the Germa soldiers. Separate the fortress and prepare to cross the Red Earth continent. With Kaji's command, the Germa war fortress suddenly separated, transforming into 6 war machines capable of climbing the vertical Red Earth continent. Creak, creak. After separating, the Germa war machines extended their massive mechanical arms to grip the rock wall tightly, and with the push of their bottom rollers, they began to ascend vertically up the rock wall. Wow, so cool. Usopp exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at this scene. Wow, the Super War Fortress looks amazing. Chopper echoed, also starry-eyed and excitedly dancing around. Frankie, standing nearby, wore an admiring expression. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the intricacies. Having browsed through the Vegapunk manuscripts, he knew just how vast the technology behind Germa was to achieve this level, and the difficulties were unimaginable. So cool. Frankie marveled, looking out the window at the climbing war machines, wondering if they could add some of these machines to the Sunny in the future. All right, we expect to cross the Red Earth continent in about 4 hours, and then we will arrive at Logtown, Kaji said to Sanji and the others. But his gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, still vigilant. Thanks, Sanji said to his adoptive father, a rare expression of gratitude on his face. He understood that once Germa reached Logtown, Kaji, as the leader of Germa, would openly declare their stance. Germa would likely be erased from the royal list by the government. From then on, there would no longer be tales of Germa in the North Sea. Don't say useless things. I'm not helping you. I'm repaying a favor. Kaji snorted coldly, not accepting Sanji's gratitude, then slowly walked up to Lin Feng. Is there something? Lin Feng looked up at Kaji, not knowing why he was here. Kaji did not answer Lin Feng's question, but instead told everyone in the room, "You all go out. I have something to discuss with Fahai alone." The others complied and left the room after glancing at Kaji. Only Kaji and Lin Feng remained in the large room, which felt somewhat cold. What is it that you need to discuss with me alone? Lin Feng asked Kaji with a very indifferent tone. He didn't harbor any hatred for the person before him, but he certainly didn't want to be friendly either. Thud. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Kaji actually knelt down in front of him. This scene genuinely startled Lin Feng. What's going on? Lin Feng looked at Kaji in surprise, subtly moving a few steps to the side, not directly accepting Kaji's kneel. It wasn't that Lin Feng couldn't bear this kneeling. He just didn't want to get involved in any consequences before understanding the situation. Kaji kneeling was the cause. If Lin Feng accepted it, then it would be the result. The most feared thing in Buddhism is getting involved in causality. Fahai, please help me. Kaji looked at Lin Feng with hope, his words sincere. Make it clear. Lin Feng did not agree, but urged Kaji to clarify. Kaji was silent for a moment before explaining the reason. The battle at Logtown is imminent, and no matter how I look at it, I will join the fight. But the cost is also enormous. I believe that after the battle, the world government will definitely remove the Vinsmoke family from the list of royal families. Of course, a mere royal family, the esteemed Vinsmoke family doesn't care about that. Kaji spoke with great confidence. If it weren't for him kneeling in front of Lin Feng, the effect would have been even better. If you don't care about the position of the royal family, what do you need my help for? Lin Feng looked at Kaji strangely, as he truly couldn't understand why Kaji, who could abandon the position of the royal family, would still need his help. No. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Kaji shook his head, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. The position of the royal family is just an external object. It doesn't matter. I'm just worried that after the war, the world government will hunt down the Vinsmoke family to the end. Kaji expressed his inner concerns. As the leader of Germa, he was not afraid of dying in battle. He just didn't want the hard work of Germa's ancestors to go to waste. Do you mean you want me to help you preserve Germa's legacy? Lin Feng deduced Kaji's intention. Exactly. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Kaji replied solemnly, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. What do I gain from this? Lin Feng looked at Kaji and asked. He was not a good person. If he wanted protection from Lin Feng, Germa had to offer something enticing enough to catch his interest. Otherwise, why would Lin Feng help him bear the wrath of the government? Out of love? Sorry, Lin Feng was not the type to meddle in other people's affairs. Faced with Lin Feng's request, Kaji found it difficult. He didn't know what kind of bargaining chip he could offer to make Lin Feng interested. Bloodline factor? Kaji tentatively suggested, as that was the only thing he could offer at the moment, along with Germa's modified soldiers. What do I want that for? Lin Feng replied, uninterested in Kaji's offer. Although the bloodline factor technology was a top treasure in the world, it depended on who it was for. Perhaps that Gaikun might be interested. But to Lin Feng, it was worthless. Then, the friendship of Germa? Kaji tentatively said, as apart from a bloodline factor, this was the only thing he could offer. Lin Feng was taken aback, looking at the other person strangely. You represent the entire Germa to seek asylum from me. What use do I have for your friendship? It's unnecessary. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Katakuri knew that his offer had not been sufficient. However, apart from that, he genuinely had nothing more valuable to present. Unable to do anything else, Katakuri spoke frankly to Lin Feng. Fahai, just tell me what you need. No matter how difficult it is, I will help you get it, as long as you can protect Germa. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Lin Feng, lowering his stance significantly. Lin Feng subtly shifted a few steps to the side, not acknowledging Katakuri's bow, and then said lightly, get up. Don't bow to people for no reason. Do you think this is a worship of ancestors? Did you agree? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Katakuri thought the other party had agreed to his request and was excited. Stop right there. I haven't agreed to anything. Get up first. Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that he had not agreed and wanted Katakuri to rise. Seeing this, the flame of hope in Katakuri's eyes extinguished as he slowly stood up. His robust figure was almost twice the size of Lin Feng's, looking very imposing. Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, staring at the muscular Katakuri. This guy's way too strong. Is strength in the pirate world judged solely by height? The stronger the person, the more massive their physique. Lost in thought, Lin Feng snapped back to reality and said to Katakuri, sit down. We have plenty of time to talk. All right, Katakuri replied in a deep voice, pulling a chair over and sitting next to Lin Feng. Besides your genetic lineage, what else can Germa offer? Lin Feng said lightly, not beating around the bush. To gain his protection, they must provide sufficient benefits. Katakuri hesitated, thinking aside from the genetic factor technology, there's also the technology for modifications. Or perhaps the Germa flag. What use do I have for that? Do you have anything more practical? Lin Feng frowned and said, practical things. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Katakuri fell into deep thought, pondering what Germa could actually offer. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration crossed Katakuri's eyes, and he said to Lin Feng, Fahai, please follow me. Saying this, he reached out to pull Lin Feng towards the door. Where are you going? Lin Feng dodged his hand and squinted, looking very cautious. Although Lin Feng did not doubt that Katakuri would do anything harmful to him, it was wise to be careful at this juncture. Hearing this, Katakuri realized Lin Feng misunderstood him and quickly explained, don't get me wrong. I want to take you to see our Germa treasure vault, hoping there might be something that catches your eye. Treasure vault? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, you keep something so private here all the time? Yes. Katakuri nodded. The treasure vault is located here, and it's hard for outsiders to enter. Even if one day the treasure vault is raided, it would mean that Germa has already been breached by enemies. As he spoke, Katakuri had already walked to the door, waving at Lin Feng, Fahai, please. Saying this, he pushed open the large door, gesturing for Lin Feng to go first. Lin Feng glanced at Katakuri, said nothing, nodded slightly, and walked out the door, with Katakuri closely following behind. Chapter 170, Germa's Treasury. Germa Wharf Fortress Main City. Underground Dark Chamber. Here, Katakuri walked ahead of Lin Feng, waving at him. Lin Feng approached and was greeted by a large golden door made entirely of gold. The door bore the Germa emblem. Looks like Germa is quite wealthy, Lin Feng remarked, looking at the lavish door. It must be said that just this door could cover the expenses of an average small country for several years. In Germa's eyes, it was merely a decorative facade for the treasure vault. One can imagine how deep the Vinsmoke family's wealth runs. Enough joking, let's go inside, Katakuri said, detecting Lin Feng's teasing tone, and awkwardly pushed open the golden door. Swish! Countless rays of light shot out from the crack of the door. The moment the door was fully opened, Lin Feng felt as though his vision was completely obscured. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Lin Feng stared in amazement at the scene on the other side of the door. He had thought Germa was wealthy, but he never expected it to be this wealthy. Sorry, it's because some of these items were moved for research purposes. In the past, there were many more items than there are now. Seeing Lin Feng's dazed expression, Katakuri felt a rare sense of pride and, suppressing a smile, said, "Oh, look who is out of breath from being called fat." Lin Feng shot Katakuri a sideways glance, secretly thinking. But at that moment, a long-awaited system prompt sounded once again. Detected a massive, otherworldly energy source surrounding the host, estimated to increase the host's third character initial state to 60%, double battle power increase. Do you wish to devour it? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Feng was taken aback, and his expression suddenly turned sour. Wait, why does Fahai get a 10-fold increase while Duanda only get the double increase? This is absurd. Isn't this the system indirectly lowering my strength? The system, sensing Lin Feng's thoughts, quickly explained, world rules limit this. Currently, the third character can only achieve a double increase. Otherwise, the world rules will not be able to handle it. I see. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Feng's furrowed brows relaxed, and he then asked, "Are you saying that if I reach a higher dimensional world, I can break the increase limit of Duanda?" Theoretically, yes, but it requires a massive ability as a foundation for a qualitative change, the system replied truthfully. That's good. Lin Feng nodded secretly. The call from the Buddhist realm had never ceased, and he feared the day he would be summoned by those bald heads. At that time, he would need sufficient combat power to hold the stage. The system's answer gave him great comfort and completely reassured Lin Feng. "Fahai, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Katakuri spoke up. He noticed Lin Feng's fluctuating expression and thought his words or actions had offended the other party. "It's nothing. Let's go in and take a look." Lin Feng waved his hand and stepped into the treasure vault, already having asked Katakuri for what he wanted. Seeing this, Katakuri hurriedly followed into the treasure vault and began introducing the treasures inside to Lin Feng. Katakuri casually picked up an ancient-looking knife and said to Lin Feng, "It is said that this knife was forged by the famous swordsmith K.G. Ginger in his youth, although it has never been listed among the supreme blades. Its sharpness and toughness are far beyond that of ordinary swords." Saying this, Katakuri, fearing Lin Feng would not believe him, directly drew the long knife. Buzz! The long knife emitted a soft hum as it was drawn from its sheath, showing no signs of time having left any mark on its surface, looking quite chilling. However, Lin Feng merely glanced at the famous sword and said lightly, "It's all right, not bad." After that, he paid no further attention to Katakuri and walked deeper into the treasure vault. Seeing that Lin Feng was not interested in swords and knives, Katakuri sheathed the long knife nonchalantly and casually tossed it aside, taking small steps to catch up with Lin Feng. Then Katakuri pulled out a map from somewhere and handed it to Lin Feng, saying, "Fahai, take a look at this. It is said that the treasures inside are related to ancient weapons." Ancient weapons? Lin Feng glanced at the map and felt a bit curious about ancient weapons. The three ancient weapons, Uranus, Pluton, and Poseidon, are feared by the world. Even the world government yearns for them, going so far as to have CP9 agents infiltrate Water 7 for years just to obtain the blueprints for Pluton. It is said that possessing one of these ancient weapons can quell all enemies and create an unparalleled nation. However, Oda, that old thief, hasn't revealed much about the ancient weapons. As of now, the only known identity is that of Poseidon, the Sea King, who is also the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Really? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, took the map from Gaji's hand, and examined it carefully. Seeing Lin Feng's interest, Gaji didn't care whether the map was real or not and earnestly said, "It's really, truly real." "Oomph. Lin Feng glanced at Gaji and stuffed the map back into his hand, saying, "If this thing were real, you would have been eager to explore it long ago. At that time, what threat would the world government pose? And you would still be here haggling with me? Don't joke around." Lin Feng said lightly, then turned and walked deeper into the treasury. Gaji, having been exposed, showed no signs of embarrassment. He tossed the map aside and hurriedly followed Lin Feng, starting to chatter again. But he was interrupted as Lin Feng said, "Fahai, keep it down." Lin Feng raised his hand, and Gaji immediately stopped talking, quietly following behind Lin Feng. "System, you wouldn't be leading me astray, would you?" Lin Feng calmed his mind to communicate with the system. After walking for so long, he still hadn't discovered the presence of a devil fruit, which made him doubt whether the system was fooling him. Soon, the system's voice directed him, straight ahead, 13 meters, slightly to the lower right. "Got it." Lin Feng smiled and exerted force with his legs, stepping to the location indicated by the system. Upon a closer look, he saw a small altar made of unknown metal, with a very thin booklet resting on top. "What is this?" Lin Feng murmured as he picked up the booklet and blew off the dust, flipping through it. "This is..." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. This booklet was none other than a devil fruit encyclopedia, but it wasn't a printed version. It was handwritten. The contents were very detailed, covering the 3 basic categories: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, as well as the branches of mythical Zoan and ancient Zoan. It had everything one could imagine. Wow, who on earth wrote this? They actually classified the devil fruits so clearly. Could they be someone who cultivates devil fruit trees? Lin Feng stared at the descriptions in the booklet, utterly shocked. At that moment, Gaji came to Lin Feng's side, and, seeing the booklet in Lin Feng's hand and his expression, a glint flashed in his eyes. "Fahai, are you interested in this?" Chapter 171, Jade Shattered, Tiles Intact. Lin Feng glanced at Gaji, but didn't speak. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the devil fruit encyclopedia. After looking for a long time, Lin Feng sighed. Indeed, this world cannot be judged solely by conventional wisdom. The variety of species detailed in this devil fruit encyclopedia was astonishing. The abilities and classifications of various fruits were recorded in great detail. One particular fruit caught Lin Feng's attention: Paramecia mythical Zoan sage fruit, which grants the ability to walk on clouds, command unparalleled winds, and is difficult for ordinary people to resist. Just this point made Lin Feng take notice. Such a fruit was even more terrifying than Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan azure dragon form. A sage, that is something that doesn't exist in this dimension. Just one fruit can grant a mortal such power. Regardless of its authenticity, this world is already vastly different from the previous pirate world. Noticing Lin Feng lost in thought, Gaji raised an eyebrow, secretly thinking that he was interested in such things. He then wore a joyful expression. The Germa had never ceased their research on devil fruits. From documented literature to experimental results, they had it all. This time, he could grasp Lin Feng's interests. Gaji thought to himself as he walked to the side to start searching. After a while, Gaji smilingly approached Lin Feng and suddenly said, "Fahai, the one you have is incomplete. I happen to have a complete version. Please take a look." "Huh?" Lin Feng's thoughts were interrupted as he looked at Gaji, whose gaze fell on the book in his hand. It was a book entirely different from the one he held. Although both covers Red Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, Gaji's booklet was considerably more advanced in thickness and size. In comparison, it was like comparing a father to a son. "Please take a look." Seeing Lin Feng hesitate to take it, Gaji repeated with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and took the booklet from Gaji's hand, studying it carefully. As the leader of Germa, I can't be outdone by a monk. Seeing Lin Feng studying intently, Gaji felt a surge of joy, believing he had grasped Lin Feng's preferences. It was time to discuss the terms. But just as Gaji was about to speak, he noticed Lin Feng slowly shaking his head while looking at the booklet in his hands. This made Gaji, who was filled with confidence, feel a sudden unease. No way. What does it mean when the monk shakes his head? Could it be he doesn't like this booklet? That can't be. I got this from Vegapunk. And there's nothing more comprehensive in the entire Grand Line. Lin Feng didn't know what Gaji was thinking. The reason he shook his head was that although the booklet Gaji gave him contained extensive records, it lacked clear descriptions of some legendary fruits. On the contrary, the ancient booklet, though thinner, had detailed records of the legendary fruits and even included some reflections from ordinary people who had consumed them. Just this point made it vastly superior to the one Gaji handed him. I don't need this. Lin Feng returned the slightly larger booklet to Gaji and then slowly bent down to uncover the altar where the ancient booklet had been placed. The system informed him that the vast energy source from another world originated from here. This, Gaji, feeling quite down as he took the booklet Lin Feng handed back, was just about to say something when he noticed Lin Feng lifting the altar, which piqued his curiosity. Although Gaji rarely came to this treasury, he remembered every item here, except for this small altar, which he had little impression of. Where did Fahai dig this antique out from? Gaji thought to himself, but could tell from Lin Feng's actions that he seemed to care deeply about this altar. At that moment, Gaji felt that no matter what was in the altar, he would exchange it for Lin Feng's protection. Hiss! The moment the altar was opened, Lin Feng gasped, as countless devil fruits piled up into a small hill came into view. Roughly counting, there were at least 100. Moreover, many were rare types of devil fruits recorded in the booklet. No wonder it could increase the initial progress of digging up the fat guy to 60%. If all these fruits were used on Fahai, a breakthrough of 100% would be possible. Lin Feng looked at these devil fruits and murmured. Although he thought this way, he didn't intend to do so, because Lin Feng wasn't sure if he could withstand the inexplicable summon from the Buddhist realm while under 100% transformation. What if, just what if he was summoned away? What would Whitebeard and his crew do then? Lin Feng didn't want to leave such a mess for Kaido and Big Mom. Without his own checks and balances, these two could easily do something outrageous. I'll take these, and in return, I agree to your terms. Adding one more thing, as long as I live for a day, I will not let Germa disappear. Lin Feng turned around and pointed at these fruits while speaking to Kachi. At this moment, Kachi's mind was already overwhelmed. Looking at the nearly 100 devil fruits on the ground, his heart was racing. The regret in his heart was immense. How did he not know earlier that there were these fruits in the treasury? If all these fruits were used to enhance Germa, it would forge a fearless army of capable individuals. At that time, he wouldn't even need Lin Feng to protect this place. Just this army alone would be Kachi's capital to fight against the world government. Of course, from the current perspective, all of this was just Kachi's thoughts. He could see from Lin Feng's eyes that the other party would never return these fruits to him. If he acted rashly, Kaji wasn't confident he could defeat Lin Feng. Thus, Kaji could only agree to Lin Feng with a bitter face, but he added a few demands. All right, but you must guarantee that Germa will reunify the North Sea. Kaji said in a deep voice. Lin Feng looked at Kaji indifferently, realizing that he had seen through his need for the devil fruits and was trying to raise the price. If you don't agree, I will never let you take these devil fruits. Seeing Lin Feng's hesitation, Kaji pretended to be brave and gritted his teeth. As he spoke, the electric spear in his hand was already activated, flickering with strands of electricity. Seeing this, Lin Feng laughed, pointed to the electric spear in Kachi's hand, and said disdainfully, "Do you really think this toy can threaten me? I wouldn't dare." Kaji shook his head, staring at Lin Feng. "I'm not foolish enough to think I can threaten you on my own." At least he had some self-awareness. Lin Feng glanced at Kaji lightly, and before he could finish speaking, Kaji's frantic voice rang out. "But I can still destroy these fruits." Saying this, Kaji pointed the electric spear at the pile of devil fruits on the ground. His intention was clear. If Lin Feng did not agree, he would do his utmost to damage the devil fruits. At that time, both sides would suffer. Chapter 172, Achieved. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Kaji with indifference as he subtly concealed the devil fruits behind him, saying, "Are you threatening me?" As he spoke, a brilliant Buddhist light surged around Lin Feng, and a tremendous aura rushed towards Kaji from all directions. Feeling the immense pressure from Lin Feng, Kaji's expression became grave. Even an admiral would never emit such pressure. How powerful was Fahai? He thought to himself, barely managing to withstand this pressure. Just the pressure emanating from Lin Feng was already astonishing. Kaji felt everything around him pressing down on him. In an instant, his hand gripping the electric spear was drenched in sweat, and his back was soaked as well. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Feng looked at Kaji again, his tone significantly heavier. The Buddhist light around him pressed down on Kaji. Suddenly, Kaji felt as if mountains were descending upon him, crushing his back. Kaji considered giving up, but he feared that giving up would bring disaster to Germa. I cannot give up. For Germa, I cannot concede. Kaji shouted in his heart, striving to keep his back straight, raising his head to meet Lin Feng's gaze. As expected of a royal leader, this pride was not something an ordinary person could possess. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with admiration, although he had little affection for Kaji. He had to admit that Kaji carried a regal arrogance. Fine. Lin Feng sighed lightly, waved his hand, and relieved the pressure on Kaji. Instantly, Kaji's whole body relaxed, almost collapsing to the ground. He struggled to adjust his body, trembling as he stood up to look at Lin Feng, his tone resolute. Fahai, I have only this one request. Lin Feng looked at Kaji without speaking, turned around, and collected all the devil fruits, wrapping them in his robe and tossing them to Kaji. Help me carry this. After speaking, Lin Feng walked toward the exit of the treasury. Kaji was taken aback, staring at Lin Feng's back in a daze, and then joy suddenly appeared on his face. He knew that Lin Feng had agreed to his request. In his daze, Lin Feng's voice slowly came. Follow me, the leader of Germa. Okay. Kaji nodded heavily, dragging his weary body to catch up with Lin Feng's pace, his eyes shining with a light that did not match his exhausted body. Germa was hopeful of unifying the North Sea. Kaji shouted in his heart. After leaving the treasury, Lin Feng did not stay with the Straw Hat crew, but had Kaji find him a separate room. Firstly, Lin Feng did not want others to see him absorbing the devil fruits. Secondly, he needed to think carefully about how to help Kaji achieve his ambitions. Master, I have placed the items here. Call me if you need anything. The maid of Germa softly placed all the devil fruits on the floor and then swayed her waist as she pushed the door out. Before leaving, she boldly threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Feng. The meaning was quite obvious. Bang! The door closed, leaving Lin Feng alone in the room. This Kaji. Lin Feng sat on the edge of the bed and sighed, shaking his head. It was obvious that this maid was arranged by Kaji. Lin Feng felt neither disgust nor joy about this. Although it was a bit careless, Kaji meant well. Moreover, given his current state, he wouldn't be swayed by a maid. Even if a beautiful snake came, it would be hard to disrupt Lin Feng's composure. Then Lin Feng turned his attention to the devil fruits beside him. System, begin devouring. Lin Feng said, calming his mind. In an instant, a massive suction force emanated from Lin Feng's body, and the devil fruits transformed into streams of pure energy and were slowly absorbed by Lin Feng. Initial progress of the third character increased by 1. Initial progress of the third character increased by 3. Initial progress of the third character increased by 8. Soon, Lin Feng absorbed all the more than 100 devil fruits, and the initial progress of his third character increased to 60. Comforting. After completing all of this, Lin Feng stretched his back. Even though the absorption was only targeted at the third character, the immense energy from the devil fruits also provided Lin Feng with significant benefits. His King Kong body was thoroughly tempered by this vast energy. Now Lin Feng's defense was even more terrifying than before, reaching the limit of what he could achieve at present. Any further improvement could only be made after reaching 100 progress. But Lin Feng would never do that. Breaking 100 meant being summoned by the Buddhist realm. Without complete confidence, Lin Feng did not wish to hasten breaking 100. After handling matters in this world, he might consider leaving. Lin Feng gazed out the window at the endless red Earth continent, murmuring to himself. On the other side, at the Navy headquarters, in the new Marine Fort in the underground prison, dozens of Navy vice admirals stood on either side of the prison. In the middle was a peak naval force led by a Kainu. Magma Brat, you even came to see me off personally. Are you worried something will happen? Whitebeard slowly said from inside the prison, a chill in his voice. Hee. Outside the prison, a Kainu sneered, looking coldly at Whitebeard. Don't say useless words. After tomorrow, there will be no more legends of you on the sea. Saying this, he ordered the guards beside him. Guards, get in position, bring Whitebeard out. Yes, Admiral Akainu. The guards responded immediately. One of them walked to the front of the prison and took out the key to unlock the cell door. Then, Several other guards rushed in with chains made of sea stone and began to bind Whitebeard in loops. Throughout the process, Whitebeard showed no resistance, allowing the guards to tie him up. Has he lost all hope? Whitebeard, just moments ago was your last chance to escape. Observing Whitebeard's demeanor, Akainu said calmly. Although he knew that verbal provocation wouldn't work on the other party, he still wanted to speak out. He aimed to test Whitebeard's true state and see if he really wouldn't put up a fight. Akainu had prepared to take action, but to his surprise, Whitebeard truly showed no signs of resistance, allowing the guards to take him out of the prison. Quite sensible, aren't you, Whitebeard? Akainu walked up to Whitebeard, a mocking smile on his face. Whitebeard glanced at Akainu without saying a word, but his eyes were filled with a fierce coldness, as if he could pierce through Akainu. Still not giving up, huh, Whitebeard? Akainu furrowed his brow, noticing that Whitebeard still had the intent to fight, then slowly pointed his finger elsewhere. Whitebeard followed Akainu's gesture, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw Ace and Luffy being dragged out by someone, and from their state, they appeared to be unconscious. Magma Brat! Whitebeard roared angrily at Akainu, his conqueror's haki instantly enveloping him, causing even the sea stone chains to rattle. In an instant, everyone present went on high alert, cautiously staring at Whitebeard. They knew that even with his abilities restricted by sea stone, Whitebeard's strength was not to be underestimated. This was the threat from the strongest man in the world. Chapter 173. All parties gather. Magma Brat, how do you want to die? Whitebeard growled, his aura suddenly surging, the conqueror's haki smashing against the prison, leaving deep imprints. This scene made many Navy generals tense up to the extreme, carefully watching Whitebeard, ready to act at any moment. However, in the face of Whitebeard's sudden outburst, Akainu appeared unfazed, slowly removing his hat and tidying it up. After arranging it, Akainu put the hat back on and looked at Whitebeard calmly. Do you think you have the ability to kill me at this moment? You. Whitebeard glared at Akainu, his conqueror's haki becoming even more rampant, causing some weaker Navy generals to feel dizzy, with some even fainting directly. Glancing at the fainted Navy generals, Akainu nonchalantly remarked, "You see, still no strength?" He then addressed the remaining standing vice admirals. "Whitebeard is up to you. Make sure to escort him safely to Lowtown. As for these two," saying this, Akainu walked up to Ace and Luffy, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. If it weren't for the orders from the Gorosei, he would have wanted to kill these two on the spot, because Akainu knew that Whitebeard was old, and the ones who could raise the pirate flag in the future would only appear between these two. In Akainu's view, it was best to nip this threat in the bud. "Admiral Sakazuki, don't be impulsive." Just as Akainu was about to act, Kizaru's voice sounded, still lazy as ever. At this moment, not only Akainu, but even Whitebeard looked at Kizaru with confusion. Whitebeard was already prepared to fight back desperately. As long as Akainu dared to make a move toward either Ace or Luffy, he would act. But he didn't expect Kizaru to speak up at this time, which surprised Whitebeard greatly. "Kizaru." Akainu turned to look at him, a glint of light flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Are you going to step in for me?" "Don't joke. I don't want to deal with such troublesome matters," Kizaru said casually, then explained, "Admiral, don't misunderstand. Orders have been issued from above. These two little ones can only be executed together with Whitebeard." Hearing this, Akainu frowned, the heat in his fist slowly dissipating. In front of so many people, he couldn't openly disregard the orders from above, so he could only snort coldly. "Fine, since that's the case. I'll leave these two to you. Ensure their safe escort to Lowtown." After speaking, Akainu abruptly turned and walked out of the prison, with a group of generals hurriedly following. Only 5 vice admirals and Kizaru and Fujitora remained in the prison. Watching Akainu's departing figure, Kizaru said nothing, glancing up at the still unconscious Ace and Luffy, signaling for someone to take them out. He then turned his gaze to Whitebeard, looking at him with profound meaning, leaving behind a thought-provoking remark. "Whitebeard, you won't die just yet. See you at Lowtown." After saying this, Kizaru also left the prison, disappearing from Whitebeard's sight. "What is your stance, Kizaru?" Whitebeard stared at Kizaru's back, quietly muttering. On the other side in Lowtown, Number 7 and the others had already arrived here from the Red Land, and after observing the terrain, they began to deploy, including the leader. Their small team consisted of 6 people, each stationed at the most likely locations for the pirates to appear. If Lin Feng and Kaido dared to break in during the execution, they would be met with fierce attacks. Fahai, I really hope to meet you. Number 7 stood atop a clock tower, gazing at Reverse Mountain, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, at the top of Reverse Mountain, Germa's war machines had successfully crossed from the other side, descending along the rock wall, and would soon reach Town. Fahai, right ahead is Town, the place where Whitebeard and Luffy and the others are about to be executed. Inside the fortress, Kaji stood by the window, introducing things to Lin Feng. I know. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping across every island below. Lin Feng knew that was Town, but what he was looking for wasn't the island itself, but the place where Kaido and Big Mom were located. Found it. Lin Feng's eyes locked onto an island not far from Town. Though faint, he could still sense the Buddhist energy he left on Aokiji. What is that small island called? Lin Feng pointed to the island where Kaido and Big Mom were located and asked Kaji. Which one? Hearing this, Kaji looked closely and then blurted out, Watchtower Island. Watchtower Island? Lin Feng murmured, an island that guards hope. What a nice name. He then said to Kaji, change the route, destination, Watchtower Island. Huh? Kaji was taken aback, although he didn't understand why Lin Feng wanted to go to Watchtower Island. He still complied and ordered his subordinates to head towards Watchtower Island. At this moment, Sanji's voice suddenly came from behind Lin Feng, his tone filled with confusion. Monk, weren't we supposed to rescue Whitebeard? Why change the route? Hearing this, Lin Feng turned to Sanji. I told you before, I have allies who have already arrived around Town. They are currently on Watchtower Island. Really? Sanji had a skeptical attitude toward Lin Feng's words. To this, Lin Feng didn't explain anything, just nodded, and then his gaze fell back on Watchtower Island. A tough battle is about to unfold. At this time, in the waters below Reverse Mountain, Marco and the others were slowly sailing here. This method was one of the fastest ways to reach Town without alarming the Navy. How long until we arrive? Marco stood at the bow of the ship, glancing at the dark sea below as he asked the helmsman beside him. 3 hours. The helmsman replied honestly. Good. Marco nodded and didn't say much, just then a voice filled with killing intent rang out. I sensed the master's position right above us. The speaker was Kenpachi, who had heard Lin Feng's command to find Marco and the others not long ago. The master had arrived first. Upon hearing the voice, Marco looked at Kenpachi, his face showing excitement. Kenpachi nodded, his gaze fixed above, where Lin Feng was located. Very good. Marco followed Kenpachi's gaze and then said to the helmsman, accelerate. Yes. At the same time, far away in the doldrums, a ship pulled by 2 gigantic sea serpents sped across the ocean surface, moving quickly without worrying about alarming the sea kings below. A figure in a floral robe stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards Town, a sweet smile on their face. Mr. Whitebeard, I'm finally going to see you. Chapter 174, The Meeting. We're almost there, Fahai. With the merging of various parts of the Germa fortress, the sea erupted in waves as the massive complete Germa war fortress slowly sailed towards Dawn Island. Lin Feng stood at the top room of the fortress, watching the approaching Dawn Island, feeling increasingly anxious. He didn't know how intense this battle would be. Whether his side could rescue Whitebeard was completely unknown to him. What is that? Gaji immediately spotted a pirate ship docked near Dawn Island, flying the Beast Pirates flag. Shocked, he exclaimed, Fahai, your ally isn't Kaido, is it? Sanji, looking stunned, rushed to Lin Feng's side, feeling like his head was spinning. Not long ago, their Straw Hat crew had been in a hostile relationship with the other party, which could not be described as anything less than life and death struggle. Now they were being told that Lin Feng's ally was Kaido. In an instant, the Straw Hat crew turned pale. Not just Kaido. At this moment, Gaji's voice rang out as his gaze fell on another massive ship, the pirate flag emanating an aura of intimidation that was no less than Kaido's. It was Big Mom's Queen flag. Fahai isn't trying to hand us over to Kaido and Big Mom to gain their support, is he? Chopper stared at the 2 pirate ships not far away, his teeth chattering. Remembering everything they had done on Cake Island, he felt that compared to Kaido, Big Mom already hated them to the bone. Once she discovered their presence, she would surely attack them. Sanji's Zoro run. Fahai is trying to set us up. Usopp flailed his arms, expressing his fear, and shouted at Sanji and the others, thinking they should escape before encountering Big Mom. However, upon hearing his words, the Straw Hat crew didn't move at all. Sanji and Zoro's gazes were all fixated on Lin Feng. They knew that since the other party dared to invite them to join, there would be a way to handle the grievances between Big Mom and themselves. Boom! With a loud crash, the Germa War fortress docked at the edge of the small island, instantly attracting the attention of many powerful figures within the island. Germa? What are they doing here? Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. They then picked up their respective weapons and rushed towards the shore. Although a mere Germa wouldn't warrant such a big movement from them, they couldn't forget that Germa had another identity, the royal Vinsmoke family. Heaven knows if they were here to scout for the world government. If so, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the shore, after the Germa War fortress docked, Lin Feng leaped down from the window. Gaji and the others quickly followed, gathering on the beach and waiting for Lin Feng's next move. Under the pressure of the two emperors, they didn't dare to make too many moves and could only wait for Lin Feng. Among them, Pudding stared at Lin Feng beside her, tearing at a chicken leg while her mind was filled with thoughts. So, you monk, your ally is an emperor. No wonder you spoke with such confidence. Pudding recalled what Lin Feng had said before and only now understood why he had been so sure of himself. At that moment, two massive figures leaped out from the island. It was Kaido and Big Mom riding on Zeus. One was in the air, the other on the ground. Their presence was astonishing. Due to the concealed position Lin Feng occupied, Big Mom and Kaido didn't see him. However, Big Mom immediately spotted Gaji and the Straw Hat crew among the crowd, her expression instantly turning cold. Prometheus! Yes, Mama! Prometheus roared, transforming into a blaze that enveloped Big Mom's head, causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. Zeus! Big Mom continued, and Zeus quickly responded, "At your service, Mama." Then he transformed into a cloud of thunder, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. Immediately after, Big Mom drew Napoleon and swung it towards Gaji and the others, shouting, "You dare to appear before me." At the same time, Kaido swung his Kanabo towards the Straw Hat group and Gaji, unleashing a thunderous attack. But unlike Big Mom, Kaido didn't use his devil fruit powers, merely attacking in his normal state. In his view, these people were not enough to warrant him using his true abilities. Faced with the furious assault of two emperors, Sanji and the others felt a jolt in their hearts. Usopp was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, thinking, it's over, with two emperors attacking, we're doomed. Usopp, seeing him like this, Chopper yelled, shaking Usopp vigorously with his hooves, while Nami stood beside him, tears streaming down her face. The expressions of the others also darkened. No one could remain calm in the face of the Emperor's attacks, especially not against two of them. As Big Mom's attack descended upon them, Kaido's laughter boomed, and a thunderous attack followed closely behind, ready to smash everyone into pieces. But just then, Lin Feng's voice slowly rose from the crowd. "Stop! We're on the same side." Hearing this, Kaido paused, his movements abruptly halting, a look of disbelief crossing his face. He recognized Lin Feng's voice. But what puzzled him was how Lin Feng was mixed in with this group. Could it be that they had come together to rescue Whitebeard? What battle power could these people possibly have? Kaido found it very confusing. He had heard Lin Feng's voice, but in her rage, Big Mom ignored Lin Feng's words. Napoleon swung down with tremendous force, the mere residual power nearly shattering the beach. This was her intentionally restraining her strength. Otherwise, the entire island would not be able to withstand it. "Oh, we're going to die." Seeing this, Chopper, Usopp, and Nami turned pale, shouting out before fainting. Gaji and Sanji's faces were grim, and they launched their electric spears and diable jam attacks, not expecting to fully defend against Big Mom's moves, but only hoping to find a glimmer of survival for everyone. At the same time, both of them had a thought in their minds. "Fahai, we trusted you too much." But just as their attacks were about to meet Napoleon, Lin Feng moved. He leaped directly from the crowd, looking coldly at Big Mom, shouting, "Wake up, Lin Lin!" Huh. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Big Mom's expression went blank, and Napoleon unconsciously paused, hovering above Lin Feng's head. "Who are you?" "Fahai." Big Mom was taken aback for a moment, Then a look of wild joy appeared on her face, though she was just as confused as Kaido about why Lin Feng was mixed in with this group. Seeing that Big Mom recognized him, Lin Feng snorted coldly, saying, "Humph. Now that you know it's me, hurry up and move that broken sword away." After finishing his words, seeing that the ant had not moved, Lin Feng spoke again, his voice stern. "Are you trying to chop me to death?" "Oh, no, no." This shout brought the ant back to her senses completely, and she directly threw Napoleon onto the ground. This action left Napoleon on the verge of tears, but he didn't dare to get angry. After all, he had almost chopped Lin Feng. If it had been any slower, he might have turned into scrap metal. Napoleon still vividly remembered Lin Feng's terrifying strength. That kind of power was simply a nemesis for them. The homies. Chapter 175, Experiment. The ant looked at Lin Feng in the crowd, then glanced at the Straw Hat crew and the Germa people, her expression becoming strange. She couldn't help but ask, "Fahai, how did you end up with these guys? With just a few of them, can they be of any help?" Hearing the ant's words, Sanji and the others were momentarily speechless, wanting to retort, but finding themselves unable to speak. In the ant's eyes, their combat power was indeed quite pathetic. Lin Feng glanced at the ant without much explanation, only saying lightly, "There's strength in numbers." "Oh," the ant responded, then cautiously looked at the Straw Hats and said to Lin Feng, Fahai, can I kill a few?" As soon as these words came out, Usopp and the others, who had just regained their composure, were scared out of their wits. "Mama, I want to go home. Is this hell?" Usopp and Chopper cried out in despair, huddling together. Sanji, Zoro, and the others immediately entered a battle-ready state upon hearing the ant's words. They had to be extremely cautious in the face of such a capricious madwoman. Lin Feng glanced at the extremely tense Straw Hats and said calmly, "No, they're companions now." Phew! Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of fear in their hearts. If they had faced the ant at that moment, they would have surely been defeated. Companions? The ant was taken aback, reluctantly looking at Lin Feng and saying, "Really not?" "No." Lin Feng's tone was indifferent. After saying this, he called out to the Straw Hats and walked deeper into the island. What a pity. Looking at the anxious crowd, the ant sighed. Although she wanted to take down these people who had once humiliated her, she had to let it go for Lin Feng's sake, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. "Huh, madwoman, you have your day too." Watching the ant being put in a difficult position, Kaido laughed heartily, as if nothing in the world pleased him more than seeing her in trouble. "Get lost." Facing Kaido's mockery, the ant's expression darkened, and she scolded before chasing after Lin Feng. "Get lost. Not happening. Wait for me, madwoman." Kaido shouted and followed after her. In the depths of the Watchtower Island by a huge bonfire, the ant's crew watched the Straw Hats with cold eyes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were at odds. If Lin Feng weren't there, they would likely have already fought. In contrast, the relationship between Germa and the Beast Pirates seemed much more delicate. Long time no see, Germa looked at the burly figure, warmly greeting this former research partner. He sensed the atmosphere in the room and realized it was time to find a familiar person to rely on, and Queen was the right choice. Although they had some disagreements in the research team, they still appreciated each other's talents. "Haha, long time no see, Germa." Facing Germa's enthusiasm, Queen returned the embrace warmly, his burly body almost squeezing the breath out of Germa. After breaking free from Queen's hug, Germa laughed heartily and patted his shoulder, saying, "You're still the same. Still so strong." "You're not bad either," Queen replied with a smile, then raised an eyebrow. "How did you end up with Fahai? Tell me what's going on. You interested in Fahai?" Queen's words made Germa narrow his eyes. Knowing Queen was not a particularly gossipy person, his eagerness to learn about Lin Feng indicated that Lin Feng held a significant position in Queen's mind, perhaps out of fear, admiration, or resentment. "I'm just asking casually. If you don't want to say, I won't press you," Queen said with narrowed eyes. "Really?" Germa looked at Queen with a half smile, his expression playful. "MHM," Queen nodded. And although he said this, he secretly cursed Germa for being so cautious. "Then I won't say." Germa smiled, and upon hearing this, Queen almost exploded with anger. "Hey, if you're not going to say, let's drink." Queen suppressed his anger, picked up a wine glass, and handed it to Germa, who took it. But just as he was about to say something, the movement at the bonfire caught their attention. Is what you said true? Fahai. The ant stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, her face astonished. Lin Feng nodded lightly, then looked at Bonnie beside him and said, if my reasoning is correct, this can become a reality. The latter shrank her neck, completely different from her usual carefree demeanor. The pressure from the two emperors was indeed quite significant. Fahai, are you sure? Kaido, standing nearby, looked at Lin Feng, then at Bonnie, and asked in shock. Sure. Lin Feng smiled and then patted Bonnie's shoulder, saying lightly, however, the idea hasn't been implemented yet, and I don't know if it will achieve the desired effect. That's why I called you two over, to ask who among you is willing to be the guinea pig. Upon hearing this, Kaido and the ant exchanged glances, neither daring to respond. After all, in the face of fruit abilities, a slight mistake could cost them dearly. Who will do it? Seeing that neither of them had moved, Lin Feng urged slightly. I'll do it, they both said in unison, then looked at each other awkwardly. It was clear that neither Kaido nor the ant wanted to be the first guinea pig. Since you can't decide, I'll choose for you. Lin Feng glanced at the two, then slowly extended his finger towards Kaido. Looking at Bonnie, he goes first. Why is it me? Wouldn't it be better for that madwoman to go first? Kaido wanted to cry, but had no tears. He truly did not want to be treated as an experimental subject by Lin Feng. Facing Kaido's reluctance, Lin Feng didn't say much, just coldly stared at him and slowly said, does your broken horn not hurt anymore? Upon hearing this, Kaido's body tensed up, instinctively touching his broken horn, a chill instantly sweeping over him. Then, Kaido quickly forced a smile and said, not at all. It's an honor to be a Master-S guinea pig. He looked at Bonnie and boldly said, kid, give it your all. I can take it. Kaido's words were so bold that they gave off an aura of though there may be thousands. I will still go. Good. Seeing this, Lin Feng said good. Then looked at Bonnie. Bonnie understood and cautiously approached Kaido, carefully saying, are you ready, Mr. Kaido? Come on. Kaido gritted his teeth, and the force was so strong that the veins on his forehead bulged. MHM, Bonnie nodded, placing one hand on Kaido and instantly released her fruit ability. Chapter 176. Young again by 30 years, the peak Kaido. What is this? As Bonnie's fruit ability was unleashed, Kaido felt himself suddenly becoming much younger. This doesn't feel like a figment of imagination, but rather a genuine experience happening to him. The most notable feature is that his broken horn, which was snapped by Lin Feng, has already healed. Hey, this can't be real. What kind of ability is this? The nearby Big Mom stared in shock at the gradually rejuvenating Kaido. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed Lin Feng's gaze and instantly fell silent. However, the shock in her heart lingered for a long time. She looked at Bonnie, who was using her ability on Kaido, with disbelief, her mind filled with questions. What did Fahai find such a little freak? Lin Feng didn't notice Big Mom's astonishment. His attention was fully focused on Kaido. The changes in him made Lin Feng very happy. Kaido had undergone a tremendous transformation. Not only had he become younger in appearance, but even the cross-shaped wound left by Odin on his abdomen had vanished. His entire body's vitality had returned to its peak. Although in the world of pirates, power doesn't diminish over time, the corresponding stamina does decrease. At this moment, Kaido's stamina and combat power were at their absolute peak. This scene also attracted the attention of everyone present, especially the older core members of the Beast Pirates, who were almost unable to contain their excitement at this moment. This can't be real. Our Captain Kaido has actually become younger. Is this the rhythm of dominating the Grand Line? The biggest reaction among them came from the three calamities. Hey, this can't be real. The boss is actually getting younger? What kind of ability is this? Quinn's eyes were nearly popping out as he hurriedly took a swig of strong liquor to calm down. Jin, who felt the same, looked at the slowly rejuvenating Kaido with nostalgia. He couldn't help but sigh that Kaido now looked just like he did when they first met. Meanwhile, Jack, the youngest of the three calamities, had no reaction. He only looked at Kaido with even more admiration. All right. After a moment, Bonnie slowly exhaled, looking quite exhausted. Using her ability on Kaido was different from ordinary people. He bore the three-color haki. Even with intentional suppression, it greatly diminished the penetrating effect of Bonnie's ability. If Bonnie hadn't put in all her effort, she wouldn't have been able to change Kaido's age at all. Thank you. Lin Feng glanced at Bonnie and nodded in gratitude, then turned to Kaido and said, "Feel the changes within your body." Before he could finish, Kaido had already found a mirror from somewhere and was carefully looking at himself in it, his expression excited. "This is me from 30 years ago." Kaido clenched his fists in excitement, staring intently at his reflection in the mirror. Big Mom beside him was also staring fixedly at the transformed Kaido, murmuring the word miracle. "As expected, just as I thought." Lin Feng looked at the rejuvenated Kaido and whispered. With the success of the experiment on Kaido, he had gained a lot of confidence in his plan. "Bonnie." Lin Feng called out to Bonnie, who was still recovering her strength, and asked if she could shorten the duration of her ability. From the moment Bonnie used her ability on Kaido, Lin Feng had been calculating the time. It had taken almost 5.5 minutes in total, and rescuing Whitebeard was a rapidly changing situation. With such a long time, the battle might have already turned. Lin Feng hoped to shorten the time to within 2 minutes. This was also the maximum time he estimated he could manage. Hearing this, Bonnie frowned in thought for a moment, then said to Lin Feng, "It depends on his strength, if he's still like Kaido." She paused for a moment and continued, "At most I can control the duration of my ability to about 3 minutes, at most 4 minutes. Anything more than that is impossible." 3 minutes? Lin Feng whispered. This was half more than he had anticipated. Don't underestimate this extra minute. Once the war breaks out, that minute will be more terrifying for Lin Feng and others than anything else. Attacks from a navy, threats from the Gorosei will all come within that minute. 3 minutes it is. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and made a decision instantly. Even if he was in danger, he would fight for those 3 minutes. Then, Lin Feng pulled Bonnie aside and quietly began to explain his plan. After hearing it, Bonnie's face first showed shock, then calmed down. She wasn't foolish. Lin Feng had called her here for a reason. "When the time comes, I will send you to the execution platform, and you won't have to worry about anything. Just focus on using your ability on Whitebeard," Lin Feng said seriously. "All right, I'll do my best." Bonnie nodded and then said to Lin Feng, "Don't forget your promise." "I won't." Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. He had already made up his mind that regardless of whether Bonnie succeeded after this battle, he would do everything he could to rescue Kuma from Mariewa. Not for anything else, just to repay the debt of karma. "I hope so." Bonnie looked at Lin Feng's determined expression for a long time and said slowly. Just then, a somewhat hopeful voice rang out beside Lin Feng and Bonnie. Little girl, can you help me change my age too?" The speaker was Big Mom, who was looking at Bonnie excitedly, as if nothing could compare to her in her eyes. Not even the most delicious cake. "Let her rest." Lin Feng glanced at Big Mom and said lightly, "Changing Kaido's age has already exhausted Bonnie." Upon hearing this, Big Mom's expression instantly turned sour. Although she was eager to change her age, she had to put on a forced smile to Bonnie, saying, "Little girl, you should rest for now. If you need anything, just speak up. I'll come find you later." Saying this, Big Mom turned away in disappointment. Just as Bonnie's voice rang out, in Big Mom's ears, it sounded like heavenly music. "You don't need to rest. I can help you right now." "Really?" Big Mom's eyes lit up with joy, staring at Bonnie in disbelief. Bonnie nodded, signaling Big Mom to squat down, placing one hand on her. Just as Bonnie was about to use her ability, Lin Feng's voice interrupted. "You should rest a bit. Continuously using abilities can burden the body." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously eager Big Mom also echoed, "Fahai is right. You should rest a bit. Using abilities consecutively isn't a good thing." No one understands the enhancement and dangers brought by the fruit better than an old user like Big Mom. Hearing this, Bonnie smiled and said, "It's fine. I can do it." As she spoke, a layer of mysterious aura emerged from her hand and surged towards Big Mom. Chapter 177. The kindness of two emperors at the moment of contact. Big Mom's body changed at a visible speed. This is the power of youth. The changes in her body made Big Mom overjoyed. She could clearly feel every organ inside her changing. Whether it was her appearance or her internal organs at this moment, Big Mom truly felt that they were all developing towards their peak state. "Mama, are you okay?" Spiro was the first to rush out from the crowd, a worried expression on his face as he saw Big Mom's body change. "I'm fine." Big Mom waved her hand, her face beaming with joy, and added, Not only that, but my current condition is countless times better than before. That's great. Spiro let out a long sigh of relief and then shouted, Mama, if anything happens, call me anytime. All right, Big Mom replied cheerfully. Unlike her joy, beads of sweat quietly appeared on Bonnie's cheeks. At this moment, she had developed her fruit ability to the maximum. Her ability state was infinitely close to awakening. If it weren't for the fact that Bonnie's fruit ability did not contain awakening, she would have already reached that level. Little girl, can you still keep up with your stamina? Big Mom saw Bonnie's condition and felt a pang of concern in her heart. She worried that the other party's inability would lead to her own failure. I can. Bonnie gritted her teeth and replied. At that moment, her fruit ability surged wildly into Big Mom's body, gradually altering the cells within her. It's been 2 minutes. Lin Feng silently recorded the time, watching everything unfold. It had been 2 minutes since Bonnie activated her ability on Big Mom, and judging from the changes in Big Mom's body, Bonnie would need at least another 2 minutes. This was much longer than the time Lin Feng had predetermined. Excluding stamina and ability consumption, Bonnie in peak condition should be able to shorten the time limit to under 3 minutes. Lin Feng assessed the bottleneck of Bonnie's ability and stamina consumption. As he had judged, if Bonnie could recover her stamina and fruit ability, she should be able to reduce the time to change Big Mom to under 3 minutes. But it couldn't be shortened too much. 3 minutes was already Bonnie's limit. She needed to train and elevate her strength before Whitebeard's execution to best execute the plan. Lin Feng looked at the sweating Bonnie with a determined expression. Soon, just as Lin Feng had predicted, for minutes passed, and Bonnie successfully completed the transformation of Big Mom. At that moment, Big Mom had indeed changed dramatically. With a slender and explosive figure, combined with a beauty that matched most people's aesthetic standards, Big Mom had turned into a spirited beauty. Her state was exactly the same as when she had just left the Rocks Pirates. Even Kaido, who was beside her, stared blankly. The Grand Line above. How did I never notice how cool the crazy woman was when she was young? What are you looking at, you brat? Big Mom was greatly displeased by Kaido's gaze and snatched the mirror from his hand, examining herself up and down. Not bad. I was this beautiful when I was young. Big Mom proudly gestured towards her towering figure, a triumphant smile on her face. Then she looked at the exhausted Bonnie, warmly saying, Little girl, our whole crew owes you a big favor. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. As long as it's not about becoming the Pirate King. I can handle anything. Faced with Big Mom's boisterous words, Bonnie was momentarily stunned, her expression becoming dazed. The favor from Ianko was indeed quite significant. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to even think about such things. She never expected to receive goodwill from Big Mom now. No matter what, getting on Lin Feng's pirate ship was very worthwhile for her, extremely worthwhile. Seeing Bonnie silent, Big Mom thought her favor wasn't valuable enough and suddenly nudged Kaido beside her, giving him a glare. The latter instantly understood Big Mom's meaning and added, And I'm here too. If there's anything that the crazy woman can't handle in the future, just come to me. The Beast Pirates will always be your friends. Bonnie was shaken by Kaido's words. At that moment, she felt completely dazed. The goodwill from Big Mom and Kaido was enough to allow her to walk confidently on the Grand Line, as long as she didn't act recklessly. Thank you, Bonnie said respectfully to the two emperors, slowly bowing. No need for that, we are friends. Seeing this, Kaido quickly lifted Bonnie up with his large hand, a smile on his face. Indeed, friends, Big Mom echoed, also smiling. At that moment, Bonnie felt as if all the beauty in the world was beckoning to her, her excited little face turning red. Not far away, Katakuri and others looked on enviously. Indeed, people can die from comparison. Goods can be thrown away when compared. We struggled hard but didn't gain Big Mom's friendship, while Bonnie managed to do it in just 5 minutes. Different fates for the same kind. Katakuri clicked his tongue, feeling uncomfortable. Next to him, Queen couldn't help but mock him. What are you comparing with a little girl at your age? You didn't gain our captain's goodwill, but you still have me. As long as you offer up the German genetic factor, I guarantee Kaido will make you a big billboard. Get lost. Katakuri replied darkly to Queen's words. The genetic factor was the lifelong effort of Germa. Trading it with anyone could yield huge resources. If he really wanted support, It would be more cost-effective to hand it over to the world government directly. Moreover, he already had Lin Feng's promise. So there was no need to exchange the genetic factor for anything. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse, Katakuri. For your cold response, Queen didn't care at all. Instead, he put his arm around Katakuri's shoulder and said, everything is negotiable. Think about it. Our artificial devil fruit plus your genetic factor, once combined, the power will be unimaginable. By then, your ambition to dominate the North Sea will be easily accomplished. Think it over, Katakuri. Queen continued to tempt him, his voice echoing in Katakuri's ears like a demon seduction. It was clear that Queen was very eager to obtain the genetic factor. As a scientist, such top-notch technology was a treasure in Queen's eyes. Umph. Katakuri snorted coldly. How could he not know Queen's little thoughts? If it weren't for the fact that he had already reached a cooperation with Lin Feng, these words would indeed move him. Just think about it, Katakuri. Once our technologies merge, the four seas will tremble beneath your feet, and the glory of the Vinsmoke family will be reborn in your hands. Queen continued to entice, but all he received was Katakuri's icy voice. Get lost. Chapter 178. The Treasure of Rocks. While Lin Feng was testing Bonnie's ability, a massive fleet sailed from the Calm Belt towards Lowtown. The warships were filled with Navy officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above. Ordinary sailors had no place here. The leading figure of the fleet was a pinnacle combat force of the Navy, the new 3 admirals, along with Sengoku, Garp, and several other veteran powerhouses. Inside the warship, in a prison specially designed for ability users, Whitebeard sat inside. At the prison door, 5 small platforms were set up, and several tall figures were sitting cross-legged. The leader was the supreme commander of the army, known as Steelbone, Mr. Kong. To his sides sat the Gorosei and Akainu. Such a defensive lineup was truly luxurious. Even if Lin Feng came to intercept the warship, they had the capability to kill him before he could rescue Whitebeard. Whitebeard, do you have anything to say before you die? Kong picked up a teacup and took a sip, looking at Whitebeard. The gazes of the others also fell on Whitebeard. Kuahaha. Facing everyone's gaze, Whitebeard laughed heartily. To have you all here to send me off, even Roger didn't have such a face, did he? At this point, what else is there for me to say? Hee. One of the Gorosei sneered, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Newgate, you know what we want to ask. Don't you feel regretful to take such a secret to the grave? Another Gorosei coldly stared at Whitebeard and continued, if you speak, we can guarantee to keep you imprisoned in the Holy Land forever. That way, you won't lose your life for nothing. Hearing their words, Whitebeard laughed even louder, causing several small platforms to buzz. He turned to the crowd and said, have you fallen to such a degree? You and I both know that I would never leak the whereabouts of Rock's treasure. As he spoke, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, and he said lightly, such things should not remain in this world. It would be better to disappear with me. You. Seeing Whitebeard's resolute attitude, the 5 Elder Stars could no longer keep their composure. The matter of Rock's treasure was extremely secretive, known only to the world government and the Navy, and they'd only recently learned that Whitebeard was aware of its location. Coupled with Whitebeard's close relationship with Lin Feng, they seized the opportunity to deploy a large military force to capture him. On one hand, they wanted to use Whitebeard as bait to lure Lin Feng out and kill him together. On the other hand, it was about the location of Rock's treasure. As Whitebeard said, such things should not remain in the world, because Rock's treasure was none other than the specific locations and descriptions of the 3 ancient weapons. Aside from the known Uranus, the world government was completely unaware of the remaining Pluton and Poseidon. They could only glean some information from ancient rumors passed down through the ages. However, it could be confirmed that there was some connection between the 3 ancient weapons. Once the ancient weapons were combined, they could generate the power to destroy the world. And what the 5 Elder Stars needed was precisely this power, the power to dominate everything. Whitebeard, think carefully about what the consequences will be if you don't speak. Akainu coldly stated, taking over the words of the 5 Elder Stars. Consequences? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard sneered contemptuously. If he wasn't afraid of death, what else could threaten him? Just as Whitebeard was about to mock the opponent, his body suddenly stiffened, as if filled with lead. His eyes were fixed on the item in Akainu's hand. More precisely, it was two hats, a straw hat and a red one. These were the items that Luffy and Ace had worn for years. Whitebeard stared silently at the hats in Akainu's hand, coldly watching the other party. "What's wrong?" Akainu scoffed, slowly rising and walking to the front of the prison, looking at Whitebeard through the bars with mockery. "Whitebeard, I know what you're thinking deep down. You want to use law to save these two kids while you die in Road Town. Dying in the same place as Roger would at least give your pirate career some closure." Akainu's eyes sparkled as if he had seen through Whitebeard completely. He then casually asked, "Am I right?" Whitebeard glared at Akainu. He knew what the other party said was correct. He indeed wanted to use Lin Feng's hand to rescue Ace and his brother. After all, in the future world, it would belong to the youth. He couldn't let the two die at this moment. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had already made up his mind to face death. "Have you admitted it?" Seeing Whitebeard's silence, Akainu smiled faintly, his expression making one shiver. "If that's the case, then I must apologize to you. The first to be executed in Road Town will not be you, but those two." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his aura instantly surged. At this moment, his anger had reached a critical point. Akainu ignored Whitebeard's change because he knew that under such circumstances, the other party could not escape. He then said lightly, "A pirate like you should be saved for the grand finale, right? This way, you can watch helplessly as the seed is crushed before it even sprouts." Magma brat. Akainu's last words completely enraged Whitebeard. He never expected the other party would use Ace and his brother to threaten him. "Don't be angry, Whitebeard. If you die here, those two kids will be in real trouble." Seeing Whitebeard furious, Akainu smiled instead. He adjusted his hat, leaned closer to the bars, and stared at Whitebeard, saying, "Of course, you have one chance to save these two kids. If you tell me the location of Rock's treasure, I'll let you go to the execution platform first. How about that?" Akainu articulated each word carefully. "This way, law will have the opportunity to save these two kids after your death. Exchanging your life for the hope of two young men is a deal worth making." Listening to Akainu's words, Whitebeard was even angrier. This choice was too difficult to make. If he spoke, the Navy would have a great chance to end the era of great pirates. If he didn't, Ace and his brother would be the first to be executed. Regardless, Whitebeard was faced with a death sentence. There was no solution, no matter whether he agreed or not. The result would be favorable for the Navy. At that moment, Sora, who had been listening to the two, stood up and glanced at Whitebeard indifferently, saying, "I know this is a difficult decision. Think it over and give us your answer when we reach Road Town." Saying this, he walked outside. Seeing this, Akainu followed slowly, glancing back at Whitebeard as he left. "You don't have much time left. Hurry up." The three Elder Stars did not leave with them because their identities were hard to expose, so they chose to stay in place. Chapter 179, Dorag's Decision. After Akainu and the others left, Whitebeard fell into silence, contemplating whether to trade Rock's treasure for a glimmer of hope for Ace and his brother. He was not a wishy-washy person, but he still could not make this decision. The impact of the ancient weapons on the balance of the world was too great. Once the Navy and others learned the locations of the other ancient weapons, the fragile balance maintained by various forces in the world would be shattered. At that time, a world-spanning war might break out. This was also why Whitebeard was reluctant to use Rock's treasure as a bargaining chip. "Ace, will you hate me for this?" Whitebeard stared blankly at the ceiling, murmuring to himself. He had already formed a rough decision in his heart. While Whitebeard was deliberating not far from his fleet, several pirate ships were quietly sailing. Their destination was also Road Town. On the main ship, the ever-arrogant Dicky sat at the bow, looking towards Road Town, his eyes flashing with brilliance. "Captain, that guy Akiji still hasn't replied to me. He hasn't been taken down by Big Mom's crew or defected, has he?" Raphael stood next to Dicky, whispering with a grim expression. Although he was very reluctant, Akiji was undoubtedly one of their ship's high-end combat powers. At this critical juncture, their plan would be significantly affected without his support. "Not possible." Dicky shifted his gaze away from Road Town and said in a deep voice. He did not believe Akiji would betray them. Besides, under the title of former Marine Admiral, which force would dare to take him in? Even the four emperors would have to weigh whether they would be plotted against by the Navy. So, The only possibility for Akiji not returning was either to return to the Navy or to avoid getting involved in this vortex. Just wait. No matter what unexpected situation arises, I will secure Whitebeard's corpse. Dickie's face showed a crazed expression. He had initially planned to give up on Whitebeard's powers and prepare to fuse a different ability. But the execution in Roadtown had presented him with an opportunity. After saying this, Dickie turned to Raphael and said, "Lower the pirate flag and notify Saint Juan to bring us into the depths of Roadtown. That place is less likely to attract attention." "Understood, Captain." Raphael responded respectfully and then turned to inform Saint Juan. Dickie stood on the deck, a cruel glint in his eyes as he whispered, "Old man, take your time dying. Your son is still waiting to collect the treasure on you." At the same time, not only Dickie, but also the eyes of various forces around the world were almost all locked onto the legendary island of Roadtown. The Grand Line, on an unnamed island close to the Twin Gorges. Important members of the Revolutionary Army were temporarily stationed here. The commanders of the 4 major corps from the east, west, south, and north, Chief of Staff Sabo, and the Okama, King Ivankov. All the well-known core forces of the Revolutionary Army were gathered here. It could be said that more than half of the elite of the Revolutionary Army had assembled on this island. "Sabo, when will Dorag arrive?" He is usually very punctual. Ivankov asked Sabo. "He should be here soon. Mr. Dorag wouldn't forget such an important matter," Sabo replied with a forced smile, his gaze falling on the newspaper in his hand. Although subtle, his hands were trembling. "Luffy Ace, I will definitely rescue you." Anger flashed in Sabo's eyes. If he weren't waiting for Dorag to take charge, he would have already rushed to Roadtown. "Sorry, I'm late." At that moment, a deep voice rang out, and then a figure descended from the sky. Landing among Sabo and the others, he slowly removed the hood from his head, revealing a proud and domineering face. "Leader, Mr. Dorag, you finally made it, Dorag," the crowd exclaimed, their voices varied but filled with excitement. Without Dorag, there would be no soul for the Revolutionary Army. Sorry. Dorag chuckled, addressing everyone. "I was targeted by a few CP0 agents, so I arrived late." The crowd was startled and quickly expressed their concern. "Are you hurt?" "Dorag, you were too careless to be targeted by CP." "It's nothing," Dorag smiled, his calm demeanor providing a sense of security to those around him. "That's good." Sabo sighed in relief. At this moment, he didn't want any more surprises with Dorag. Ivankov transformed into his female form and flirtatiously said to Dorag, "This isn't like you. Is it because of little Luffy that you're distracted?" As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Even Dorag's face darkened. I think I said something wrong." The atmosphere became awkward, and Ivankov covered his mouth, feeling embarrassed. Dorag spoke calmly to break the tension. "It does have something to do with Luffy." Then, as if he had made a firm decision, he looked around at everyone present and said solemnly, "Everyone, what I'm about to say may be a bit selfish, but I must say it. Luffy is about to be executed, and I hope everyone can help me this once. To rescue this little brat." As he spoke, a troubled expression appeared on Dorag's face. Originally, this meeting was to prepare for an attack on Mariewa, with the aim of rescuing Kuma. Now, saying this made him feel conflicted, as he felt guilty towards Kuma. However, it was unavoidable from the intelligence they had gathered. Although Kuma had been transformed into a cyborg, he wouldn't be killed immediately. But for Luffy, there were less than 24 hours until the execution. Reluctantly, Dorag made this decision, unsure how many people present would be willing to help him after he finished speaking. He was already prepared to head to Roadtown alone. "Leader, let's set off." "Huh?" Dorag looked incredulously at the speaker, who was none other than Betty, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Corps. Dorag himself hadn't expected the first person to agree with him would be her. But Betty's next words left Dorag feeling disheveled. "Leader, Sabo and the others are already on board. You're the only one left." Saying this, Betty swayed her hips and rushed past him towards Sabo. Hearing this, Dorag came to his senses and looked around. There was no one left in their seats. Everyone had boarded the ship the moment he finished speaking. "These guys." Dorag felt both exasperated and amused, shaking his head. "Mr. Dorag, hurry aboard. There's less than 24 hours until Luffy is executed. We need to rescue Luffy before the execution, and then head to Mariewa to save Mr. Kuma. Sabo shouted from the deck, calling out to Dorag in the distance. Coming. Dorag chuckled and instantly vanished from his spot, reappearing on the deck. Destination, Rod Town, set sail. Chapter 180. Clear Hidden Dangers. On Guard Island. Ever since Bonnie used her ability to change the ages of Big Mom and Kaido, everyone's attitude towards her had drastically changed. Originally, in Judge's eyes, she was just a slightly powerful pirate. But now it was different. The ability to change a person's age was considered extraordinary from any perspective. You're Bonnie, right? Judge quietly approached Bonnie, wearing what he thought was a charming smile. Little did he know, his smile was only slightly better than a cry. It nearly startled Bobbin. I am. What do you want? Bonnie cautiously looked at Judge, her tone wary. No need to be nervous, little girl. Do you think I can? Judge laughed, rubbing his hands, his intentions very clear. He wanted Bonnie to help him become younger so that he could rule the North Sea longer. Bonnie's face showed a troubled expression. Having already helped Kaido and Big Mom, her stamina was at its limit. She needed to rest properly during this time. Otherwise, it could delay the operation at Rogtown. Judge noticed Bonnie's troubled look and didn't express his urgency, instead saying, well, you don't have to help me right now. Just come help me at Germa when there's an opportunity. Okay. Seeing this, Bonnie nodded. As long as it wasn't helping him now, she was fine with it. Thank you, little girl. Seeing Bonnie agree, Judge wore a happy smile and turned to return to the Germa camp to rest. Sigh, is this ability a blessing or a curse for me? Watching Judge leave, Bonnie felt a bit distressed. Counting him, he was already the sixth person. The cadres on Big Mom and Kaido's ships all wanted her help to change their ages. Bonnie found it hard to refuse, so she could only delay the time. I hope these people won't force me, Bonnie thought to herself. Just then, Lin Feng appeared beside her and said lightly, how's the recovery going? It's okay. It shouldn't delay the Rogtown matter, Bonnie quickly replied, her attitude towards Lin Feng markedly different from others, her tone carrying more respect and fear. Bonnie wasn't foolish. After this period of observation, she realized that both Kaido and Big Mom were quite wary of Lin Feng, mixed with a sense of awe. There aren't too many people in this world who can make two emperors wary. This made Bonnie curious about Lin Feng. What kind of person was he to make Kaido and others feel both apprehensive and reverent? As long as it doesn't delay, that's good. Lin Feng glanced at Bonnie, suddenly furrowing his brows, and said lightly, come to my side later. After saying this, without waiting for Bonnie to respond, Lin Feng turned and left. Listening to this nonsensical remark, Bonnie was taken aback for a moment, scratching her head and muttering to herself, what a strange person. She didn't know why Lin Feng wanted her to come over at this time, but it shouldn't be anything bad. After leaving Bonnie, Lin Feng's expression was indescribably heavy. Through his spiritual sense, he clearly felt that Bonnie was being affected by the side effects of her devil fruit. Every devil fruit has side effects. Just like how the gum fruit can shorten one's lifespan. Bonnie's fruit ability was no exception, and the effects were even worse than those of the gum fruit. Through his spiritual sense, Lin Feng sensed that Bonnie's ability did not completely reverse a person's age, but absorb the aging from others into herself. If the user is young and physically strong, it's fine, but if Bonnie ever becomes weak, the absorbed aging could potentially spread within her. In other words, when Bonnie exhausts her strength, that would be the moment of her death. What Lin Feng needed to do was find a way to eliminate these potential threats. He wondered if his Buddhist power could negate all of this. Thinking this, Lin Feng turned back to take a deep look at Bonnie. Although he wasn't very confident, he still wanted to give it a try. Not for any other reason, but Lin Feng just wanted her to see that after rescuing Whitebeard, he successfully saved Bear from Mary Geos. It could be considered a conclusion to their karmic connection. Soon, after taking a break, Bonnie arrived at the place where Lin Feng was. It was a temporary house specially built for Lin Feng by Kaido. The interior was fully equipped, even with a bathroom. It was clear what position Lin Feng held in Kaido's eyes. You have quite a nice place here, Bonnie said as she examined the room, feeling a bit sour. She thought to herself that despite helping Kaido and Big Mom, she never enjoyed such treatment. So why did this monk get it? Come sit in front of me. Lin Feng ignored Bonnie's small emotions and said in a deep voice for her to sit in front of him. Oh, Bonnie responded and slowly came to sit in front of Lin Feng. The moment she sat down, Lin Feng's strong hand pressed directly on her little head, causing her face to flush. "What are you doing?" Bonnie suddenly stood up, her eyes wide with a hint of fear. "Sit still." Lin Feng ignored Bonnie's reaction and applied a bit more pressure, pressing her back down onto the chair. Bonnie felt an irresistible force holding her down. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, a dazzling light appeared on Lin Feng's hand. The gentle light enveloped Bonnie, making her feel warm and very comfortable. "What is this monk trying to do to me?" Although Bonnie thought this in her heart, her emotions and body completely relaxed. It was as if all her cells were shouting, telling her that nothing was wrong. Little karma technique. Immediately, Lin Feng's eyes focused, and the Buddhist light flowed from his hand into Bonnie's body. Wherever it went, some of the fatigue and weakness within her was completely cleared away, leaving only a mass of negative energy from aging. It was even more troublesome than he had imagined. Lin Feng controlled the Buddhist power to slowly eliminate the negative energy from the fruit within Bonnie, but to his surprise, a large portion of the Buddhist light was neutralized. He simply couldn't clear these things away. Moreover, a significant portion of negative energy began to gather towards Lin Feng's body along with his Buddhist light, as if it had found a vent and wanted to take root within him. How bold! Lin Feng's expression turned serious, and a stronger Buddhist light erupted from his body, eliminating the negative energy that dared to enter him. Then, Lin Feng raised his other hand and suddenly pressed it on Bonnie's back. The purification effect of the King of Hell's calming mantra suddenly activated. "For the sake of this poor monk, be eliminated." Chapter 181. Quite aggressive, quite bold, quite manly. As the calming mantra was activated, Bonnie felt as if something within her body was being stirred, struggling to break free from her. Scared, she quickly looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Monk, what's going on?" "Shut up and just sit quietly," Lin Feng replied in a deep voice, his expression not looking good. "You." Bonnie was startled by Lin Feng's attitude, her face showing hesitation. But in the end, she obediently remained seated. At this moment, Lin Feng was at the most critical point in clearing the energy and had no time to explain to Bonnie, hence his attitude. The negative energy from the fruit within Bonnie was even more troublesome than Lin Feng had imagined. Under the King of Hell's calming mantra, although the speed of elimination increased, it was also a massive drain on Lin Feng's Buddhist power. Before long, Lin Feng felt he had used about 50 to 60% of his Buddhist power. It's worth noting that even when he released the seal of the elephant god in Zou, he hadn't used this much. This is really troublesome. Who on earth invented such a thing? Lin Feng's expression was heavy, and for the first time, he became curious about the origins of the devil fruits. While thinking this, Lin Feng's hands didn't stop moving. After using the calming mantra, he released 5 consecutive little karma techniques, all of which surged into Bonnie's body, enveloping that mass of negative energy from the devil fruit. Under the might of the Buddhist light, it slowly began to dissolve, with the remaining residues to be thoroughly removed from Bonnie's body by Lin Feng. It sounds simple, but this was undoubtedly a very time-consuming task. Every movement Lin Feng made had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, if that mass of negative energy was stimulated, it would explode within Bonnie's body. The consequences would be unimaginable. Time passed little by little, and before long, a bright moon hung in the sky outside the house. "Monk, how much longer?" Bonnie asked Lin Feng, her face showing exhaustion, but not from the elimination of the negative energy. It was from hunger. As everyone knows, Bonnie was known as the Big Eater. In terms of appetite, she was second only to Luffy's rubber stomach. After nearly 10 hours without food, her patience had reached its limit. "Monk, how much longer?" Seeing Lin Feng not responding, Bonnie could no longer hold back and was about to stand up from her chair, but was stopped by a large hand. Then, Lin Feng's voice came, slightly tired. "Almost there, another 30 minutes. This period is crucial, so hang in there." Seeing the seriousness in Lin Feng's tone, Bonnie said nothing more and forced herself to stay seated, enduring the feeling of almost starving to the point of fainting. At the same time, she thought to herself that once this was over, she would feast heartily. After such a long time, the members of the Beast Pirates were getting a bit anxious. They were all speculating about what Lin Feng and Bonnie were doing inside the house that was taking so long. "Lord Queen, it's already been over 13 hours. A subordinate responsible for monitoring rushed to Queen to report the time since Bonnie entered Lin Feng's house. 13 hours? Queen stroked his chin, a playful expression on his face, and waved his hand to dismiss the subordinate. His gaze turned towards the house where Lin Feng was, filled with a hint of envy. Fahai is indeed extraordinary. 13 hours, not even a steel waist could hold out. With that thought, Queen moved his massive body and jogged towards where Kaido was. At this moment, Kaido was reminiscing about the past with Big Mom during their time with Rox. Crazy old lady, those were the good times. Although Rox was a bit of a bastard. I have to say, the guy's combat power and ambition are unmatched by anyone in this era. Kaido took a large gulp of wine, memories swirling in his eyes. Even he couldn't help but admire Rox. Big Mom glanced at Kaido and burst into laughter, delicately picking up a piece of dessert and putting it in her mouth. It goes without saying that if that accident hadn't happened, the history of this world would have been rewritten. Now, there's no way those guys could have a say. As she spoke, Big Mom pointed to the sky, her expression filled with disdain. The one most heartbroken by Rox's defeat at the hands of Garp was her. Back then, Big Mom thought that once Rox unified the world, she would marry him. At that time, she would build the utopia in her heart and fulfill her dreams. Ha ha, it's all in the past now. Let's drink. Hearing this, Kaido smiled and raised his glass to clink with Big Mom's, gulping down his drink. But at that moment, Queen came running from a distance, panting heavily, the ground trembling under his massive weight. Kaito-sama. Queen stopped, bowed to Kaido, and was too out of breath to say anything. Because he was exhausted. Whatever it is, let's talk after a moment. Kaido frowned and tossed a wine cup to Queen, signaling him to catch his breath first. Queen took the cup, tilted his head back, and drank all the wine in one go. Refreshing. Queen exhaled, his breathing now much more even thanks to the alcohol. What's the rush? Spit it out. Kaido looked at Queen and said slowly. Big Mom also curiously watched Queen, taking small sips of her drink, eager to hear why he was in such a hurry. Queen glanced at Big Mom and cautiously said, Fahai's been in a room with that little girl for over 13 hours, bang. Just as Queen finished speaking, Big Mom's wine cup shattered in her hand, her expression twisting into a fierce glare, her eyes filled with killing intent. What did you say? 13 hours without coming out? Yeah, right. Queen's heart raced, feeling like he was being targeted by a top predator, stammering his response. Very good. Big Mom gritted her teeth, squeezing out a sentence through clenched jaws, then suddenly stood up, and Zeus appeared beneath her instantly. Let us go to Fahai. Big Mom stepped on a Zeus and rushed toward the small wooden house where Lin Feng was. Watching Big Mom's departing figure, Queen looked at Kaido in a panic, worried, Kaido-sama. She looks furious. She won't fight Fahai, will she? It's fine. Lin isn't that unreasonable. Kaido waved his hand, not caring about Big Mom's actions. Raising his cup to drink a few more gulps, a smile in his eyes. TSK. 13 hours. Fahai, you're quite bold, quite fierce, quite a man. Really not going to do anything? Boss, we should go check it out. I'm worried something might happen. Queen was still somewhat concerned. He had experienced Big Mom's temperament, which could be described as capricious at best, and at worst, she was a complete madwoman. If no one stopped her, something terrible would definitely happen. Hearing this, Kaido lifted his head to look at Queen, somewhat helplessly, and slowly got up, saying, Let us go take a look. We can't let anything really happen. With that, Kaido also rushed toward the wooden house where Lin Feng was. Chapter 182. Let me go, you shorty. Fahai, get out here. Lin Feng had just completely cleared the negative energy from Bonnie when Big Mom's furious voice came from outside. What madness is this crazy woman up to now? Lin Feng murmured, turning to Bonnie, You recover for a bit. I'll go take a look. He then walked outside. Once outside, Lin Feng saw Big Mom riding Zeus, looking at him with a resentful expression, sending chills down his spine. Is she in heat or something? Fahai, you said you had a loved one. Why are you still hanging out with this little girl? And it's been over 10 hours. Big Mom glared at Lin Feng, gritting her teeth, her expression resembling that of someone catching their spouse cheating. Lin Feng didn't dare to meet Big Mom's gaze, intentionally avoiding her eyes as he said, You're thinking too much. I was just helping Bonnie clear some potential hazards. Hazards? Big Mom didn't believe it. What hazards could take over 10 hours to clear? But Lin Feng's demeanor made her heart tremble slightly. Did she really misunderstand something? Just as she was about to speak, she saw Bonnie, disheveled, walking out of the room. "Monk, you really can last. My waist is so sore," Bonnie complained, meaning that sitting for too long had made her back stiff. But to Big Mom, it sounded entirely different. Sore waist? Lasting? Big Mom stared intensely at Bonnie, her eyes nearly spitting fire. She would not allow, absolutely would not allow, the man she had her eyes on to be taken away by someone else, not even if it was a benefactor. Zeus. Big Mom reached out her hand, grabbing at the air. "Yes, Mama," Zeus responded, instantly conjuring a thundercloud that adhered to Big Mom's hand, crackling with lightning. The dark cloud contained a tremendous amount of thunderous energy. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. If Big Mom unleashed that attack, not only would the island be destroyed, but it would definitely attract the attention of the Navy. If that happened, they would be forced to take action ahead of schedule. Losing the initiative would be disastrous. Lin, calm down. There's nothing between us," Lin Feng said calmly, explaining to Big Mom. "I don't believe it, Dai." Thunder of the heavens. Big Mom had already entered a frenzied state, swirling the thundercloud in her hand and preparing to strike at Lin Feng and Bonnie. "What is happening?" Bonnie nearly fainted at Big Mom's attack. She didn't understand how the once warm and friendly Big Mom had turned so terrifying. A woman's mood can flip in an instant. There was no choice. Facing Big Mom's attack, Lin Feng sighed, his staff appearing in his hand. Just as he was about to swing it at Big Mom, a figure rushed in from a distance. "Hey, crazy woman, wake up." The newcomer was Kaido. Although he anticipated that Big Mom might get angry, he didn't expect her to act so rashly. As Lin Feng thought, if they exposed themselves now, everything they had done would be in vain. Not only would they lose the initiative, but their combat power would be thoroughly exposed to the Navy. "Let me go, you shorty," Big Mom shouted, struggling against Kaido's grip, her fists pummeling his head. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike was nearly with all her strength, making Kaido dizzy. But Kaido's attention wasn't on the dizziness. His dragon-like head glared fiercely at Big Mom, squeezing out a sentence between his sharp teeth. "Crazy woman, what did you say?" Kaido could tolerate anything, but he couldn't tolerate being called short. Only the old folks on Rock Ship knew what that phrase represented, a past Kaido never wanted to mention. "What did I say?" "I said, let go of me, you shorty," Big Mom shouted, still not noticing Kaido's change. "Very good." Kaido gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and suddenly flung Big Mom several meters away, crashing her hard onto the ground. "Crazy woman, today only one of us leaves alive." "Roar!" Kaido roared, the sound of dragons' roar echoing all around. At this moment, he fully transformed into a half-dragon form, with azure dragon scales covering his skin, entering a battle state. "You won't succeed." Seeing Kaido like this, Big Mom showed no weakness, suddenly waving her hand, and a black dot flew towards her from afar. It was Napoleon, which Big Mom had thrown on the shore. "I'm coming, Mama." After being grasped by Big Mom, Napoleon shouted excitedly, sharing a deep connection with her, full of fighting spirit. Bang! Big Mom stomped one foot on the ground, charging up while holding Napoleon in her hand, preparing to strike. In an instant, the blade burst forth with a brilliant light. Prominence. Swish. The incredibly sharp slash rushed towards Kaido, uprooting the ground in its path, its momentum astonishing. "Huh!" Kaido sneered, gripping his kanabo tightly with both hands, staring straight at the incoming prominence. Just as the slash was about to reach Kaido, he unleashed his kanabo, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, swinging it fiercely. Thunderbagwa. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The attacks of the two emperors collided, and the residual force knocked some strong individuals on the island into unconsciousness. Hey, what's going on? Did the Navy discover us? Sanji looked terrified at the place where Kaido and Big Mom were fighting, his heart racing. His intuition told him that an earth-shattering battle was unfolding there. Yuji, Reiju, Sanji shouted, picking up his electric spear and rushing toward the battlefield. Coming. Yuji and the others responded in unison, following closely behind. On the Straw Hat side, everyone was staring at the battlefield, shock evident in their eyes. Let's go take a look. Sanji coldly glanced at the source of the momentum, called out to Zoro beside him, and dashed towards the battlefield. Be careful. Nami and Usopp. The weaker trio tearfully cautioned Sanji and Zoro. The boss's aura. Mama Isoha. What happened? At the same time, the officers of the Blackbeard crew also noticed the momentum from Big Mom and Kaido's fight, some confused, but all rushed towards there immediately. Monk, why are they fighting? In front of the wooden house, Bonnie shrank behind Lin Feng, her voice trembling, as just the residual force emitted by the two emperors made her feel dazed. If it weren't for Lin Feng helping her block most of the momentum, Bonnie might have fainted by now. It's fine, they're just playing. Lin Feng glanced at Bonnie and said lightly. Secretly, he released all his Buddhist power, enveloping the entire Wailing Island, preventing the battle's aura from leaking out. Because he was helping Bonnie restore her negative energy, Lin Feng didn't stop the two's powers, hence taking this action. Watching Kaido and Big Mom's escalating battle, a cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He had to restore his Buddhist power immediately to stop them. Playing? Bonnie was confused, looking at the fighting Kaido and Big Mom, utterly speechless. Is this playing? A life-and-death battle is nothing less. Chapter 183, Buddha's Wrath. A violent tremor resonated all around. Big Mom and Kaido were locked in a battle, conquerors hockey colliding, a confrontation between top-tier devil fruit users. Everything around them was nearly destroyed, leaving only the wooden house where Lin Feng stood. Hey, Monk, are you sure they're just playing? Bonnie asked with a trembling voice, her eyes filled with fear. In her view, the way Big Mom and Kaido fought didn't seem like play. If this continues, Bonnie worried she would be caught up in the battle. For sure, Lin Feng replied lightly, expressionless as he watched the two fighting, not intervening. On one hand, it would take some time for his stamina to recover. On the other hand, Lin Feng wanted to see the peak power of Kaido and Big Mom in their younger days. Fortunately, he had a rough judgment in his heart. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded beside Lin Feng. Fahai, the Navy has reached Roadtown. If they keep fighting like this, they might attract attention. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked over to see Aokiji staring solemnly at the two in combat. It's fine, with my Buddhist power blocking. The residual force of their battle won't leak out. Lin Feng glanced at him and said lightly, while also curious as to why Aokiji had reminded him. Could it be that he was concerned about him? No way. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't think he had the ability to make an admiral concerned about him in such a short time. Reaching an alliance with Kaido and others was merely a matter of mutual need, combined with a Buddhist incantation. Hopefully, seeing Lin Feng's attitude, Aokiji didn't say more, sighed, and leaned against the wooden house, refocusing his gaze on the battlefield. Big Mom and Kaido began close-quarters combat, Napoleon slashing over Kaido's head, cutting off a strand of his hair. At the same time, Kaido's kanabo was aimed at Big Mom's face. Seeing this, Big Mom quickly raised her arm covered in armament hockey to block. Although she wasn't injured, the immense impact numbed her arm. Shorty, do you really want to mess with me? Big Mom shook her numbed arm and glared fiercely at Kaido. Crazy hack, say that again. Kaido's eyes burned with flames of anger. Shorty, again with the shorty. He hated hearing that word the most in his life. For Kaido, it was a painful past. When he first joined the Rocks Pirates, Kaido was far from growing up, much smaller than average, which earned him the nickname Shorty. His intense competitive spirit made him very annoyed, but he had no way to change it. Back then, the Rocks ship was a mix of fish and dragons. And as an intern, he had no place to stand. Over time, Kaido gradually grew, beating up everyone who called him short. He even challenged the then 2nd Division captain, Shiki. Although he lost, Shiki didn't have the upper hand in that fight either. In a sense, both sides could be said to be evenly matched. But Kaido's fierce actions won Rock's admiration, who declared that no one was allowed to call Kaido short anymore. From then on, no one on the ship referred to him that way. This matter gradually faded with time. But unexpectedly, the crazed Big Mom brought it up, which made Kaido furious. Being short is one thing, but not allowed to say it. Big Mom showed no awareness of the gravity of the situation, mocking Kaido. Very well. Kaido was completely enraged, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he lifted his kanabo and charged at Big Mom. His right hand swung the kanabo, his left hand generating a laser, and he breathed out dragon fire from his mouth. With 3 attacks at once, he aimed to completely defeat Big Mom, even annihilate her. Oof, come at me. Seeing Kaido getting serious, Big Mom was equally unyielding. With a command, she fused Zeus and Prometheus into Napoleon. The three homies fused once again, with fire and thunder flashing on the blade as they charged at Kaido. Seeing this, Aokiji in front of the wooden house became restless. His face tense. He realized that if Kaido and Big Mom's moves collided, even with Lin Feng's Buddhist power as protection, the island would crumble from within. It could disappear from a map. Hey, Fahai, aren't you going to stop them? Aokiji's tone was tense, admitting that he was a bit flustered at that moment. Lin Feng did not respond, but looked up at the island, where the weakest point of the Buddhist power barrier was surrounded by a wave of causal energy, tinged with the flavor of punishment. It was about time for it to arrive. Lin Feng murmured, but his voice was too soft for Kizaru to hear clearly. What is coming? The Navy? No, you can tell just by looking. Lin Feng said, his gaze still fixed in the air. You. Kizaru was somewhat speechless. Even at this moment, Lin Feng was still acting cool, saying things he couldn't understand. At the center of the battlefield, Kaido and Big Mom's full force strikes were about to collide. Shoti, you're the one who's going to die, crazy woman. The two exchanged harsh words, refusing to give way to each other. At this moment, they both felt a genuine fire inside, wanting to take the other down. They shouted in unison, their attacks about to clash. At that moment, an inexplicable voice exploded in the hearts of both Kaido and Big Mom. Violate the oath, punishment. As the voice fell, the attacks in both of their hands abruptly froze in place. No matter how hard they tried to exert force, they couldn't move an inch. It was as if an unseen barrier formed in front of them by some great power. What's going on? Both were filled with questions. This situation was simply unprecedented. They exchanged glances, and fear was evident in each other's eyes. Receive punishment. Just then, the earlier resonant voice echoed again in their hearts. Following that, a large swastika symbol descended from the sky, heavily landing on Kaido and Big Mom. With a loud bang, the entire island shook upon its descent. The immense power contained within the swastika left them utterly powerless to resist, as the two emperors were forcefully smashed into the depths of the island. Simultaneously, the ancient voice echoed in their hearts once more. Those who have made oaths do not harbor murderous intent towards each other. One punishment, next time a fine. After saying this, the inexplicable voice vanished, but the residual power continued to tremble in Kaido and Big Mom's hearts. Hey, Shorty, do you think we are being punished by God? Big Mom looked at Kaido beside her, her eyes filled with intense fear. The kind of unstoppable power left her feeling apprehensive. It should be considered that way. Kaido's mind was in chaos. He didn't even react to Big Mom calling him short. In front of the wooden house, Lin Feng calmly watched this scene, his expression as calm as a well. Ever since he sensed Kaido's murderous intent, he anticipated the arrival of the Buddha's wrath. Did they really think the oath between the three of them was made in vain? Impossible. Chapter 184, Trying to Leave and See. The cause and effect oath of Buddhism is not so easily violated. Even a figure of Buddha's level would not dare to easily break it. Fahai, did you know this scene would appear? Kizaru stared blankly at the two emperors who were smashed into the ground, then turned to Lin Feng, revealing a forced expression. Lin Feng nodded slightly, speaking in a flat tone. The oath must be followed. The five can break. Gulp. Kizaru swallowed hard, though he didn't know what Lin Feng meant by the oath. But from the outcome of the two emperors, it was clear that it must be an ability that could not be violated. At this moment, the members of the Beast Pirates also arrived, standing before the deep pit formed by Kaido and Big Mom, their faces instantly filled with anger. They all thought it was the other party who caused their captain to end up like this. Katakuri, do you want to die? Jin's head was shining with flames. His eyes behind the mask turned fierce as he stared at Katakuri, lightly resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, clearly indicating he was ready to fight at any moment. Want to die? With you, I'm not going to die, Katakuri retorted, holding his trident, his eyes filled with cold light. Only Jin had a slight murderous intent, and with Katakuri's top-notch observation haki, he would immediately respond. The confrontation between the two main forces made the atmosphere of the Beast Pirates tense to the extreme. Seeing this, Lin Feng stepped forward and coldly snorted, breaking the tense atmosphere. What are you doing? First, dig Kaido and Linen out. Fai. Jin and Katakuri looked at Lin Feng simultaneously, fear flashing in their eyes. Without saying anything, they called their companions to dig out the two emperors. Queen, say the captain first. Brother Spiro, first dig Mom out. Okay. Got it. Upon receiving the orders, Queen and Spiro exchanged glances, both seeing bitterness in each other's eyes. You all can show off, but we still have to clean up the mess. How frustrating. Soon, Queen and Spiro dug Kaido and Big Mom out. At this moment, the two emperors had yet to recover from the Buddha's wrath, still in a dazed state. Fortunately, it was just a small punishment. Lin Feng approached the two, carefully observing them. After discovering that they had no injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng was genuinely afraid the Buddha's wrath would injure them. If that happened, what was the point of saving Whitebeard? They would just be waiting to die. Fahai. Kaido, now regaining his senses, glanced at Lin Feng with a bitter expression and said, "What kind of oath did you set for us? The power is just too abnormal." Big Mom looked at Kaido, continuing, her expression equally bitter. Fahai, tell us the truth, what is this thing? Why do we have no power to resist in front of it? Reflecting on the moment of the Buddha's wrath, both Big Mom and Kaido felt lingering fear. It's a kind of oath, mainly to strengthen our alliance. Lin Feng replied, "Really?" Big Mom was clearly skeptical, but recalling the voice that had flashed in her mind earlier, she suddenly understood. Indeed, with this thing, no matter how she might oppose Kaido in the future, she could not harbor murderous intent. In a way, Lin Feng's words were indeed flawless. Seeing that you're both fine, take a break and prepare to attack Roadtown, Lin Feng said, waving his hand to cast two rays of Buddha light, which entered Big Mom and Kaido's bodies, helping them recover their strength. Okay. Seeing this, Kaido and Big Mom said nothing further, nodding and helping each other to stand up, exchanging a glance filled with helplessness. Crazy woman. It seems we can't be enemies anymore. Yeah, shorty. After saying this, the two suddenly froze, then burst into laughter, leaving everyone confused. Then, the two emperors spoke in unison. You all, take a break and prepare to attack Roadtown. Yes, Captain Mom. Seeing this, Lin Feng said nothing more and turned to walk towards the wooden house. Bonnie, you should also take a good rest. Based on your current fruit ability output, you should be able to control the time within 2 minutes. Lin Feng said to Bonnie, as the absence of negative ability interference should allow her to reach the time she mentioned. Really? Bonnie was somewhat doubtful. When the time comes, I will do my best to send you to the execution platform, and then you just need to use your maximum ability to change Whitebeard's age. You don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Feng nodded slowly. Okay, Fina. Bonnie still felt a bit insecure, but meeting Lin Feng's gentle gaze, she nodded in agreement. Thank you, I'll leave it to you, Lin Feng said, turning to Kizaru, giving him a glance before entering the house. Kizaru frowned, not knowing what Lin Feng wanted him to do, but he followed him inside. Inside the wooden house, Lin Feng looked at Aokiji in front of him and slowly said, Kazan, you now have two choices. Either join us to forge a pact, or don't leave the island during this period. After the war, I will naturally grant you your freedom. You choose which path to take. After saying this, Lin Feng stopped speaking and quietly awaited the other party's response. For someone with Aokiji's combat power, he could not be at ease. A pact? Aokiji murmured, understanding Lin Feng's intention, as his identity was indeed too sensitive. The former Marine Admiral participated in the rescue operation for Whitebeard. Such matters would inevitably raise suspicions. Although forming a pact was not impossible, the sight of Kaido and Big Mom being punished made Aokiji break out in a cold sweat. That kind of power was something he had never witnessed in his life. Even the one from Mariehua couldn't suppress both emperors with just one move. Moreover, Aokiji could sense that once he forged such a pact, his actions would be completely restricted. It seemed he would not be able to take action against Lin Feng or the two emperors. This kind of limitation made Aokiji feel uncomfortable. Have you made up your mind? In his thoughts, Lin Feng's voice rang out, looking at Aokiji with a calm expression, wanting to know the other party's answer. Fahai, if I say I won't forge a pact, what will you do? Aokiji looked at Lin Feng, wanting to know the consequences of not forming a pact. What did Lin Feng mean by not leaving the island? Not forming a pact? Lin Feng looked at Aokiji indifferently, waved his hand. and cast a Buddhist restriction that enveloped the entire wooden house. Then Lin Feng calmly said to Akiji, "Try to leave here." Try to leave? Akiji was unsure of Lin Feng's intentions, feeling suspicious. Lin Feng nodded, moving to the side to give Akiji ample space. The meaning was clear. Chapter 185, Heart of Return. As long as you can get out of here, I will no longer concern myself with your matters. Lin Feng added when he saw Akiji had no intention of taking action. Really? Akiji's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement as he scanned the wooden house. Although he didn't know what tricks Lin Feng had up his sleeve, being trapped in this small house seemed unrealistic. I never go back on my word. Lin Feng looked at Akiji with a calm expression. Good. Hearing this, Akiji gritted his teeth, believing that even if Lin Feng was powerful, he couldn't possibly trap him with an ordinary wooden house. Please. Seeing this, Lin Feng moved a bit further to the edge, slowly sitting down on a chair, leaving Akiji with a vast space. Fahai, you better not regret it. Akiji took off his eye patch and glanced at Lin Feng, worried that the other party might go back on his word. Rest assured, please. Lin Feng was unfazed, extending a hand in a gesture of invitation. In an instant, Akiji unleashed a strong aura, causing the wooden house to tremble as if it would collapse at any moment. Double spear. Akiji crossed his arms, and 4 long spears made of ice formed beside his shoulders, then suddenly attacked in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 spears seemed capable of piercing everything, striking forcefully against the wooden walls. The impact from the spears shook the entire house. Boom! Then came a resounding explosion, with wooden splinters flying everywhere in the room. Even a relatively larger piece of debris grazed Lin Feng's cheek. You think you can limit me with just a wooden house? Fahai, you really underestimate me. Akiji's eyes flashed with disdain, and then what shocked him happened. The wooden house that Akiji had attacked began to visibly heal. The scattered wooden splinters began to reassemble in the damaged areas. Faced with this situation, Akiji stared blankly at the wall he had previously damaged, even reaching out to touch it, trying to confirm whether what he saw was an illusion. So, do you want to continue? Lin Feng observed everything in front of him and said slowly. Akiji's expression was not good, and his actions spoke volumes. Ice Age. Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted below freezing, and the cold air spread from the wooden house, causing some trees to become brittle and shatter into ice flakes as the wind blew. If it weren't for Bonnie leaving to search for food, she would have been affected by this wave. Oh, have you awakened? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, noticing the frost appearing on his hand, silently thinking. Shatter for me, Akiji shouted, countless ice blocks emerging from his body and rushing outwards. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud thuds echoed as the wooden house swayed precariously under Akiji's assault. In some places, due to severe damage, the outside scenery was visible. This should be enough, Akiji thought to himself, retracting his freezing energy and prepared to push the door open. But at that moment, a flash of Buddhist light appeared, and in an instant, the entire wooden house began to repair itself. The debris on the ground gradually pieced back together, and soon the room returned to its original state. Even the severely damaged areas outside were restored. Akiji could hardly believe what he was seeing. Despite his near full-force attack, he couldn't even break this small wooden house. Though Akiji understood that the house might have been endowed with some ability by Lin Feng, even so, it was a significant blow to his pride. Do you want to continue, Kazan? Lin Feng sat calmly in his chair, seemingly pulling out a cup of tea from somewhere and sipping it leisurely, looking quite indifferent. Damn it! Watching Lin Feng like this, Akiji felt frustrated, staring intently at Lin Feng as if that was the only way to vent his anger. Time passed, and Akiji gradually emerged from his rage, a look of helplessness on his face as he suddenly snatched the cup from Lin Feng's hand and drank it down. Hey, it's cold now. Don't you want some hot tea? Lin Feng said lightly, watching Akiji's actions. Huff, it's fine. Cold tea is refreshing. Akiji finished the cup in one go and exhaled. Not continuing? Lin Feng repeated his question, though his expression changed slightly, as he could see from Akiji's actions that the latter had compromised. No, it's impossible to break it. Better to save my energy. Akiji slowly shook his head. Then, what is your choice? Lin Feng looked at Akiji calmly, a smile on his lips. Akiji took a deep breath and, with a hint of resignation, said as if he was letting something go, form a pact. All right. Lin Feng nodded, showing no surprise. Ever since Akiji accepted the choice, Lin Feng was certain that he would agree to form a pact. The reason was simple. The restrictions placed on this wooden house were a Buddhist secret technique, external transformation. Once successfully arranged, everything within the wooden house was closely related to Lin Feng. It could be said that just now, Lin Feng and the wooden house had formed a single entity. In other words, Akiji was not breaking the wooden house, but rather changing forms to fight Lin Feng. Otherwise, it would be impossible to trap Akiji with just a wooden house. Not even Lin Feng, let alone a true deity, could do that. That was the power of an admiral, witnessed by the gods of the heavens. Let the pact be forged. Lin Feng placed one hand on himself and the other on Akiji's shoulder. In an instant, Akiji felt as if everything about him was transparent in front of Lin Feng, with no privacy at all. Immediately after, Lin Feng's voice resonated in Akiji's mind. Disciple Fahai, Kaido, Lin, Kazan, bond the oath, never abandon each other. Buzz. As the words fell, the voices of the gods echoed in the minds of the four who had made the oath. With the Buddha as our witness, it is confirmed. As soon as the voices of the gods faded, aside from Akiji, the other three simultaneously felt an additional layer of restriction. And the one who added that layer was Akiji. It's done. Lin Feng removed his hand from Akiji's shoulder, and as he looked at him, there was something in his eyes that had never been there before. That thing was called trust. What's going on? That guy Fahai pulled Akiji in two. Kaido and Big Mom, who were resting on the island, both looked towards the wooden house. They didn't know whether Akiji's joining was good or bad at this moment. Although there were restrictions from the oath, could he really abandon his identity as a former Marine admiral and attack his former comrades? Kaido and Big Mom didn't believe it. At least, they wouldn't believe it until they saw Akiji make a move with their own eyes. Inside the wooden house, after completing everything, Lin Feng stood up and looked into the distance, as if he could see something through the walls. Let's go, it's time to head to Lowtown. Chapter 186, Life and Death Choice. Lowtown. Ever since the news of Whitebeard's impending execution spread, it had become the focus of the world. Still not speaking? At the bottom of the Lowtown prison, Sora asked the 5 elders guarding the door. No. The bald 5 elder shook his head, his eyes cold. According to his opinion, they should just eliminate Whitebeard directly without worrying about Rock's treasure. There was no need for a public execution. But this was merely his personal opinion. It couldn't unify everyone. Wait a bit longer. I don't believe Whitebeard won't worry about those 2 brats' lives, Sora said in a deep voice, his gaze falling on the figure in the prison before leaving. In another prison, Akainu and several Marine vice admirals were stationed here, watching the tormented Ace and Luffy inside. Their eyes filled with fierceness. In Akainu's view, pirates were not worthy of sympathy. Have you made up your minds, brats? Akainu said coldly. He had already given instructions regarding Whitebeard. As long as the 2 agreed to become his hostages, they could exchange for a glimmer of hope for Whitebeard. However, Ace and Luffy were reluctant to agree. Of course, even if they did, it was only part of Akainu's plan. Whitebeard couldn't live, and neither could Ace and Luffy. Red Dog, don't think you can use us to threaten Dad. Ace glared coldly at Akainu outside the prison. He had already made plans. If the other party threatened Whitebeard with him, Ace would commit suicide. This was a method he had thought of long ago. No matter what, he couldn't let Akainu and the others use him to threaten Dad. As for Luffy, Ace didn't worry about the Navy threatening him. After all, Garp still had some status in the Navy and wouldn't stand by and watch his own grandson be tortured as a hostage. Roger's son still had some backbone. Akainu stared at Ace, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he gestured for the vice admirals beside him to take Ace out. He wanted Ace to see Whitebeard's desperate state with his own eyes. Humph, you really dare. Ace snorted coldly, sticking his tongue against his teeth, scanning the vice admirals entering the prison, clearly indicating, if you dare touch me, I'll commit suicide. At worst, it would be a mutual destruction. Admiral Akainu. The vice admiral's face tightened at the sight, turning to Akainu for guidance. Ace was not an ordinary prisoner. If he committed suicide because of their actions, This vice admiral's future would be ruined. At least without the 5 elders or someone like Akainu's orders, Ace couldn't die. You are really stubborn. Akainu coldly looked at Ace, his gaze lingering near Ace's mouth. He was thinking of how to subdue him before Ace could commit suicide. The answer was none. No matter what, Ace was the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. His strength was evident. Even Akainu didn't have enough confidence to stop him before he could take his own life. Huh? Is it worth sacrificing your life for that old man? Akainu's gaze fell on Ace's face as he said coldly, "As long as you agree, I will let you go, and the Navy will no longer pursue you. There will be a place for you in this world. Isn't that good?" Upon hearing this, Ace did not respond, merely staring indifferently at Akainu, as if he had put life and death aside. "You don't know what's good for you." Seeing this, Akainu stopped insisting. He knew he couldn't make Ace agree. Now he could only try to leverage Luffy. Fire Fist, think carefully. If you don't agree to me, your dear brother will meet Roger before you do. Akainu shifted his gaze to Luffy, threatening. Luffy. Ace looked at Luffy, who had already fallen unconscious beside him, his eyes flashing with tenderness. Luffy was not unconscious because he couldn't bear the Navy's torture, but because he was hungry. Meat. Even in his unconsciousness, Luffy had a natural craving for food. "I am sorry, Luffy." Ace watched for a while, and finally, determination appeared in his eyes. He was betting that Akainu wouldn't harm Luffy because of Garp. "Let's see. Even if you threaten me with Luffy, I won't agree to your cooperation." Ace stared straight at Akainu, his tongue dragging, speaking unclearly. "Besides, Luffy is Garp's own grandson. Do you dare to kill him?" "Huh?" Akainu sneered coldly, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. "Try it. Go get that straw hat kid out here." Akainu ordered the vice admirals in the prison to pull Luffy out. The vice admiral glanced at Luffy, but did not move at all. Luffy was Garp's own grandson. It was no secret. And Garp was the spiritual figure of the Navy. Even if the Navy tortured Luffy, they would never dare to kill him before he reached the execution platform. If they did, who knows what Garp would do? Oomph. Seeing the thoughts of this Navy officer, Akainu snorted coldly, and in an instant, his hand transformed into magma as he shot a great fireball at him. "Ah!" The vice admiral screamed, violently thrown back by Akainu, crashing into a distant wall. His body burned. The Navy doesn't need weak-minded individuals. Akainu coldly glanced at him, then stepped into the prison and waved his hand to grab Luffy. "Fire Fist, I want you to witness the tragic fate of the Straw Hat Kid." "Luffy," Ace shouted, and at that moment he felt a bit scared, fearing that Akainu would really disregard Garp's face and attack Luffy. What to do? On one hand was his brother, and on the other was his father, who had immense grace towards him. At this moment, Ace truly didn't know how to choose. In the midst of his thoughts, Luffy had already fallen into Akainu's hands, one hand lifting Luffy high. The other hand was covered in magma, ready to strike Luffy. "Red Dog, you dare!" Ace's eyes were about to pop out in rage. But Akainu remained indifferent to his roar. "Fire Fist, I'll give you another chance. Agree to my terms, and perform a play in front of Whitebeard. That way, the Straw Hat Kid's life can be saved. How about it? Red Dog." Ace didn't listen to Akainu at all and roared at him. "If you dare to harm Luffy in the slightest, I'll make sure you have no place to die. Perhaps you won't die this time, but in 2 years, you might be able to threaten me. But right now, do you think that's possible?" Akainu glanced at Ace. His movements paused for a moment. "Fire Fist, and I'll say it again, promise me that Straw Hat won't die. You have 10 seconds to think." Chapter 187, The Divine Plan, 10-9-8. Akainu stared at Ace and began the countdown. With each word, Ace's anxiety grew. "Red Dog, if you touch Luffy, I will never let you go." Ace shouted, but it was futile. He couldn't stop Akainu's countdown. "You have 5 seconds left." Akainu said calmly, his hand already moving, hot magma pressing down toward Luffy. Sizzle. The extreme heat made Luffy's clothes start to smoke. "No!" Ace roared, his mind a chaotic mess. What to do? If he didn't agree to Akainu, Luffy would die. But if he did, he couldn't help Dad. What should he do? In his thoughts, Akainu had reached the last countdown. Looking at Ace with amusement, slowly saying 3, 2, "I agree." Ace broke down. He couldn't bear to watch Luffy die before his eyes. Just as he was about to agree, a cold snort echoed from the prison entrance. "Sakazuki, what are you doing?" The voice was filled with suppressed anger. like thunder. Old man. Ace looked in the direction of the voice and saw Garp standing at the prison entrance, his expression icy. Garp. Akainu also heard Garp's voice, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. At this moment, he should have been held up by Mr. Kuro. How could he appear here? Without thinking further, Akainu shouted the last number. 1. With the sound falling, the magma-covered arm slammed toward Luffy. Once the scorching temperature touched Luffy, the outcome was unimaginable. Stop! Garp's eyes darkened, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. With a bang, a fist surrounded by top-tier hockey blocked between Akainu and Luffy. The powerful impact sent the magma flying, and another hand cradled Luffy in his embrace. Mr. Garp, are you going to protect the pirate? Akainu's eyes burst with a glint, shaking off his numbed hand, cautiously staring at Garp before him. After all, he was one of the top powers in the Navy. Although old, his combat strength was still formidable. Don't stray from the point. I'm just standing on the side of my family to protect my grandson. Garp stared at Akainu, glancing at Luffy and Ace again. But inwardly he thought, even though my grandson is a pirate. Old man. Ace looked at Garp with a sigh in his heart. Facing this elder, he still felt some guilt. Countless times, Ace thought about whether things would be different if he lived as Garp suggested. Don't say meaningless things, Garp. Akainu's eyes gradually turned cold. Even if Straw Hat is your grandson, don't forget your current position. You are a Navy. Akainu's words struck Garp's heart like a heavy hammer. That's right, Garp was a Navy. Not only that, but he was also a great Navy hero, a spiritual pillar influencing countless younger generations. But he was also a grandfather, an old man who wanted to protect his grandson. Sakazuki. Garp stared at Akainu, falling silent. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in Garp's mind. Kill the Straw Hat Kid. Kill Fire Fist. Who are you? Garp was horrified. The voice was like a nightmare, shaking his spirit. Me? That voice sneered. I am you, the true reflection of your heart. Impossible. Garp's eyes widened. No matter what, he would never personally kill Ace and Luffy. Is it that guy? Garp immediately made a judgment. He had told Sengoku before. He might become unrecognizable. The root cause was this voice that had been haunting his mind, constantly tempting him. It's here, the miraculous power of that great one. Akainu observed Garp's reaction, a hint of concealed excitement flashing in his eyes. Garp was too strong. Even Akainu had no absolute confidence in defeating him. That's why the Navy's high command unanimously decided to drag him into a plan without Garp's knowledge. It was called the Divine Plan. The purpose was to let that person who couldn't leave Mariewa attached to Garp, thus eliminating Garp as a hidden danger. When advancing on Impel Down, and when Kenpachi and Shanks attacked Marineford, as long as Garp's heart wavered, that person would personally descend upon Garp. Get out of my body, Garp growled, the voice squeezing out from his throat, veins bulging on his face. He was resisting the voice in his heart. Haha, you can't get rid of me. I am you. We are inseparable. The voice was strange, echoing in Garp's mind. Get out, Garp shouted, all his thoughts reaching a peak, wanting to expel it. It seems this time it didn't succeed. Feeling Garp's rejection, the voice sighed lightly, then spoke again. No hurry. One day, I will descend upon you again. When that time comes, I will preserve your will and let you witness the execution of these two kids. You dare. Garp went mad, his eyes blood red. Those words completely enraged him. Ha! What is there to be afraid of? Just wait, that moment won't be long. The voice laughed and slowly faded from Garp's mind. As it faded, Garp felt as if he had lost all strength and nearly collapsed. He set Luffy aside and sat on the ground, gasping for air. Did I fail? Seeing this, Akainu knew the divine plan had not succeeded and shook his head regretfully. He then turned and walked out of the prison. Since the divine plan hadn't succeeded, he knew that even if he persisted, he couldn't kill Ace and Luffy from Garp's hands. Facing Garp, that would be too risky. So Akainu chose to leave and prepare to inform Sora about this matter. In an instant, as Akainu and the others left, only Garp, Ace, and Luffy remained in the prison. Old man. Ace looked at Garp with concern, although he didn't know what strange thing had happened to him. But from Garp's state, it was clear he wasn't doing well. It's fine. Garp waved his hand, struggling to stand up from the ground, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. If Ace and Luffy hadn't been here, he might have been tempted by that voice. When did that thing appear in him? It was truly terrifying. Then, Garp looked at Ace and Luffy, slowly saying, before the execution, Akainu shouldn't be able to trouble you. His voice carried a hint of bitterness. Garp could only do so much. No matter how unwilling he was, his identity as a Navy officer prevented him from rescuing Ace and Luffy from the prison. He could only do what was within his power. After speaking, Garp glanced at Ace and the still, sleeping Luffy, sighed, and walked out of the prison with heavy steps. At that moment, Garp seemed to have aged significantly. Old man, watching Garp's slightly bent back, Ace felt quite uncomfortable and silently sighed. I'm sorry, Grandpa. On the other side, deep in Mariewa, a pair of indifferent eyes opened from the chaos, with a hint of pity in the tone. Failed? It seems Garp still cares a lot about those two brats. Next time it should succeed. After speaking, the owner of the eyes looked towards the direction of Logtown, their voice ethereal, echoing around, making it hard to distinguish between male and female. Chapter 188. Strive for 3 minutes. At Dawn Island, Lin Feng gathered Kaido and the others together. There were still 6 hours left before Whitebeard's public execution. This was the time to consolidate forces and form a formation. Lin Feng pondered whether to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Logtown. But after thinking it over, Lin Feng decided against it. The Navy's forces and combat power were still an unknown. In this situation, a rash attack would be somewhat counterproductive. Moreover, Lin Feng had already sensed that Kenpachi and the others were about to arrive here. Kenpachi had the Buddhist power left by Lin Feng. As long as the distance wasn't too far, Lin Feng could sense the other party's presence. They're here. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, looking towards the distant sea surface. Boom! A large bulge rose from the sea, as if a gigantic sea king was about to break free from it. Everyone focused their gaze, and a gray-white pirate ship sprang out from the sea surface, floating on the ocean. It was the Moby Dick. Phew! Finally arrived. Marco stood on the deck, gazing nervously at Logtown not far away. Whitebeard was about to be executed there. Old man, Ace, we will rescue you even if we die. Marco's face bore a resolute expression. Little Marco, the master is over there. Kenpachi walked to Marco's side, raising his hand towards Dawn Island, where Lin Feng stood on the shore watching them. Master. Hearing this, Marco's eyes lit up with excitement. To him, Lin Feng was like a stabilizing force. With Lin Feng around, Marco's underlying tension could be said to have been greatly alleviated. Dock and meet with the master. Marco shouted to the helmsman. Rumble. Good. The helmsman responded, controlling the Moby Dick to slowly change course towards Dawn Island. Watching Marco draw closer, Lin Feng's face revealed a subtle smile as he waved at Kaido not far away. What is it, Fahai? Kaido didn't know why Lin Feng was calling him. You killed Odin, and logically, you should be Marco's enemy. If the other party says something heavy upon meeting, you need to bear some of it. Lin Feng said to Kaido in a deep voice. The enmity between the other party and Whitebeard had always been a hurdle in Lin Feng's mind. But now was not the time to resolve it. Everything would wait until Whitebeard was rescued. Okay. Kaido raised an eyebrow, aware of Lin Feng's concerns. To some extent, Whitebeard's capture was closely tied to him. Master. At this moment, the Moby Dick had already docked, and Marco jumped towards Lin Feng, his face filled with joy. Marco, you finally made it. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face as he looked Marco up and down, noting he had recovered quite well. It seemed that after being defeated by the mysterious person, there were no adverse effects left on him. Marco nodded heavily, just as he was about to say something. He suddenly saw the young Kaido and the curvaceous Big Mom nearby. His expression instantly turned serious as he looked at Lin Feng. Master, what is going on with them? Seeing Marco's reaction, Lin Feng knew he couldn't avoid an explanation, and with a light sigh, he said, They are here to help us rescue Whitebeard. Together to rescue Dad? Them? Marco was shocked. Although he didn't know why Kaido and Big Mom had become young, he couldn't believe that the other two emperors would join in rescuing Dad, especially since there was considerable animosity between them and the Whitebeard pirates. While Whitebeard had no intention of contending for the title of Pirate King, friction between him, Kaido, and Big Mom had been constant, and the relationship was extremely tense, especially with Kaido, who had a significant conflict with Whitebeard. The former 2nd Division commander, Kazuki Odin, was killed by Kaido. Ace's journey to Onigashima was precisely because of this matter. The enmity between them could be described as irreconcilable. With old dad being executed, Kaido should be delighted. How could he possibly join the rescue? Marco didn't believe it, regardless of how Lin Feng thought. We'll explain the details later. There are less than 6 hours until Whitebeard's execution. Lin Feng had anticipated Marco's reaction, sighed, and shifted the topic, waving for Bonnie to come to him. This is Bonnie, a devil fruit user whose ability allows her to manipulate age. As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed towards Kaido and Big Mom. As you can see, they have already changed their ages. Change age. Marco was stunned, looking at Bonnie in disbelief, astonished that she possessed such a bizarre ability. The ability to change age could, in a sense, be considered miraculous. That's right. Ignoring Marco's shock, Lin Feng continued. What we need to do is to do whatever it takes to get Bonnie to the execution platform and buy her time. You mean? Marco raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding Lin Feng's rescue plan, but still somewhat incredulous. After all, it was too crazy to let Whitebeard regain the combat power of his youth. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, his words resonating in Marco's ears like thunder. Master, are you serious? Marco looked at Lin Feng in shock, knowing better than anyone the kind of power Whitebeard had in his prime. At that time, Dad could be said to be the true strongest in the world. No praise, no derogation. Absolutely the strongest. Not just him. Even some who were unaware of Lin Feng's plan were shocked. Fahai's plan is too perverse. The Navy would never expect it. TSK. Thinking about Whitebeard at his peak is frightening. The expressions on everyone's faces varied, and among the members of the two Emperor's crew, many looked uneasy. They understood that if Whitebeard regained his peak power, it would mean a disruption in the four Emperors' balance. In their perception, no one could defeat Whitebeard at his peak. Even Roger, who was known as the Pirate King, could only stand evenly with Whitebeard at his peak. Lin Feng nodded, looking at Marco. This plan is the most likely to succeed. We don't know how much combat power the Navy has prepared. If a battle breaks out, the result is uncertain. Therefore, we can only tackle it from the root and strengthen Whitebeard, coordinating from within and without to completely defeat the Navy. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Bonnie beside him and then scanned the crowd. So, we must do our utmost to get Bonnie to the execution platform. We need to buy her precious 3 minutes. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Bonnie felt an overwhelming pressure in her heart, although it was brief. Those 3 minutes were a matter of life and death for her. Chapter 189. Arm Bonnie. Here, Lin Feng handed the robe on his body to Bonnie, saying, This robe can help you block the Admiral's attacks. In case I can't protect you, it can serve as a life-saving trump card. Thank you. Bonnie took the robe, a somewhat forced smile appearing on her face. With this robe, Bonnie felt a bit more at ease. How many times can it withstand? Bonnie asked, rubbing the robe in her hands. How many times? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had never actually tested how many attacks it could withstand. Wait a moment. Lin Feng snatched the robe back and shouted toward the distance, Akiji, come attack me. Okay. A lazy voice responded, and then a figure leaped from afar to Lin Feng's side. Upon seeing who it was, Marco and the other members of the Whitebeard pirates all wore expressions of disbelief. Akiji, the former Marine Admiral? Master, you have recruited Akiji into your ranks. Marco stammered, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Not exactly recruited, just collaborating. Lin Feng explained, then nodded at Akiji, signaling him to attack. Is it really okay? I don't want to be punished by the oath. Akiji sighed, worried that attacking Lin Feng might bring about the oath's punishment. It won't happen, Lin Feng shook his head. As long as you don't harbor killing intent. The oath won't punish you. Come on, hit me. All right. Akiji helplessly raised both hands in front of his chest, and suddenly, a strong, freezing aura spread out from him. Double ice javelin. 2 ice javelins materialized beside Akiji and shot toward Lin Feng. Whoosh! The ice javelins were incredibly fast, and with the short distance, they created sonic booms. Master, Marco called out worriedly, not entirely understanding the true relationship between Akiji and Lin Feng, fearing that Lin Feng might get hurt. Boom! Just as Marco's voice fell, the double ice javelins had already reached Lin Feng. Boom! An explosion sounded from Lin Feng's body, sending ice shards flying everywhere, injuring some of the weaker members of the Whitebeard pirates. Akiji, if you dare to hurt the master, I won't let you off. Marco growled, glaring at Akiji from a distance. Seeing this, Akiji shrugged his hands and wore a helpless expression. Marco, you saw it. It was the oath that made me do it. If anything happens, you can't blame me. Besides, before he could finish, Lin Feng's voice rang out from his original position. Besides, the double ice javelins can't hurt me at all. Master, Marco shouted excitedly. Seeing that Lin Feng truly was unharmed, he finally felt reassured. Akiji, how much strength did you just use? Lin Feng took off the robe. Although it showed no signs of damage, the impact of the double ice javelins had penetrated from the outside. While he could withstand it, it might not be so easy for Bonnie. 8/10, Akiji gestured. It's the amount of force I usually use in battle. Lin Feng nodded. With Akiji's explanation, he understood how to modify the robe to make it more suitable for Bonnie. 8/10 of the force might be negligible for Lin Feng, but it could injure Bonnie or even cause serious harm. He needed to fill the robe with all his Buddhist power to maximize its defensive capability. Lin Feng focused, slowly rubbing his hands over the robe, allowing his vast Buddhist power to spread into it. After a moment, the robe was fully infused with Lin Feng's Buddhist power. Let's try again, Lin Feng said, directly draping the robe over Bonnie and signaling Akiji to attack. Okay, Akiji complied, the double ice javelins coalescing around him again, ready to strike at Bonnie. This scared Bonnie, who quickly waved her hands in refusal. Wait. Hearing her, Akiji immediately halted his power and looked at Bonnie. She was looking at Lin Feng with a face full of fear, trembling as she said, You don't want to kill me, right? Bonnie wanted to rescue Kuma, but didn't want to risk her own life. The fact that Lin Feng wanted to use her as a test subject was unacceptable to her. Don't worry, Lin Feng noticed Bonnie's thoughts and smiled gently. I've enhanced the robe's defense. Theoretically, Akiji's attack shouldn't pose a threat to you. Saying this, regardless of Bonnie's resistance, Lin Feng pushed her out, signaling Akiji to proceed. No. Bonnie was almost in tears, feeling for the first time what it meant to die before accomplishing her mission. I haven't rescued Mr. Bear yet. This was the last thought in her mind as Akiji's attack approached. Boom! A violente explosion sounded. Having seen the ice shards flying earlier, everyone quickly took defensive stances, fearing someone would get injured by the shards. But to their surprise, this attack did not produce any ice shards. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Bonnie. They saw the robe around her swirling, completely wrapping her up. The Buddhist light on it blocked Akiji's attack entirely. The ice shards were slowly melting into a pool of clear water under the illumination of the Buddhist light. Akiji looked at the robe that had withstood his attack with curiosity. He had used far more than 8/10 of his strength, yet it had genuinely been blocked. This surprised Akiji. Good, it seems like I was right. Lin Feng smiled as he watched the robe protect against Akiji's attack. He had covered the robe entirely with Buddhist power, utilizing its ability to nullify the fruit's effects, thus enhancing the robe's defense. This time, it should be foolproof. Lin Feng smiled, moving closer to Bonnie, only to find her curled up in a corner, muttering to herself. Please don't let me die. I still have to save Mr. Bear. Bonnie's trembling body showed traces of fear in her eyes. A figure like the Admiral left a deep imprint of fear among pirates of their generation. It was an inerasable terror. Seeing this, Lin Feng chuckled and lifted Bonnie from the corner. Bonnie was still praying when she found herself lifted into the air, a look of confusion on her face. Turning her head, she discovered Lin Feng smiling at her. Bonnie's expression changed from confusion to anger, cursing Lin Feng in her heart. Does this monk not understand the difference between men and women? Monk, put me down. Bonnie struggled to get free from Lin Feng's grasp, but couldn't break free. Lin Feng smiled gently and let her go. Ouch! With a thud, Bonnie landed on the ground, the pain in her backside turning her face red with anger. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng, standing up and rubbing the sore spot, her face alternating between shades of blue and white. With the last problem solved, it's about time for us to set off. Lin Feng scanned everyone and said, his expression gradually growing serious. Everyone, the rescue of Whitebeard relies on you all. Okay, everyone shouted in unison, the momentum shaking the heavens. Set off. Chapter 190. Green Bull, wishing everyone a happy new year. In the waters surrounding Road Town, the once bustling sea had become very quiet. Normally at this time, many trading ships would be sailing on these waters. But now, this once bustling sea level is terrifyingly silent. It feels as if an ancient giant beast is about to break free from its shackles and surge out from the surface of the sea. Road Town, the harbor. This is the only path leading to the execution platform. Only by following the harbor can one reach the platform. The residents who once lived here have all been dispersed, taken to shelters by the Navy. However, there are still some stubborn residents who refuse to comply with the Navy's arrangements, preparing to defend their homes. Ibn Song is one of them. Old man, are you really not going to leave? Ibn Song's lover, Jizi, said to him, worry etched on her face. You go. I can't abandon the knife shop passed down by my ancestors. Ibn Song sat on a stool at the door, lifting his smoking pipe, exhaling smoke with a resolute tone. Sigh. Seeing this, Jizi sighed deeply. She understood Ibn Song and did not continue to persuade him, but walked past him with the women. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Jizi led the women towards the place arranged by the Navy. Jizi. Ibn Song watched his departing lover, a hint of relief flashing across his face. He was truly afraid that she would stay with him. If that were the case, he would really become a sinner. Find a good place to live on, Jizi. Ibn Song exhaled the last puff of smoke, gazing deeply at the place where his lover had left, then pulled the door shut and turned back in a knife shop. There are many people like Ibn Song in Road Town. Most of them do not want to abandon the family business passed down through generations. The hard-earned endeavors of decades of ups and downs cannot simply be discarded. Inside the street, over 1,000 Navy squads are stationed at their respective positions, with a team consisting of 1,000 men, the leading officer at least a rear admiral. 100,000 Navy, and that is just the Navy guarding the streets. The remaining elite Navy has all been arranged in the square, under the unified command of Marshal Akainu. The number is also 100,000, a total of 200,000 Navy, the maximum that the Navy can deploy. Among these are many who were recently drafted from the world recruitment. They have not experienced any battles and were pulled in to make up the numbers. There is no choice. This execution is of great significance, and the Navy must use all the resources they can muster to deal with Lin Feng's arrival. In the center square of Road Town, on the execution platform, the originally small execution platform has been expanded more than 3 times to accommodate 3 prisoners, including Whitebeard. With such a setup, can it block Haku? Kizaru stood above the execution platform, gazing down at the endless Navy below, whispering softly. Kizaru knows very well that strength at the level of Lin Feng cannot simply be won by sheer numbers. After this war, who knows how many families will fall apart? At this moment, a heavy voice sounded, and a robust figure appeared behind Kizaru. It was Admiral Fujitora. It's not good for an admiral to be so sentimental, Kizaru joked, but his tone carried little lightness, instead tinged with a hint of heaviness. Fujitora caught the meaning behind Kizaru's words and said solemnly, if there were a way to stop this battle at this moment, but the price was life, would you do it? What method? Kizaru raised his eyebrows, looking curiously at Fujitora. He didn't know what method could stop the war at this point. Fujitora did not respond, but took a step forward, his observation color sweeping over the thousands of lives beneath the execution platform. Feeling their breaths, Fujitora smiled, turned to face Kizaru, and said, the Navy's justice cannot be forged with blood. I will do my utmost to prevent this war. Minimize sacrifices. After saying that, Fujitora slowly left, descending the steps of the execution platform. Kizaru looked at Fujitora's retreating figure with confusion. He couldn't understand what the other party intended to do at this time. What was the significance of saying those words? I need to tell Sengoku, or else if Fujitora pulls some tricks during the battle, it won't be good. Kizaru pondered over Fujitora's words and felt it necessary to inform Sengoku. What are you thinking, Kizaru? Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from beside him, rough and hearty, and just hearing the voice made one imagine that its owner should be a handsome person. Kizaru was taken aback, looking at the owner of the voice, inwardly sighing. How did this troublesome guy arrive early? The newcomer had flowing curly hair and a handsome face adorned with a refreshing smile, making it easy for people to feel a sense of closeness. It was none other than Green Bull, one of the new 3 admirals. Because he was directly recruited into the Navy, Kizaru had some negative feelings towards Green Bull. In his view, being promoted to admiral without experiencing battles from the previous generation was not justified for him. Nevertheless, Kizaru still wore a smile and said, "Green Bull, you're here too. Did you see Fujidora just now? Just left? I didn't see him." Green Bull shook his head, then took a deep breath. Looking up at the vast sky, sighing, "Is this the view that the Pirate King saw at the end? How romantic." Romantic? Kizaru was speechless. What was romantic about the view seen before death? Was the other parties had messed up? What? Don't you think it's romantic? This sky is the last view that Roger saw. Seeing Kizaru's lack of response, Green Bull asked, "It's okay, quite romantic." Kizaru clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat helpless. After saying that, he turned to leave, preparing to report Fujitora's words to Sengoku. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's take a look together. It might not be long before such a romantic view can't be seen anymore." Seeing Kizaru about to leave, Green Bull said this out of nowhere, leaving Kizaru confused. What a strange guy. Kizaru ignored Green Bull's invitation and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the spot. Seeing Kizaru leave, Green Bull said nothing and directly lay on the execution platform, enjoying the feeling of the breeze brushing against his face. After this battle, the true Joy Boy will appear, right? The world will change from here on out. Haku, will it be you? Or those 2 little brats with a will of it? Green Bull's words were light, not knowing to whom he was speaking, perhaps to himself, perhaps to the wind. But one thing is certain. Green Bull knows some astonishing secrets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned Joy Boy's name. Chapter 191. War begins. 2 hours. There are less than 2 hours until Whitebeard's execution. At this time, Rod Town is in a state of absolute alert. In addition to the nearly 200,000 troops, veteran peak combatants like Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru have also been deployed inside and outside the town. Sengoku and Garp are stationed on the left and right of the harbor, forming the first line of defense to stop Lin Feng and others. The second line of defense is led by Tsuru and other veteran vice admirals. These individuals are not to be underestimated. They can drag down an admiral-level force through sheer endurance, all concentrated at the front of the square. The third line of defense consists of the new 3 admirals and Marshal Akainu. They are seated not far in front of the execution platform on 4 chairs. Behind them are 4 warlords of the sea: Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Night Demon, Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress, Buggy the Clown, and the world's strongest swordsman, Dracule Mihawk. The arrangement of placing the warlords after the admirals caused quite a stir within the Navy, but it was all suppressed by Akainu alone. To the ordinary Navy, even if the pirates are surrendered, they are still pirates, and who knows what they might do, although they heard Akainu's arrangements. Their vigilance towards the 7 warlords was no less than Lin Feng's. The fourth line of defense was at the execution platform, where the Supreme Commander Steelbone Kong and a man cloaked in black stood. Very few in the Navy's upper echelons knew about this mysterious figure. Only a limited number of people understood his identity. These 4 lines of defense were just the visible ones. In the dark, the 5 elders and the guards who rushed from Mary Geos were lurking throughout the island. This was a force that could match or even surpass the visible combat power of the Navy. 3 of the 5 elders, 5 guards, plus a leader. A total of 9 peak powerhouses. Coupled with the admiral-level combat power of the Navy, such a lineup would raise no doubts about being able to unify the seas. Fahai, can you rescue Whitebeard from us? I really look forward to it. Number 7, hidden in the shadows, curled his lips into a sinister smile, his cold eyes watching every move in the harbor. A total of 20 peak powerhouses. This was the most extravagant battle in terms of peak power used since the Navy was established. Whether it would be victory or defeat, no one knew. But it was certain that once this battle broke out, the world would be shaken. It's here, on the sea, someone shouted, and everyone's gaze focused on the nearby waters. They saw 3 huge ships and a war fortress filled with technological vibes slowly approaching Logtown. Badass. Sengoku's eyes darkened as he whispered, the Vinsmoke family, Beast Kaido, and Big MOM. How could they be here? Sengoku was shocked and could not understand why these people had gathered together. The large screen behind the execution platform, originally set up to broadcast Whitebeard's execution, now displayed the war fortress of the two emperors and the Vinsmoke family. It really caught us off guard. Kizaru turned to look at the scene on the screen, his expression somewhat grim. He knew that this war was going to be difficult. Fahai, what exactly did you promise to convince the two emperors? Akainu's expression was equally grim as he stared at a figure on the ship. He never expected that Lin Feng would have the support of two emperors. The war that seemed certain to succeed suddenly became unclear. With the addition of two emperor-class powerhouses and Lin Feng's own strength, no one knew the outcome of this war. Kaido and Big Mom also came to stir the waters. A good show is about to begin. Number 3 stared at the two pirate flags in the sea, excitement on his face, wondering if they would be shocked to see us. Shut up. Once Fahai enters Lowtown, we will charge first. The leader snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the flags of the two emperors, his eyes filled with killing intent. He also didn't expect that this battle would involve the other two emperors. On the surface of the sea, Lin Feng stood on the Moby Dick, looking at Lowtown in the distance, his expression heavy. Through the feedback of his spiritual sense, he sensed that there were no less than 10 peak powerhouses in Lowtown at this moment. The Navy really invested heavily. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, and then he looked at Aokiji and Jin. The harbor is up to you. Hold off Sengoku and Carp with all your might. Lin Feng truly did not expect that the other side would let Sengoku and Carp take the lead. No problem, Jin said in a deep voice. Although he knew he was far from Sengoku and the others, it didn't mean he wasn't capable of fighting. On the other hand, Aokiji looked hesitant. As someone of his status, he felt uncomfortable about fighting Carp and the others. Fahai, how about you switch to someone else? I really don't want to fight Mr. Carp, Aokiji said with a. Hearing this, Lin Feng pondered. According to his arrangement, there were only a few people on their side who could match Carp. Apart from himself and the two emperors, the best candidate was Aokiji. As a Logia-type fruit user, he could withstand Carp and Sengoku the best without risking his life. Plus, with Jin's ability to fly, even if they couldn't win, they could stall for some time. Swapping people, Lin Feng pondered, looking at the others. It sounds easy to swap, but how many can truly withstand Carp? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from next to Lin Feng. Moo! Little Bullhead didn't he know when he had come to his side? Waving his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lin Feng was taken aback, looking at him and asking, do you mean you want to take the lead? Moo! Little Bullhead nodded his large head, with thunder swirling around his body. Full of fighting spirit, Lin Feng looked at Little Bullhead. Although he was eager to fight, based on Lin Feng's judgment, even if Little Bullhead was strong, he definitely couldn't withstand Carp. Let us skip it. It's still too much for you to fight against someone of Carp's level. Lin Feng shook his head, not wanting Little Bullhead to take risks. Moo! Moo! Hearing this, Little Bullhead looked stubborn, waving his fists, his eyes filled with determination, as if saying, I can do it. I can. Seeing this, Lin Feng sighed. Just as he was about to continue persuading him, Kenpachi's voice suddenly rang out. Master, let the little bull go. He can do it, Kenpachi said firmly, and he had the most authority over Little Bullhead's combat power. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked deeply at Kenpachi, who nodded. All right. Lin Feng sighed and agreed to let Little Bullhead fight, but added, once you feel you can't win, you and Jin should immediately regroup at the execution platform, and we will rescue you. Okay. Moo! Jin and Little Bullhead both responded, and as they spoke, Lin Feng and the other ships were already less than 100 meters from the harbor. Moo! Little Bullhead and Jin exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes, nodded slightly, and charged directly towards the harbor. The dark wings covered the sky, and the storm and thunder struck fiercely. Jin and Little Bullhead launched their full strength, fearlessly attacking Sengoku and Carp. The war was thus ignited. Chapter 192, a good release of water at the same time that Jin and Little Bullhead attacked. Lin Feng and the others also moved. Almost in an instant, everyone boarded Lowtown. According to the previous plan, they stormed the execution platform. Lin Feng shouted, and the Zen staff suddenly appeared in his hand, aiming at the execution platform, rushing inside. Lin Feng's actions drew the attention of many Navy generals and affected the battlefield situation. Below the execution platform, Hancock looked at Lin Feng's figure, her face filled with sweetness and her eyes full of love. My lover, you finally appeared. Beside her, Doflamingo grinned, his expression strange. Fahai. What will this war eventually transform into? Fahai Mihawk stared at Lin Feng's figure, his brows furrowed. But from the other party's momentum, he knew that Lin Feng had grown even stronger. Behind everyone, Buggy was hiding in a corner of the execution platform, trembling. He didn't want to participate in this battle, but due to the government's force summons, he had no choice but to comply. So he came here. Damn it. If you're going to execute Whitebeard, just do it quickly. Why drag me into this? Buggy gritted his teeth, feeling that compared to the others, he was indeed a bit weaker. But at that moment, Buggy had a flash of inspiration and a bold idea emerged in his mind. With Whitebeard to be executed, if I were to kill him, then the world would be shocked by my strength. By then, wouldn't the throne of the Pirate King be within my grasp? The more Buggy thought about it, the bolder he became, and the flame of desire ignited in his eyes. Thinking this, he quietly glanced at the others, turned, and disappeared from the spot to find Whitebeard. I want to kill Whitebeard in front of the world and become king, Buggy thought excitedly. At this moment, Steelbone looked at Lin Feng and the others who had entered Lowtown with a grim expression. Everyone, attack. Block Fahai and the others. Steelbone snorted coldly. He originally thought Lin Feng would come alone, which would allow them to surround and kill him according to their plan. But he didn't expect that he had actually called Kaido and Big Mom. Not to mention the combat power of these two emperors. Just their names would create a significant impact on the morale of their Navy soldiers. They are the four emperors, for king-like figures on the Grand Line. The plan has changed. The execution has been moved up. Steelbone's face darkened, and he took out a Den Mushi, speaking solemnly into it. Yes, Commander, came the response from the Den Mushi, followed by silence. In the underground prison of Lowtown, Whitebeard, Ace, and Luffy were all locked up, waiting for the moment of execution to come. Old man, do we still have a chance? Ace asked Whitebeard softly. Yes, Whitebeard replied immediately, his tone heavy. The master will definitely come back to save us. What we need to do now is not give up on ourselves and wait for their rescue. Master, Ace pondered, the image of Lin Feng flashing through his mind. He shook his head and looked at Whitebeard. Old man, can Fahai and the others really save us? What if they fall into danger themselves? Ace spoke sincerely. His concerns were not unfounded. The Navy's preparation for this war would surely be more sufficient than during the Marineford War. Relying solely on Fahai might be difficult to turn the tide. It's still early. Don't jump to conclusions. Whitebeard said solemnly, his tone firm, not wanting Ace to think too pessimistically, but he himself was also shaken. Faced with the Navy's preparations, even Whitebeard, who knew Lin Feng's strength, couldn't help but feel uneasy. Old man, Ace glanced at Whitebeard, not saying anything, letting out a deep sigh. He could tell that Whitebeard was trying to comfort himself. Just as he was about to say something, Luffy's loud voice rang in their ears. Hey, don't say such negative things, Ace, Uncle Whitebeard, Luffy shouted, his face filled with inexplicable confidence. We will definitely get out alive. My friends will definitely come for us. We just need to believe in them. Luffy, you still. Seeing Luffy like this, Ace helplessly shook his head. No matter when, Luffy always had that kind of headstrong confidence. Hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard laughed out loud. Ha, the Straw Hat Kid is right. Just believe in our friends, and leave the rest to fate. Besides, we're not dead yet. Whitebeard said with a smile. As long as we're alive, life should be full of hope. His words struck a chord with Ace, and his expression brightened, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Yes, what the old man said is right. As long as we don't die, life should be full of hope. Ha, that's right. Seeing Ace brighten up, Luffy grinned and was about to say something. Just then, an inappropriate voice came from outside the prison. Execution moved up, bring the felon Whitebeard, Fire Fist, and Straw Hat to the execution platform. As the voice fell, several figures emerged from outside the prison and approached Whitebeard, Ace, and the others. It's time to go, the executioner said in a low voice, lifting the chains on Whitebeard's shackles, his tone trembling slightly. Facing a figure like Whitebeard, even the most experienced executioner would feel fear. Whitebeard did not resist. Exchanged a glance with Ace, slowly stood up, and moved along with the chains. Old man, Ace's eyes narrowed. He thought this was the best chance to escape. Just as he was about to do something, Whitebeard's gaze stopped him. Then Whitebeard's voice rang in Ace's ear, "Don't act rashly. If we break free from the shackles now, the Navy will definitely execute us at any cost. If that happens, we would let down the Master and the others who came to rescue us." "I understand." Ace nodded, no longer resisting, allowing the executioner to take him away, while still giving a look to Luffy, signaling him not to act impulsively. Luffy's eyes flashed with clarity. Years of tacit understanding made him immediately grasp Ace's message and allowed the executioner to take him away. Seeing that Whitebeard and the others did not resist, the leading executioner breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen too many people go mad before death. It was common for one or two to take the fall. Even worse, some would commit suicide on the spot, not giving them a chance to execute. Whitebeard and the others' cooperation genuinely surprised him. After all, they are great pirates. There is still some spirit left in them. The executioner looked at Whitebeard and the others with a hint of respect before leading them toward the execution platform. At this moment, at the port outside, Gaji charged ahead, bringing the technological marvel of the Vinsmoke family into the harbor. Behind him, Sanji, Marco, and the empires of the two emperors also rushed in. Instantly, the crowd clashed with the 100,000 Navy soldiers. On the other side, the little bullhead and Jin teamed up, battling against Carp and Sengoku in a chaotic scene. The Buddha fruit shook the Pteranodon, and the top-level hockey split the thunderstorm. The three and one beast fought together, and few dared to intervene. Is Little Bullhead this strong? Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect Little Bullhead and Jin to truly withstand Sengoku and Carp. No. Lin Feng glanced for a moment and quickly made a judgment. He could see Carp was deliberately holding back. "Even you, are you still struggling with family ties?" Lin Feng murmured, no longer paying much attention to Little Bullhead and the others, and followed the path opened by Gaji and the others, charging toward the execution platform. Lin Feng knew that with Carp's fighting style, these people would definitely not be able to decide the outcome in a short time. This undoubtedly created an excellent opportunity for Lin Feng. What are Carp and Sengoku doing? On the execution platform, Steelbone gazed at the battlefield at the harbor, his anger boiling. Based on his understanding of Carp and Sengoku, they were definitely not using their full strength. Perhaps they hadn't even used half of their combat power. Green Bull, Yellow Monkey, Fujitora. Steelbone shouted toward the three generals below the execution platform. "You all attack, and stop Fahai and the others." Understood. Upon hearing the command, the three generals slowly stood up, their gazes locking onto Lin Feng and the others. Chapter 193, Showdown with the New Three Admirals. The new three admirals slowly stood up, looking at Lin Feng's position, as countless Navy soldiers were thrown into disarray by Lin Feng's charge. The tens of thousands of Navy soldiers guarding the harbor entrance couldn't stop Lin Feng at all, regardless of rank. They were all sent flying as if they were being chopped like vegetables. In an instant, Lin Feng charged straight toward the execution platform as if there was no one around. So strong. The green bull opened its big mouth, revealing a set of white teeth. With Lin Feng's reflection in its eyes, and laughed, "This guy is really strong. I like him." As it spoke, the green bull rolled up its sleeves and was about to charge towards Lin Feng's location, but was stopped by Fujitora. "Don't be impulsive. Fahai is not easy to deal with. It's not advisable to attack recklessly," Fujitora said cautiously, his hand resting on the sword at his waist, ready to strike at any moment. "Let me go first." The yellow ape squinted his eyes, looking at the two, and said lightly, although he felt some fear towards Lin Feng. At this moment, he had no choice but to take action. After all, the overall commander Steelbone Kong had spoken. The other two generals looked at the yellow ape, remaining silent. His actions were in line with their thoughts. Among the new three generals, only the two of them had never fought Lin Feng. It was just right to take advantage of the yellow ape's attack to see Lin Feng's combat power. Is he really as powerful as the legends say, to the point of making people tremble? "Be careful. We will support you at any time," the green bull said cheerfully, while Fujitora remained silent, the half-drawn sword at his waist representing his intent. "Don't worry," the yellow ape said lightly, crossing his arms over his chest, shooting out a beam of light that refracted to Lin Feng's location. 8-foot mirror. Whoosh. The speed of the light was beyond everything. In an instant, the yellow ape appeared in front of Lin Feng. Yellow ape? Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth, looking at the yellow ape blocking his way, and said lightly, "What? The Navy is so confident in sending you to the front lines. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you on the spot?" Facing Lin Feng's mockery, the yellow ape sighed deeply. "There's no use in talking. Let's fight." After saying that, the yellow ape drew the sword Amatsukami and slashed towards Lin Feng. The sword was covered in haki. "It seems you haven't forgotten how to fight against me." Lin Feng looked at the incoming light sword with a calm expression, gently waving his staff. "Since you know how to fight against me, you should also know how foolish it is to fight up close." Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, one end of Lin Feng's staff suddenly enlarged and heavily smashed down towards the yellow ape. The staff danced against the wind, creating a shockwave that made the yellow ape's breath momentarily stop, his heart sinking in shock. Fahai becomes stronger, and not just by a little. Great might heavenly dragon. In his thoughts, Lin Feng's staff had already reached the yellow ape. Faced with the staff radiating Buddha light, the yellow ape's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly used his fruit ability to increase his speed, trying to escape the attack range of the staff, but it was too late. Trying to escape? Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the staff fell instantly. With a bang, it sounded like a thunderclap from the sky, the end of the staff smashing solidly into the spot where the yellow ape had been. Instantly, all objects within this area were sent flying by the force of the staff. The ground exploded, and bricks flew into the air. Even the surrounding buildings collapsed under the immense shockwave. General Yellow Ape. Oh my god, this must be a joke. Even the giant race doesn't have such immense power. No way. Even a general can't withstand Fahai's attack. Impossible. That's a general, the peak combat power of our Navy. It can't be defeated just like that. Monster. Monster. The nearby Navy soldiers were dumbfounded, originally thinking that with the addition of General Yellow Ape, they might be able to stop Lin Feng. But unexpectedly, it turned out that Lin Feng had not used all his strength earlier. Just a glimpse was enough to pierce through most of the Navy. "Hey, Yellow Ape, stop hiding. I know this level of attack isn't enough to kill you." Lin Feng looked indifferently towards the distance, where the yellow ape was hiding. "You found me." The yellow ape sighed, stepping out from the ruins. He had originally planned to wait for Lin Feng to relax before attacking. "Fahai, you've become stronger again." After stepping out from the ruins, the yellow ape gazed at Lin Feng not far away, who was now tattered. Many parts of his clothing were torn due to the impact of the staff. "You're not bad either." Lin Feng looked indifferently at the yellow ape. In the past 2 years, the yellow ape's combat strength had undergone a qualitative change. According to Lin Feng's judgment, the yellow ape was now at least at the peak of the admiral level, on par with Carp. "Come on, let's fight." Lin Feng's eyes emitted a sharp light as he picked up the staff and charged towards the yellow ape. "Green Bull Fujitora." Seeing Lin Feng attacking, the yellow ape shouted. He had already done what he needed. Lin Feng's attack methods and power were clearly seen by Fujitora and the others on the execution platform. "Here it comes." The green bull grinned widely, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot as he charged towards Lin Feng. Fujitora beside him did the same. Gravity wave, one slash. Raging blow. The two generals unleashed their powerful moves, like two meteors rushing towards Lin Feng. Boom! The yellow ape's slash carried immense gravity, altering the gravitational force in Lin Feng's area. Meanwhile, the green bull swung its massive fist directly towards Lin Feng's face. 8-foot jewel. At the moment, the two generals launched their attacks. The yellow ape also initiated an offensive, countless dark energy orbs raining down towards Lin Feng. In contrast, Lin Feng faced the combined attack of the three admirals without a hint of change in his expression. The staff in his hand expanded infinitely as he swung it down towards the attacking three admirals. "A mere trick, daring to show off in front of me?" Lin Feng shouted coldly, throwing the staff towards the nearest green bull with incredible speed and power. "Not good." The green bull's eyes darkened, a green shield appearing on its surface and countless morning glory flowers blooming around it, forming an absolute defense. "Heh, a paramecia-type morning glory fruit?" Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered. Being well-versed in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, he immediately recognized the green bull's ability. The morning glory fruit exists between the paramecia and logia types. It can be considered an alternative existence that extends from both. It can be classified as a plant type. Although rare, do you think you can block me with just this ability? Lin Feng's expression hardened, and the Buddha light radiated from his body. The speeding staff instantly transformed. Two golden dragons flying out from the staff and wrapping around the green bull. Great might heavenly dragon. World-honored one, Ksitigarbha. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Bamahong. As the Buddha chants fell, the two golden dragons directly coiled the green bull and flew towards the sky. Fahai. The green bull roared, trying to break free from the golden dragons, but found it impossible, only able to let them carry him away into the sky. See you later. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a playful look, and then a golden light flashed across his body as the Arhut golden body activated, enduring Fujitora's gravity ability and the countless light orbs from the yellow ape as he charged towards the two. Chapter 194. I smile, prepare a small gift. Lin Feng was enveloped in golden light, like an Arhut charging towards the yellow ape and the others while enduring countless light orbs. Not good. The yellow ape's eyes darkened, his figure instantly transforming into countless raindrops of light scattering in all directions, while also reminding Fujitora, "Be careful, don't let Fahai get close." Understood. Fujitora replied in a low voice, quickly distancing himself from Lin Feng. Hey, can you avoid this? Lin Feng smiled lightly, his speed suddenly increasing several levels as he struck the yellow ape's raindrops of light apart. Thud! The yellow ape, interrupted from transforming into raindrops, fell to the ground in his physical form. How could this be? The yellow ape looked at Lin Feng in shock, never expecting that the opponent's speed would be faster than his. Surprised? Lin Feng looked indifferently at the yellow ape, and, as his words fell, he unleashed a great might heavenly dragon. Roar! The golden dragon leaped from Lin Feng's hand, its every movement indistinguishable from a real dragon, roaring towards the yellow monkey. Just as it was about to crash into the yellow monkey, a cold snort from Fujitora rang out. Gravity no sword. Swish! A slash, equal in size to the golden dragon, came slicing through the air, the gravity attached to it causing the ground around to collapse. Roar! The golden dragon let out a roar and was dispersed by Fujitora's slash. Fujitora! Lin Feng smiled faintly. Although this great divine dragon was casually released by him, it was not something an ordinary person could handle. The ability to cut through this golden dragon indicated that Fujitora's combat power had already reached the level of Carp. He was not far from the peak. Nice to meet you for the first time, old man, Fujitora said politely, as if in his eyes. Lin Feng was not an enemy, but an ordinary monk. As he spoke, Fujitora made a gesture to sheathe his sword and then heavily waved his hand towards the sky. Buzz! Rings of gravity shot from Fujitora's body towards the clouds. For our first meeting, old man offers a small gift. Please do not decline. Fahai, Fujitora said lightly. At that moment, a piercing sound echoed. Deep within the clouds, a meteorite was rapidly descending towards Rogtown from outer space. Its target was Lin Feng. Hey, this kind of thing can't be given away. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness on his face, then said, That Cake Island incident was also your gift, right? Fujitora did not respond, cautiously sensing Lin Feng's movements. In the blink of an eye, the meteorite had broken through the atmosphere, its surface glowing red due to friction, appearing from afar like a massive fireball falling from the sky. Such a small gift. Are you not afraid it will affect the Navy? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Fujitora, this is not your style. For the sake of justice, some sacrifice is inevitable, Fujitora said solemnly, as long as we can completely eliminate evil, no matter the cost. It's worth it. You've been brainwashed pretty badly, Lin Feng sighed, looking at Fujitora. Although Fujitora in the original story upheld the concept of justice, he would never be the kind of person who would do anything to achieve his goals, as seen when he let Luffy and his crew go in Dressrosa. The meteorite. Lin Feng thought, looking back at the meteorite in the sky. If this thing landed on Rogtown, let alone rescuing Whitebeard, the entire island could be destroyed. What a hassle, Lin Feng sighed, gathering his Buddha power to prepare to shatter the meteorite. Just as he was about to act, A hearty laugh rang out from the air. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Lin Feng turned to see the previously sent Green Bull returning at this moment. Bang! With Green Bull's voice falling, he heavily crashed onto the ground. Although he had evaded the great divine dragon's pursuit, his condition was not good either. His clothes were in tatters, exposing his muscular upper body to the air. Yet even so, it couldn't hide Green Bull's intense fighting spirit. He fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and roared, Fahai, let's fight. Saying that, he charged towards Lin Feng, his hands moving in the air, summoning a series of morning glories that appeared out of nowhere, spreading toxic pollen in the air. Once it entered the human body, it would cause dizziness and numbness. Trouble. Lin Feng's eyes darkened as he looked at the attacking Green Bull, then glanced at the meteorite that could fall at any moment. He quickly made a judgment. Kaido, Lin Feng shouted to the two emperors who were fighting the navy. I'll deal with the meteorite. You both push forward to the execution platform. With that, Lin Feng leaped into the air, like a sharp sword thrusting straight towards the meteorite's position. Trying to run? Green Bull grinned and immediately changed his attack direction, actually chasing after Lin Feng. Don't be reckless. Seeing this, the Yellow Monkey and Fujitora both chased after him, knowing that Green Bull alone could not defeat Lin Feng. Here they come. At the same time, Kaido and Big Mom responded simultaneously, clearing the entangled navy and rushing towards Lin Feng. Stop them. Seeing this, Steelbone on the execution platform roared at the navy. He could not let Kaido and Big Mom reach this place. Hearing his voice, the Navy generals were like they had been injected with adrenaline, leading numerous Navy soldiers to frantically block Kaido and Big Mom, not allowing them to advance even an inch towards the execution platform. You think you can stop me? Kaido laughed maniacally, swinging his kanabo, each strike sending large numbers of Navy flying. Big Mom was equally unwilling to back down, using Napoleon to the fullest, launching several devastating attacks, causing cries of despair wherever they landed. Soon, the two emperors broke through the heavy encirclement, and they were about to enter the plaza. Come on, Navy, enjoy the fear. Kaido and Big Mom shouted with laughter. Just then, two figures leaped out from the surrounding buildings, attacking Big Mom and Kaido respectively. Where did these pests come from? Facing the ambush, Big Mom became furious, swinging Napoleon to slash at the figures. At the same time, Kaido's expression darkened as he charged up and released his Thunder Bagua, clashing with the incoming attackers. Boom! A massive sound erupted, kicking up thick smoke, obscuring the figures of the two emperors and the attackers. Then, accompanied by Big Mom's incredulous voice, the smoke gradually dissipated. How could it be you? Big Mom's eyes filled with disbelief, her expression shifting between blue and white, as if she couldn't believe what was happening before her. Crazy lady, what's wrong with you? Kaido asked with concern, and upon seeing the faces of the attackers, his eyes also burst with a strange color. It's you, as Kaido's shocked voice rang out. The smoke finally cleared, revealing two figures standing before them, their faces showing a playful expression. Long time no see, crazy lady, rookie kid. Chapter 195. Legends emerging one after another. Who are you? Kaido and Lin widened their eyes, hardly believing the appearance of the two figures. Wang Ji, John. As this was said, everyone around, be it pirates or navy, was shocked. Wang Ji and John. These two were notorious pirates known throughout the world. They had been famous on the seas long before Whitebeard and Big Mom dominated, making various factions tremble. Such figures should have disappeared into the annals of history. They should have been executed by the government over 30 years ago. How could they appear in this place? Moreover, judging by their attitude, they seemed to belong to the Navy. This sudden change left Kaido and Big Mom at a loss. Little Lin, short Kaido. It seems the years have left no marks on you. Wang Ji said blandly, dressed in dark green clothes adorned with black dragons. Coupled with his cold eyes, he exerted considerable pressure on everyone. Furthermore, Wang Ji's tone carried an unmistakable killing intent, instantly making Kaido and Lin realize. You have allied with the government now? Facing the sudden appearance of Wang Ji and John, Kaido's expression turned serious. These two were combat powers not inferior to his own. Even the Rock's pirates. They had their place. It was evident. Wang Ji did not respond to Kaido's words. Instead, John replied lightly, wearing an innocent smile. John. Big Mom's eyes were cautious. Despite John's harmless appearance, only seasoned veterans knew what that kind of smile represented. If I say I'm a born destroyer, then the other party is a natural killer. Although the other party's reputation may have faded, every veteran powerhouse knows that there was a name that once echoed across the seas. Captain of the Rocks Pirates, the Butcher John, who would later become known as Captain John. Xiaoling, Kaido, our reminiscing ends here. It's time to take action, John politely said, and with his graceful demeanor. It was hard to associate the title of Butcher with him, but the irony is undeniable. Slow. Big Mom interrupted John's movement with a deep voice, a hint of curiosity appearing on her face. John, how did you and Wang Ji end up siding with the government? Don't tell me it was out of threat. Given your personalities, you'd rather die than be threatened. Tell me what made you both choose to ally with the government. Xiaoling's expression was serious. She needed to understand what kind of person could convince Wang Ji and John to willingly ally with the government. Could it be that a remarkable figure had emerged from the government? After all this time, Xiaoling still remembers our personalities. It's truly an honor. In response to Xiaoling's inquiry, John smiled elegantly and even performed a very gentlemanly gesture towards her. Before Xiaoling and Kaido could react, John's figure had already moved, charging towards them alongside Wang Ji. Human slaughter, killing halberd. John's weapon was his bare hands. According to him, nothing was more pleasurable than blood flowing at his fingertips. Wang Ji wielded a large halberd, nearly 3 meters long, a length that was not suitable for a weapon. However, in Wang Ji's hands, the halberd seemed to come alive, with the tip surrounded by top-tier haki, showcasing immense power. In the face of their onslaught, Xiaoling and Kaido were on high alert. Napoleon cut through the air, meeting the incoming handblade. The Wolf Fong club surged forward, crashing directly onto the halberd's tip. Boom! At the moment the four engaged, dark lightning flashed around, causing those with slightly weaker mental fortitude to faint from the overwhelming pressure. A visible transparent barrier formed around the four. This was the result of the clash of conquerors' haki. Wang Ji, John, why are you fighting for the government? What exactly is your goal? Xiaoling glared at the two, her tone sharp. So you want to know? John smiled faintly, reaching for Napoleon's blade with one hand, saying, defeat us both, and I'll tell you. Good. Xiaoling's eyes turned cold, and Zeus and Prometheus enveloped Napoleon, shocking John into quickly retracting his hands, his eyes filled with unabashed astonishment. You really did it. You fused the three great homies together. As he spoke, a glimmer of realization crossed John's mind. It seems you've made a groundbreaking breakthrough with your devil fruit abilities. That's truly commendable. In the face of John's praise, Xiaoling remained unmoved, her attacks growing more ferocious, each strike aimed at John's vital points. Meanwhile, Kaido and Wang Ji were engaged in a clash of strength and power. The confrontation between them was a true contest of might. Shorty, it seems your fighting style has improved significantly over the years. Wang Ji swung his halberd, landing it on the Wolf Fong club, their haki colliding and creating a vacuum between the club and the halberd. Don't call me Shorty, Kaido growled, clearly displeased with the nickname. Wang Ji chuckled lightly, ignoring Kaido's anger, using his foot for leverage as the halberd traced a deadly arc in the air, causing Kaido's strength to falter. Then, as Kaido lost his balance, the halberd lunged straight for Kaido's heart. This was Wang Ji's signature move, known as Death Probe, which had claimed the lives of many strong opponents. Shalti, Wang Ji said calmly, confident in his killing move. Even the former captain of the Rocks, D. Zebek, had praised this move and stated that even he, unprepared, could not fully withstand it. Since even Rocks had said so, Wang Ji didn't believe that the shorty from back then could withstand his attack. This was his confidence. The confidence of Wang Ji, captain of the Rock's 6th crew. Facing Wang Ji's killing move, Kaido unleashed all his haki and wrapped his conqueror's haki around the Wolf Fong club. Then, entering a semi-dragon form, he leaped into the air, swinging the Wolf Fong club down toward the halberd, descending 3 realms. Indra's fall. Whoosh. The Wolf Fong club cut through the air, striking the halberd with tremendous force, nearly knocking it out of Wang Ji's hands. This scene was hard for him to accept. When did this little shorty become so strong? Wang Ji's eyes were filled with disbelief. But it was not over. After this move, Kaido swung his arm to gather strength, sending the Wolf Fong Club in a circular motion toward Wang Ji. Vajra Arrow. Buzz. The Wolf Fong Club unleashed a wave of energy toward Wang Ji, sending debris flying across the ground. Oomph. Wang Ji snorted coldly, redirecting the halberd to stab toward the incoming energy. Boom! A violent explosion erupted as the two collided, sending everything in the vicinity flying away. Even the battle between Big Mom and John was affected. Chapter 196, Meteoric Fall. Hey, how did that kid Kaido become so strong? A look of astonishment crossed John's face. In his memory, Kaido was barely a mid-tier Emperor-level fighter, and it was impossible for him to fight Wang Ji to such a degree. It should be noted that back on the rock ship, Wang Ji was able to compete with Whitebeard. One sword, one halberd, had once instilled fear in countless enemies. Over the years, even if Kaido had grown somewhat stronger, his combat power was nowhere near Whitebeard's level. This kid, John watched as Kaido fought evenly with Wang Ji, a heavy look in his eyes. If even Kaido cannot be dealt with, what face do we have to return to the Holy Land? Dare to be distracted while fighting me? Just as John was momentarily distracted, Xiaoling seized the opportunity, suddenly launching an attack. Zeus and Prometheus, attached to Napoleon, split apart, one on the left and one on the right, flanking John. The violent thunder and unshakable flames would not be easy for even a powerhouse like John to endure if hit. Xiaoling, we're old acquaintances. You can't go easy on me. After all, I once spent a wonderful night with you. John sighed, his tone sincere, making it hard to discern whether he was being truthful. At the same time, John advanced rather than retreating, unleashing two hand blades that struck Zeus and Prometheus. The fierce hand blades caused the two homies to change their expressions drastically. Such an attack was not something they could withstand. Mama, Zeus, and Prometheus simultaneously sent out signals. Bastard! Xiaoling's eyes darkened. She had thought John would avoid her attack, but she didn't expect him to take it head-on. Come back! Xiaoling shouted, and Zeus and Prometheus instantly returned to her side, dodging John's attack. Xiaoling, you still love me. Seeing this, John smiled faintly, a mocking expression on his face. Oomph. Xiaoling snorted coldly. John's words completely enraged her. The two homies attached her fists, covered in thunder and flames, struck toward John. Thunder Fire Strike. This was one of Xiaoling's killing moves. If the opponent was hit by her thunder and fire-covered fists, their body would be continuously burned, causing unbearable pain. John, familiar with Xiaoling, clearly understood the horror of this move, and he suddenly leaped backward, creating distance between them. Don't think you can run. Lingling let out a low growl, relentlessly pursuing John, determined to hit him. Sigh. John sighed, a look of nostalgia on his face. Lingling, can you really bear to kill me? I still remember back on Honeycomb Island, you and I under the moonlight, lost in each other's eyes. Shut up. Hearing her black history being spoken so unabashedly by John, Lingling was completely enraged, her speed increasing another notch, and she was about to catch up to John. At the same time, during the chase, Lingling's gaze turned to Lin Feng in midair. Worried that her embarrassing past might be overheard, she thought that if that happened, she would really have no chance to be with Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lingling let out a sigh of relief. She found that Lin Feng was not paying attention to her and continued to pursue John. At this moment, Lin Feng was in a standoff with the three admirals. Fahai, you can't possibly destroy the meteorite. In the name of justice, I will bury all of you here. Fujitora stood on a rock, facing Lin Feng. On either side of him, the other two admirals were on high alert. A gigantic morning glory flower rooted itself in the ground, its massive petals extending into the sky, with Green Bull standing atop it, staring down at Lin Feng. Kizaru was hovering in midair, relying on the fruit's ability, his expression equally grave. The three of them had just communicated briefly and unanimously decided to do whatever it takes to stop Lin Feng from destroying the meteorite. This meteorite was Fujitora's strongest ability, not just a tool to threaten Lin Feng. Its main purpose was to use the threat of the meteorite to prevent Lin Feng from rushing to the execution platform, completely trapping Lin Feng's side in place. Your words are powerful, but I wonder if you can actually do it, Lin Feng said, scanning the three men with indifference. What if I join in? Just as Lin Feng's voice fell, A scorching aura emerged from beneath his feet. Boom! A fist covered in magma, accompanied by a wave of heat, slammed towards Lin Feng. The ever-observant Admiral Akainu made his move. Red Dog. Lin Feng smiled calmly, his arm bursting with golden light as he struck toward the magma fist. Bang! The two forces collided, and Akainu's magma fist was directly shattered by Lin Feng. Countless magma projectiles rained down in all directions, and at that moment, both Navy and pirates were caught in the chaos. Cries of anguish erupted. As expected, after Lin Feng shattered his fist, Akainu immediately reverted to his human form and landed on the rock where Fujitora stood, his expression heavy, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. That was a result of being pierced by the overwhelming force of Lin Feng's punch. Oh! Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised to see Akainu still unharmed. He and T held back, and a near full-force attack unexpectedly didn't kill Akainu. Looks like you've gotten smarter, Lin Feng said lightly. Just as Akainu engaged in battle with him, he severed control of that magma fist. Otherwise, Akainu wouldn't have only sustained minor injuries. Thanks to you, Akainu retorted sharply, not backing down in the face of Lin Feng's mockery. Hee. Lin Feng chuckled, glancing around at everyone, and said loudly, "Bring out all your tricks. Otherwise, with just a few of you, you're no match for me." You. Akainu was momentarily speechless. Hearing Lin Feng's words, their reactions varied. Haha, so arrogant. Green Bull grinned, showing his white teeth. Kizaru and Fujitora remained silent, cautiously watching Lin Feng's every move. Whoosh! At that moment, a hurried voice echoed through the sky, and a massive shadow suddenly enveloped the entire island. The meteorite is coming. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the meteorite. No way if that thing falls, the entire island will be obliterated. What is the Admiral doing? Are these Navy bastards trying to take us down with them? Everyone's expressions varied, but they all knew one thing. Once the meteorite fell, this battle would come to a complete end. Master, can you handle something like this? Marco, who was fighting several vice admirals, showed concern as he looked at the figure in the sky, his words filled with hope. Master, on the battlefield, Kenpachi Zaraki, after cutting down a vice admiral, shifted his gaze to Lin Feng and immediately activated his moon step, ready to rush over for support. Swish! Just as Kenpachi was about to take action, an attack shot out from the shadows. Who? Kenpachi's expression darkened as he glared at the newcomer. Hee. The gaze of Kenpachi met a cold smile, and three figures stepped out of the shadows. Don't think about going to support, evil spirit Kenpachi. Let's have another round with you. This time we must kill you here. The three voices echoed ominously. You are. Kenpachi looked at them, and as he recognized their faces, a wild look instantly appeared on his face. The Five Elders. Chapter 197. The Legendary Fruit Ability. With you guys? Kenpachi scoffed, releasing his spiritual pressure without reserve. Faced with the murderous intent contained in his spiritual pressure, those with slightly insufficient willpower found it hard to stand before him. They could only kneel on the ground or faint. Conqueror's Haki? The bald Five Elders' eyes darkened, thinking Kenpachi's spiritual pressure was Conqueror's Haki. Not quite. Another Five Elder shook his head. Conqueror's Haki is a kind of momentum. Even if cultivated to the highest level, it cannot be materialized like this. Such Conqueror's Haki is something even Roger couldn't produce. Besides, if Evil Spirit really had this kind of Conqueror's Haki, then we would only have to run for our lives. This kind of thing cannot be fought against. The Five Elders looked cautious, although they had fought Kenpachi before. At that time, it was mainly due to Steel Bone Kong's involvement. They were merely supporting characters, not the main fighting force. Yapping endlessly, if you're not going to fight, I'll go support my master. Seeing the Five Elders hesitating to attack, Kenpachi's face showed impatience. Saying that, he lifted his Zanpakuto and slashed at the three. One slash. Swish. Kenpachi's blade tip carved out a massive slash over several dozen meters long, accompanied by a chilling wind, charging towards the three. This was Kenpachi's technique, merging his fruit ability with his own spiritual power. Just this one strike had the power to rival or even defeat an admiral. Not good. The Five Elders' eyes widened, sensing the invincible power bursting from the slash. They all retreated to avoid its edge. Trying to run? Kenpachi smirked, using Shuinpa in an instant, wielding his Zanpakuto to chase after the three. Too late. Swish, swish, swish. Another 3 slashes attacked the 5 elders from extremely tricky angles. Watch out. Damn it. We can't avoid it. Let's do this. The 3, seeing the slashes were unavoidable, stopped and prepared to brace for Kenpachi's attack. With a thought, the 5 elder holding the original Anaheim held his breath and focused, then suddenly opened his eyes, filled with madness, and drew his blade to slash. Oni exorcism. Buzz. The original Anaheim drew a strange arc, and wherever the blade tip went, even the air turned bloody. Shatter for me. The bald 5 elder roared, striking down on the incoming slash. The other 2 exchanged glances, both showing determination. The 5 elder with 3 strands of beard followed closely, and his body began to slowly ignite, a dark flame appearing on him. Crab Ti descends, all shall perish. Whoosh! The moment the voice fell, a gust of eerie wind blew by, and the 3 bearded Gorosei transformed into their true forms, taking on the appearance of the mythical being, the Buddha, brandishing sharp claws to attack. Oh! Lin Feng, who was facing off against the Kainu and the others, raised an eyebrow, drawn in by the transformation. What a rare ability, indeed, Paramecia, mythical Zoan, Buddha fruit. It seems Oda has borrowed quite a bit from the famous monsters of his hometown. Lin Feng murmured words that a Kainu and the others couldn't understand, unsure if Kenpachi could defeat these 3. As he spoke, the last of the Gorosei moved, flexing his arms, causing his clothing to burst apart, revealing a body of enviable muscle. Huh! He clasped his hands together, and many strange patterns appeared on his body, making his face take on a bizarre appearance. Oh! Seeing this, a smile appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. If it weren't for the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, he wouldn't have known what ability the opponent possessed. But now, Lin Feng knew. This Gorosei's ability also belonged to the Paramecia, mythical Zoan category. Its name was a Susanoo fruit. As the name suggests, the ability derived from the mythical figure Susanoo, with so many legendary elements manifesting. Let's hope a deity doesn't really show up later. Lin Feng thought to himself. The abilities of the several Gorosei were truly beyond his expectations. At the same time, Lin Feng was secretly glad he hadn't faced these individuals earlier. Instead, he had been fortunate enough to capture the only 2 powerless ones. But Lin Feng knew that the 2 he had sealed in the Golden Bowl were indeed powerless. They had acted against him to quell the chaos in the Holy Land, hoping to use their merits to request a fruit from that esteemed figure. But life is like that. No one knows whether misfortune or fortune will come first. With that in mind, Lin Feng took a deep breath and shouted to Kenpachi, Kenpachi, be a bit careful. You don't need to worry about me for now. Try to take down these 3 old men, then go assist Kaido and the others. Got it. Upon hearing this, Kenpachi revealed a cruel smile, releasing his Bankai in an instant, attacking the 3 Gorosei who were blocking him. Old men, Kenpachi is here. D. As he shouted this, he had already arrived in front of the 3 Gorosei, raising his sword to slash. In an instant, everything around was enveloped by Kenpachi's violent killing intent, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Be careful. Seeing that Kenpachi was holding his own against the 3 Gorosei, Lin Feng exhaled and looked at the nearby meteorite, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He was also about to act. Bang! Suddenly, under the astonished expressions of Akainu and the others, Lin Feng disappeared from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already close to the meteorite. Stop him! Akainu roared, his body transforming instantly as a vast amount of magma coalesced into a large dog, lunging at Lin Feng. True dog bite, Red Lotus. As Akainu acted, the other 3 also moved. Jata no Kagami. Gravity slash, 1 cut false. Brahma flower blooms. All things perish. The 4 top-tier generals unleashed their full power in one line toward Lin Feng, the power contained within far beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Even Kaido and Big Mom would have to dodge such an attack. But who was Lin Feng? With several times the power boost, he was not afraid of the 4 working together. This looks somewhat interesting. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and waved his staff toward the combined attack technique of the others. All Buddhas, flames in the sky, Great law spell, salvation for all beings. As he spoke, the staff shimmered with unusual light, transforming into a Buddha elephant that completely blocked the attacks of the others. How was this possible? The four were shocked, their expressions varying. The previous attack had utilized their maximum strength. They never expected it to be so easily neutralized by Lin Feng. Moreover, from Lin Feng's demeanor, it seemed effortless. This scene dealt a significant blow to the four. In contrast, Lin Feng, after neutralizing the opponent's attack, turned to look at the meteorite about to fall, behind him manifesting an illusory Vajra. In the blink of an eye, the Vajra transformed from illusion to reality. Stepping forward from behind Lin Feng, swinging its azure fist forcefully toward the meteorite. Chapter 198. The Fusion of Magma and Light Speed. Break, Lin Feng whispered, and the attack of the Vajra had already struck the meteorite. The immense power directly halted the meteorite in midair, which was even larger than the one over Lode Town, unable to move an inch. How is this possible? Feeling Lin Feng's action, Fujitora trembled. This meteorite was summoned using all his abilities. It could only be used once in a short time. In his expectations, even if this move couldn't affect Lin Feng, it should not be so easily blocked. Could it be that his strength has surpassed our comprehension? Fujitora whispered, a hint of fear in his gray-white eyes. At this moment, not only he, but also Kizaru and the others were shaken. Facing such a massive meteorite, even if they could destroy it, they certainly couldn't do so with Lin Feng's ease. We're done for, Kizaru murmured. Then a fierce look appeared in his eyes as he turned to Akainu. Sakazuki, we need to go all out. Hearing this, Akainu looked at Kizaru's serious face. Without speaking, he slowly nodded. The two simultaneously gathered all their abilities. Instantly, the red and yellow colors nearly engulfed the entire island. This is really troublesome. Lin Feng noticed their actions, his tone slightly helpless, thinking that he needed to resolve the meteorite quickly. Otherwise, Kizaru and the others wouldn't know what kind of trouble they would cause. With that thought, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the meteorite, his eyes narrowing, and he said indifferently, "Shatter." Boom! As Lin Feng's words echoed, that Vajra suddenly clenched its fists and began to strike the meteorite indiscriminately. Each blow carried the power of the Arhut. The meteorite was battered, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment. Countless fragments fell from the meteorite like rain onto the island. Quick! The Vajra is about to destroy the meteorite. Akainu roared, his words tearing from his throat, veins bulging on his face. I know soon, Kizaru replied. What he and Akainu needed to do was to fuse their abilities together to create an unmatched, terrifying power. They had tried this before, but due to their unfamiliarity with controlling their abilities, it had brought the Navy a heavy disaster. But now it was different. After decades of immersion in their powers, they had fully mastered their fruit abilities. Fusing them together shouldn't cause too many problems. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the gigantic meteorite hovering over Lode Town was directly shattered by the Vajra. Countless stones rained down on the island, some slightly larger rocks smashing buildings to pieces. But this was only a minority. Most of the meteorite had been reduced to rubble by the Vajra. Watching the meteorite nearly destroyed by the Vajra, Lin Feng exhaled, then looked at Kizaru and Akainu. At this moment, the two had gradually fused their abilities. A massive magma giant controlled by Akainu rose up, its body covered in Kizaru's fruit abilities. This was the form of Akainu's fruit ability after awakening, combined with Kizaru's ability, making it a being with both speed and power. What on earth is that? Akainu has gone berserk. Quick, run, we're gonna die. Some unaware Navy members shouted in horror, warning their comrades to stay away from the battlefield. At the harbor, Sengoku, along with Kizaru and Akainu, felt a sense of urgency as they pushed back the two bullheads with a single strike, glancing towards the center of the island. Has Akainu gone mad? Using his awakening abilities here and even merging them with Kizaru's powers? Are they trying to completely annihilate this island? Sengoku's eyes trembled, his face filled with tension. Not out of concern for his own safety, but for the Navy on the island. To go this far to eliminate pirates, what kind of justice are you clinging to? Sakazuki, Sengoku roared, wishing he could immediately rush to the battlefield of Lin Feng and the others to stop Akainu. Sengoku, don't worry about them. Just focus on the current task. Carp's deep voice rang out. Carp, are you really going to just watch these inexperienced Navy soldiers fall into a desperate situation? Sengoku turned to Carp, scolding him. No. Carp shook his head. Those Sakazuki and the others seem strong. They can't maintain this state for long. The Navy will be fine. What? Sengoku was startled, somewhat unable to believe Carp's judgment. Are you serious? Sengoku asked. Carp nodded, saying no more, and raised his fist towards the two bullheads not far away. Seeing this, Sengoku quickly followed, and in an instant, the four of them clashed again. The battle was back and forth. Of course, this was still due to Sengoku and Carp holding back. Otherwise, no matter how strong the bullheads and Jin were, they could not withstand the cooperation of Sengoku and Carp. Unlike Sengoku and Carp's thoughts, the other strong fighters were curious about the combination of Akainu and Kizaru's abilities. The fruit powers can be played like this. It's truly enlightening. During the fight, Kaido looked at the towering giant of magma not far away, raising an eyebrow. You dare to divide your attention while fighting a dwarf? You are truly too arrogant. Wang Ji was displeased with Kaido's distraction and swung his halberd towards him. Kaido looked at Wang Ji attacking, wearing a mocking expression. You want to lose so soon? I'll grant you that. Saying this, Kaido swung his kanabo hard against Wang Ji's halberd, and the two clashed again. But unlike before, Kaido was clearly on the upper hand against Wang Ji now. Kaido had figured out all of Wang Ji's strength, and it was only a matter of time before he would be defeated. Not far away, Lin and John were fighting. Unlike the brute force fighting style of Kaido and Wang Ji, the two of them were more refined. Their gorgeous moves collided continuously. Each encounter looked like a painting. Lin, your stamina isn't what it used to be. I advise you to surrender, John said, dodging Lin's sky, fire, and landing at a distance, his eyes filled with concern. Nonsense. Lin's anger flared at John's words. Using her Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki on Napoleon, she slashed at him several times with devastating attacks. Sigh. Seeing this, John sighed, manifesting the same armament and Conqueror's Haki, using his hand to counter the incoming attacks. Boom! 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 John took all of Lin's attacks and then distanced himself from her, calmly saying, Lin, stop fighting meaningless battles. I can tell you that you will undoubtedly lose this battle. You are talking nonsense. Lin's eyes turned cold. She didn't know why she said that, thinking the other was messing with her mindset, and charged at him with Napoleon. Sigh, I'm just speaking the truth. Seeing this, John sighed again and had no choice but to engage with Lin once more. At this moment, the magma giant created by Akainu and Kizaru also moved, its figure disappearing from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already behind Lin Feng, swinging its fists covered in magma and beams towards him. The magma giant's speed was astonishing. It was hard to imagine how such a massive body could move like this. Facing the magma giant's fist, Lin Feng remained calm. Just as the fist was about to reach him, a deep blue hand appeared between Lin Feng and the magma giant, striking towards the magma fist. The owner of the fist was the still-present Vajra Dharmakaya. Chapter 199. The commander takes action. Preemptive execution. Oomph. The Vajra Dharmakaya growled, a Buddhist sound resonating, as the deep blue hand seemed to carry infinite power, smashing down towards the incoming magma fist. Not good. In control, Akainu felt something was off and hurriedly retracted his fist, not daring to clash directly with the Vajra Dharmakaya. Whoosh! The magma giant's body tilted slightly, and the Vajra Dharmakaya's fist nearly grazed the giant's shoulder, causing a large splash of magma. That was close. Akainu was still shaken. Just now, during the Vajra Dharmakaya's attack, he instinctively felt a deadly crisis. If he hadn't moved slightly, the magma giant he had just formed with Kizaru would have likely been destroyed by the opponent's attack. Even in this state, he couldn't withstand the Vajra Dharmakaya's assault. Akainu felt a sense of disorientation rise within him, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. But the truth was, even with the fusion of his and Kizaru's fruit powers, they could not withstand Lin Feng's onslaught. At that moment, Akainu fell into confusion, whispering to himself, how strong must I be to defeat or even kill the Vajra Dharmakaya? This is really dangerous. Lin Feng sighed, realizing that the magma giant formed by Akainu and Kizaru was not entirely ineffective against him. He could see that in terms of offensive capability, the magma giant might cause him some trouble. But the giant's defense was simply too weak, mismatched with its offensive power. A simple strike from the Vajradharmakaya could incapacitate or even destroy the magma giant. It could be said that the giant formed by Akainu and Kizaru was like a double-edged sword, harming both enemies and allies, sacrificing defense to elevate attack to its peak. Such a tactic might work on others, but what Akainu and Kizaru faced was Lin Feng. With the Vajradharmakaya by his side and the Arhut golden body for defense, very few people present could injure Lin Feng. Even looking at the entire world, only a handful could defeat or even kill Lin Feng. Red Dog, if you have no backup, it's my turn to counterattack. Lin Feng looked coldly at the magma giant, as the Vajradharmakaya in front of him erupted with brilliant Buddhist light, and its hand reached into the void, pulling out a long sword. The sword's body was entirely golden, as if forged from gold, covered in Sanskrit Buddhist mantras. It was the weapon of the Vajradharmakaya, the great wheel Ming-Wang sword that destroys all illusions in the world. Fahai. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, the magma giant looked up into the air, its eyes filled with rage. Oh! Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, saying lightly, "What? Do you still have a backup?" As soon as his voice fell, the magma giant roared, transforming into a blood-red giant dog, pouncing towards Lin Feng. Canine, bite, red lotus. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed, saying helplessly, "It's been 2 years. Can't you come up with something new? Why is it still this move?" After speaking, he pointed at the charging giant dog. The Vajradharmakaya in front of Lin Feng suddenly erupted with terrifying momentum, and the great wheel Ming-Wang sword swung down violently at the charging giant dog. A massive swastika appeared out of thin air, crashing into the magma red dog. Boom! The moment they made contact, the previously noisy battlefield fell silent. A flash of white light suddenly appeared, and the enormous swastika unexpectedly trapped the magma giant red dog in place. Beams of light shot down from each corner of the swastika, forming a cage. Damn it! Akainu roared, frantically attacking the cage that bound him. But no matter what he did, he couldn't break free. Not only that, but the massive swastika cage seemed to isolate all the magma giant's abilities, making the island, which should have been scorching hot, cool down significantly. Damn it! This scene caused Steelbone Kong on the execution platform to show a cold expression, as he tore off his navy coat, revealing a torso covered in scars. He was about to take action. Lin Feng sensed something and looked towards the execution platform, locking eyes with Steelbone Kong's cold expression. So strong. Just a glance, and Lin Feng knew the other party was not an ordinary person. That overwhelming, killing intent, seemingly coming from the abyss, made Lin Feng shiver. He had never felt such thick, killing intent from anyone, not even from Kaido or Big Mom. Moreover, the killing intent emanating from Steelbone Kong was almost tangible. Heaven knows how many people he had killed. Fahai. While Lin Feng observed Steelbone Kong, Steelbone Kong was also watching Lin Feng, the two top powerhouses who could tilt the situation, gazing at each other from distance. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly became subtle, just as both were ready to strike at any moment. A series of crisp sounds of iron clashing rang out from below the execution platform. Clang, clang. Whitebeard stepped forward with heavy strides, slowly walking up from below the execution platform, with Ace and Luffy following closely behind him. Report to Commander-in-Chief. The criminal has been brought. The executioner saluted Steelbone Kong and then stepped aside. Hearing this, Steelbone Kong said nothing, a rare look of relaxation appearing on his face, then glanced at Lin Feng, the meaning very clear. The person is in my hands, no matter how much you cause a ruckus. You cannot change the outcome of Whitebeard and Ace being executed. Prepare for execution. Suddenly, Steelbone Kong took out a din mushi, his voice echoing across the entire island. Everyone present paused, involuntarily looking towards the execution platform. To their shock, Steelbone Kong actually held the execution knife against Whitebeard's chin. Whitebeard. Dad, are we too late? The thoughts of both sides' powerhouses diverged, but they all knew one answer. Lin Feng was about to unleash his power. The most intense battle might officially begin. Steelbone Kong. Lin Feng floated in midair, gazing at the robust figure on the execution platform. Although the execution was within Lin Feng's expectations, he did not anticipate Steelbone Kong would personally carry it out. Don't pirates have any morals? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he stared at Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong also fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, their eyes colliding in midair, seemingly sparking flames. At this moment, Steelbone Kong spoke first, smiling at Lin Feng. Fahai, I admit you are strong, but if you want to rescue Whitebeard from my hands, you are not qualified. Steelbone Kong's words ignited the fighting spirit of all the Navy. Long live Mr. Steelbone. The pirates must die. Justice will prevail. The final victory belongs to justice. Execute Whitebeard. The Navy soldiers were nearly in an uproar, their voices growing louder, as if this was the only way to vent their resentment towards this battle. Lin Feng ignored the shouts of the Navy soldiers, looking at Steelbone Kong with a strange expression and lightly smiling. Are you sure? Faced with Lin Feng's smile, Steelbone Kong's heart tightened. Just as he was about to make a move, a shadow suddenly rushed from below the execution platform. What? Steelbone Kong was startled, and upon closer inspection, he realized the incoming shadow was a sword, a very small sword, but it carried an astonishing momentum. Chapter 200, The Black Hand approaching the execution platform. Dare to shout, my man, die. Hancock glared fiercely at Steelbone Kong on the execution platform, her face filled with anger, grinding her teeth in fury. The way the other party treated Lin Feng had long exceeded Hancock's limit of tolerance. If it weren't for completing the task Lin Feng had entrusted her, she would have rushed to the execution platform without a second thought. What commander-in-chief, what top Navy officer? In Hancock's eyes, nothing was more important than her man. Hancock's action made the surrounding Mihawk and Doflamingo all look shocked. Fahai is your man? What a joke. The other party is a monk, okay? How could someone in that profession have a wife? Ignoring the shock of the two, Hancock looked at Lin Feng in midair with a sweet expression, her eyes turning into heart shapes. Hee, a woman in love has 0 IQ. That is indeed true. Doflamingo chuckled, having one Bay 5 under his command. He had some understanding of women in love. In contrast, Mihawk's already somber eyes burst forth with an unusual glint. The mission given to him was to kill all the warlords to demonstrate his determination to join the government. Originally, this was nothing to Mihawk, but he didn't expect Hancock to have such a relationship with Lin Feng. After killing her, would Lin Feng go berserk? Mihawk thought, hesitating at this moment. On the other side, the small sword, Senbenzakura, shot out from Hancock's hand, speeding towards Steelbone Kong. Although the blade was small, the aura it carried was not something ordinary people could block. Feeling the breathtaking momentum at the sword's tip, Steelbone Kong's heart shook, and he curved his hand to swat down the incoming small sword. Break for me. Steelbone Kong's might surged, and the cherry blossoms circled around his palm, aiming to shatter the small sword. You really look down on me. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Although Senbenzakura had not released its seal, its sharpness was not something Steelbone Kong could just shatter with a slap. If it were that easy to break, it wouldn't be called a Zanpakuto. Transform. Lin Feng shouted, beginning to transform from Fahai into Shirozai. The transformation was quick. In an instant, Lin Feng completed the change, then suddenly raised his hand and lightly flicked at Senbenzakura not far away. The small sword, which was being restricted by Steelbone Kong's palm, instantly transformed into countless cherry blossoms scattering around. What? Steelbone Kong's eyes darkened as he looked at the sky full of cherry blossoms, saying in a deep voice, Natural type? Then, Steelbone Kong looked at Lin Feng, noticing the change in him, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. Indeed, these two identities were the same person. Although he had heard about Lin Feng's identity secret from red-haired, Steelbone Kong was somewhat skeptical. He had never heard of anyone capable of splitting into two roles. But now Steelbone Kong believed it, greatly shocked in his heart, but only for a moment. Then he immediately returned to his original state, treating it seriously. Senbenzakura, Kageaki. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently, and as he spoke, countless blades emerged from the void, their tips pointing directly at Steelbone Kong. Hee. Steelbone Kong sneered, the cherry blossoms swirling around his body, presenting a very strange state. No need to talk. even if we talked until the heavens broke. Whitebeard and the others will be executed here. After saying this, Steel-boned Kong moved, his speed so fast that it shocked Lin Feng. The steel-boned, empty body charged in from Lin Feng's left side, imposing and magnificent. Not good. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed, his feet moved in an instant. And with a wave of his hand, countless blades flew towards the steel-boned figure. Lin Feng knew that if this attack hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oof. Facing the sky full of blades, the steel-boned figure didn't even glance at them and continued to charge towards Lin Feng with the force of the moon step. Boom, boom, boom. Countless blades struck the steel-boned figure, causing explosions and smoke. Is it resolved? No. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Just as he thought he had dealt with the steel-boned figure, his eyes suddenly sank. A robust figure burst out from the smoke, surrounded by an overwhelming flow of cherry blossom energy. Fahai, you must die. The steel-boned figure fixed his gaze on Lin Feng and charged at him again. How can this be? Lin Feng couldn't understand. He had seen the flow of cherry blossom before, but neither Ling Ling nor Kaido had used it continuously like the steel-boned figure. What puzzled Lin Feng even more was that the steel-boned figure had enveloped the flow of cherry blossom around his body, turning himself into a war machine. Anyone he brushed against would suffer damage from the flow of cherry blossom. This is quite overpowered. Facing the steel-boned figure's charge, Lin Feng continuously used instant steps to dodge, while also attacking with 1,000 cherry blossoms. But no matter how he attacked, the steel-boned figure seemed unaffected and continued to charge at him. Steel-boned, you truly live up to your name. You really are tough. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He thought he could easily deal with the opponent, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so abnormal. Indeed, the commander-in-chief cannot be underestimated. On the other side, in the world outside 1,000 cherry blossoms, Lin Feng and the steel-boned figure disappeared from their original spots, causing everyone to be astonished and speculate. Where did the commander go with Fahai? Unclear. Without the commander present, what will Whitebeard and the others do? Execute. Or? The Navy discussed. Clearly at a loss without their backbone. The execution continues. I'll handle it personally. Akainu and Kizaru, who were trapped by Lin Feng, suddenly broke free from their confinement and spoke in deep tones. Although both were covered in blood, it didn't hinder their authority in the military. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru. Seeing the two appear, the Navy's hearts instantly calmed down. Whitebeard must die. Justice will prevail. Akainu's face darkened as he roared and leaped towards the execution platform. Kizaru silently followed. Great, the Admiral is taking action himself. Whitebeard is doomed. Yes, as long as Whitebeard dies, the war will end. Seeing Akainu's movement, countless Navy personnel felt a flame of victory rise in their hearts. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, around the square, Ling Ling and Kaido were being held back by Wang Ji and John. At the connection to the square, Marco and Huajian were obstructed by Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. At the entrance of the square, Jack, Queen, and Katakuri were teaming up to battle Crane and a group of vice admirals. Nearer to the center, Kenpachi was engaged in battle with 3 of the 5 elders. Since almost everyone on Lin Feng's side was caught up, there was little chance to rescue Whitebeard. Are you ready to die, Whitebeard? At this moment, Akainu had landed on the execution platform, one foot on it, coldly looking at Whitebeard in front of him. Chapter 201. Akiji Akainu Kizaru, Magma Brat. Facing Akainu's words, Whitebeard let out a cold laugh. The Navy Admiral is personally going to execute the prisoner? This is truly unprecedented. Kerala. Whitebeard's laughter was loud, echoing from the execution platform in all directions. Under his voice, many Navy personnel looked somewhat embarrassed. For the Navy Admiral to personally execute a prisoner goes against the rules. And what is the biggest difference between the Navy and pirates? It's the rules. If everyone breaks the rules, then how are the Navy and pirates any different? Don't say useless words. Whitebeard, you will die today. Akainu caught the mockery in Whitebeard's words, his eyes bursting with a cold gleam. A large mass of magma emerged from his hand, quickly coalescing into a gigantic fist. Do you have any last words? Akainu said to Whitebeard, giving him the respect due despite their opposing positions. Last words? Whitebeard chuckled, suddenly taking a deep breath his voice echoing throughout the island. The great treasure truly exists. What? That damn old man. TCH. Whitebeard's shout nearly stunned everyone in different times at the same place. An old powerhouse once again declared to the world the reality of the great treasure. Hurry, front page news. Whitebeard reaffirms the reality of the great treasure. Quickly notify the editorial department. We need to release this news before our competitors. The world is about to be overturned. In just a moment, Whitebeard's words spread like wildfire across the globe. You damn old man. Akainu's veins bulged. He never expected Whitebeard would say such words before dying. This execution was broadcasted live worldwide. The purpose was to use Whitebeard's death to intimidate pirates around the world, to shatter their dreams of chasing the great treasure. But now, Whitebeard's words completely overturned their original intent for the execution. In other words, regardless of the outcome of this execution, it has already lost significant meaning for the Navy. Kerala, Magma Brat, are you not going to make a move? Seeing the enraged Akainu, Whitebeard laughed, his tone filled with mockery. Oof. I didn't expect you to come up with such a trick. But no matter what you say, it won't change the impending death. Akainu snorted coldly. The massive magma fist slowly moved. Then his eyes turned icy as he heavily smashed down toward Whitebeard. Whoosh! The magma fist, carrying an unmatched heat, crashed down heavily. At that moment, the execution platform couldn't withstand such high temperatures and ignited instantly. Die, Whitebeard! Great flaming fire! Watching the approaching magma fist, Whitebeard's emotions were quite calm. Am I going to die? Is my journey about to end here? Thinking, Whitebeard looked over at Ace and Luffy, an expression of apology on his face. I'm sorry, my beloved sons, and you too, Straw Hat. You must think it's not worth it to accompany this old man to the grave, but there's no other way. I am sorry. After saying what was in his heart, Whitebeard slowly closed his eyes, waiting for Akainu's fatal blow. But at that moment, a chilling cold aura suddenly surrounded Whitebeard and Ace. Then a sigh was heard. Sigh. Fahai really gave me quite a task. At the moment the sigh sounded, the execution platform, which was burning, instantly froze. Even the flames were turned into ice sculptures. Faced with the sudden change, Akainu's face darkened, looking at the person who suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Kazan. That's right. The person who suddenly appeared was the former Admiral Akiji. He had been assigned a special mission by Lin Feng to protect Bonnie and bring her to the execution platform. As everyone knows, saving Whitebeard is crucial for Bonnie. Handing it to someone else, Lin Feng was not at ease. Only someone like Akiji, who had made a contract with Lin Feng, could earn Lin Feng's absolute trust. It's me. Facing Akainu's disbelief, Akiji sighed helplessly as he landed on the execution platform. Bonnie also slid off him, draped in the robe that Lin Feng had given her, cautiously staring at Akainu and the others. Akiji, what exactly do you want to do? Akainu snorted coldly, genuinely unable to understand Akiji's motives at this point. Originally, the other party was a hidden pawn of the Navy within Blackbeard's ranks, but unexpectedly, the situation had flipped and the other party had become someone who obstructed him. Sigh. Akiji sighed lightly, saying nothing. If possible, he truly did not want to meet Akainu and the others in this manner. Therefore, since the war began, Akiji had been hiding in the shadows with Bonnie, looking for an opportunity. He had initially thought that Lin Feng would single-handedly take down the Navy. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Lin Feng ended up in a stalemate with Sengoku. Although it was surprising, it was also within Akiji's expectations. What kind of person was Sengoku? Or what kind of combat power did he possess? Others might not know, but as a former admiral, Akiji was crystal clear. Seeing Akiji sigh and remain silent, Akainu's eyes narrowed, and his cold voice rang out again. Akiji, if you still remember the Navy's to you, then leave from here. I will withdraw your bounty and let you live a carefree life. Akainu spoke word by word, knowing Akiji's character too well. Indifferent, loyal to his feelings, avoiding trouble, and acting on a whim. Offering such a condition, Akiji's character could not help but be tempted. Sigh. Akiji sighed again. If he hadn't made a contract with Lin Feng, he would definitely be tempted by Akainu's offer. But now, he had reasons he couldn't ignore. Kazan, stop sighing and give me your answer. Akainu shouted. his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Akiji, while secretly signaling to Kizaru nearby. As long as Akiji refused, he would act to hold him back, allowing Kizaru to kill Whitebeard and the others. Sorry, Sakazuki. Facing Akainu's pressure, Akiji looked apologetic, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped. Seeing Akiji like this, Akainu's heart sank. He knew Akiji's choice, but it was still somewhat unbelievable. He coldly shouted, Akiji, don't forget that the Navy has given you. I will repay thee in the future, but not now, Akiji said, and as he spoke, for ice spears slowly formed on either side of his body. Oomph. Seeing Akiji's persistence, Akainu coldly shouted, his body bursting with overwhelming heat, contrasting sharply with Akiji's freezing air. Immediately, a fierce look appeared on Akainu's face as he charged at Akiji, roaring, Kazan, have you forgotten the battle from 2 years ago? Since we can't come to an agreement, there's no need to talk anymore. At the same time, as Akainu moved, Kizaru also sprang into action, with the red and yellow figures attacking Akiji and Whitebeard respectively. In an instant, Akiji understood their intentions, unleashing absolute coldness as he roared, Ice Age. Swish! In just a moment, boundless freezing air emanated from Akiji's body, one stream attacking Akainu and another blocking Kizaru's advance in front of Whitebeard and the others. Chapter 202, A Great Victory? Damn it, to use your awakened ability so quickly. It seems you're going all out. Akiji's freezing air had a considerable impact on Akainu, whose magma was cooled by the near absolute zero temperature. Akainu then shouted at Kizaru, Borsellino. I know. Kizaru's expression darkened. Even though his ability had no counter to Akiji's, facing such cold air, his body stiffened and his movements slowed significantly. Little girl. At this moment, seeing that he had held off the two, Akiji turned to Bonnie and shouted, Hold on tight. It's up to you for Whitebeard and the others. Bonnie had long been bewildered by the sudden level of battle. Hearing Akiji's voice snapped her back to reality, understanding what she needed to do. I will, Bonnie replied seriously, clenching her fists, and then she took her short legs to Whitebeard's side. Who are you? Whitebeard was a bit dazed at this moment, not to mention anything else. Just from Akiji's intervention, he couldn't understand why the other party would come to his rescue. Hang in there, Whitebeard, Bonnie thought, her small hand already touching Whitebeard, and her devil fruit ability activated instantly. What? Whitebeard was confused, not knowing what Bonnie intended to do to him. Putting all your bets on this girl? Akainu raised an eyebrow, mocking Akiji, I really don't know what to say about you. Have you lost your wits after leaving the Navy? Huh. Facing Akainu's taunts, Akiji gave a faint smile and said nothing, continuously releasing freezing air that spread out around him. Soon, the area within 100 meters of the execution platform was covered in freezing air, forming a world of ice and snow. Take him down. Facing Akiji's actions, Akainu instinctively felt something was off and quickly shouted at Kizaru, not far away. I will. Kizaru nodded, and a large number of light beams appeared around him, as if charging up or waiting for something. This was a new move he had developed in the past 2 years, concentrating all the light beams in his body into one point through a brief charge, thereby increasing the destructive power. If the power of the previous Yada no Kagami was 2, then the power of this move was 8, a full 4 times the power. The reason Kizaru hadn't acted against Lin Feng before was that, firstly, he didn't have 100 confidence in killing Lin Feng. Secondly, they were not weaklings, and Kizaru didn't have the confidence to fully unleash this move in front of Lin Feng. Although the charge was brief, Kizaru knew that it was exactly this fleeting moment that could determine the outcome among the few of them. But now it was different, facing Bonnie and Whitebeard, who was locked by Sea Stone. Kizaru was confident he could defeat them all with this move, waiting for the kill. What do you want to do, Kizaru? Akiji also noticed Kizaru's abnormal movement, as several light beams combined in front of Kizaru. The kind of shocking power contained within made Akiji tremble. If this move hit, let alone Bonnie and Whitebeard, even he might not be able to withstand it unscathed. Saying this, Akiji intended to shake off Akainu and charge towards Kizaru. Stop! Akiji shouted, freezing air converging from all directions, forming ice spears that attacked Kizaru. In your dreams, Akainu noticed Akiji's intention, his face turning cold as torrents of magma erupted from his body, turning into countless magma bullets that melted all the ice spears aimed at Kizaru. Damn it! Seeing this, Akiji gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Akainu. Huh! Akainu sneered, raising his eyebrows mockingly, and said, "You think you can contend with another admiral while fighting me? I see you're really quite foolish." Facing Akainu's taunts, Akiji clenched his teeth in anger but found himself at a loss. What the other party said was the truth. In terms of combat power, the three of them were indeed evenly matched. His desire to hold back two of them was inherently tenuous. No, it should be said it was a pipe dream. Don't even think about saving Whitebeard. Just watch him die. Akainu coldly laughed, glancing at Kizaru, noticing that the latter's move had already been charged up, and his smile grew wider. Someone who doesn't belong to this era should be eradicated cleanly. Whitebeard should have died during the Marineford War. Letting him live for so many years is already a great from the Navy. Now, we will correct the errors of this era. Akainu became increasingly excited as he spoke, and at the end, he looked at Kizaru. What are you waiting for, Borsellino? It's ready. The yellow monkey responded faintly, and between his words, a massive light sphere condensed and took shape in front of him, containing a chilling power. Immediately after, the yellow monkey exerted a slight force with both hands and pushed toward the light sphere, indifferent as he said, "Die." Whoosh! Suddenly, the light sphere flew towards Whitebeard and the others with unparalleled speed. Ice Age. Seeing this, Akiji shouted, gathering all the freezing air around to form several sturdy ice walls along the trajectory of the light sphere. It won't hold. The yellow monkey glanced at the ice walls and slowly shook his head. As expected, just as he had said, at the moment the light sphere made contact with the ice walls, the supposedly resilient ice walls shattered like glass, turning into ice shards that fell in all directions, creating a colorful spectacle under the sunlight. Run! Seeing the ice walls unable to withstand the might of the light sphere, Akiji quickly shouted at Bonnie. But at that moment, Bonnie was in the state of using her ability and was unable to respond to Akiji's words. In this state, Bonnie couldn't even move, let alone respond. This was also the reason why Lin Feng had entrusted the Kasaya to Bonnie. Her ability was quite overpowered, but it had its drawbacks. Once activated, unless the user underwent a complete change, Bonnie couldn't move at all. It was too late. They would all die here. Seeing Bonnie's in action, Akainu's eyes flashed with cruelty, as if he could already envision Bonnie and Whitebeard being killed by the light sphere. Damn it! Akiji pounded his chest in frustration, given the current situation. Even if he used his own body to block it, it was already too late. Whoosh! The light sphere traced a deadly arc in the air, and although its speed had decreased significantly due to the ice walls, it was still of no use. It was about to land on Bonnie and Whitebeard. The yellow monkey's eyes darkened, and he secretly made a gesture. With a loud bang, the light sphere exploded in front of Bonnie and Whitebeard. Instantly, the reinforced execution platform collapsed entirely due to the impact of the explosion. A powerful gust of wind swept across the entire area, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. The shockwave from the explosion was so great that even Akiji was blown several meters away. When Akiji landed, he stared helplessly at the execution platform engulfed in flames, letting out a desperate roar. Little girl. Look, Kazan, this is the fate of those who oppose justice. Akainu landed not far from Akiji, a mocking expression on his face, exuding the demeanor of a victor. The yellow monkey also landed beside Akainu, gazing indifferently at the execution platform engulfed in flames, lost in thought. Sakazuki, hearing Akainu's taunts, Akiji's eyes turned red with anger. He was completely furious, and he swung his hand to form several ice spears aimed at his opponent. At the same time, Akiji himself charged toward Akainu. Akainu easily dodged Akiji's attack, laughing maniacally, his voice echoing across the island. Navy, this execution is a great victory for us. Just as Akainu was feeling triumphant, a cold snort sounded behind him. Oh really? Chapter 203, you still look handsome with long hair. As the voice rang out, Akainu's entire body stiffened, and he mechanically turned to look. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Why you? How could you? Akainu's face was filled with fear. He couldn't comprehend how the other party had appeared unscathed and looked much younger. Kuahaha! Magma brat, why the shocked expression? Are you worried that I will kill you? Whitebeard laughed heartily, his flowing golden hair billowing in the air, and powerful confidence gleamed in his eyes. There must be something wrong. How could you become younger? Akainu was thrown into chaos, appearing almost insane. This blow was too great for him. Not only had Whitebeard not died, but he appeared before him in a youthful state. What went wrong? Akainu's mind raced, finally landing on Bonnie. It's her. In an instant, Akainu realized that Whitebeard's youth likely had something to do with Bonnie. He remembered her devil fruit ability vividly. Well played, Fahai. Akainu gritted his teeth, and, at that moment, he understood everything. Why Aokiji had appeared on the execution platform, and why they had placed their bets on Bonnie. Even if you become younger, you still have to die. Akainu went mad, swinging his hand to strike at Whitebeard, not believing that the other's combat strength had also become stronger along with his appearance. Great eruption. Sizzle. Akainu unleashed a full-blown attack, the air burning and emitting white smoke as his extremely hot fist ruthlessly struck towards Whitebeard. Kukahaha, magma brat. What do you have left to struggle with now? Whitebeard laughed, remaining motionless in the face of Akainu's attack. Just as the punch approached him, he suddenly slammed his right hand out. Crack! Suddenly, the atmosphere shattered like glass, and Akainu's magma fist was directly dispersed by Whitebeard's punch. The power of the tremor fruit remained undiminished, penetrating directly into Akainu's body. Cough! Akainu coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely stabilizing himself, his eyes filled with shock. At that moment, he realized that Whitebeard's strength had returned to its peak. The man who once shook the world was back. Whitebeard! Akainu growled, his eyes filled with despair. Now, no matter what he did, it would be of no use. Faced with the peak Whitebeard, he had no chance of winning. Not to mention having to deal with Lin Feng, that monster. Just then, a cold shout rang out, as if it had come from another space. Following that, a wave stirred above the already destroyed execution platform, and two figures shot out from it, landing beside Akainu and Whitebeard. This is really troublesome. No wonder you're the overall commander. Your combat strength is extraordinary. One of the figures was Lin Feng, who had been locked in a deadly battle with Steelbone Kong within the space created by Thousand Cherry Blossoms. He had thought he could end the fight quickly, but the opponent was just too strong. His combat strength was definitely at the peak in Lin Feng's perception, even surpassing that of Carp. Lin Feng knew that if he continued to stalemate, there would be no result, so he shattered the space of Thousand Cherry Blossoms and fled with Steelbone Kong. Fahai. Like Lin Feng, Steelbone Kong was also very shocked. Lin Feng's combat strength was truly monstrous. His elusive figure combined with the unpredictable rain of cherry blossom swords seemed like an ability that shouldn't exist in this world. Master. Just as the two were staring at each other, Whitebeard's voice rang out, filled with gratitude. Oh, Whitebeard. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned to Whitebeard, pausing slightly above the other's head before smiling and saying, You still look handsome with long hair. It looks much better. All thanks to the master. Facing Lin Feng's teasing, Whitebeard didn't feel any resentment. On the contrary, he was filled with excitement. What you said is true. Now that I have hair, I feel like I can take on 10 admirals. Ha ha, so confident. Then I'll leave Akainu and the yellow monkey to you. Lin Feng laughed heartily, feeling for the first time that Whitebeard had a humorous side. Leave it to me. It's a piece of cake. Whitebeard flashed a white-toothed grin and nodded. Listening to the conversation between Lin Feng and Whitebeard, Akainu's eyes were about to spew flames. He was just about to report what had happened to Steelbone Kong when he was interrupted by the latter's wave of his hand. No need to say more. I'm not blind. Steelbone Kong said solemnly, his gaze scanning between Lin Feng and Whitebeard, his expression darkening to the extreme. With such a lineup on our side, allowing the enemy to rescue Whitebeard is undoubtedly a heavy slap in the face to the Navy in front of the world. Whitebeard must die, and Fahai must stay here, Steelbone Kong whispered, and as he spoke, he suddenly shouted to the surroundings, Come out. Fahai is yours. I'll deal with Whitebeard. Steelbone Kong's unusual behavior made Lin Feng raise an eyebrow, quickly transforming into Fahai form and sweeping his divine sense in all directions. Oh, there are hidden people. Lin Feng, now in Fahai form, had a rather unsightly expression. As he spoke, several figures leaped out from the shadows. They were the remaining gods who had not yet made a move. Not only that, among the gods was a figure that surprised Lin Feng. Although hidden in a black robe, Lin Feng still recognized the person by their distinctive hair. Shanks! Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on one person in the crowd of black robes. The moment the black-robed figures appeared, Steelbone Kong's expression improved, and he looked at the leader among them and said, "Fahai is yours. I'll deal with Whitebeard." "No problem," the leader replied calmly, the silver hook embedded in his wrist shimmering with an eerie light. "Who are you?" Whitebeard was taken aback when he noticed the silver hook on the leader's wrist, and his expression became somewhat incredulous. "What's wrong, Whitebeard?" Seeing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and also looked at the leader, saying lightly, "Do you know this person?" "Not sure." Whitebeard shook his head. Although the person resembled someone from his memory, he couldn't confirm whether they were the familiar person until they fought. "It's fine. You'll know after we fight," Lin Feng said lightly, reaching out to grab his staff, which appeared in his hand, then suddenly threw it at Steelbone Kong and the others. He wasn't in the habit of letting the enemy set up their strategy before acting. Strike first, suffer later. This principle never changes. Whoosh! The released staff instantly transformed into a golden giant dragon, roaring towards Steelbone Kong and the others. "Fahai, you dare!" Steelbone Kong was taken aback. He never expected Lin Feng to strike at this moment. Facing Steelbone Kong's words, Lin Feng smiled faintly and slowly uttered, "Idiot." Chapter 204. It really is you. You. Steelbone Kong became anxious, and just as he was about to say something, the giant dragon formed from the staff was already about to crash into him. "Break for me." Steelbone Kong growled, a thick layer of bones appearing around his fist as he struck toward the giant dragon staff. Buzz! A deep sound resonated, shaking everyone's hearts. The staff and Steelbone Kong's fist formed a powerful impact that instantly clouded the area with mist, obscuring the vision of Lin Feng's side. Is this Steelbone Kong's ability? A shocked expression appeared in Akiji's eyes. A move that could clash with Lin Feng was indeed extraordinary. Even as an admiral, it was Akiji's first time witnessing Steelbone Kong use his ability. "Fahai, you will die today." Steelbone Kong's deep voice echoed from the explosion, his tone vicious, clearly indicating his anger. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, completely unconcerned with Steelbone Kong's words, and looked at Whitebeard beside him, saying, "Newgate, would you say useless nonsense in battle?" Whitebeard was taken aback by the question. Recalling various battles from the past, his old face flushed. As the strongest man, he couldn't avoid some banter during fights. Whitebeard scratched his golden long hair, feeling embarrassed. "Master, I have said that before." Lin Feng was speechless and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, this was the world of One Piece, which had a bit of a Chinibu vibe. At this moment, as the dust settled, a cold snort came from Steelbone Kong's side. "Fahai die." Whoosh! After saying that, Steelbone Kong leaped up, surrounded by a mass of bone spikes, charging toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng was unfazed, twisting his wrist to retract the staff and smashing it toward the approaching Steelbone Kong. "Do you still think I'm in my white's eye form?" Lin Feng remarked playfully, the staff in his hand seeming to come alive, continuously emitting dragon roars. Steelbone Kong snorted coldly, fixating on Lin Feng's every move as countless bone spikes surged toward him. In an instant, Lin Feng's surroundings transformed into a world of bones, with massive bone spikes exuding an eerie chill. "Oh, do you think you're Kimimaro?" Seeing Steelbone Kong use such an ability, Lin Feng raised his brow. It was indeed too similar. Steelbone Kong's power was almost identical to Kimimaro from Naruto, except it lacked Orochimaru's mark. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have mistaken Steelbone Kong for a member of the Kagaya clan. "No matter what you say, you will die today." Steelbone Kong couldn't understand Lin Feng's words, intertwining his hands in front of him, forming a massive bone spike aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. Seeing this, Lin Feng remained calm and coldly snorted, waving his hand to swat away the incoming bone spike. "You really don't take me seriously. Great Buddha Dragon! Roar!" Along with Lin Feng's voice, the staff flew from his hand, transforming into a golden dragon, roaring as it lunged at the incoming bone spike. "Small trick," Steel Bone Kong growled. Although he said this, his expression tightened suddenly, instinctively warning him that this dragon was completely different from the one Lin Feng released earlier. Suddenly, Steel Bone Kong took a deep breath, his armed color quickly spreading over the bone spike, turning the originally snow-white bone spike pitch black, especially at the tip, which exuded a chilling aura enhanced by the armed color. Sharp, unstoppable momentum. Hee. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Although Steel Bone Kong's arm color had been honed to perfection, his great Buddha dragon was not to be underestimated. After Lin Feng's long training and understanding of Buddhist teachings, the power of the great Buddha dragon had evolved beyond previous limits. Upon closer inspection, the golden dragon was not only illuminated by Buddhist light, but also had countless tiny figures whispering atop it. They were the phantoms of countless arhats from the Buddhist realm. Justice will prevail. Steel Bone Kong also realized this point, fully aware that Lin Feng's move was beyond his capability to shake. However, he had no way to evade now and could only charge forward with gritted teeth. As he spoke, the bone spike collided with the golden dragon, and the moment they touched, a series of astonishing explosions erupted. The dragon's roar and the bone spike's ear-piercing, shattering sounds echoed continuously. Oh, Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect Steel Bone Kong's bone spike to withstand his great Buddha dragon for so long. "I really underestimated you. No wonder you stand at the top of the Navy," Lin Feng whispered. Originally, he thought Steel Bone Kong's combat power was at the pinnacle of the Navy. Even Carp would avoid him. But now it seemed that the opponent's strength was far beyond that. If Lin Feng hadn't given it his all, that golden dragon would likely have been pierced through by Steel Bone Kong's bone spikes. But even so, Steel Bone Kong was still far from being Lin Feng's opponent. Lin Feng said lightly, his tone neither sad nor happy, waving his hand to unleash another great Buddha dragon. Roar! Another golden dragon phantom appeared out of nowhere, pouncing toward the giant dragon that was entangled with the bone spike. In an instant, the two dragons merged into one, the Buddhist light shining radiantly. In a blink, the previously entangled black bone spike was shattered by the immense force, scattering all over the ground. Not good. Faced with such a change, Steel Bone Kong's eyes suddenly widened, shouting to the gods beside him, "If you don't take action now, I'll be done for here." "Hehe, no ruse." The man in the black robe chuckled. Ever since Steel Bone Kong fought with Lin Feng, he had been observing him, trying to determine Lin Feng's weaknesses and the possibility of defeating him. But after watching for so long, the only impression Lin Feng left on them was one of strength and invincibility. They had only felt this kind of presence from one person before, the one who stood at the pinnacle of the world. "Why aren't you making a move?" Seeing that the Divine Guards had not acted yet, Steel Bone Kong couldn't help but shout. He was genuinely anxious. His bone spikes had already been destroyed by the golden dragon for the most part, and if this continued, they would all be obliterated eventually. By then, Steel Bone Kong himself would also be harmed by the golden dragon. All right, we'll act immediately." The leader of the Divine Guards, clearly irritated by Steel Bone's urging, spoke, and in an instant, he disappeared from the spot, along with the others behind him. In the distance, Lin Feng watched the movements of the Divine Guards, furrowing his brows. The reason he hadn't dealt with Steel Bone Kong yet was because of these Divine Guards. For some reason, Lin Feng felt a sense of life-threatening danger from them. Although it was faint, it was the first time he had felt such a thing. Thinking this, a silver axe quietly appeared from the shadows, accompanied by a sinister voice, aiming for the back of Lin Feng's neck. "Hey, Fahai, Master." Seeing this, the white-bearded man rushed forward to intervene, his coursing through his body, distorting the air, but he was blocked by two shadows. "Captain Newgate, don't waste time. Let's have a vice-captain deal with Fahai first." Hearing this, the white-bearded man's face darkened, a chilling light in his eyes. "Sure enough, it's you. Did you just notice, Captain Whitebeard? It seems you really are getting old. Your reflexes have weakened significantly." One of them said ominously, their serpent-like eyes fixated on Whitebeard, while the other similarly stared, letting out a sickly laugh. Whitebeard's eyes were deep, memories flooding back like a tide. He couldn't understand how these people were connected to the world government. Was that person still alive? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Whitebeard's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It shouldn't be possible. He had seen that person die, their body buried in the sea, and it was impossible for them to survive. But if that were the case, who could command these people? Whitebeard couldn't figure it out. At that moment, the silver axe fell straight towards Lin Feng's neck. Fahai, if you die under this strike, you'll be the first since the era of great pirates began. The axe's owner spoke coldly. As this was said, Steel Bone Kong trembled, as if he could already envision the scene of Lin Feng's corpse being severed. In Steel Bone's impression, countless people had been buried under this axe. Fahai, you're finally going to die. Steel Bone clenched his fists, hope written on his face. At this moment, not just him, almost everyone's gaze was drawn to Lin Feng. It could be said that Lin Feng's situation was pivotal to the entire battle. Swish! The silver axe fell, the silver blade slicing through the void, heading straight for Lin Feng's neck. The axe's owner roared, the voice sounding inhuman. Master! The white-bearded man panicked. He knew the axe owner's combat power too well. Just as he was about to act, the two shadows that had previously blocked him attacked from either side. Captain Whitebeard, didn't I say not to move? Can't you just stay put? Swish, swish, swish. The two moved swiftly, already at Whitebeard's side. One wielding a spear and the other a hook, attacking him. Wang Zhijian, Whitebeard roared, feeling as if he had been transported to another world by their attack. Hee, you remember us. It's an honor. In response to Whitebeard's words, the two grinned, their attacks not slowing down, aiming for Whitebeard's vital points. How could I forget? Whitebeard murmured, looking at the two with indifference. Just as their attacks were about to land, Whitebeard moved. His hands suddenly crossed over his chest and struck outwards. Crack, crack. Whitebeard's fist struck the air, activating causing the atmosphere to shatter like glass, emitting a chilling sound. Immediately, two shock waves formed on either side of Whitebeard, rushing towards John and Wang Zhi. Not good, it's the shockwave. The two's faces darkened. They dared not confront Whitebeard head-on and quickly changed their attack, dodging aside. This shockwave was different from before. It contained, meaning Whitebeard had unleashed an ability similar to that of a Fruit Awakening. Such an attack, once touched, would be detrimental even to them. Oomph. Seeing the two dodge, Whitebeard snorted coldly and suddenly expanded the shockwave's range, filling the air with spiderweb-like cracks, pursuing the two. Damn it, as expected of Newgate, this attack is truly troublesome. The two's expressions changed slightly as they evaded, not wanting to be hit by the shockwave. But just then, a burst of flames descended from the sky, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Dragon breath. Half-dragon Kaido exhaled flames towards the two, aiming to cut off their escape route. Kaido, you brat. Wang Zhi's face twisted. He hadn't expected Kaido to suddenly attack at this moment. Just managing to dodge, he coldly glared at Kaido, not far away. Wang Zhi, don't run away. Watch out behind you. At that moment, John seemed to realize something and quickly warned Wang Zhi. What? Wang Zhi was taken aback, and before he could react, a sense of life and death crisis suddenly surged in his heart. He saw Ling Ling appear behind Wang Zhi at some point, tightly gripping Napoleon, looking as if she had been charging her power for a long time. Vive la France! Swish! Ling Ling roared, slashing with Napoleon in a deadly attack aimed at Wang Zhi. Shattered shoes, how dare you! Wang Zhi was furious, his earlier arrogance completely gone. Even he knew that facing the combined attack of the three emperors would not end well. A slight misstep could lead to his demise. In a moment of crisis, Wang Zhi suddenly swung his halberd, striking out against the incoming attack from Ling Ling. But it was too late. The hasty strike from Wang Zhi could not compare to Ling Ling's long-prepared attack. At the moment of their clash, a mouthful of reverse blood spurted from Wang Zhi's mouth, his body sent flying far away. Wang Zhi. Seeing this, John howled. He never expected Wang Zhi to end up like this. After dealing with Wang Zhi, Ling Ling and Kaido approached John, coldly staring at him, their faces filled with murderous intent. Whitebeard also approached John, and the intimidation from the three emperors made John extremely nervous. Damn it! John showed an unwilling expression. He knew he was definitely no match for the three now. Suddenly, John let out a long howl. Number 6, if you don't act now. I'm really going to be finished here. Number 6? At this, Whitebeard, Ling Ling, and Kaido all turned their heads, curious about who this number 6 was. Were they someone they knew? As they were thinking, a somewhat lazy voice came from below. I knew you couldn't do it. Who? The three emperors felt a chill, looking towards the source of the voice, realizing they hadn't noticed the other S approach. In such an environment, it was truly unbelievable to know Whitebeard and Lingling and others are all people who have cultivated the observation haki to its peak. Being approached silently, one can imagine the opponent's combat power. Suddenly, Lingling's expression changed as if she had guessed the identity of the person. Is it you? Lingling's face showed some disbelief, a reaction even more exaggerated than when she saw Wang Ji and the others. Oh, you remember me? That makes me feel somewhat honored. Accompanied by Lingling's voice, a willow branch slowly emerged from the ground. The moment the willow branch appeared, Whitebeard and Kaido both changed their expressions. It's actually you. They had already sensed the identity of the other party, their faces showing a hint of shock. To make three emperors shocked at the same time. The identity of the other party was indeed mysterious. As they spoke, number 6 slowly emerged from the ground, wearing a half-smile on his face. It's really an honor. It's rare that the two captains still remember me. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard and the others said nothing, but their tightly clenched fists already explained everything. The opponent was quite tricky. Relax at this moment. Instead of fighting me, it's better to go care about that person named Fahai. Facing the vice-captain's head. This person doesn't have a high chance of surviving. Chapter 206, The Glory of Whitebeard. After hearing number 6 words, Whitebeard and the others were suddenly startled. They couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Facing the owner of the axe, even they were not sure they could take that hit completely. That would be Jones, the vice-captain of rocks, known as the Silver Axe. A sharp short axe has caused many powerful men to die on the spot. If it weren't for the disagreement with Rock's ideology, which led to the other party not appearing in the God Valley battle, the outcome of that war will be hard to say. But what can be confirmed is that Roger and Gar combined would definitely not be able to defeat Jones and Rocks. Master. Whitebeard looked towards Lin Feng, where dust filled the air and countless silver axe blades flashed through it. It was indeed Jones' signature move, the head removal. Head removal, as the name implies, is to move the enemy's head. With Jones' strong combat power, plus an axe that is no less sharp than the supreme great knife, one can imagine that Lin Feng's situation is not good. You guys hold him off, I'll go support the master. Immediately, Whitebeard made a decision and whispered to Lingling and Kaido. Lingling and Kaido said nothing, just slowly nodded. Having been on the same ship, the three had a level of tacit understanding. All right. Whitebeard responded and suddenly launched an attack on number 6 and John, shaking the ground and shattering everything around. Meanwhile, Lingling and Kaido took the opportunity of Whitebeard's attack to charge towards the two. Napoleon and the 8 precepts cut through the sky. The division of labor was clear. Facing the attacks from Lingling and Kaido, number 6 remained indifferent, and countless willow branches burst from the ground, attacking the two. The intention was to block Kaido and Big Mom's movements. Open up for me. Weigua. Lingling and Kaido's expressions darkened as they swung their weapons to smash the incoming willow branches. In an instant, large areas of willow branches were cleared away by the two. Lingling and Kaido exchanged glances, attacking towards number 6 and John for both sides. Hey, you guys are really crazy. Facing the two's siege, number 6 still wore a calm expression, playfully saying, "Watch your back, idiots." What? Upon hearing this, Lingling and Kaido were shocked and glanced back, only to see countless small meteorites pouring down, mixed with countless flowers. The observing Fujitora and Green Bull had made their move. They had been recovering their stamina and were waiting for the right moment to strike. Lingling and Kaido's attack was just the right opportunity for them. As long as they could stop the two, they could then join forces with number 6 and John. With 4 of them together, they had the ability to keep the two emperors forever in Lodetown. Kizaru and Akainu were also not idle. After recovering for a while, the two went to block Whitebeard. One on the left and one on the right. They intended to hold back Whitebeard's pace. This is a bit tricky, crazy woman. Facing the rain of meteorites and flowers, Kaido sensed something was wrong and sighed at Lingling. No time for talk, fight first. Lingling shot him a glare, swinging Napoleon towards Zeus, charging at the two admirals. Sigh. Kaido sighed, saying nothing. Lingling's intention was clear, wanting to fight desperately alongside him. Though reluctant, there was no other way to resolve this. In an instant, Lingling and Kaido were entangled in battle with the two admirals, their momentum astonishing. On the other side of the battlefield, facing the encirclement of Akainu and Kizaru, Whitebeard appeared somewhat flustered. Although he had restored his combat power to that of his younger days, Kizaru and Akainu were certainly not pushovers. Akainu's fruit ability is considered top tier among all devil fruits. Coupled with Kizaru's assistance, Whitebeard was quickly held back. Magma brat, light brat. Whitebeard's gaze fell on the two, then pierced through to look at Lin Feng, feeling worried. Facing us, you still want to go support Fahai. Akainu said expressionlessly, you will remain here forever, Whitebeard. To die in the same place as Roger is also a kind of liberation for a failure of your era. Kulala. In response to Akainu's words, Whitebeard laughed, laughing very loudly. After laughing, Whitebeard suddenly hammered his hands in the air, and immediately, the sharp sound of shattering glass rang out again. In an instant, an astonishing momentum formed around Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard seemed like a king, looking down at Akainu and Kizaru. Magma brat. Do you still take me for an old man? Whitebeard chuckled, and in an instant, the void exploded, shock waves bursting out from the web-like atmosphere, rushing towards Akainu and Kizaru. Damn it! Akainu was shocked. He clearly felt the power of Whitebeard's move. The shock wave carried a feeling similar to that of an awakening ability. Logically speaking, Whitebeard's ability should not have an awakening because the ability of the fruit itself is already extraordinary. There is no need to awaken again to enhance its performance. Therefore, ordinary fruit awakenings can only occur on lower-tier fruits. But Akainu could clearly sense that awakening aura from Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I really underestimated you. Akainu's face darkened as he dodged the threat posed by the shockwaves while shouting. Kulala, Magma Brat, if you want my life, you're still 10 years too early. Whitebeard laughed heartily, then crossed his arms, and a layer of transparent shockwave shield appeared on his body. Not good. Seeing this, Akainu's expression darkened even more. He could see that Whitebeard intended to unleash a tsunami to keep them all here. Kizaru, combine your attack. Akainu shouted at Kizaru, who nodded gravely, also recognizing the threat posed by Whitebeard. In an instant, Kizaru disappeared from his position, using his ability to rapidly appear behind Whitebeard. Jata no Kagami, Extreme. Kizaru clasped his hands together, and countless light bullets suddenly appeared in front of him, shooting towards Whitebeard's back. He intended to interrupt Whitebeard's ability. Light Brat. Facing Kizaru's attack, Whitebeard's tone turned cold. Although he wanted to dodge the opponent's attack, he was unable to move in his current state. The shockwave ability, if not carefully controlled, could bring devastating damage to the entire island. And at this moment, there were still many companions on the island, as well as his beloved sons. From any angle, Whitebeard would never do such a thing. He could only choose to endure Kizaru's attack. Old man. Just then, an enraged voice erupted from beside Whitebeard. Immediately after, a figure appeared behind Whitebeard, intertwining their hands in front, instantly forming a wall of flames. Boom, boom, boom. Countless light bullets were completely dissolved by the wall of flames, causing explosions that kicked up clouds of dust. Soon, as the dust settled, a figure emerged, flames flickering in their eyes as they looked towards Kizaru. How could Dad's glory be easily destroyed? Chapter 207, The Interferer, Fire Fist. Looking at the figure emerging from the dust, Kizaru's face darkened, coldly staring at the opponent. The iconic pattern on their back, combined with their unique abilities, identified them as the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the bloodline of the Pirate King. Fire Fist Ace. Huh. Seeing Kizaru's gloomy expression, Ace chuckled lightly. Then all the flames on his body gathered upwards. In an instant, a massive fireball radiating heat like the sun appeared in the sky. Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring. Ace roared. This was the peak of the power he could currently wield. A technique that activated all of his fruit abilities. Such power, even against an admiral, would not be at a disadvantage. I will defend Dad's glory, Ace shouted, hurling the sun like fireball towards Kizaru. Whoosh! The intense heat distorted the air around it. This could only be formed at the peak of heat. The bloodline of Roger cannot be underestimated. Facing Ace's attack, A rare look of fear appeared on Kizaru's face. The opponent could confront him with such strength now. If given a few more years to develop, how strong would Ace become? Kizaru didn't know, but he was certain that the opponent would become a powerful figure like Roger. He might even surpass him. Now he understood why Akainu wanted to eliminate Fire Fist at all costs. Watching the approaching fireball, Kizaru whispered, then his gaze suddenly became resolute. He clasped his hands together in front of him, forming a sword made of light beams. It was his signature move, the Amaterasu sword. There is potential, but it's still too early to think about contending with an admiral. Kizaru smiled lightly, gripping the Amaterasu sword as he slashed at the incoming fireball. Swish! Kizaru's speed was astonishing, truly proving the saying that speed is power. With just one slash, the massive fireball manipulated by Ace was split in two. The scene was shocking. How could this be? Seeing his full power attack shattered by Kizaru, Ace's expression suddenly froze. He knew Kizaru was strong, having battled him several times, but he never expected him to be this powerful. Was Kizaru holding back during their previous fights? Just as this question arose in his mind, Kizaru's voice abruptly sounded beside Ace. Fire Fist, you can take a good rest now. What? Before Ace could react, he felt a blinding light flash at his right side. Then, a tremendous force struck him, sending Ace flying far away, crashing through several buildings before finally stopping. Ace. Feeling Ace being sent flying by Kizaru, Whitebeard's face revealed a hint of worry. He was well aware of Ace's strength. Although he was strong, he was still far behind the admirals, let alone fighting against the laid-back Kizaru. Once Kizaru got serious, it would be Ace who would be defeated. This was beyond doubt. Just as he was thinking, Akainu's cold voice rang out from nearby. Whitebeard, stop struggling. Even if you gather the shockwave, it won't be in time to support Law. The opponent is already under attack from the Divine Guards and the Air Commander, and their life is in imminent danger. Akainu spoke with cruel delight, even pointing towards the back. Whitebeard, gathering the shockwave, looked in the direction Akainu was pointing, and his eyes suddenly darkened. Just as the other party said, Lin Feng was indeed under siege, and the situation was critical. Damn it! Whitebeard's eyes were bloodshot. The shockwave was almost fully formed, but at this moment, even if he wanted to help Lin Feng, he was powerless. Magma Brat, if anything happens to Master, I'll make you all pay for it. Whitebeard glared at Akainu, emphasizing each word. Hee. Hearing this, Akainu sneered, his arms transforming into magma as he charged directly at Whitebeard. You should think about yourself first, Whitebeard. Dog bite Red Lotus. Whoosh! A heat even more intense than the sun that Ace had gathered enveloped Akainu, and the dog-shaped magma lunged at Whitebeard. At the same time, Kizaru swung the Amaterasu sword, attacking from behind Whitebeard. The two admirals launched a pincer attack, creating a tremendous momentum. If such an attack landed, Whitebeard would undoubtedly fall into the trap. Die. This is a perfect grave. Akainu's voice was icy, as if he could already see Whitebeard's blood spilling on the spot. Kizaru, on the other hand, said nothing. His eyes were fixed solely on Whitebeard and the light sword in his hand. Damn it! Whitebeard was furious. He wanted to counterattack, but in his current state, he was completely immobile. It would take at least 3 seconds to fully gather the shockwave. It seemed quick, but in a showdown between strong opponents, a second could determine victory or defeat. Not to mention 3 seconds. Am I going to die? Whitebeard muttered to himself, filled with unwillingness. He had just been rescued by Lin Feng. To end up here without being able to do anything was truly frustrating. As he watched Kizaru and Akainu's attacks about to descend, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. Don't lay a hand on Uncle Whitebeard. Monkey King Gun. Whoosh! A figure instantly appeared in front of Kizaru, dressed in red and covered in patterns. It was Luffy, who had already entered Gear 4th. Facing this sudden scene, Kizaru was momentarily taken aback. He never expected Luffy to come and interfere at this moment. But what Kizaru didn't know was that Luffy had wanted to join Ace the moment he made his move. However, at that time, Luffy's stamina had not yet recovered. It really is an unexpected first move, Straw Hat Kid. In just a flash, Kizaru snapped out of his distraction, maintaining his strength as he slashed the Amaterasu sword towards the incoming Monkey King gun. At the same time, he said, even if you block me, how will you deal with that one? Kizaru's meaning was clear. Even if you, Luffy, block me. How will you deal with Akainu? In terms of pure attacking power, Akainu was even more threatening than him. Facing the immobile Whitebeard, it would only take one strike to incapacitate him. That's not my concern. I just need to block you. Luffy grinned, exerting his maximum strength with a Monkey King gun aimed at Kizaru. At the same time, Akainu also noticed the unstable factor that Luffy brought in, and his expression darkened a bit more. The bloodline of the devil cannot be left alive. Akainu coldly glanced at Luffy, simultaneously increasing his attack speed. After all, his primary target was Whitebeard. As long as he took him down, then in this battle, the Navy wouldn't have completely failed. Justice belongs to the victors. Akainu roared, as the dog-shaped magma was about to land on Whitebeard. But just then, a giant bird made of ice appeared between the dog-shaped magma and Whitebeard. Then, a lazy voice rang out. Sorry, I must intervene. Chapter 208, The End of the Assassin. Aokiji, faced with the sudden intervention, Akainu's expression turned darker than ever. He could never understand why Aokiji would help Whitebeard. What secret deal could they possibly have that would lead a former Marine admiral to assist a pirate? Although he couldn't figure it out, one thing was certain. Aokiji was now an enemy. Aokiji, are you really going to stop me? Akainu stared at Aokiji, speaking each word deliberately. Sorry, Aokiji sighed, unable to meet Akainu's gaze. Despite their differences, they still had a bond from their years in the Navy. If it came to blows, Aokiji truly felt reluctant to fight. Very well. Seeing Aokiji's stance, Akainu stopped wasting words. He raised one hand above his head and shot magma into the sky. In an instant, countless magma projectiles were launched into the air. Following that, Akainu's almost icy voice echoed. Heavenly fire meteor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless magma projectiles fell from the air, targeting Aokiji and the others. Ice Block Kid, what exactly are you doing? Aokiji's sudden involvement left not only Akainu, but also Whitebeard bewildered. He too did not understand why the other party would help him. Mind your own business. Akainu is not easy to deal with. Even if you are back to your younger self, you can't let your guard down. Aokiji did not respond to Whitebeard and instead focused heavily on the incoming Heavenly Fire meteor. Oh, fine. Hearing this, Whitebeard knew it wasn't the time to talk and prepared to consolidate the source of the shock. His gaze fell on the direction behind Akainu, worry etched on his face. It had been a long time since Jones ambushed Lin Feng. The dust shrouded by the axe blade still lingered, causing Whitebeard to worry about Lin Feng. Although Whitebeard knew Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary, the opponent was his former vice-captain, who had been formidable decades ago. After such a long time, who knew how much stronger the opponent had become? Master, I will help you soon. Whitebeard murmured, his attention returning to Akainu. To help Lin Feng, he had to deal with Akainu first. But was Lin Feng's current state really as dire as Whitebeard imagined? In fact, it was not. Amidst the dust shrouded by the axe blade, Lin Feng and Jones had been locked in a standoff. Upon closer inspection, one could see a faint white mark on Lin Feng's neck, caused by Jones's earlier ambush. If Lin Feng hadn't refined his golden body to the peak, that single strike would have severely injured him. Although he was reluctant to believe it, Lin Feng had to admit that Jones was one of the most powerful opponents he had encountered in the pirate world. Fahai, indeed very tricky. Jones stared at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with deep shock. He had never failed in an ambush in his life. Even rocks had acknowledged him as the most dangerous person, a stealthy assassin lurking in the shadows. He was also evaluated as a terrifying assassin who made the world tremble. Originally, Jones thought he could kill Lin Feng or at least severely injure him with one strike. But unexpectedly, his near full-strength ambush only left a white mark on Lin Feng's neck. This outcome left Jones in disbelief. What on earth is this person made of? Sea prism stone? Jones couldn't help but wonder. Lin Feng rubbed his somewhat numb neck, looking at Jones with a calm expression, feeling a wave of fear. If it weren't for the fact that he had developed his progress to 80, that strike would have been enough to take his life. While thinking, Lin Feng also grew curious about Jones's identity. In his impression, there were no axe-wielding experts in the pirate world, let alone those with royal-level strength. Hey, who exactly are you? In the tense standoff, Lin Feng took the initiative to speak, his tone filled with questions as he tried to figure out the opponent's background. If possible, Lin Feng wanted to bring him under his command. Me? Jones chuckled at the sound, a fierce glint in his eyes. Dead men have no right to know my name. The moment the words fell, Jones left an afterimage in place and lunged at Lin Feng. Jones's speed was incredibly fast. The axe blade, glinting with a chilling light, aimed directly at Lin Feng's vital points. Seeing that communication was futile, Lin Feng also didn't bother to waste words with Jones. The light of the Buddha instantly enveloped his body, enhancing his golden body to its utmost, forming a comprehensive defense. At that moment, whether it was Lin Feng's neck or other vulnerable parts of his body, they were all shrouded in the light of the Buddha. Arhat, golden body, Lin Feng said calmly, waiting for Jones's ambush. So arrogant. Seeing that Lin Feng had no defense at all, Jones's expression darkened. For an assassin like him, knowing his methods yet not taking precautions was a great insult. Jones's 3 steps covered 100 meters, appearing before Lin Feng in an instant. The axe blade descended in midair, carrying a terrifying aura aimed at Lin Feng's face. At that moment, Jones seemed to envision Lin Feng being slain by him. Unlike the neck, the face was considerably more vulnerable. Whether human or other creatures, training the face to be strong was extremely difficult. The face equated to a death door, a consensus in the world. But in the next moment, when the axe blade struck Lin Feng's face, it produced a sound of iron clashing. Clang! Jones felt a jolt in his hand, nearly losing grip on the axe. How could this be? Jones was filled with questions as he saw Lin Feng take the axe strike to the face without a scratch. He had never seen such a situation in his life. It was simply too astonishing. While still in shock, Jones suddenly met Lin Feng's gaze and that playful expression. Not good. Jones thought to himself, his figure abruptly retreating, trying to create distance from Lin Feng. But before he could act, Lin Feng's large hand directly grasped his neck, looking at Jones with amusement. Now let's talk. Who exactly are you? Why does that old man Steelbone call you a divine guardian? What is your relationship with those brutes from Mariehua? Lin Feng spoke lightly, bombarding Jones with 3 questions that left him dazed, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief, fear written all over his face. Jones was alarmed, but did not respond. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Me?" Lin Feng smiled, forming a Buddha gesture with one hand. "I am Fahai of Jinshan Temple." Jinshan Temple? Jones was completely bewildered. Throughout his life, he had never heard of Jinshan Temple. "All right, I have answered your questions. Now it's your turn." Lin Feng looked at Jones with interest, suddenly tightening his grip. "I'll give you 3 seconds to answer my earlier questions. Otherwise, you'll be off to the Western Paradise to meet my Buddha." Jones was somewhat at a loss because of Lin Feng's words, especially the mention of the Western Paradise, which was beyond his understanding. But before Jones could grasp the situation, Lin Feng's countdown had already begun. 3, 2. With each count, Lin Feng spoke. He increased the pressure in his hand, making it difficult for Jones to breathe, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Jones felt that death was so close, and all he could think about was that if he didn't speak, Lin Feng really could kill him. There was no doubt about that. "Oh, still holding strong, huh?" Seeing that Jones didn't answer his question, a hint of surprise appeared on Lin Feng's face, and he prepared to increase the pressure further to take him out. Just then, Jones weakly raised his arm and placed it on Lin Feng's hand, his eyes reflecting a desire for life. Lin Feng could see that the other party was yielding. "Ha!" Lin Feng chuckled and eased the pressure in his hand a bit to allow Jones to speak. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The moment the pressure was released, Jones coughed again. The feeling of suffocation was unbearable for anyone. "Speak, who exactly are you?" Seeing that Jones was almost ready, Lin Feng spoke indifferently, looking at him. "My name is Jones." Jones sighed, his expression like a wilted eggplant. He never thought he would find himself in such a predicament one day. "Jones?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He had heard of this name before. A long time ago, he had talked with Whitebeard about the Rocks Pirates. The name Jones had come from Whitebeard's mouth. Moreover, when Whitebeard mentioned Jones, he gave him a very high evaluation. The first person under rocks, the second in command of the whole crew, a peak combat power on the sea. In just one short sentence, everything about Jones was almost explained. "You are Jones?" Lin Feng looked at Jones, whom he was holding, somewhat incredulous. How could someone at the peak of combat power, the second in command of the Rocks Pirates, be so weak? Jones nodded, his expression very dejected. He also knew Lin Feng might not believe him, but he really was Jones. All right, let's assume you are Jones. Seeing the expression on the other party's face, and with Lin Feng's mental perception, he was more inclined to believe Jones's words, then said, "Answer my remaining questions. Why does Steelbone call you a divine guardian? And what is your relation to Mary Awa? Divine guardian?" Jones let out a bitter laugh, as if recalling something unbearable. After pausing for a moment, Jones began to explain slowly. A divine guardian, as the name suggests, is a guardian of the gods. We serve that great person. That great person? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, hearing significant information from Jones's few words. The five elders had also mentioned such a figure before. Back then, Lin Feng wanted to ask more, but faced fierce resistance from them. Reluctantly, Lin Feng chose to give up and did not obtain any useful information from the five elders. Lin Feng thought he would no longer come across any news regarding that great person. But unexpectedly, he heard such news from Jones. "Tell me, who exactly is that great person?" Lin Feng asked lightly, feeling that perhaps everything was related to that great person. As long as he knew the identity or some secrets of that great person, all the mysteries would be unraveled. That great person. Jones sighed, glanced at Lin Feng, then shifted his gaze to the red Earth continent. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "I cannot disclose the specific identity of that great person, but I can only tell you that even if all of you combined, you would not be a match for that great person." Oh, hearing this, Lin Feng became interested. With his current combat power, he could say he was rarely matched. The other party actually claimed that all of them together would not be a match for that person. Just this point made Lin Feng extremely curious. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Jones knew the other party didn't quite believe his words and spoke again. "Fahai, I admit you are very strong, but it is limited to the Emperor-level combat power or King level. But in terms of combat power, that great person is divine level, an existence that transcends everything." As he spoke, Jones's voice trembled, and his eyes involuntarily looked towards the red Earth continent, filled with a deep-rooted fear. "Huh?" Lin Feng was taken aback, looking at the trembling Jones, his expression slightly changing. Even if he couldn't fully believe Jones's words, the way he evaluated that person was enough to show how powerful they were. Divine level? Following Jones's gaze, Lin Feng looked toward the red Earth continent, and at that moment, he had a rough guess about that person's identity. The celestial dragon, Overlord, him. Other than this person, Lin Feng couldn't imagine anyone whose identity could make the five elders keep silent or make Jones tremble. "Can you let me go?" Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Jones cautiously spoke. "The longer one lives, the more they value their life." Compared to him, Jones was more afraid of Lin Feng in front of him. After all, it was far away in the Holy Land, while Lin Feng's threat was right in front of him. "Let you go?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Jones, a faint smile on his face. Instead of answering the question, he said lightly, "I'm very satisfied with your answer. Now, please rest well." "Huh?" The moment his words fell, Jones suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Just as he was about to make a move, a golden bowl flew out from Lin Feng's hand, covering him. The golden bowl emitted a violent. Before Jones could struggle, he was sucked inside, leaving only an unwilling roar. "Fahai!" Lin Feng ignored Jones's unwillingness, waved his hand to retrieve the golden bowl. Ever since Bonnie rescued Whitebeard, Lin Feng had quietly stolen the golden bowl back from Bonnie. After doing all this, Lin Feng murmured, "This battle should come to an end." With that, Lin Feng waved his hand to disperse the surrounding dust and smoke, then scanned the entire area. Finally, his gaze landed on Ling Ling and Kaido, who were being besieged by Fujitora and others. He exerted force under his feet and leaped towards them. Chapter 2:10. The two emperors go berserk. The reason Lin Feng wanted to help Ling Ling and Kaido first was that their situation was far more perilous than Whitebeard's. Although both were Emperor-level combat powers, they were facing two general-level opponents and two Emperor-level powers that were no weaker than them. Just as Lin Feng was moving, a red figure blocked his path. Lin Feng focused his gaze and saw it was red-haired Shanks. He had no good feelings towards red-haired and coldly said, "Red-haired, at this time, are you really going to stop me?" Red-haired remained silent, slowly drawing his sword, his attitude very clear. "Huh!" Lin Feng sneered coldly, twisted his hand, and the Zen staff appeared in his grip out of thin air. The battle between the two was about to erupt. Meanwhile, on Ling and Kaido's side, the four members of the Navy joined forces, putting immense pressure on them. Both were extremely cautious, not daring to let loose entirely, fearing that a single misstep would lead to being caught in a pincer attack. Ling, after decades, you are still so beautiful. Why not join us? That way, I won't have to leave marks on your beautiful face. Number 6 teased, but unlike his words, the attacks in his hands showed no signs of stopping. Each strike from the willow branch was exceptionally crafty, clearly intending to put Ling in a deadly situation. Stop the nonsense, green hat boy. If you think you can make me yield, even if rocks were resurrected, it wouldn't work. Not with you. Ling maintained a serious expression, controlling the 3 home eyes to resist the attacks from number 6. Sigh, this is troublesome. Upon seeing Ling's attitude, number 6 displayed a look of regret on his face, glancing at Ling with a hint of pity before his expression shifted to a sinister one. Since that's the case, then please die. As number 6's words fell, countless willow branches surged from the ground, completely enveloping Ling and Kaido, catching them off guard. Not good. Kaido, who was resisting the onslaught from Fujitora and Green Bull, darkened his expression. He was originally able to fight the 2 admirals to a standstill, but now with number 6's intervention, his situation suddenly became dangerous. He had to resist the omnipresent willow branches while also carefully dealing with the abilities of Fujitora and Green Bull. Kaido could be said to be the most unfortunate one between the two. Crazy woman, if you can't hold on, be careful. Facing the relentless attacks from everyone, Kaido shouted a reminder to Ling. He was soon overwhelmed by the attacks from Fujitora and Green Bull. Shorty, Ling shouted worriedly at Kaido, but he had no time to respond. Damn it. Seeing this, Ling's gaze fell on number 6 and John not far away. She calculated in her heart the odds of her winning against the 2. But no matter how Ling calculated, her winning rate remained at 1. Although she might be able to hold off the 2 for a while with all her strength, once she exhausts her energy, what awaited her would be the threat of death. At this moment, number 6's voice rang out again. Ling, I advise you to surrender. That way you can suffer less. Number 6 stared at Ling with an inscrutable look in his eyes. Dream on if you think I'll surrender. Ling snorted coldly, without a second thought. She controlled the 3 home eyes to attack number 6 and the others. Napoleon. I'm here, Mom. Combine. Yes. Huh. In an instant, Ling merged the 3 home eyes together, with the blade of Napoleon covered in lightning flames, which she tightly gripped in her hand. At that moment, Ling seemed like an empress standing at the pinnacle of the world. Mighty nation. Swish. With a gentle swing of her arm, a giant clan's secret technique was unleashed, cutting towards number 6 and the others. You bustats. Ling roared, her eyes filled with determination. Sigh. Watching the incoming slash, number 6 sighed helplessly and murmured, Since you don't want to take the hint, then don't blame me. With that, countless willow branches coalesced in front of him into a shape resembling a spear, piercing through the incoming slash. Boom! A tremendous roar sounded, and that unparalleled mighty nation was actually pierced by the spear-like willow branches, the slash scattering around, and explosions raged. How could this be? Ling was taken aback. The mighty nation she had just unleashed could be said to be a full-force strike. It was so easily countered by the opponent. She couldn't understand it at all. But before Ling could regain her composure, a silver light flickered in the shadows. A sense of life and death crisis surged in Ling's heart, and instinctively, she made a defensive posture, leaning forward slightly. Swish! The silver hook, stained with blood, left a scar on Ling's back. John! Ling cried out in pain, instantly realizing who was responsible. Only John, the second assassin on the Rock's ship, could approach her silently and inflict injury. What a pity I didn't manage to pierce your neck. John, seeing that his strike had missed, quickly distanced himself from Ling, landing some distance away with a disappointed expression. At the same time that number 6's slash was pierced through, John launched a surprise attack from the shadows, wielding his silver hook in an attempt to kill her. However, Ling's innate strong battle instincts allowed her to evade this deadly strike, preventing him from succeeding. But this outcome was enough. If he came at her a few more times, Lingling would surely be tortured to the point of losing her combat ability. By then, they would just need to deal with that tough little shorty, and everything would be smooth sailing. Lingling, your sin is quite nice. John licked the bloodstain off his silver hook, savoring it in his mouth, his face showing a sickly expression. You freak. Lingling was furious. At this moment, not only him, even number SIX's expression was somewhat unnatural as well. After all, no one wanted a perverted teammate. Number 6, once more, attack again. Let me savor Lingling's flavor properly. John, oblivious to number 6's displeasure, twisted his originally gentlemanly expression and yelled. Seeing this, number 6 remained silent, only controlling the surrounding willow branches to attack Lingling. In his view, it wasn't worth it to waste words on a pervert. Meanwhile, Lingling, after being ambushed by John, found her physical abilities weakened significantly. Facing the tidal wave of willow branches, a sense of helplessness arose in her heart for the first time. Is this how I'm going to meet my end? The thought flashed through Lingling's mind. But just then, Kaido's voice rang out beside her. What are you thinking, crazy woman? As his voice echoed, Kaido instantly broke free from Fujitora and Green Bull, rushing to Lingling's side, his body leaping into the air, spinning as he swung the Odin's sword towards the incoming willow branches. Falling 3 worlds, inducing the abyss. Boom! Countless thunderbolts erupted in the void at that moment, raining down on the willow branches in all directions. Wherever the Odin sword struck, the branches turned to ashes. Shorty! Looking at Kaido, standing in front of her, Lingling felt a stir of emotion from the injuries on him. It was evident that breaking free from the 2 admirals had cost Kaido dearly. But before Lingling could fully feel moved, Kaido's voice rang out instantly, his expression turning hostile as he looked at her. You're the shorty. Your whole family are shorties. Damn it. I come to save you with good intentions, and all I get is being called shorty. Damn it. The more Kaido thought about it, the angrier he became, finally transforming into his dragon form, charging into the sky, exuding a dangerous aura, and unleashing countless dragon breaths in an indiscriminate attack. Several of them even grazed past Lingling, leaving scorch marks on her body, as if to retaliate against her calling him shorty. You bastard. Lingling's face darkened, disregarding everything. She separated Zeus and Napoleon, planting 1 foot on the clouds, soaring to the same height as Kaido, and began to retaliate. The deafening thunder resonated in all directions. Thick bolts of lightning poured down along with dragon breath, instantly turning the area below into a hellish battlefield. Chapter 211, A Great Hand Finale. Navy, is this all you've got? The crazed Lingling and Kaido roared recklessly, putting immense psychological pressure on the Navy below. But before their words could settle, number 6 and John suddenly charged at them, a shorty and a broken shoe. Daring to speak like that. Number 6 was surrounded by countless willow branches, wrapping his entire body, combined with John's elusive silver hook, making it a huge headache for Lingling and Kaido. Numero 6, Yon. Kaido's eyes narrowed, facing the attacks from the 2. Even he couldn't take them all on, and could only break through one at a time. Crazy woman. As he spoke, Kaido glanced at Lingling. Their long-standing tacit understanding allowed Lingling to instantly grasp Kaido's meaning. All right, Lingling replied, and in an instant, the 2 launched their most ferocious attack together towards John. No, SIX's defense was extraordinary, leaving John as their only remaining target. What are you doing? Faced with the attacks from Kaido and Lingling, John was horrified, his face filled with terror. As an assassin, John was unafraid to face either Kaido or Lin alone. However, when the 2 attacked together, it put John in a very awkward situation. The assassination techniques he employed were suited for one-on-one combat. Lower 3 realms. Induction to ruin. Zeus Thunder Kingdom. The 8 precepts cut through the air and struck heavily towards John, followed closely by a fierce slash from the thunderous Napoleon. Do you dare? At this moment, John's heart raced. Facing the attacks of 2 powerful Yonko, even he felt pressured. Moreover, both Lin and Kaido were attacking in anger, making their power even more formidable. He couldn't even hope to block it. Do we dare? In the brief pause between attacks, Kaido's cruel smile appeared as he responded to John. We dare too much. What do we have to be afraid of? Roaring, Kaido and Lin Lin's attacks landed simultaneously on John, severely injuring him. John was like a water bottle thrown away, blood splattering everywhere. Next, after taking down John, Kaido and Lin turned their attention to number 6. Compared to Kaido, this person was the one they were particularly cautious about. The identity of the opponent was too mysterious. Even years ago on Rock's ship, nobody knew the true identity of number 6. He seemed to appear out of thin air and vanish just as suddenly when the Rock's pirates disbanded. Kaido, Lin, have you really thought about fighting me? Number 6 disregarded the cautious gazes of Kaido and Lin, speaking freely. Kaido and Lin coldly responded, launching a combined heavy strike. No matter who you are, on this battlefield we are enemies. As enemies, be prepared to be destroyed. As they spoke, Kaido and Lin coordinated again, attacking number 6 with induction to Ruin and Thunder Kingdom. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was blocked from providing support by the red-haired Shanks. Neither of them spoke first, silently staring at each other. At this moment, red-haired seemed unable to bear the inexplicable pressure Lin Feng brought, and spoke first. Fahai, this war has no meaning if it continues. Just stop. Consider it a favor to me. Red-haired spoke extremely seriously, but this attitude made Lin Feng laugh. Hey, we're enemies now. What do you think? That would give you a favor. Do you really think you have a favor fruit? What did you say? Lin Feng's words left red-haired confused. Favor fruit? What is that? But before red-haired could react, Lin Feng glanced at him and calmly said, Don't say you don't have a favor fruit. Even if you did, I wouldn't give you that favor. As he spoke, Lin Feng conjured a staff out of thin air, pointing it at red-haired. Don't say I'm not considering your relationship with Whitebeard. You have 5 seconds. I only give you 5 seconds. Whether to fight or retreat, you decide. After saying this, Lin Feng fell silent and began to count in his heart. Seeing Lin Feng like this, red-haired knew that the other party would not give him a favor, and sighed deeply. Fahai, since you were so. As he spoke, a phantom of a celestial dragon appeared in red-haired's eyes, his expression suddenly changing, and his voice became cruel. I can only kill you. At the moment the phantom of the celestial dragon appeared in red-haired's eyes, Lin Feng's expression stiffened, and the pressure from the other party surged. This was a feeling Lin Feng had never experienced before. In an instant, Lin Feng understood through his spiritual sense that the person before him was no longer red-haired. To be precise, red-haired soul had been replaced by someone else, a tremendously powerful being. Instinctively, Lin Feng blurted out a name, him. Ha. As Lin Feng's voice fell, red-haired burst into laughter, his aura suddenly changing, and a white light glimmered in his eyes. While laughing, red-haired's body slowly floated, looking at Lin Feng with a playful expression. You guessed correctly. I'm curious how you figured it out. As he spoke, red-haired shook his head, a disdainful smile appearing. It doesn't matter how you guessed. What's important now is that all of you must die. After saying this, red-haired waved his hand, and a flash of white light enveloped the entire Logtown. In an instant, everyone except red-haired and Lin Feng froze, as if time had stopped at that moment. Kaido and Lin Lin's attacks hung in midair, and the calm smile on number 6's face also froze at that instant. In the outer harbor, Garp and Sengoku paused amid the assault from the bullhead. The 5 elders, along with Yamamoto, Whitebeard, Akiji, and Akainu, also all came to a standstill. At this moment in time, no, space itself was frozen. What is this ability? Lin Feng was horrified, feeling as if he was caught in a torrent of time. Countless strange abilities surged towards Lin Feng, making him feel cold. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Feng like this, red-haired displayed a strange smile. Isn't our Fahai very strong? Are you scared? Red-haired stared at Lin Feng, his expression gradually becoming frenzied. In response to red-haired's taunts, Lin Feng coldly snorted and instantly unleashed all the Buddhist power within him. The result of fully unleashing his Buddhist power was that Lin Feng became even stronger, drawn by the Buddhist realm. Although this method was somewhat risky, Lin Feng had no other choice at this moment. Red-haired, no, it should be said him, was more powerful than anyone Lin Feng had encountered before. Lin Feng could only fully release his Buddhist power to have even a slight chance of defeating him. After lifting the restrictions on his Buddhist power, the surroundings of Lin Feng were filled with auspicious sounds, and countless arhats began to chant. seemingly creating a trend to disperse the white light. Oh, watching Lin Feng, who seemed like an arhat descending into the world, red-haired showed a hint of surprise, as if no one had ever broken through his white light. I must take him down within a minute, Lin Feng silently thought while staring at red-haired in midair. At this moment, he had to resist the pull from the Buddhist realm while maintaining this state, with only a 1-minute limit. Exceeding 1 minute could send Lin Feng directly into the Buddhist realm. At that time, he would no longer be able to intervene in everything within the pirate world. You seem unable to maintain this state very well. Red-haired easily perceived Lin Feng's predicament and said, based on my judgment, you can maintain it for at most a minute. Ha! A minute. Red-haired laughed, speaking playfully. You don't seriously think you can take me down in a minute, do you? As he spoke, red-haired shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Glancing at Lin Feng. How arrogant. Ha! Lin Feng coldly laughed, not saying anything further. With all his Buddhist power at his disposal, several King of Light phantoms emerged behind him. Great King of Light, immovable King of Light, eternal King of Light. The three phantoms were about to coalesce into solid forms as they stepped forward from behind Lin Feng. Bang! The footsteps of the three Kings of Light landed on the ground, shaking the white light enveloping Lowtown. It felt as if it could explode at any moment. Facing the anomaly created by Lin Feng, red-haired finally took him seriously. Just as he was about to make a move, Lin Feng clasped his hands together and spoke with a reverent expression, Buddha's words, King of Light exterminates demons. The moment the words fell, the three Kings of Light charged directly towards red-haired. Facing the combined forces of the three great kings, even red-haired did not dare to be reckless, gathering dazzling white light in his hands. The roar of Kronos. Red-haired growled, and the white light suddenly surged towards the three great kings. The white light seemed harmless, but was actually filled with supreme power. The source of this ability was the devil fruit, paramecia type, mythical zoan type, god of time, Kronos. Such a fruit exists only in a single instance throughout the entire pirate world. Lin Feng also sensed red-haired's power at that moment, leading him to recklessly unleash all of his Buddhist power. Die for me. The white light scattered, instantly transforming into tiny white rays upon touching the three great kings, attempting to seal them away. You dare! Lin Feng's eyes darkened. If his three great kings were controlled, defeat would come in an instant. Great King of Heaven! Without allowing Lin Feng to think further, he hurled his staff, transforming it into two golden dragons that charged towards red-haired. At this moment, red-haired had already moved. Glancing at the incoming dragons, he ignored them and stepped into the void. With each step, red-haired's body began to change. Golden skin surfaced, and ancient divine patterns appeared on his skin, as if branded on him. In an instant, red-haired had completely transformed into a different person, standing like a god at the pinnacle, making it hard to look directly at him. The form of Kronos was fully revealed at that moment. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly shrank. He knew that he could no longer compete with red-haired, because if both sides unleashed their full power, not even Lowtown would withstand it. There was only one way left. Facing the godlike red-haired, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Glancing at Whitebeard and the others, who still appeared to be in a frozen state, feeling reluctant. I'm sorry, I might not be able to take risks with you all. With that, Lin Feng placed one hand on his abdomen, condensing the source of his Buddhist power in his hand. In an instant, the gravitational force from the Buddhist realm was infinitely amplified. Lin Feng endured the gravitational force of the Buddhist realm and detonated the three great kings. And with the aftermath of the explosion, his figure instantly disappeared from the original spot, directly reappearing behind red-haired. What are you doing? Red-haired had no time to react, fear appearing in his eyes as he felt an inexplicable gravitational force expanding in his heart. It was something he could never touch in his lifetime. Dangerous and full of mystery. Let go of me. In just a moment, red-haired sensed Lin Feng's intentions, his expression gradually turning ferocious. Let go of you? Hee. Lin Feng sneered. At that moment, he unleashed all of his Buddhist power without any reserve. Buzz. Accompanied by the explosion of Lin Feng's Buddhist power, a powerful gravitational force formed above him and red-haired. A gigantic hand reached out from the void, grasping towards Lin Feng and red-haired, and with a sudden pull. The two were completely taken away from this world. Synopsis. Crossing into the world of One Piece, Lin Feng gains the heavenly role-playing system. The more he resembles the original characters, the stronger his powers become. Jinshan Temple's Fahai, Kubo Shiraya, and scrupulous Taoists, the pirate world is in chaos. Kizaru. This bald guy is too strong. I can't beat him. What kind of holy place is Jinshan Temple behind him? Mihawk. Ever since I met him, I feel like I still have a long way to go. I am at the foot of the mountain, while he has already reached the peak.